To maintain good health, the 3 Purities Creation Pill is indispensable. Our 3 Purities Creation Pill is crafted using advanced techniques, with consistent temperature control and precise quality assurance for every pill. It is the certified brand of the International Martial Arts Competition. Enrollment is open. Enrollment is open. White Cloud Martial Arts Hall is recruiting students, no age limit, no educational requirements. Whether you are a talented martial soul martial artist or an ordinary martial artist, our White Cloud Martial Arts Hall treats everyone equally, offering one-on-one guidance. Good news! Good news! Gene potions are on a massive sale. 7-colored Divine Bull milk powder is made from the milk of the 3rd-grade exotic beast, the 7-colored Divine Bull. Quality assured, giving you peace of mind as you consume it. Blue Star, de Xia. Su Yuan walked along the street as the dazzling advertisement boards flashed brightly before his eyes. His heart trembled, he was certain now that he had truly transmigrated. He had arrived in a parallel world that shared the same level of technological advancement as his previous life but was enriched with martial arts and exotic beasts. Martial arts, exotic beasts, my goodness, this world is absolutely insane. Novels weren't lying after all. Su Yuan marveled. However, a wave of unease followed immediately. The excitement and danger described in novels weren't something everyone could handle. What if one day an exotic beast suddenly appeared and devoured him? That would be too tragic. Based on the original host's memories, this world was rampant with exotic beasts, and even cities were not absolutely safe. Historically, several powerful exotic beasts had destroyed entire cities. Strength, I must gain strength. Su Yuan clenched his fists, silently vowing to himself. Martial arts were the only force in this world capable of countering exotic beasts. Only by mastering martial arts could he establish himself in this world. According to the original host's memories, during today's awakening ceremony, I should be able to awaken a decent martial soul, he murmured to himself. Martial souls were the key to a martial artist's training. Martial artists with martial souls had far greater potential than ordinary martial artists. Typically, martial souls were awakened at the age of 16, and major high schools held awakening ceremonies during the 3rd year of high school to identify which students possessed martial souls and their levels, then offered them focused training. Su Yuan was a student at Qingyun City's 3rd high school. He was highly renowned at the school, whether in liberal arts or martial arts, he excelled in all aspects. It was almost certain he would awaken a martial soul, and potentially a high-level one at that. When he arrived at the school, the awakening ceremony had already begun. Ah Yuan, over here, a sweet voice called out. Su Yuan looked over to see a beautiful girl in a school uniform, with a radiant and delicate appearance, waving at him. She was none other than the original host's girlfriend and one of the school beauties of Qingyun High School, Liao Mei. Many envious gazes turned their way. It's Su Xin. TSK, Su Xin will definitely awaken a powerful martial soul this time, at least a B-level one. A B-level? You're underestimating Su Xin, it has to be an A-level. Do you think there's a chance it might be S-level? TSK, S-level is a bit of a stretch. Over the years, only a handful of S-levels have appeared in Qingyun City. They're all legends on the honor roll. This is Su Xin we're talking about. Maybe he really could awaken an S-level. Su Yuan was indeed a legend in the 3rd high school, excelling in academics, martial arts, and even extracurriculars. Almost everyone believed he would awaken a high-level martial soul. Amidst the envious gazes, Su Yuan walked over to Liao Mei. She hooked her arm around his, basking in the jealous looks of the surrounding female students. She raised her chin proudly and asked him, Ah Yuan, what kind of martial soul do you think you'll awaken this time? Awakening one is good enough. As for its level, that's up to fate, Su Yuan replied with a faint smile, gently withdrawing his hand from her grasp. Her enthusiasm made him slightly uncomfortable. In truth, he didn't have much feeling for this girlfriend, as it was the original host who had chosen her. Ah Yuan, you're sure to awaken a high-level martial soul. By the way, if I don't awaken a martial soul, or if it's a low-level one, will you dislike me? Liao Mei asked pitifully as she looked at him. Of course not. We've been together for so long. Whether or not you have a martial soul, you're still my girlfriend, he replied, then asked her in turn, what if I don't awaken a martial soul? Liao Mei laughed and said, that's impossible. Ah Yuan, you'll definitely awaken a powerful martial soul. You have to protect me in the future. Su Yuan nearly smiled faintly and didn't continue the topic. At this moment, he was silently calculating in his heart this awakening ceremony must not pass by uneventfully. On the high platform, the principal of the 3rd high school held a device glowing with a mysterious light. Above the device floated a resplendent crystal ball.
He announced loudly, "The awakening ceremony begins now. Please step forward in order according to your student ID number for testing." Lu Ziyang. Following the principal's voice, a tall boy in a blue and white school uniform with sword-like brows and bright eyes stepped forward confidently. He placed his palm steadily on the crystal ball. 1 second later, the crystal ball burst into dazzling white light. Within the brilliance, a giant, pure white wolf gradually materialized. As the white wolf appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a chilling aura spread outwards. The principal's eyes lit up instantly, and he exclaimed in delight, "It's an A-level beast martial soul, the Snow Wolf King." The surrounding students gasped in astonishment, and the atmosphere erupted. An A-level martial soul? TSK, Lu Ziyang's luck is out of this world. Who would have thought the first person to awaken would get an A-level martial soul? Lu Ziyang's face filled with excitement as his gaze swept across the crowd, pausing particularly on Su Yuan. His lips curled into a faint smirk, and a glint of provocation appeared in his eyes. TSK, this Lu Ziyang and Su Yuan are really rivals. Always competing over everything. There's even a rumor that Lu Ziyang pursued Liao Mei but lost to Su Yuan. Now that he's awakened an A-level martial soul, he's bound to show off in front of Su Yuan. If Su Yuan doesn't awaken an A-level martial soul, he'll be in trouble. Su Yuan is handsome and excels in academics, while Lu Ziyang is always goofing around and causing trouble with his gang. If it were me, I'd definitely choose Su Yuan. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Liao Mei, standing beside Su Yuan, pouted. Lu Ziyang is just lucky, but Yuan, you're definitely better than him. After awakening his A-level martial soul, Lu Ziyang was immediately surrounded by a group of people, basking in their admiration. His smug expression grew even more pronounced. Meanwhile, the other students stepped forward one by one, eager to awaken their own martial souls. Martial souls were divided into several levels, SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The higher the level, the rarer the martial soul. Generally speaking, an A-level martial soul was already 1 in 10,000, while an S-level martial soul was incredibly rare. As for SS level, there were only a handful in all of Xia. And the highest SSS level? It was said to transcend the boundaries of history, worthy of being recorded in the annals of legend. For most students, awakening an A-level martial soul was already a pinnacle achievement in life. Awakening an S-level martial soul? That was a feat that would bring glory to their entire family. After Lu Ziyang, the others stepped forward one after another, but none managed to awaken an A-grade martial soul. Some even failed to awaken any martial soul at all, standing to the side with disappointed expressions. Next, Liao Mei. It was finally Liao Mei's turn. She stepped forward hesitantly, her heart filled with anxiety, and placed her hand on the crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball erupted with dazzling light. The instrument emitted a deep hum, and within the light, a blue trident emerged, radiating waves of aqua-colored brilliance. The principal of 3rd High School couldn't help but exclaim, "An S-grade weapon martial soul. The Sea King's trident. An S-grade martial soul." Liao Mei had awakened an S-grade martial soul. Exclamations of shock rippled through the crowd. Whoa, an S-grade martial soul. Someone actually awakened an S-grade martial soul. As expected of goddess Liao Mei. Wow, now she and Su Shun will be an unbeatable duo. All eyes were on Liao Mei, filled with admiration and dreams of the future. With an S-grade martial soul, there was no doubt she was destined to become a high-ranking figure in the Great Xia Kingdom, and achieving greatness in martial arts was practically a certainty. Good. Who would have thought an S-grade martial soul would appear during this awakening ceremony? You must put in your best effort and strive to one day make it onto the Qingyun honor roll. The principal beamed with joy. Making it onto the Qingyun honor roll was no easy feat. Beyond becoming a martial arts powerhouse in Qingyun City, one also had to contribute significantly to the city or even humanity as a whole. However, with an S-grade martial soul, it was clear that Liao Mei had a strong chance of achieving this in the future. With an S-grade martial soul, I can apply to the education department for more cultivation resources, thought the principal, his heart brimming with delight. Liao Mei walked off the stage, excitement evident on her face. She turned to Su Yuan and said, Yuan, I've awakened an S-grade martial soul. It's your turn now, I believe you can do it too. Su Yuan smiled faintly, his tone calm. Congratulations. He, too, stepped onto the stage. At this moment, all eyes were on him. After all, Su Yuan's reputation at school was legendary. He excelled in every subject and was regarded as a genius whose every move drew attention. Su Shun will at least awaken an A-grade martial soul, right? Could it possibly be another S-grade? The crowd buzzed with speculation, even the principal watching him with anticipation. Su Yuan took a deep breath and placed his hand on the crystal stone. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After more than 10 seconds, the crystal stone remained unresponsive, and an eerie silence fell over the scene. No way? No reaction? What's going on? What else could it be? No reaction means no martial soul. But this is Su Shin. How could he not have a martial soul? Ha, so the legendary Su Shin doesn't even have a martial soul? Standing atop the stage, Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Internally, he thought, oh, great. Starting off as the underdog? Does it have to be this cliché? Ding! The perfect life choice system has been activated. At this moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Su Yuan's ears. It was a system. Alright, this was the most cliché turn of all. Su Yuan's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. No martial soul? No problem. With a system, there was nothing to fear. Some people noticed Su Yuan still smiling and exchanged puzzled glances. Why is Su Shin still smiling? Did he lose his mind from heartbreak? Su Shin? More like Su the great loser with no martial soul now. Lin Xiang, who had always been at odds with Su Yuan, seized the opportunity to mock him. On the stage, the principal looked at Su Yuan with disappointment and said resignedly, Su Yuan, you have no martial soul. Step down. All right. Su Yuan nodded slightly, showing no sign of dejection. The principal sighed, lamenting, so composed and unarrogant, his temperament is exceptional. What a pity. If he had even a slightly below-average martial soul, he would have had a great chance of becoming a powerhouse. But now, sigh. Without a martial soul, even an ordinary martial artist would struggle to break through the 5th rank in their lifetime, rendering them unrelated to true greatness. Su Yuan stepped off the stage and returned to the crowd, only to notice that Liao Mei's once eager gaze had turned cold. A pang of disappointment struck his heart. Mayor, you. Su Yuan, you should just call me Liao Mei or classmate Liao, she said indifferently. Hearing this, the surrounding people looked on with amusement, while Su Yuan looked at her as if seeing a stranger for the first time. He realized her true nature. The original owner of this body must have been blind to have chosen such a girlfriend. He sighed inwardly, but his heart felt no real sorrow. After all, he had never truly accepted her in the first place. Just as everyone was preparing to watch the drama unfold, a sudden surge of intense cold erupted from the stage, followed by a sharp screech. From the crystal ball on the stage, a figure of an ice phoenix covered in crystal and frost soared into the air, circling gracefully. Its majestic form stirred the crowd's emotions. The ice phoenix then dove downward, merging into the body of a young woman clad in a blue dress, her beauty cold and ethereal. Her aura grew even frostier, making her appear like a living ice mountain. That's an SSS-grade martial soul, the ice phoenix of the gods. The principal of Third High gasped, his face filled with shock, while the other students collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes glued to the stage in awe. An SSS-grade martial soul? Did I see that right? Oh my god, it's my first time seeing such a martial soul in real life. Luo Ching Snow luck is out of this world. She has everything: good looks, a privileged background, top grades, and now an SSS-grade martial soul. Life is really unfair. Even Su Yuan was a little surprised. He hadn't expected someone to awaken an SSS-grade martial soul. He recognized the girl on the stage, Luo Ching Snow, one of the 2 school belles of Qingyun High School, standing on equal footing with Liao Mei. She also happened to be his academic rival, coming second only to him in every subject. After awakening her martial soul, Luo Ching Snow descended from the stage. Under the reverent and envious gazes of the crowd, she walked up to Su Yuan and said calmly, even without a martial soul, you can still walk the path of a martial artist. You won't give up, will you? Of course not, Su Yuan replied with a faint smile, his eyes filled with resolve. Good. I'll wait for you on the path of martial arts. Luo Ching Snow nodded, a subtle hint of expectation in her gaze, still viewing him as a rival. At this moment, Lin Xiang stepped forward with a sneer. Luo Ching Snow, so what if he doesn't give up? Without a martial soul, he's destined to be mediocre. And let's not forget, he's also someone who couldn't even keep his girlfriend. Luo Ching Snow ignored Lin Xiang and instead turned to Liao Mei. She had taken note of Liao Mei's behavior earlier and, dissatisfied, spoke up for Su Yuan with a calm but sharp tone, you don't deserve him. Liao Mei raised an eyebrow at this, a cold smile curling her lips. I don't deserve him? Luo Ching Snow, are your eyes working properly? I awakened an S-grade martial soul, while he's just a worthless nobody without a martial soul. He doesn't even deserve to be compared to me. Liao Mei finished speaking and turned her gaze to Su Yuan. Coldly, she said, Su Yuan, we are destined to walk different paths from now on. Let's break up. It's better for both of us this way.
Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately looked at Su Yuan mockingly.
Many secretly felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing in his loss and disappointment.
Once the unattainable god Su, he had now become a failure, abandoned by his girlfriend. This drastic reversal fed the darker corners of their hearts with glee.
Faced with Liao Mei's breakup declaration, a panel suddenly appeared in Su Yuan's vision, displaying 3 choices.
Option 1, kneel and beg Liao Mei not to break up, completely losing all dignity. The system will reward the host with 10 slaps. Option 2, calmly agree to the breakup and secretly resolve to work hard and surpass her in the future. The system will reward the host with an S-level martial soul, the Storm Hammer. Option 3, step forward, slap her, and declare that it is you breaking up with her, defending your dignity. The system will reward the host with the 10 great beast martial souls.
Looking at these 3 options, Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, is there even a choice here? At this moment, hesitating even for a second would be disrespectful to the 10 great beasts. A strong fighting spirit ignited within him, and he decisively chose the third option. After glancing at the options, Su Yuan strode forward without hesitation, raised his hand, and delivered a resounding slap to Liao Mei's face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed as Liao Mei was left stunned, pointing at him in disbelief. You dare hit me? How laughable! A year ago, you cried and said your father was critically ill and needed money for treatment. I sold the genetic potion I earned for placing first in the school competition to help treat your father. Su Yuan's voice was cold and merciless. 9 months ago, you said you failed body tempering and suffered damaged meridians. I worked for 3 months to buy you a meridian repair pill. Half a year ago, your brother caused trouble at school and was tied up by a dozen thugs in a factory. I went alone to rescue him, and as a result, I was bedridden for over half a month. But you didn't come to see me even once.
His fury burned hotter as he continued. The new clothes you're wearing are also bought with the money I earned from working. Over the past year, I tutored you and solved countless problems for you.
Without me, would your grades have improved so much?
Now, a single slap, consider it my generosity. Each statement he made further fanned the flames of Su Yuan's anger.
The original Su Yuan was truly a fool. Liao Mei never genuinely loved him.
She simply exploited his talent and popularity, shamelessly enjoying his sacrifices.
How could the original Su Yuan tolerate all this? But things were different now, he was back.
You're nothing but a despicable, vain opportunist. The people around them, upon hearing Su Yuan's words, began to look at Liao Mei with disdain, especially the women, who were filled with indignation. She's pretty, but her character is awful.
Exactly.
Even if Su Yuan hasn't awakened his martial soul, the breakup could have been handled privately.
Doing it here in front of everyone shows no respect for him. Liao Mei is truly shameless.
I always suspected she wasn't sincere with Su Yuan. She just used him as a trophy to show off. Liao Mei clutched her face, her expression dark with fury.
She screamed, Su Yuan, I'll fight you to the death. A dazzling blue light erupted from her body.
In the next second, her newly awakened martial soul, the Sea King Trident, appeared in her hand. She aimed it at Su Yuan, launching an attack so swift that the onlookers couldn't react in time. But at that very moment, a powerful aura erupted from Su Yuan's body. Brilliant divine light shot into the sky, leaving the crowd in shock.
The terrifying energy instantly sent Liao Mei flying backward.
Above Su Yuan, 10 distinct martial soul forces manifested. They were the devouring beast Tao Tai, the speed-dominating Kunping, the thunderous thunder dragon, the undying nether phoenix cloaked in purple-blue flames. 10 vastly different beastly shadows revolved above him, exuding an unrivaled aura of slaughter. At that moment, across Blue Star, countless alien beasts prostrated in the direction of Qingyun High School. The students who had just awakened their martial souls felt their own tremble under Su Yuan's overwhelming pressure, filled with an inexplicable sense of dread.
Ding!
The system's notification sounded in Su Yuan's mind. Congratulations to the host for awakening the 10 great beast martial souls. Due to their overwhelming power, to protect the host will master 1 beast martial soul with each level advancement. The martial soul currently available to the host is Tao Tai. Tao Tai, the devourer of all things. The system continued, the host can use this martial soul to consume treasures filled with spiritual energy, rapidly advancing cultivation and mastering the powers of other beasts. The 10 beast martial souls glimmered momentarily before transforming into streams of light and merging into Su Yuan's body. The surroundings instantly returned to calm. However, the crowd remained stunned, unable to process what they had just witnessed, even questioning if it had been an illusion.
What just happened? Wasn't he supposed to not have a martial soul? Oh my god, wasn't that his martial soul just now? How could he not have one? Did the testing device malfunction?
The crowd murmured, their gazes growing increasingly complex. Especially Liao Mei, whose face turned deathly pale as she stared at Su Yuan in disbelief. She had broken up with him because he supposedly had no martial soul, but now that he had awakened one, didn't that make her a complete joke? Meanwhile, the principal of Third High, standing on the platform, was also stunned. Having presided over countless awakening ceremonies, he had never witnessed such a reversal. He hurried over to Su Yuan and respectfully said, "Student Su, could you please test again?" "All right." Su Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze steady, as if ready to face any challenge. He also wanted to see just how powerful his awakened beast martial souls were. Walking up to the testing crystal, he placed his hand on it lightly. The crowd held their breaths, their eyes fixed on him. Lu Ziang and Liao Mei both prayed silently in their hearts. "Please don't awaken a martial soul, please don't awaken one. Even if he does, let it not be too powerful." But alas, their prayers were like stones sinking into the sea, utterly ineffective. The moment Su Yuan's fingers touched the crystal, it trembled violently. Then, a dazzling light shot into the sky. Within the light, the void tore apart, revealing the shadow of a ferocious beast. This beast's gaping maw was like an abyss, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. Its eyes glinted with greed, as if it sought to devour all things in existence. Under the gaze of this martial soul, everyone felt a cold chill in their hearts, their hairs standing on end. The next moment, boom! The testing crystal in front of Su Yuan exploded into pieces. The crowd was dumbfounded, utterly shocked. The crystal shattered. What level is this martial soul? Even Luo Ching Snow's test didn't result in this, and she has an SSS-level Frost Phoenix. Could Su Yuan's martial soul be even stronger? The crowd swallowed nervously, their hearts filled with unease. Liao Mei's face turned ashen, her heart filled with bitterness that words couldn't describe. The principal of Third High took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the legendary SSS-grade beast martial soul, Tao Tai. Throughout history, those who have awakened the Tao Tai martial soul can be counted on one hand. Among all SSS-grade martial souls, Tao Tai stands at the pinnacle. Heaven truly blesses Azure Cloud High." 2 SSS-grade martial souls appeared in the awakening ceremony this time. It's simply unbelievable. He was so thrilled that he was almost losing control of himself. Secretly, he thought, this is the perfect chance to request more cultivation resources from the Education Bureau. Meanwhile, Liao Mei felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. Her ex-boyfriend awakening an SSS-grade martial soul was the ultimate blow to her. Not to mention, she had just dumped him, and now she had to watch as her useless ex skyrocketed to success. The speed of this reversal left her utterly dumbfounded. Impossible, impossible. He didn't even have a martial soul just now. How could he suddenly awaken one? Liao Mei refused to accept this reality. The principal of Third High was equally puzzled, ultimately saying, "Actually, exceptions like Su Yuan's are not unheard of. Martial souls can sometimes be deeply hidden and fail to manifest during the awakening ceremony. They might awaken later after some sort of trigger." Some sort of trigger. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes inevitably falling on Liao Mei. If there was any trigger, it could only be Liao Mei breaking up with Su Yuan moments before, right? Liao Mei was utterly dumbstruck. Her ex's rise to greatness was because she broke up with him? Where was the fairness in that? No matter how things turned out, Su Yuan awakening an SSS-grade martial soul was an incredible event. No amount of regret from Liao Mei could change this fact. Luo Ching Snow stepped forward, her gaze sharp and filled with a fiery challenge. "I knew it. You wouldn't just fall into despair. Whether it's past or present, you're still my only rival." Su Yuan smiled faintly, the corner of his lips curving into a confident arc. "Perhaps it'll stay that way in the future, too." Everyone witnessing this scene couldn't help but turn their heads, clicking their tongues in amazement. The 2 most outstanding students of Azure Cloud High both awakened SSS-grade martial souls. It's unbelievable. Yeah, these 2 have always been competing with each other. Now that they've both awakened SSS-grade martial souls, they're practically a perfect match. A duo of unparalleled strength. This is so exciting. Tsk tisk, forget about Liao Mei. She doesn't even compare to Goddess Luo. Goddess Luo and God Su are the real perfect pair. Some students began shipping the pair of boy and girl before them, and the atmosphere quickly heated up. Meanwhile, Liao Mei watched Su Yuan from a distance, her regret so deep it twisted her insides. If only she hadn't been so heartless. If only she had cherished Su Yuan's kindness before. If only she hadn't been so impulsive in breaking up with him, then she would be the one standing by his side now, basking in glory. After the awakening ceremony ended, it was time for class assignments. The senior students were divided into 7 classes based on their martial soul levels: F class, E class, D class, C class, B class, A class, and finally, S class. Students without martial souls were grouped with those possessing F-grade martial souls. E-grade martial souls formed their own class, while Su Yuan and Luo Ching Snow, with their unparalleled martial soul levels, were placed in a special class.
This class consisted solely of Su Yuan and Luo Ching Snow. The school even planned to assign instructors to tutor them in a 1-on-2 format.
Such privileges had never before been seen in the history of Azure Cloud High.
After school,
Su Yuan was slinging his backpack over his shoulder, ready to head home, when Liao Mei suddenly caught up to him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at him. Yuan, please forgive me.
Let's start over. She had the audacity to ask for a second chance? Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh in disbelief, thinking to himself, this is the first time I've met someone so shameless.
He didn't bother wasting words on her and coldly spat out one word.
Scram. Liao Mei's expression instantly changed. Su Yuan had never told her to scram before.
No matter what she did, he had always forgiven her. Yuan, I know you're angry, but it was just a momentary lapse of judgment.
Please forgive me. I promise I'll never leave you again. I said, scram. Yuan, how can you say that? You never treated me like this before. Even if I was wrong, don't you bear some responsibility too? If you had awakened your martial soul earlier, would I have treated you this way?
She was growing desperate, her tone tinged with anger.
I'll say it one last time, are you leaving or not? Yuan, no matter what, I'm not leaving you again. Then don't blame me for what happens next.
Su Yuan took a deep breath, then shouted loudly, everyone, come look. The shameless ex-girlfriend is begging to get back together. His shout immediately drew everyone's attention. They had all seen what had transpired today. Watching Liao Mei have the gall to ask Su Yuan to take her back, they collectively gasped, thinking, what an utterly shameless woman. Some even whipped out their phones, ready to take pictures and post them online with headlines already in mind. Shocking.
Shameless ex-girlfriend begs for reconciliation in public. Unbelievable.
Ex dumps boyfriend, only to get slapped in the face.
SSS-grade martial soul ex-girlfriend caught in embarrassing act.
Seeing the surrounding students raising their phones, Liao Mei's face shifted rapidly between shades of red and pale. She glared at Su Yuan furiously before turning to cover her face and storming off.
Su Yuan curled his lips in disdain, sneering internally, get back together?
I wouldn't take you back even if you were handed to me for free. At the bus stop, Su Yuan boarded and returned to his home.
His house wasn't very large, situated in an old neighborhood with just 2 bedrooms and a living room.
Despite its modest size, the interior was cozy and comfortable. As soon as he stepped inside, a girl in a white dress rolled out in a wheelchair. Her features were delicate, her nose petite, and her lips rosy. Her bright, starry eyes rivaled the beauty of school idols like Liao Mei and Luo Ching Snow. Perhaps due to a lack of sunlight, the girl's complexion was pale, which only added to her frail and endearing demeanor.
Xiaoshuan, your brother's home. What did you do today? Su Yuan asked with a smile.
The girl, Su Xiaoshuan, yawned.
Slept. Just slept? What else do you expect me to do? My legs don't work. Do you think I can go hopping around? Do you even have a heart?
Su Xiaoshuan pouted. Despite her fragile appearance, her words were sharp.
Well, whose fault is it for walking while staring at your phone and not watching for cars?
Serves you right, Su Yuan retorted mercilessly. Su Xiaoshuan hadn't been born disabled. Her current condition was the result of an accident 3 months ago when she was hit by a car while walking and using her phone. When Su Yuan first heard the news, he was nearly scared out of his wits. Thankfully, she was treated in time, and with a few months' rest, she'd recover fully. Besides, even if your legs don't work, you can't slack off on your studies. You haven't attended school for months.
Your academics can't fall behind.
Su Yuan said sternly.
Brother, I'm already like this, and you still want me to study?
Su Xiaoshuan widened her eyes, full of disbelief.
What else? Starting tomorrow, I'll be regularly checking your studies. If you don't meet the standard, don't even think about eating, Su Yuan said as he walked toward the kitchen to prepare dinner. You're just waiting to starve me to death. When I'm gone, I'll go find Mom and Dad down there and complain about how you mistreated me.
Su Xiaoshuan protested indignantly.
Don't pull that trick, it's useless. TCH. Su Xiaoshuan pouted, putting away her aggrieved expression, and suddenly asked, by the way, isn't today the awakening ceremony? How did it go? Let's not talk about that for now. I have something else to tell you.
I broke up with Liao Mei today, Su Yuan said calmly. Su Xiaoshuan froze for a moment.
Weren't you head over heels for her before? Why the sudden breakup? Wait, could it be? She was sharp. Breaking up on the day of the awakening ceremony surely meant something had happened. Could it be that he'd awakened a low-level martial soul, or even no martial soul at all? Thinking of this, Su Xiaoshuang fell silent, contemplating how to comfort Su Yuan. Brother, do you know who I admire the most? Who? The Ghost King. One of the 10 crowned powerhouses of our great Xia. The only one crowned with an E-level martial soul. So, brother, awakening a low-level martial soul, or even none at all, isn't a mountain you can't climb. As long as you have the heart of a strong man, as long as you don't give up, we can still live an amazing life. Su Xiaoshuang encouraged him. Xiaoshuang, you're right. By the way, there's something else I need to tell you. Today, I awakened my martial soul. It's an SSS-level martial soul, the gluttonous beast. Brother, don't lose heart, even if it's what? Su Xiaoshuang suddenly screamed, SSS-level martial soul? Brother, why you're not lying to me? Why would I lie to you? Brother, repeat the words I just used to encourage you. Su Xiaoshuang puffed her cheeks in frustration, glaring at Su Yuan with dissatisfaction. She had assumed he'd awakened a low or no martial soul and had been ready to offer him some support. But now, Su Yuan claimed he'd awakened an SSS-level martial soul? This ignited a fire of indignation within her. What's the point of encouraging you now? She roared inwardly. Wait a second. If you've awakened an SSS-level martial soul, then why did Liao Mei break up with you? Could it be you were the one who dumped her? A sly glint flashed in her eyes as she thought, that woman wasn't worth it after all. My brother finally saw through her. With an SSS-level martial soul, what woman can't you have? She said excitedly. Su Yuan shook his head and simply explained the situation. After listening, Su Xiaoshuang was in utter disbelief. What? There's such a dramatic reversal of events? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. If I were there, I'd definitely record that woman's expression. It must have been priceless. Su Yuan helplessly knocked her forehead, though he couldn't help but feel a bit smug inside. Later, Su Yuan busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a simple yet heartwarming dinner. 2 dishes and a soup, stir-fried vegetables, shredded pork with green peppers, and egg drop soup. It wasn't extravagant, but it was filled with the taste of home. Brother, you've awakened an SSS-level martial soul. Shouldn't we celebrate at least a little? Su Xiaoshuan pouted, looking dissatisfied. What's there to celebrate? The balance in our card isn't much, we have to save, Su Yuan said helplessly. Ever since their parents passed away, Su Yuan had taken on all the expenses of their small family. Food, clothing, housing, tuition, he had shouldered it all. But it's different now. Brother, with your SSS-level martial soul, the Education Bureau won't let a talent like you slip through their fingers. Subsidies and scholarships will roll in soon, and our days will only get better. Su Xiaoshuang's face was full of hope, her eyes shining with excitement. When I join the awakening ceremony next year and awaken my own SSS-level martial soul, the 2 of us siblings will dominate the Qingyun glory rankings. By then, we'll eat and drink to our heart's content, with power and prestige at our fingertips. Su Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think SSS-level martial souls are as common as cabbages? Just because you want one doesn't mean you'll get it. Brother, if you can awaken one, why can't I? Besides, I've been having this recurring dream lately, where I'm an unparalleled empress. Su Xiaoshuan's eyes shone with determination, as if she truly believed she was the reincarnation of an empress. Su Yuan's mouth twitched. The reincarnation of an empress. You've been reading too many novels. Get real. Brother, weren't you the one who used to hide under the covers reading novels? When Mom and Dad found out, they confiscated your phone. And you still have the nerve to criticize me? The siblings bantered back and forth as they ate, the atmosphere light and cheerful. After dinner and cleaning up, Su Yuan returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to sense the presence of his martial soul. Woof, woof, woof. The barking of a dog upstairs interrupted his focus. Su Yuan frowned. That dog upstairs was so annoying. Taking a deep breath, he ignored the irritating noise and continued to feel for his martial soul. With a thought, he summoned it. Roar! With a low growl, the gluttonous beast martial soul emerged from his body. A terrifying pressure spread instantly, causing all the animals in the neighborhood to tremble. Even the dog upstairs dared not bark again. Looking at the gluttonous beast that nearly filled his entire room, Su Yuan swallowed nervously and thought, can't this thing shrink a little? As if sensing his thoughts, the martial soul began to shrink. Smaller, smaller, smaller. He chanted in his mind. Soon, the gluttonous beast, which had filled the room, shrank to the size of his palm.
It hovered above his head, its greedy eyes fixed on Su Yuan, as if it were expecting something. Capable of devouring all things, absorbing anything infused with spiritual energy. He recalled the traits of the gluttonous beast martial soul. Unfortunately, the house was barren, without a single spiritual treasure in sight. For now, he could only make do. He retracted the martial soul into his body, his heart brimming with anticipation. The days ahead were sure to be extraordinary. The gluttonous beast martial soul is only one of the 10 ferocious beast martial souls. When my cultivation reaches its peak, I'll be able to wield the others too. Each of those martial souls is at least SSS level. When the 10 ferocious beast martial souls are unleashed, who would dare to challenge me? In this world, no one had ever possessed 10 martial souls. And certainly not all of them at SSS level. With dreams of a bright future, Su Yuan drifted into a deep sleep, his heart full of hope. Meanwhile, in another room, Su Xiaoshuan was sprawled out on her bed, resembling a starfish as she slept. Suddenly, she sat bolt upright. This empress is here, who dares defy me? A majestic aura radiated from her brows, as if she ruled the entire universe. But after glancing around and yawning, she lay back down, staring at the ceiling and recalling her dream. Recently, she'd been having the same dream over and over again. In the dream, she was an unparalleled empress, famed across the cosmos, ruling countless life-filled stars like Blue Star. With a single thought, she could decide the fate of billions. With a single thought, the sun and moon would dim, and stars would crumble. That kind of power and authority. It was beyond the imagination of any martial artist on Blue Star. She even felt that the so-called 10th level supremes were nothing compared to her. This feeling intoxicated her. But when she woke up, she was just the ordinary Su Xiaoshuang again. Aside from her beauty, there was nothing remarkable about her. Was it really just a dream? If it was, then it felt way too real. Su Xiaoshuang murmured softly. She yawned, her drowsiness making her eyes well up with tears. Not long after, soft snores escaped her as she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the alarm clock rang right on time. After getting out of bed, Su Yuan quickly prepared breakfast. He ate a portion himself, left another portion on the table for Su Xiaoshuang, and then called out to her, who was still lazing in bed, "I'm heading to school. Breakfast is on the table. Make sure to get up and eat. Bye-bye." Su Xiaoshuan lazily waved her hand without even opening her eyes. Su Yuan smiled helplessly and walked out the door. After getting on the bus, Su Yuan felt a growing sense of anticipation for today's classes. As per the usual practice, after awakening their martial souls, the teachers would begin teaching them the formal techniques of martial arts. This would be their first step into the world of martial arts and the journey to becoming true martial artists. As more and more people boarded the bus, Su Yuan was pushed into a corner. Suddenly, he noticed a girl nearby, her face as red as an apple. Next to her stood a delinquent-looking young man who was brazenly rubbing his thigh against the girl's backside. What the heck? What was this situation? A pervert on the bus? Ding! Faced with a pervert on the bus, you have the following choices. 1. Pretend you didn't see anything. Reward, 100 yuan. 2. Take the girl's place. Reward, 1,000 yuan. 3. Stand up for justice. Reward, 10,000 yuan and a healing potion. Seeing the three options appear before him, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. The first option was something he could completely ignore. 100 yuan might be a decent sum for a student like him, but it paled in comparison to the other two options. 1,000 yuan would be enough for him and Su Xiaoshuang to live on for more than half a month. And if it were 10,000 yuan, they wouldn't have to worry about their living expenses for the next few months, not to mention the healing potion on top of that. Without a second thought, Su Yuan quickly took out his phone and discreetly recorded the young man's actions. Then, he decisively moved to stand beside the girl. Just as the bus braked suddenly, causing many passengers to lurch forward, Su Yuan seized the moment to bump hard into the delinquent-looking youth, sending him flying. The young man landed heavily on the bus floor and, after getting up, angrily shouted at Su Yuan, "You little punk! You did that on purpose, didn't you? Do you have a death wish? For a creep like you, bumping into you is already letting you off easy," Su Yuan replied coldly. "Who are you calling a creep?" The young man's expression shifted, as though he suddenly realized something. "You. I'm talking about you," Su Yuan replied firmly. To his surprise, the girl stood up courageously and pointed at the young man, saying, "You were touching me just now." As soon as she said this, the surrounding passengers directed looks of disdain at the young man. His face turned bright red as he scrambled to defend himself. "That's nonsense. You don't have any proof. There are so many people on this bus, how could it have been me?"
Su Yuan pulled out his phone and said coldly, I recorded everything just now. I can call the police right now and have you arrested. Give me that phone.
The young man, enraged, lunged at Su Yuan, but Su Yuan grabbed his wrist, twisted it behind his back, and pinned him against the bus window, rendering him completely immobile.
The passengers couldn't help but exclaim, this young man is so strong. Could he be a martial artist?
At the mention of the word martial artist, the young man immediately began to beg for mercy. I'm sorry.
I won't do it again.
Su Yuan released him, and just then, as the bus stopped and some passengers disembarked, the young man took the chance to flee in disgrace.
Su Yuan didn't bother to chase after him.
He had classes to attend and no time to waste on further entanglements.
Ding! 10,000 yuan and a healing potion have been added to the system inventory.
Su Yuan smiled faintly.
In his mind, a game-like inventory appeared, allowing him to retrieve items with a mere thought. It was incredibly convenient.
More importantly, he noticed that his strength had significantly increased compared to the day before.
Is it because of the martial soul awakening? He wondered.
Awakening the martial soul was equivalent to having one foot in the martial arts world, and his was an SSS-grade martial soul at that.
Thank you, Su Shin.
The girl expressed her gratitude to Su Yuan. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned.
You're from Third High too?
Yes, she replied, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she looked at Su Yuan, as though she were meeting a superstar. No, she was even more thrilled than if she had met a superstar.
After all, the person before her was someone with an SSS-grade martial soul.
Given time, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the great Xia martial world.
What were those so-called celebrities compared to him? Sushin, can I take a picture with you? The girl asked eagerly.
Su Yuan hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. After taking the photo and chatting casually for a bit, they arrived at Third High. After getting off the bus, the girl quickly opened her social media and posted, "A beautiful day starts with bumping into Su Shin."
The post immediately garnered a flood of likes. It's Su Shin. So jealous. Which bus was it? I need every detail within a minute. I'm never driving my Porsche to school again. I'm taking the bus from now on. Su Yuan walked into the special class, which had only 2 students, himself and Luo Ching Snow.
Entering the classroom, he saw Luo Ching Snow reading a book by the
window.
The morning sunlight bathed her in a soft glow, as if wrapping her in a veil of light. Her graceful movements as she turned the pages were mesmerizing.
Looking at her, Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Though both were school beauties, Luo Ching Snow's temperament was leagues ahead of Liao Mei's.
As if sensing Su Yuan's gaze, Luo Ching Snow lifted her head and glanced at him. Then, she sat across from him, extended her hand, and said calmly, "Su Yuan, let's arm wrestle."
Su Yuan was taken aback. What kind of development was this? Ding! Faced with Luo Ching Snow's arm wrestling challenge, you have the following choices. 1. Refuse, and say, "Are you feeling alright?" Reward, 1,000 yuan. 2. Accept, and say, "You're overestimating yourself. With your tiny arms and legs, you think you can beat me?" Reward, 10,000 yuan. Was there even a choice? Looking at Luo Ching Snow's outstretched hand, Su Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. You're overestimating yourself. With your tiny arms and legs, you think you can beat me?
As soon as he finished speaking, 10,000 yuan was deposited into his inventory, making him inwardly ecstatic.
20,000 yuan earned in one morning. Who needed a part-time job anymore?
He could just stick to making choices like this. Hearing Su Yuan's dismissive words, Luo Ching Snow smiled faintly, then reached out and clasped his hand, ready to begin.
It was so soft. Su Yuan's mind wavered for a moment.
Her hand was soft, delicate, and slender, as if he could crush it with a single squeeze.
And yet, she wanted to arm wrestle him? Was she asking for humiliation? Begin! Bang! Su Yuan's hand was slammed onto the table in less than a second. He was stunned. What just happened?
Luo Ching Snow gazed at him indifferently and said, "You're weak."
I wasn't ready just now. Let's go again. Su Yuan rolled up his sleeves and got into position. This time, he was prepared and didn't lose as quickly. However, he only managed to hold out for less than 3 seconds before being defeated once again. He was dumbfounded. Luo Ching Snow looked so soft and frail, how on earth was her strength this immense? You should feel it after awakening your martial soul, right?
Your strength has increased quite a bit, Luo Qingshuo said calmly.
You too? That's right.
After my martial soul awakened, I felt much stronger this morning. It seems that my strength has increased more than yours.
Do you know why that is? Luo Qingshuo asked.
As the top student at Third High School, Su Yuan quickly figured out the key point and replied, martial souls are categorized into several types: combat, defense, support. Generally speaking, combat-oriented. Martial souls provide a greater boost to physical abilities after awakening. My martial soul leans more towards support, so while it does enhance physical strength, the effect isn't as obvious as yours.
The gluttonous beast, Tao Tai, could devour anything.
However, this ability was more reflected in cultivation efficiency.
That's exactly what I thought. If you already knew, why did you bother asking me? Just testing you. Hearing this, Su Yuan curled his lips. If anyone's testing, it should be me testing you, eternal second Luo. In every exam, Su Yuan consistently ranked first, with Luo Ching Snow coming in second. Because of this, she had earned the nickname Eternal Second. A vein above Luo Ching Snow's temple twitched. Annoyed, she wanted to hit him. Her physical strength was now superior to his. She should be able to win, right? Thinking this, Luo Ching Snow's fists itched to try. Su Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He swallowed nervously, stood up, and took 2 steps back. Why, you better not act rashly. I'll call for help. Go ahead, shout all you want, even if. Luo Ching Snow suddenly froze. What on earth was this cheesy line? With a soft snort, she was just about to act when the sound of clicking heels echoed from outside the door. Moments later, a stunning woman wearing glasses, black stockings, and high heels entered the classroom. The entire room fell silent at once. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the woman. Her presence was like a fierce storm, instantly sweeping through the classroom. Today's lesson begins now, she said softly. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze but carried an undeniable authority. Luo Ching Snow and Su Yuan exchanged glances, both thinking to themselves that this new teacher was no ordinary person. She seemed to have a hidden, formidable strength. The stunning woman paused when she noticed Luo Ching Snow, who seemed ready to make a move. Am I interrupting something? No, you're just in time. Su Yuan immediately stood up to greet her. Sister, I don't think I've seen you around school before. What brings you here? Sister? The corners of the stunning woman's mouth curled upward in a faint smile, her eyes gleaming with a hint of admiration. My name is Mu Qingkong. I was sent by the Education Bureau. Starting today, I am your new teacher. Mu Qingkong. You're Mu Qingkong? Luo Ching Snow exclaimed in shock. Oh, you know me? Not personally, but I've heard of you. You're the youngest star teacher in Qingyun City's Education Bureau, and one of the rare individuals with an S-rank martial soul. Luo Ching Snow said seriously. Su Yuan was equally stunned. An S-rank martial soul wielder, such individuals were all prodigies of their generation. So sister, is that amazing? You brat, why are you calling her sister over and over? I didn't realize you were such a sweet talker, Luo Ching Snow sneered coldly. Well, it's not like you've tried it yourself, Su Yuan shot back with a challenging look. You? Luo Ching Snow's face flushed red as she let out a soft snort. She thought to herself, Su Yuan has become so bold lately. Could it be that heartbreak has toughened him up? Alright, you two, enough fooling around. It's time to get serious, Mu Qingkong said, her expression turning stern. Both of you possess SSS-Rank martial souls, and the Education Bureau values you greatly. That's why I was assigned to guide you. Today, the first lesson I will teach you in martial arts is meditation and breathing techniques. This is the key to advancing as a martial artist. Meditation is used to sense the spiritual energy of the world, while breathing techniques draw that energy into the body and refine it into a martial artist's spiritual power. As she spoke, Mu Qingkong took a scroll of parchment out of her bag. She unfurled the parchment, revealing an ancient depiction of a divine figure. The figure was an unparalleled female sword immortal, holding a long sword under the moonlight. Her aura was cold, transcendent, and otherworldly. The martial arts meditation diagram. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. The martial arts meditation diagram was a treasure that helped martial artists meditate and perceive spiritual energy. The higher the quality of the diagram, the easier it was for martial artists to enter a meditative state. That's right. This is one of the most precious martial arts meditation diagrams in Qingyun City's Education Bureau. It's called the Moonlit Sword Immortal Diagram. The martial artist's essence imbued in this diagram can only be experienced by seeing it in person. You have 30 minutes to memorize this diagram, then begin meditating to sense the spiritual energy, Mu Qingkong instructed. Without another word, the two immediately began studying the Moonlit Sword Immortal Diagram. Half an hour later, after committing the diagram to memory, they sat cross-legged where they were and gradually entered a meditative state. Not long after, the principal of 3rd High School arrived. Teacher Mu, how are they doing? I can only say, as expected of SSS-rank martial soul possessors. They've entered a meditative state so quickly. You must understand, not everyone can memorize the moonlit
Sword Immortal diagram in half an hour and successfully meditate on it, Mu Qingkong said with a faint smile, clearly pleased with Su Yuan and Luo Ching Snow's performance. There's the martial artist's monthly exam in a month. I can't wait to see how these two perform, the principal said with a laugh.
1 month.
They should be able to reach the mid-tier of the first rank with ease, Mu Qingkong said thoughtfully. Martial artist ranks were divided into 10 tiers, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. To become a first-rank martial artist in 3 months was already considered
genius level. To achieve mid-tier in just 1 month, that was genius among geniuses.
With the support of their SSS-rank martial souls, Mu Qingkong felt confident in her assessment. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual and glanced at Su Yuan. Her expression shifted slightly.
Wait, what is happening?
Su Yuan was meditating on the moonlit Sword Immortal diagram, and the image of the Sword Immortal quickly took shape in his mind. He successfully entered a trance and began sensing the spiritual energy of the world.
It was like fine dust, omnipresent yet varying in density.
Next, I need to draw this spiritual energy into my body and refine it into my own spiritual power.
But how should I?
As Su Yuan pondered how to absorb the energy, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened within him.
Those were the greedy eyes of Tao Tai.
The beast opened its massive mouth, and a violent suction force erupted around him, pulling all the surrounding spiritual energy towards Su Yuan's body. As the energy flowed into him, the Sword Immortal in his mind began to wield her long sword rapidly. With every swing of the sword, the spiritual energy drawn into his body was continuously refined into spiritual power. The more energy he absorbed, the more it transformed.
This time, Su Yuan was no longer engaging in ordinary meditation.
He intended to transform spiritual energy into raw power, break through his limits, and become a true powerhouse. Under the moonlight, the Sword Immortal's speed with the blade grew faster and faster. The intertwining sword shadows created a dreamlike, ethereal realm. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as Su Yuan began absorbing spiritual energy, Mu Qingkong and the principal of Qingyun Third High School's faces changed drastically. They couldn't help but gasp.
This was too outrageous. Su Yuan's speed of energy absorption was simply unbelievable.
The surrounding spiritual energy surged madly towards Su Yuan like a tidal wave, forming a massive vortex of energy. Even the spiritual energy around Luo Ching Snow was forcefully drawn away by him.
No, it wasn't just Luo Ching Snow's energy. At this moment, across the entire Qingyun Third High, all the students who were meditating and absorbing spiritual energy could feel the energy that should have belonged to them rushing toward one single point, the area next to Su Yuan. What's happening? Where's my spiritual energy? Where did all my energy go? Why has it just vanished? What's going on?
Goodness, it seems like all the spiritual energy is being sucked up by someone else. The crowd exchanged confused and shocked glances. Who could possibly have the ability to absorb the entire school's spiritual energy all at once? Even the teachers abandoned their lessons and hurriedly followed the flow of energy to the special class, with students eagerly trailing behind.
It's the special class. Could this be the work of Su Xin and Luo Shen? No, look at Luo Shen. She's not meditating at all. It's only Su Xin absorbing the energy, it's entirely his doing. This guy, he's actually absorbing the entire school's spiritual energy all by himself? How are we supposed to cultivate like this? Su Xin, please, leave us some spiritual energy too. Please.
The crowd buzzed with discussions, their shocked gazes fixed on Su Yuan, who was still meditating. Even Luo Ching Snow, watching him, had a complex look in her eyes. She thought to herself, this guy's efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy is so outrageous. Even I, also an SSS grade martial soul owner, can't compare to him? No one knew how much time had passed. In Su Yuan's mind, the Sword Immortal under the moonlight continued to wield his sword relentlessly, as if determined to fully transform the spiritual energy into pure power. Su Yuan felt his body becoming somewhat bloated, so he stopped meditating. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a sea of faces staring intensely at him. Can someone explain to me what's going on? His mouth twitched as he looked at the crowd, utterly bewildered. Su Yuan, you can't stay in this school anymore, the third high principal said sternly. Su Yuan froze instantly. Principal, are you expelling me? No, the principal quickly shook his head, his face full of concern. How could I bear to expel someone like you? A genius like you, I need to treasure and support you. The principal quickly explained the events that had just transpired, and Su Yuan finally understood. So, it was because his efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy was so absurd that he ended up taking all the energy meant for others in the school. That was why they didn't want him staying here. But if he couldn't stay in school, where would he go to cultivate? At home? He didn't even have a teacher to guide him there. Su Yuan, your rate of energy absorption is too exaggerated. Regarding this matter, I'll report it to the Education Bureau and let the director decide. For now, just tell me, after absorbing so much spiritual energy, how do you feel? Mu Qingkong asked. Su Yuan felt the power coursing through his body and smiled slightly. I feel fantastic. My whole body is brimming with energy. Principal, please have someone bring the martial strength tester. Mu Qingkong said urgently. Understood. The principal nodded and immediately made the arrangements. Shortly after, a device resembling a weighing scale was brought over. Su Yuan stepped onto it, and with a flash of light, the display immediately showed all the data regarding his body, strength, bone density, muscle mass, and most importantly, his true chi level. The final comprehensive evaluation read, First rank warrior. The crowd collectively gasped. My goodness. Su Yuan has become a warrior? That was way too fast. This is just the first day of cultivation, and while we're still sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he's already a full-fledged warrior? Is this a joke? Su Shen, this is way too insane. The crowd's gazes towards Su Yuan were filled with envy and jealousy. Even Luo Ching Snow was stunned. She, too, possessed an SSS-grade martial soul, yet why did it feel like he was on a completely different level? Mu Qingkong's eyes gleamed with excitement. The gluttonous martial soul truly lives up to its name. Its cultivation speed is unmatched. Teacher Mu, Su Yuan's cultivation speed is so extraordinary. Isn't this gluttonous martial soul a bit too overpowered? Is this even normal? The third high principal couldn't help but question this seemingly abnormal progression. I've read some records about the gluttonous martial soul. Its most powerful trait is precisely its unparalleled cultivation speed. Especially in the early stages, it far surpasses cultivators of the same rank. Even other SSS-grade martial soul owners can't compete, Mu Qingkong explained. Doesn't that make it the strongest of all SSS-grade martial souls? No. In martial cultivation, speed isn't everything. Other aspects are equally critical, such as martial techniques. The gluttonous martial soul doesn't offer any special bonuses when it comes to cultivating techniques, putting it on par with ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the further one progresses in the martial path, the harder it becomes to advance. At times, breakthroughs rely not just on energy absorption speed, but also on opportunities, comprehension, and more. Historically, even those with the gluttonous martial soul have been surpassed by others, Mu Qingkong explained patiently. The crowd finally sighed in relief. Hearing Mu Qingkong's words, the gluttonous martial soul, while extraordinary, didn't seem entirely unbeatable. Even Luo Ching Snow secretly felt a bit better. As a fellow SSS-grade martial soul owner, she had been disheartened earlier, but now her confidence was slightly restored. Only Su Yuan himself knew. Was the gluttonous martial soul only overpowered in the early stages? Not at all. What they didn't know was that this level of martial soul, he had 9 more. When they awakened one by one, that would be truly outrageous and despair-inducing. Su Yuan had achieved the rank of a first-rank warrior on his very first cultivation attempt. Afterward, Mu Qingkong didn't dare let Su Yuan continue cultivating, as his practice would render everyone else in the school unable to cultivate. Su Yuan didn't plan to continue either. After all, there was a limit to how much spiritual energy a body could absorb in one session. Any excess would simply dissipate. He had already absorbed a massive amount of energy today, reaching the limit of his body's capacity. Only after refining the energy could he continue absorbing more. With the gluttonous martial soul, he was confident he'd refine it in no time. A first-rank warrior typically needs to absorb energy continuously for an entire day and night to reach their limit. You, on the other hand, hit the ceiling in less than an hour. Mu Qingkong couldn't help but marvel again at the gluttonous martial soul's power. Su Yuan scratched his nose, glanced at Luo Ching Snow, who was still meditating nearby, and then asked Mu Qingkong, Teacher, since I can't cultivate for now, what should I do next? Surely, you don't expect me to just sit and read books? I've memorized everything in the books, Su Yuan said helplessly. His original body was referred to as the God of Studies at 3rd High School for a reason. He had practically worn out the books by studying them to the extreme, committing almost everything to memory, a pinnacle of academic overachievement. Mu Qingkong thought for a moment and said, In that case, let me teach you a martial technique.
Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, finally. It's here. He knew he was about to gain an absolutely heaven-defying skill. For a martial artist, spiritual power and cultivation were undoubtedly important, but martial techniques were the foundation of survival. A martial artist without techniques could never be considered a true martial artist. The martial soul I awakened is a weapon-type soul blazing fire gauntlets. With a single thought, flames suddenly ignited around Mu Qingkong, and the fire gathered in her hands, transforming into a pair of iron gauntlets glowing with a red light. Ancient patterns flowed across the gauntlets, exuding an aura of antiquity and majesty. This is a fire attribute martial soul. As such, most of the martial techniques I practice are also fire attribute. Your Taotai martial soul, however, is non-attribute, meaning you can freely practice any martial technique. But non-attribute souls also come with their own shortcomings, Mu Qingkong said firmly. Su Yuan nodded. I understand. Come, let's head outside. Mu Qingkong led Su Yuan to the school field. Her gaze was sharp as she said, the martial technique I'm about to teach you is a D-grade technique called Blazing Impact Fist. Watch closely. Before her words had fully landed, she swung her fists, and flames erupted instantly. With a crisp shout, she launched a punch forward. Fire surged like waves, condensing into a massive fireball that roared out. In an instant, with a deafening explosion, the field was left with a several-meter-deep crater, its power rivaling that of a grenade. Guess how much strength I used for that punch? Mu Qingkong said with a faint smile. I don't know, Su Yuan replied, utterly stunned and deeply shaken. Mu Qingkong raised one finger, her expression calm yet confident. 10%. Su Yuan exclaimed, 10% strength is already this terrifying. If you used your full strength, wouldn't the entire field be obliterated? If I used full strength, the entire school wouldn't stand a chance, Mu Qingkong said nonchalantly, as if it were a matter of course. Su Yuan was instantly dumbfounded, waves of shock surging through his heart. How high was her cultivation, exactly? As far as he knew, even 6th-tier martial artists weren't this powerful. Could she be a 7th-tier Marquee? Hiss. So this was the strength of the Education Bureau's star teacher? Absolutely top-notch. Seeing the awe in Su Yuan's gaze, Mu Qingkong's vanity was greatly satisfied. She patted his shoulder lightly and smiled. Work hard. Someday, you'll reach my level. Su Yuan began practicing the blazing impact fist that Mu Qingkong taught him. Though this martial technique was only D-grade, mastering it was no easy feat after practicing all afternoon. Su Yuan could barely produce a spark, not even enough to light a cigarette. Compared to Mu Qingkong's massive craters, it was the difference between heaven and earth. However, Mu Qingkong was secretly impressed. I didn't expect this kid to have such talent in martial techniques. After just one afternoon, he's already starting to get the hang of it. She thought to herself that if he had a fire attribute martial soul, he might have already reached the minor accomplishment stage of the technique by now. The mastery levels for martial techniques, like martial soul rankings, were divided into 5 stages: surface, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, peak, and perfection. The higher the mastery, the more powerful the technique. Su Yuan, haste makes waste. Take a break, Mu Qingkong said softly. All right. Su Yuan nodded, taking the towel Mu Qingkong handed him to wipe the sweat off his face. He asked curiously, Teacher Mu, how long did it take you to learn this technique? 3 days. What? 3 days to reach minor accomplishment? No, 3 days to reach peak. Her words were like a bolt from the blue, and Su Yuan felt a wave of disappointment. He had practiced an entire afternoon without even grasping the basics, while Mu Qingkong had reached the peak stage in just 3 days. It was enough to make anyone jealous. Comparing oneself to others is truly maddening, he thought. I have an S-grade fire attribute martial soul, so naturally I learn fire attribute techniques faster than you. There's no need to compare yourself to me. You're doing quite well. I think within a month, you might achieve what I did in 3 days, Mu Qingkong said to comfort him. Thank you, I feel so comforted, Su Yuan replied, his mouth twitching slightly as he thought to himself, this is such a mixed feeling. The bell signaling the end of class rang. Su Yuan picked up his backpack and bid farewell to Mu Qingkong and Luo Ching Snow. Watching his departing figure, Mu Qingkong sighed. He's a good kid. Given time, he'll surely achieve great things. How long do you think it will take for him to become a Marquee? Luo Ching Snow asked eagerly. At the fastest, 3 years. At the slowest, 10. What about me? Luo Ching Snow asked, unwilling to accept it. You might need at least 10 years. Ugh, we're both SSS-grade martial souls. Why am I so far behind him?
Luo Ching Snow grumbled, unconvinced. His Taotai martial soul is quite unique. In the early stages, his cultivation speed is exceptionally fast. It's normal for him to surpass you in becoming a Marquee. However, aside from innate talent, cultivation also requires opportunities, resources, and even familial support.
Luo Ching Snow, you're the daughter of the Luo family.
I'm guessing your family has already prepared various martial resources
For you? With that backing, you might advance to Marquee faster than him. After all, Su Yuan is just a kid without any background.
Mu Qingkong's words were like a resounding slap, revealing the harsh truths of the martial world.
An SSS-grade martial soul is enough to make him a target for recruitment by many factions.
If he's willing, plenty of organizations would be glad to sponsor him, Luo Ching Snow said.
Ha,
but such sponsorships come with strings attached.
It'll depend on how he chooses, Mu Qingkong said, watching Su Yuan's retreating figure with a calm expression.
Just as Su Yuan stepped out of the school gates, a stretched luxury car pulled up in front of him. A man in a suit emerged from the car with a warm smile on his face. He walked up to Su Yuan and handed him a business card.
Hello, Su Yuan. I'm the chairman of Sancheng Group. We'd like to discuss your future academic prospects. If you're willing, Sancheng Group is prepared to fully sponsor your education. We'll cover all your expenses.
All we ask is that after graduation, you join us and work for at least 3 years. Su Yuan accepted the business card and instantly understood the situation. It was impossible to keep his SSS-grade martial soul a secret. Being approached by various factions and enterprises
was only to be expected.
However, Su Yuan was also keenly aware that accepting sponsorship from any faction would mean binding himself to them, making it difficult to break free in the future. Without much hesitation, he rejected the man in front of him. But just as he was about to leave, several other cars blocked his path.
Out stepped more people.
In suits, dignified elders, fashionable urban elites, and high-ranking corporate executives, all walking up to Su Yuan, handing him their business cards.
Su Yuan, we're from Zhaoyuan Enterprises. Student Su, we are from Celestial Gene Engineering. As long as you join us, all your future genetic potions will be fully covered by us. What genetic potions? Nothing compares to the elixirs from our Lao Jun Pharmaceuticals. Student Su, we are willing to provide you with all kinds of elixirs for your future cultivation journey.
Our Tianlei Martial Arts Academy can offer you access to various martial arts manuals. One renowned enterprise after another extended an olive branch to Su Yuan, creating a scene bustling with energy. This spectacle filled the eyes of the other students with envy and jealousy.
An SSS-grade martial soul ranking truly stands apart.
These corporations are some of the most prestigious in Qingyun City, and yet they're all here to recruit Su Xin. Just as everyone was marveling, suddenly, the sound of roaring engines echoed from above. A helicopter appeared in the sky above the crowd, and soon after, a figure leaped out of it. Gasps echoed among the crowd. This was a jump from 100 meters in the air. The figure landed steadily on the ground with a resounding thud, forming a crater in the earth. Yet he stood firm like a pine tree. It was a young man in his early 20s, sporting a buzz cut and dressed in a white shirt. He exuded a sharp, spirited aura and a commanding presence. He walked towards Su Yuan with a smile on his face.
Student Su, allow me to introduce myself.
I am from Zixiao Martial Arts Academy, and I've come specifically to invite you to join us. The mention of Zixiao Martial Arts Academy caused everyone to gasp in shock. Martial arts academies were one of the most common organizations in this martial society, but the top-tier academies were powerful enough to influence an entire city or even a nation. Zixiao Martial Arts Academy was one such top-tier powerhouse. It was the #1 martial arts academy in Qingyun City, renowned for its abundance of experts. Its headmaster was a rare 7th-rank Marquee-level powerhouse in the Great Xia Empire, known as Marquee Zixiao. A single command from him could send tremors through the entire Qingyun City. Joining Zixiao Martial Arts Academy could only be described with 4 words: rising to the top. Even Marquee Zixiao sent someone to recruit Su Xin. Now, the other recruiters stand no chance.
Who could dare compete with Marquee Zixiao for talent?
Exactly. If only I could join Zixiao Martial Arts Academy. I've heard that the entry requirements for Zixiao Martial Arts Academy are extremely stringent. One of them is becoming a 3rd-rank martial artist before the age of 25. That alone filters out a massive number of applicants.
But, isn't Su Xin not yet a 3rd-rank martial artist? Isn't that obvious? Su Xin has only just begun his cultivation journey.
There's no way he could have reached 3rd rank so soon.
But he's an SSS-grade martial soul.
Reaching 3rd rank before 25 is practically effortless for him. Even Zhixiao Martial Arts Academy had sent someone. A flicker of surprise flashed through Su Yuan's eyes as he thought to himself, it seems this situation is anything but simple. The buzzcut young man looked at Su Yuan, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smile. Our academy's master has said that if you join Zhixiao Martial Arts Academy, he is willing to take you on as his personal disciple. Hiss. As soon as he said this, a collective gasp filled the air. Becoming the personal disciple of a Marquee-level powerhouse was akin to gaining carte blanche in Qingyun City. Su Yuan felt a moment of hesitation, but just then, a new choice appeared before him. Faced with the invitation from Zhixiao Martial Arts Academy, you have the following options. Option 1, accept the invitation to join Zhixiao Martial Arts Academy and receive a reward of 1 million. Option 2, decline the invitation, forging your own unique martial path, and receive the reward of preemptively awakening one of the top 10 ferocious beast martial souls. This choice lit up his eyes. The allure of 1 million was tempting, but the reward for refusing stirred his blood even more. Preemptively awakening a ferocious beast martial soul meant he would gain immense power. Taking a deep breath, he decisively chose the second option. With an apologetic smile toward the buzzcut youth, he said, "Apologies, but I currently have no intention of joining any organization. I just want to focus on completing my studies so your trip won't be in vain." The buzzcut young man froze, utterly stunned. He had not expected to be rejected so easily. An invitation representing Zhixiao Martial Arts Academy, declined by a mere teenager, it was simply unfathomable. "Student Su, please reconsider," he urged anxiously. "My apologies, but I really must be heading back," Su Yuan replied with a faint smile, weaving through the crowd and boarding a nearby bus. At the school gate, surrounded by luxury cars and helicopters circling overhead, none of it compared to the warmth of the bus taking him home in Su Yuan's eyes. Everyone around exchanged bewildered looks, completely dumbfounded by the outcome. In the distance, Mu Qingkong witnessed the entire scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, this is too entertaining. Marquee Zhixiao being rejected by a teenager, what an incredible story. I've got to visit Zhixiao Martial Arts Academy tomorrow to see just how dark their expressions will be," she thought to herself with anticipation. When the bus reached its stop, Su Yuan disembarked and headed toward his neighborhood. Along the way, he suddenly felt a surge of new strength within him. It was another martial soul. He keenly sensed that this power was no weaker than the glutton martial soul. He wasn't sure exactly which martial soul it was, he'd need to summon it at home to find out. Woof woof woof. As he reached his doorstep, loud barking erupted from upstairs. Su Yuan shook his head helplessly. That annoying dog just won't stop. He had gone upstairs before to argue about it, but the property management had remained indifferent, leaving him frustrated and seething. When he got home, Su Xiaoshuan was sprawled on the bed playing games. Dinner was already prepared, with the dishes waiting for him to cook. Knocking on the door, Su Yuan asked, "Su Xiaoshuan, don't tell me you've been gaming all day?" "Of course not. I finished my homework ages ago," Xiaoshuan replied smugly, pulling her completed assignments out of the drawer for Su Yuan to check. Glancing over them, Su Yuan was surprised to find it was true. "You've become so self-disciplined?" "Of course. My brother is an SSS grade martial soul. I have to work hard too, or how will I keep up with you?" Determination sparkled in Xiaoshuan's eyes. Su Yuan patted her head. Good, keep it up." He busied himself cooking dinner, his mind still occupied with the events of earlier. After finishing the meal, the siblings sat together, chatting over their food. When Su Yuan mentioned rejecting Zhixiao Martial Arts Academy's invitation, Xiaoshuan's reaction was unexpectedly calm, showing no surprise at all. "Brother, if I had accepted Zhixiao Martial Arts Academy, our lives would certainly improve. Are you upset that I turned them down?" Su Yuan asked, somewhat puzzled. "Brother, what are you talking about? It's your decision, I'll always support you," Xiaoshuan replied firmly. In the warm atmosphere, the siblings continued enjoying their simple yet love-filled dinner. At that moment, Su Yuan silently vowed that his martial path would shine even brighter. Su Xiaoshuan said, then snorted, "Besides, isn't it just a small Zhixiao martial hall? When this empress awakens her martial soul, after cultivating for 2 or 3 years, I can crush them with one slap. Why should they refuse to accept my brother?" "Dong!" Su Yuan knocked on Su Xiaoshuang's head hard. "What nonsense are you spouting again? This empress? Stop reading those over-the-top novels." "No way. I'm proud of reading them." Su Xiaoshuang raised her small head proudly. Su Yuan sighed helplessly. In truth, he often secretly read those novels himself. Who was he to scold her? He suddenly thought of something and pulled out a bottle of potion. "This is for you."
Drink it after dinner. What is it? Healing potion. Hiss. Brother, since when did you have money to buy this kind of thing? You don't need to worry about that. Su Yuan smiled faintly. He couldn't exactly say it was a reward for a decision he made earlier today. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Who's there? The food delivery I ordered, Su Yuan said. He went out and brought in a whole roasted kiln chicken. I was worried you wouldn't eat enough, so I ordered a kiln chicken, Su Yuan explained. Su Xiaoshuang gasped. No way, a whole kiln chicken? Brother, did you rob a bank or something? Let's turn ourselves in. With your SSS-level martial soul, they'll go easy on you. What are you thinking about? Su Yuan smacked Su Xiaoshuang on the head again. Brother, if you keep hitting my head, I'm going to turn stupid. Su Xiaoshuang said pitifully. Are you eating this chicken or not? Yes. Su Xiaoshuang couldn't win against Su Yuan. She could only channel her frustration into her appetite, devouring most of the kiln chicken. Su Yuan only had a little before heading back to his room, reminding Su Xiaoshuang to drink the healing potion before he left. Inside his room, Su Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, eager to summon his new martial soul. Woof woof woof. The barking of a dog came from upstairs again. Su Yuan clenched his teeth in frustration. One day, I'll turn you into a pot of dog stew. Ignoring the noise, he focused on summoning his second martial soul. In the next moment, a majestic white tiger with a body as pure as snow appeared before him. The tiger's figure was regal and imposing, its snow-white fur gleaming. On its forehead was the character, King. Majestic yet terrifying, it radiated an unparalleled aura of ferocity. It was as though this beast controlled the essence of slaughter and destruction, a supreme predator unmatched in the world. Simultaneously, information about this martial soul flooded into Su Yuan's mind. White Tiger. One of the 10 great ferocious beasts, an SSS-level martial soul. Master of the power of slaughter. It enhances the user's martial techniques with an innate killing intent, multiplying their power. Furthermore, it can be summoned to fight, dominating heaven and earth with unrivaled combat strength. Su Yuan's heart burned with excitement, the roar of the white tiger resonating deep within his soul. It felt as though the entire world trembled in its wake. He knew this was the beginning of his rise. White Tiger. The embodiment of ultimate slaughter. I never expected it to be this legendary martial soul. On par with the gluttonous beast martial soul, the White Tiger soul had once dominated the history of Blue Star, subduing an entire era. It had countless followers and was even hailed as the supreme White Tiger. To this day, this martial soul remained one of the most famous and powerful figures in Blue Star's history. The gluttonous beast martial soul aids in absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation, while the White Tiger martial soul specializes in slaughter. The two complement each other perfectly. What a match made in heaven! Su Yuan's lips curved into a satisfied smile, his heart swelling with pride. As he admired the White Tiger martial soul, he noticed something. The dog upstairs had stopped barking. It was likely subdued by the White Tiger's overwhelming aura. This realization brought a faint smile to his lips. He willed the White Tiger to release a bit more of its aura. Instantly, an immense, murderous aura surged forth like a tidal wave. Though imperceptible to ordinary humans, this energy terrified the animals in the neighborhood. That night, the entire area was eerily silent. The dogs stopped barking, the cats stopped leaping, and even the mosquitoes vanished without a trace. At that moment, an excited cry came from the living room. Su Yuan hurried out, only to find Su Xiaoshuang standing up from her wheelchair, throwing her crutches aside, and hopping around joyfully. A quick glance at the empty potion bottle on the table told Su Yuan she had already consumed the healing potion. However, he hadn't anticipated the potion's effects to be so miraculous. Su Xiaoshuang had barely taken it, yet she was now bounding around exuberantly. He quickly stepped forward to steady her. Hey, little ancestor, you just recovered. Be careful not to hurt yourself again. Brother, I'm healed. Completely healed. Su Xiaoshuang's face beamed with excitement as she tore off the bandages on her legs to reveal flawless, snow-white feet. She even playfully stuck them out towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan slapped her foot away. Stop messing around. Since you're healed, you're going back to school tomorrow. Do you know how long you've been skipping classes? What? Oh no, my foot suddenly feels numb again. I might need a couple more days to rest, she said, feigning concern. Cut the act. You're going to school tomorrow. Su Yuan snorted, showing no mercy. The next day, Su Yuan got up to make breakfast and then took Su Xiaoshuang out. In the stairwell, he noticed a neighbor from upstairs holding a dog and crying uncontrollably. My dear Dabai, how could you leave me like this? Without you, how will I go on? A quick glance told Su Yuan it was the same dog that used to bark incessantly upstairs. How had it suddenly died? Wait, could it have been frightened to death by the white tiger's aura? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Feeling guilty, he cast a furtive glance at the grieving neighbor and hurried away with Su Xiaoshuang. That annoying dog barked all the time, and its owner never cared. Serves them right. Su Xiaoshuang said, clearly taking pleasure in the situation. Now the world is finally peaceful. Though she was reluctant to return to school, Su Xiaoshuang was thrilled to be outside after being cooped up at home since her injury. She was so cheerful that she stopped to sniff every flower along the way. Ah, this is the scent of freedom, Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed. Su Yuan led her onto the bus and personally escorted her to her classroom. In the hallway, they saw two tall students surrounding a timid girl with glasses. The girl looked terrified. Su Xiaoshuang immediately rushed forward. You two again? Bullying Xiaoyu? Don't you know she's under my protection? She shouted. The two high school boys froze at her appearance. One of them sneered, Su Xiaoshuang, mind your business. We're just borrowing her homework to copy. Get lost. Can't you see she doesn't want to? Su Xiaoshuang stood firmly in front of the girl, refusing to back down. At this moment, Su Yuan faced a choice. Confronted with this instance of school bullying, you have the following options. 1. Turn a blind eye. No rewards. 2. Stand up for your sister. Reward, martial technique enlightenment card. Without hesitation, Su Yuan chose the second option. He walked over to Su Xiaoshuang's side, looking at the two tall boys. Calmly, he asked, what do you plan to do to my sister? You're Su Shin? One of the boys recognized Su Yuan, his face turning pale with fear. Su Yuan's reputation at school was no joke. As an SSS-level martial soul user, he was someone no one dared to provoke. Let's go, let's go. The two boys didn't linger for a second longer, fleeing in haste. Ding! Martial skill enlightenment card has been distributed. Receiving the reward, Su Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart and made a victorious gesture. He turned to Su Xiaoshuang, his tone firm, study hard. I know, gee, just go to your class. Su Xiaoshuang waved her hand impatiently. Su Yuan nodded and walked away directly. Beside Su Xiaoshuang, the girl with glasses watched Su Yuan's departing figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiaoshuang, your brother is so handsome. Of course. Who else's brother would he be? Su Xiaoshuang replied smugly. Can you give me his WeChat? No way. Su Xiaoshuang refused without hesitation. Why not? Xiaoyu, didn't you hear what my brother said? Study hard, don't think about all that nonsense, Su Xiaoshuang said with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had arrived at the special class. Luo Ching Snow was already there, sitting quietly in meditation. She was deep in her practice, but as she sensed Su Yuan's arrival, she opened her eyes, a hint of complexity flashing in her gaze. Su Yuan, why did you reject the Zishao Martial Hall yesterday? I rejected it because I wanted to. Why ask why? Su Yuan replied casually. Do you know that after you left yesterday, the people from Zishao Martial Hall didn't leave? Instead, they accepted a few students from 3rd High, Luo Ching Snow said, her tone taking on a serious edge. Oh? Who did they take in? Su Yuan asked curiously. Liao Mei and Lu Ziang, Luo Ching Snow replied. Liao Mei has an S-grade martial soul. It's no surprise that Zishao Martial Hall would accept her. But Lu Ziang, with just an A-grade martial soul? They accepted him too? Su Yuan frowned. The Lu family has a partnership with Zishao Martial Hall. Taking in Lu Ziang makes sense. Besides, an A-grade martial soul is still quite impressive, Luo Ching Snow explained. An A-grade martial soul was already a dream for ordinary people. Only a handful globally, like Su Yuan and Luo Ching Snow, possessed the rare SSS-grade martial souls. I see. Su Yuan stopped paying attention to Liao Mei and Lu Ziang, instead shifting his focus to his own cultivation. As soon as he sat down, the surrounding spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, rushing toward him relentlessly. Luo Ching Sno's lips twitched, and she thought to herself, here we go again. In other classrooms, the students also noticed the sudden depletion of spiritual energy. They naturally understood that Su Yuan was cultivating again and gave up their own attempts at cultivation. The principal of 3rd High glanced helplessly in the direction of the special class, shook his head, and walked into the broadcasting room to make an announcement. Attention, everyone. Su Yuan is currently cultivating. Please temporarily halt your absorption of spiritual energy and wait until he's finished. Repeating, Su Yuan is currently cultivating. Please temporarily halt your The announcement left everyone speechless, their hearts filled with mixed emotions.
Having someone's cultivation announced to the entire school, asking everyone else to stop, there really was no one else like him.
In class 2-1.
Hearing the school broadcast, Su Xiaoshuang's face lit up with pride.
She turned to her classmates and declared smugly, "Do you know who Su Yuan is?
That's my brother."
Her classmates looked at her with envy.
"Xiaoshuang, your brother is amazing. I'm so jealous you have a brother like that.
He's an SSS grade martial soul, that's absolutely incredible."
Many secretly resolved to build a good relationship with Su Xiaoshuang. Even the teacher's gaze toward her softened significantly.
Time ticked by.
By now, Su Yuan had been cultivating for over an hour. Only when his body felt saturated with spiritual energy did he stop.
The spiritual energy
across the school had become thin due to his absorption.
Several teachers, sensing the depletion, couldn't help muttering inwardly, "Monster. Are you done cultivating?" Luo Ching Snow asked quietly from the side.
Su Yuan rubbed his nose. "I'm done, you can continue cultivating.
By the way, why hasn't Teacher Mu shown up yet today?"
"I don't know," Luo Ching Snow shook her head. Then she added, "But she did say yesterday that she was going to Zishao Martial Hall to see how Marquee Zishao reacted to being rejected."
"Ah, that."
Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Mu Qingkong to have the audacity to watch a Marquee-level powerhouse's reaction to rejection. Since Mu Qingkong wasn't around, Su Yuan decided to practice martial skills on his own.
He sensed his internal energy and found it still at
the first tier lower grade. But he knew it was unrealistic to expect a meteoric rise after only 2 days of cultivation. It would defy reason. He went to the training grounds to practice the D-grade martial skill, Blazing Flame Fist. Yet after half an hour, his progress was minimal, showing that he lacked major talent in martial skills. Frustrated, he suddenly remembered the martial skill enlightenment card he'd received earlier.
With a thought, he retrieved the silver transparent card and asked, "System, how do I use this?" The system replied calmly, "Crush it." Without hesitation, Su Yuan crushed the card.
In the next moment, it dissolved into sparkling fragments and merged into his body. He didn't feel any immediate changes, but he suspected it might only work during martial skill practice. He resumed practicing Blazing Flame Fist and immediately noticed the difference. The intricacies of the technique became clear to him in no time. From grasping the basics to achieving minor success, then mastery, and finally perfection, all within moments. In the blink of an eye, he had perfected Blazing Flame Fist.
He threw a punch. Flames burst forth from his fist, slamming into the ground and creating a deep crater with blazing embers. Not far away, the school principal gasped, how can his martial skill be this powerful?" Su Yuan's punch had nearly reached the level of a first-tier high-grade martial artist. The shocking part was that he had only just become a first-tier lower-grade martial artist yesterday. Could it be martial skill perfection?
The principal was bewildered. Martial skills distributed to students were basic ones.
How had Su Yuan perfected his so quickly? "I taught him that martial skill."
At this moment, Mu Qingkong approached slowly, her gaze complex as she looked at Su Yuan.
"I just taught it to him yesterday." She was stunned.
Taught yesterday, perfected today? This was simply beyond belief. Mu Qingkong walked up to Su Yuan and said seriously, "Su Yuan, try punching me once."
Isn't that inappropriate?" Su Yuan hesitated. "Don't worry. With your current level, you can't hurt me."
"Go ahead, use all your strength," Mu Qingkong encouraged.
"All right then, forgive me, Teacher Mu."
Su Yuan steeled himself and unleashed his full power with a punch aimed at Mu Qingkong.
Boom!
The punch struck her chest, flames roaring to life. Yet Mu Qingkong stood firm, unmoving, as she nodded slightly. Indeed, this is the power of martial skill perfection.
"But, young man, where exactly are you aiming?"
With a faint ripple of energy, she sent Su Yuan stumbling back 2 steps. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a slight tremor in her chest. He quickly shook his head, forcing inappropriate thoughts out of his mind.
Blazing Flame Fist may be a D-grade skill, but perfecting it in just 1 day?
That's extraordinary.
How did you do it? Mu Qingkong asked curiously.
"I just practiced and suddenly mastered it," Su Yuan replied vaguely, knowing he couldn't reveal the existence of the system. Mu Qingkong pondered for a moment, then her eyes lit up.
"I see. You must have had an epiphany." "Epiphany?
Oh, yes, that's it, an epiphany." Su Yuan nodded, secretly delighted in his heart.
It seemed the effect of the enlightenment card was extraordinary indeed.
It said that some people can experience an epiphany while practicing martial techniques, making rapid progress overnight.
However, such opportunities are incredibly rare. Even for me, I've only had one epiphany in my life. Mu Qingkong clicked his tongue in amazement. And yet, on your first day practicing martial techniques, you managed to enter a state of epiphany. Your luck is unparalleled. Yeah, it seems so. By the way, there's one more thing to inform you. Due to the special nature of your Taodai martial soul, the Education Bureau has specially prepared a martial artifact for you. As Mu Qingkong spoke, he retrieved a necklace. The necklace was entirely silver white, embedded with a dazzling blue gemstone. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. A martial artifact, as the name suggested, was a tool designed to serve martial arts. There were offensive, defensive, and auxiliary types. This necklace was undoubtedly an auxiliary martial artifact. Even the most basic martial artifacts were astonishingly expensive, starting in the tens of millions. And the Education Bureau had actually provided him with such a treasure? This is a martial artifact, the Blue Spirit Necklace. It contains a vast amount of spiritual energy, which you can directly absorb during your cultivation. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the necklace can replenish itself as it's consumed. This artifact will suffice for you until you advance to rank 3. Mu Qingkong handed the necklace to Su Yuan. Beside them, the principal of 3rd High School couldn't help but show a trace of envy in his eyes. Even he had never been equipped with such an auxiliary artifact. The Education Bureau is actually providing a student with an artifact? This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. It seems they're placing great importance on an SSS-level martial soul. I won't let the Education Bureau down. Su Yuan took a deep breath, put on the necklace, and felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. Very well. Let's begin today's lesson. What are we learning today? Combat training. Mu Qingkong said flatly. Before he even finished his sentence, his fist was already flying straight toward Su Yuan's head. Su Yuan couldn't dodge in time and let out a cry of pain as he felt his forehead take a heavy blow, swelling up instantly. Combat training is the most important course for martial artists. Only through real combat can a martial artist fully utilize what they've learned. Without any combat experience, no matter how high one's cultivation is, they're nothing but a waste. As Mu Qingkong lectured, he continued to attack Su Yuan. Su Yuan dodged desperately on the training field, looking utterly disheveled. Is dodging all you can do? Teacher Mu, this is bullying. Nonsense. I've already suppressed my cultivation to rank 1. We're on equal footing. Fine, then, teacher, take this. Su Yuan mustered all his strength to unleash his newly learned blazing fist, striking fiercely at Mu Qingkong. Unfortunately, while his technique was perfect, his lack of combat experience left him vulnerable, and it didn't take long for Mu Qingkong to completely overpower him. Your punches are too slow. Why are you throwing such wide punches? You're practically inviting death. Lift your legs higher. Ha, did you skip breakfast? Your punches are so weak. On the training field, Mu Qingkong showed no mercy as he drilled Su Yuan relentlessly. For his first time in combat training, Su Yuan was beaten black and blue, silently crying out in his heart, "This teacher is way too harsh." Some students passing by shivered at the sight, muttering, "Even Su Shin is getting beaten so badly. If it were us, we'd probably be half paralyzed." But Su Yuan knew deep down that only through such grueling training could he become a true powerhouse. Su Yuan endured a whole morning of being thrashed, leaving many students with a lasting psychological scar regarding combat training. However, they later learned that only Su Yuan's combat lessons were this harsh. For someone as talented as Su Yuan, it was only natural to hold him to a higher standard. Anything less would be a waste of his potential. By the end of the day, Su Yuan was sore all over, grimacing with every step. After school, Su Xiaoshuan came to the training field and saw her brother covered in bruises. Feeling heartbroken, she glared fiercely at Mu Qingkong. "Teacher, you're too much. If anything happens to my brother, I won't let you off the hook." Mu Qingkong raised an eyebrow, amused. A little girl daring to talk to her like this? Interesting. She approached Su Yuan, pulled out a bottle of healing potion, and offered a charming smile. "This is a healing potion. It'll help you recover quickly. Tomorrow, we'll continue training." Su Yuan couldn't help but shiver, thinking, "Wow, a carrot and stick approach, huh?" Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Faced with the grueling combat training, you have the following choices. Option 1, refuse. Skip combat training, let someone else take your place. Reward, 100,000 yuan and a crate of soda. Option 2, face it head-on. A sharp sword is forged through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Without enduring the trials of combat, how can one become a true powerhouse? Reward, combat experience card. Experience card? Without hesitation, Su Yuan chose the second option. For his future, he would never give up. "See you tomorrow," he said as Mu Qingkong patted him on the shoulder with a smile. At home, Su Yuan drank the healing potion. Instantly, his fatigue vanished at a visible rate and the bruises faded away. The potion's effects were outstanding. It had to be high grade. Combined with today's martial artifact, the Education Bureau had indeed invested heavily in him. It made sense. On an entire planet, there were only a handful of SSS-level martial souls. Once fully developed, they'd become the backbone of Daxia. How could they not invest in him? He took out the combat experience card, crushed it, and suddenly, the day's combat training replayed in his mind. His combat experience grew exponentially. In just a short moment, he felt as if he'd become a battle-hardened warrior. So that's it. If I throw my punch like this, Teacher Mu won't be able to counterattack. At most, she can block. He replayed the combat scenes in his mind, silently analyzing and summarizing. That kick was perfectly executed. This move wasn't bad either. The next day, Su Yuan returned to school. Mu Qingkong was already waiting for him, cracking her knuckles with a playful smile. "Ready to get beaten again?" Su Yuan smiled faintly. "Teacher Mu, you'd better be careful. Today, I'm not the same as yesterday. I've improved." "Oh? How much could you possibly improve in a day?" Mu Qingkong shook her head, thinking to herself that he was overly confident. It seemed she'd have to go harder today to show him the gap between them. Whoosh! She dashed forward, throwing a sharp punch. But in the next second, Su Yuan crossed his arms and blocked it. Mu Qingkong was stunned. "You blocked it?" Immediately after, Su Yuan counterattacked. His punches and kicks were swift and powerful, and his blazing fist was executed flawlessly. His combat experience was worlds apart from the day before. After just a dozen moves, Mu Qingkong found herself unable to gain the upper hand. How did this guy's combat experience improve so quickly? Mu Qingkong was utterly shocked. In just one day, he had mastered the blazing fist to perfection. And now, another day later, his combat experience had advanced several levels. This genius? No. He's a monster. An absolute prodigy. Mu Qingkong's heart was in turmoil, but alongside the shock was immense joy. She could foresee that in a few years, Daxia would have another king-level powerhouse. Or perhaps even a 9th-tier emperor. As for the 10th-tier supreme, though the thought crossed her mind, she didn't believe he could reach such heights in the short term, at least not within the next 20 years. Good. Su Yuan, keep going. Mu Qingkong encouraged, her tone full of praise as she launched another attack at Su Yuan. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the special training class, Luo Ching Snow stood watching Su Yuan exchange blows with Mu Qingkong, her gaze filled with a mix of emotions, amazement, envy, and an unwillingness to accept her own shortcomings. "I never thought he would improve this quickly," she thought to herself. "If I continue to follow the orthodox path of cultivation, I fear I'll be left far behind." Luo Ching Snow murmured softly as she picked up her phone to make a call. "Miss, do you have instructions for me?" came a respectful voice from the other end of the line. "I heard that Lao Jun Pharmaceuticals is about to release their latest batch of foundation pills. Help me secure as many as you can. Miss, each of those foundation pills costs at least $1 million. Money is not an issue. The Luo family doesn't lack money." Understood. After ending the call, Luo Ching Snow's determined gaze returned to the training field, locking onto Su Yuan. A glimmer of fighting spirit danced in her eyes. "Su Yuan, I won't always be second best to you. I'll show you the power of wealth." Time passed, and Su Yuan's training with Mu Qingkong became increasingly intense. Over the next half-month, Su Yuan spent his days sharpening his combat skills with Mu Qingkong at school and his nights immersed in cultivation with the help of the Blue Spirit Necklace. His progress was astonishing. Within just 2 weeks, he had reached the level of a beginner mid-tier martial artist. One day, as usual, Su Yuan was taking the bus home. Suddenly, the bus came to an abrupt halt. The force of the stop caused all the passengers to lurch forward. Instinctively, Su Yuan held onto Su Xiaoshuan tightly to protect her. "Hey! What kind of driving is that? Driver, what's going on?" The passengers, disoriented and bruised, were just about to direct their anger at the driver when the scene outside silenced them. A massive, jet-black rat had emerged from the ground not far ahead. The rat was several meters tall, its blood-red eyes radiating malice. It exuded a suffocating aura of hostility as it charged directly at the bus, flipping it over in a single strike. "It's a first-tier beast, a blood demon rat. Run! Run for your lives!" Panic erupted among the passengers. Everyone scrambled to escape,
but the bus had been overturned and the doors were jammed shut. They were forced to squeeze through the only exit available, but the chaos slowed their escape. Su Yuan shattered a window with his fist, quickly lifting Su Xiaoshuan through it. "Get out first," he told her, and immediately followed, the two of them leaping off the bus and sprinting into the distance.
"Someone save my child." A woman's desperate cry came from within the bus.
Her child was trapped under a seat, unable to move. It wasn't just her, several elderly passengers and women were also trapped inside.
The blood demon rat was inching closer to the bus.
Su Yuan found himself torn.
"Brother, why are you hesitating? Run! You're just a newly minted martial artist, you can't possibly take on a beast. Don't be reckless." Su Xiaoshuang
pleaded, her voice urgent. Though she wasn't heartless and cared about the lives on the bus, she wouldn't hesitate to prioritize her brother, her only family. Just then, a clear chime echoed in Su Yuan's mind.
Ding! Faced with lives about to be lost to the beast, you have the following choices. 1. Turn a blind eye and flee. Reward, 1 bottle of healing potion. 2. As a martial artist, you are bound to protect the weak. Stand up and draw the beast away. Reward, 10 bottles of healing potion. 3. A mere rat demon? How dare it act up in my presence? Teach it a lesson and slay the blood demon rat. Reward, 1 bottle of advanced genetic serum.
Su Yuan's eyes grew resolute, and an unyielding determination ignited in his heart.
3 choices, 3 rewards.
The most lucrative was, of course, the third option, the advanced genetic serum. Its value was rumored to exceed 10 million. Consuming it could improve one's genes and enhance cultivation.
It could cure ailments, strengthen the body, and even extend one's lifespan. Su Yuan swallowed hard, his gaze shifting back to the blood demon rat. He took a deep breath. The rewards didn't matter. What mattered was that he couldn't leave these people to die. If he lacked the power to help, perhaps he could walk away guilt-free. But now, as a martial artist with the ability to intervene, there was no way he could turn his back. As a martial artist, it was his duty to eliminate beasts and protect the people. Taking a decisive step forward, he made his choice. "Brother!"
Su Xiaoshuan shouted anxiously, tears welling in her eyes.
"Xiaoshuan, go! Your brother will come back."
Su Yuan called back as he sprinted toward the blood demon rat.
Watching his retreating figure, Su Xiaoshuan's tears fell. "Why? Why are you always like this? Dad was like this, and now you too. Why don't you ever think about me?"
In front of the overturned bus, the blood demon rat advanced steadily. Drool dripped from its gaping maw as it eyed the passengers inside, savoring them like a feast.
"We're doomed. We're all going to die. Mommy, I'm scared."
The bus filled with cries of despair. Just as the blood demon rat lunged at the bus, a figure stepped in front of it. Planting his feet firmly, he clenched his fists, flames igniting as he unleashed a powerful punch.
It was the blazing fist. "Beast! Get away from them!"
His flame-imbued fist slammed into the blood demon rat's chest. The creature let out a pained howl as its massive body was sent flying, tumbling across the ground multiple times. The passengers inside the bus watched in astonishment, a glimmer of hope lighting up their faces.
"A martial artist! A martial artist has come to save us."
Relief washed over them, but it was short-lived.
The blood demon rat, though knocked down, began to rise again, growling menacingly at Su Yuan. Su Yuan's expression hardened. As expected of a beast. Even the weakest of them have such tough hides. Beasts, like martial artists, were classified into 10 tiers. However, even the weakest first-tier beasts had incredibly durable bodies, with strength and speed far surpassing that of an ordinary martial artist. Typically, beasts held the upper hand against martial artists of the same tier. To kill a first-tier beast without difficulty, one usually needed to be at least a second-tier martial artist. For a first-tier martial artist to face a beast of the same tier, the odds were not in their favor. And as far as Su Yuan knew, the blood demon rat before him was a mid-tier first-level beast. Killing it would require at least a high-tier first-level martial artist. But Su Yuan had just advanced to a mid-tier first-level martial artist. Although his gluttony martial soul was formidable, its strength lay in supporting cultivation, not in direct combat. But I am not limited to just the gluttony martial soul. Su Yuan took a deep breath. He wasn't reckless. If he didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't have acted rashly. He still had an ace up his sleeve. White Tiger martial soul, it's your turn. Su Yuan focused his mind and connected to the power of the White Tiger martial soul within him. Instantly, a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted from his body. This aura enveloped him entirely, making him appear like a humanoid beast. The blood demon rat, sensing the threat, hesitated and dared not approach. But since it didn't attack, Su Yuan certainly wouldn't hold back. Beast, watch as I destroy you. He charged toward the blood demon rat, unleashing his blazing fire fist once again. Both fists were engulfed in domineering flames. This time, however, the power of his attack was entirely different from before. With the enhancement of the white tiger's killing intent, his strength had doubled. Boom! His punch landed, and though the blood demon rat raised its claws to block, they were forcefully shattered. The terrifying power continued, slamming directly into its chest. With a loud bang, a massive bloody hole appeared in the chest of the blood demon rat. Su Yuan's eyes revealed a hint of joy. So strong! But in the next second, the blood demon rat's body suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Shattered limbs and fragments of internal organs scattered everywhere. Blood splattered onto Su Yuan, staining his clean, white school uniform with crimson filth. Su Yuan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This punch didn't just pierce through the blood demon rat's chest. It had completely obliterated its entire body. The power of the white tiger martial soul is truly terrifying. Su Yuan stared at his fists, both shocked and exhilarated. Right now, he was only at the first-tier middle-grade level, yet with the help of the white tiger martial soul, he could unleash such power. If his level were to rise further, how overwhelming would he become? Power. This was what it felt like to wield true power. Brother! A voice called out from not far away. It was Su Xiaoshuang. The girl, worried about Su Yuan, hadn't gone far. She had witnessed the shocking scene of him punching the blood demon rat to death and was left utterly stunned, her mouth agape. Covered in blood, Su Yuan turned toward her voice, flashing a brilliant smile. Xiaoshuang, was that punch cool or what? Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps, as loud as thunder, echoed through the air. A figure sped onto the scene with astonishing swiftness. Wearing a white shirt that outlined her graceful figure and sun-kissed skin, her well-defined muscles made her look like a goddess of the battlefield. In her hands, she carried a black rod taller than herself. "Where's the beast?" she shouted, her gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings as if searching for her prey. Her eyes quickly locked onto Su Yuan, who was drenched in blood. She rushed over to check him. "Kid, are you injured?" "Wait, no." She suddenly realized something, and a peculiar smile appeared on her face. "This isn't human blood, it's the beast's blood. Did you kill it?" Su Yuan nodded confidently. "Yes." "Which hunting team are you with?" A flash of surprise crossed her eyes. Hunting teams, as the name implied, were specialized groups tasked with hunting beasts and maintaining city security. Every city had its own hunting teams. "I'm not part of any hunting team," Su Yuan replied calmly, shaking his head. "I'm a student at Third High." "A student?" The woman was momentarily dumbfounded, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. "Are students these days so impressive that they can take down a beast alone?" "Big sister, since your hunting team is here, I'll take my leave." Su Yuan felt no need to linger, as the battle with the blood demon rat was already over. He turned and left with Su Xiaoshuang, his demeanor as carefree as the wind, carrying an air of mystery as he concealed his name and deeds. The woman scratched her head, watching Su Yuan's retreating figure. A playful smile tugged at her lips. "What a peculiar little fellow. But no matter, we'll meet again." Her gaze shifted to the remains of the blood demon rat scattered on the ground. A trace of admiration flickered in her eyes, and the smile on her lips deepened. If this really was his doing, then he's quite remarkable. Just as Su Yuan was about to leave with Su Xiaoshuang, a woman holding a child approached him and bowed deeply. "Thank you so much for saving us," she said, her voice full of gratitude. "Big brother, thank you. I want to be strong like you when I grow up," the child said in a soft, innocent voice, their eyes brimming with admiration. Su Yuan wanted to reach out and pat the child's head, but noticing the blood covering him, he withdrew his hand and smiled. "Study hard and do your best." After slaying the beast, Su Yuan left with Su Xiaoshuang, leaving a dashing figure behind like a wandering hero who carried his deeds in silence. However, on their way back, Su Xiaoshuang remained silent, her expression filled with lingering fear. When they returned home, Su Yuan emerged from the shower to find her sitting on the sofa, secretly wiping away tears. His heart tightened, and he immediately went over to comfort her. "Xiaoshuang, what's wrong? Are you still scared?" "No," she said softly, her voice heavy with sorrow. "I was just thinking about Dad." Su Yuan froze momentarily, recalling the loss of their father years ago. Back then, their father had also been a warrior, facing beasts without hesitation and ultimately sacrificing himself to save others. In the silence, Su Yuan realized that today's events had brought back painful memories for Su Xiaoshuang. "Brother, you're just like Dad, you're both fools. Why do you have to care about others? What if something happened to you? Would you leave me alone?
Su Xiaoshuang's eyes turned red as she looked at him, her emotions surging.
Su Yuan was taken aback. Gently, he patted her head and said earnestly, "How could I not think about you, Xiaoshuan? Whether it's me or Dad, family always comes first. But today, I had no choice. Those people, like you, also have brothers, sisters, and families. Behind them are warm homes just like ours. What does that have to do with us?" Su Xiaoshuang muttered reluctantly. "Xiaoshuang, if everyone thought that way, humanity would have been wiped out long ago." Su Yuan's tone was firm. "The reason we can live
safely in Xingyun City is because our predecessors fought with their blood and lives. We don't expect anyone to be completely selfless. But at the very least, when faced with danger, we should step up.
If everyone turned a blind eye, humanity would eventually be destroyed by the beasts. Eliminating the beasts is everyone's responsibility. It's a duty that every warrior and every person should bear." Su Xiaoshuang fell silent, her heart conflicted. She understood she was being selfish, but she didn't want Su Yuan to take risks. She was terrified that one day, he might meet the same fate as their father. He was her only family. "You're a good girl, I know you understand what I'm saying." Su Yuan smiled and comforted her. "But I also know you're worried about me.
I promise you, I'll never recklessly endanger myself.
No matter what happens, my safety will always come first. Look at today's blood demon rat, it wasn't even a match for me.
I took it down with one punch. There was no danger at all. I only acted because I was confident in my strength." Su Xiaoshuang's expression finally eased, her eyes filled with admiration.
"Brother, you were amazing today. You've only been a warrior
for a few days, and you're already able to take down a blood demon rat in seconds.
Is the SSS grade martial soul really that strong?"
"Of course," Su Yuan grinned proudly, feeling a surge of pride. It seemed her mood had finally been soothed. Then, he took a bottle of advanced genetic potion out of his pocket. The light blue liquid shimmered with a mysterious luster under the light, as if it contained boundless power.
"This is my first time using an advanced genetic potion.
I hope it doesn't disappoint me," Su Yuan thought silently. Instead of using it all by himself, he poured half of it out for Su Xiaoshuang. Although she had not awakened her martial spirit yet, the potion could still strengthen the body and prolong life for ordinary people. Naturally, he wanted her to try it as well. "This is a supplement I bought," Su Yuan said casually. Su Xiaoshuang didn't doubt him and drank it along with him. As the genetic potion entered his body, Su Yuan immediately felt his spiritual energy slowly increase. The effect was more significant than 10 days of cultivation, bringing him another step closer to becoming a first-tier top-grade martial artist. "Xiaoshuang, how do you feel?" he asked with concern.
Su Xiaoshuang smacked her lips as if savoring the taste. "Do you have more?
Besides the taste, do you feel your body getting stronger?"
Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself, "This is an advanced genetic potion. A single bottle costs at least 10 million.
"Well, I don't feel anything special." Su Xiaoshuang shook her head, looking a bit disappointed.
Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, puzzled. Why is there no effect on her? Could it only work for martial artists?
However, seeing that she wasn't experiencing any discomfort, he comforted himself.
Perhaps the genetic potion would subtly change her physique over time.
After all, she wasn't a martial artist yet and couldn't perceive the changes in spiritual energy as keenly as he could.
That night, Su Yuan's heart was filled with anticipation and hope. The siblings ordered takeout.
For Su Yuan, who now had tens of thousands in cash, ordering takeout was no longer a luxury but a regular part of life.
After the beast attack, he no longer had the mood to wield a knife in the kitchen.
He knew the key to survival was quickly restoring his strength, and takeout was the best choice. After dinner, the siblings returned to their respective rooms. Su Yuan closed his eyes and continued meditating and cultivating. The speed at which his gluttonous martial spirit devoured spiritual energy amazed him. But he had gradually gained control over this power, preventing any commotion that might attract attention. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoshuang, feeling drowsy after eating, went back to her room and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Su Xiaoshuang dreamed again. In her dream, she was still the cosmic empress, but this time, she faced an unprecedented crisis. She was surrounded and attacked by several equally powerful emperor-level beings. The battle was fierce, the heavens and earth changed color, stars shattered, and it seemed as if the universe mourned for her plight.
The empress was severely injured and on the brink of death.
In desperation, she chose to self-destruct. The terrifying energy eruption was like
a star bursting, illuminating the cold universe.
Those who besieged her were all injured by this power, with some even falling on the spot. Amidst the chaos of the energy explosion, the Empress used her last ounce of strength to perform a secret technique, sending a wisp of her remnant soul deep into the universe. That soul streaked across countless galaxies like a stream of light, eventually landing on a blue-on-white planet, Blue Star. Su Xiaoshuang was startled awake by the thrilling battle, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She muttered to herself, "So that's how it is. My past life was killed by a group attack. When I regain my peak, I will surely take revenge. Give me 18 years to rebuild, and I'll make emperors fall to the underworld." Her fighting spirit burned, her heart filled with a desire for vengeance. "Just you wait." As she envisioned the future, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly echoed in her ears, "The person you dreamed of is me, not your past life. Furthermore, forget 18 years. Even in 1800 years, you won't reach the Emperor realm. No, you might not even leave Blue Star." Su Xiaoshuang turned around in terror, gasping. The Empress from her dream had appeared beside her bed. What the hell? Her past life was alive? How did you come out of my dream? Su Xiaoshuang's mind was filled with questions, her expression a mix of shock and confusion. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the celestial beauty who stood by the bed like a deity descended to earth. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, her skin was as flawless as jade, and her exquisitely sculpted features seemed crafted by a master. Her phoenix-like eyes radiated pride, as if declaring her unparalleled supremacy. In that moment of light and shadow, Su Xiaoshuang secretly vowed, "This woman is undoubtedly the most stunning existence she had ever seen." The celebrities on TV were nothing compared to her. Even Su Xiaoshuang herself couldn't help but feel a slight sense of inferiority. "I'm still young, just starting to grow. Once I'm older, I definitely won't lose to her." Confident as always, Su Xiaoshuang quickly regained her courage. The woman looked at her and said softly, "I am the person from your dream. You may call me the Empress of Qiongxiao." "Empress of Qiongxiao? Why are you here?" Su Xiaoshuang asked, her heart shaken. "Just as you saw in your dream, I self-destructed after being besieged, preserving this wisp of my soul. It landed on Blue Star and merged with you at birth. The memories of my life that you've been dreaming about lately are because I'm awakening. The genetic potion you drank was the final energy needed for my revival, allowing me to appear before you now." Xiongxiao's voice was as melodious as a celestial tune. "You're not going to possess me, are you?" Su Xiaoshuang's heart tightened, recalling those villainous possession plots from stories. Xiongxiao rolled her eyes. "Stop reading so many novels. I won't possess you, but you and I are indeed one." "What do you mean?" Su Xiaoshuang asked eagerly. "I have now become your martial spirit," Xiongxiao explained with a smile. Su Xiaoshuang was stunned. She had heard of weapon martial spirits, beast martial spirits, and plant martial spirits, but never a human martial spirit. And this was the former ruler of countless galaxies. Human martial spirits are rare, but they're not unheard of in the vast universe. "Don't act so surprised," Xiongxiao said calmly. "If you're my martial spirit, what can you offer me?" Su Xiaoshuang asked expectantly. Having an empress as her martial spirit, it was like having a cheat code. Xiongxiao looked at her and smiled faintly. "Though you're overly dramatic and obliviously so, your adaptability isn't bad. Since I become your martial spirit, I will naturally assist you in reaching the peak of martial arts." A martial spirit and its host are one. Only if you grow can I grow. Without me, it would have been nearly impossible for someone of your talent to become an emperor. But now, with my help, there's a sliver of hope. At the very least, leaving Blue Star won't be an issue in the future. Leaving Blue Star? What level of cultivation is required for that? Su Xiaoshuang asked curiously. According to Blue Star's rankings, you'd need at least the 9th-tier sovereign realm. Only 10th-tier supremes can explore the galaxy. 11th-tier demi-saints barely qualify as experts, but to establish dominance in the galaxy, you'd need to reach the 12th-tier saint realm. Xiongxiao explained slowly. Su Xiaoshuang's head spun as she listened. I've heard of 10th-tier supremes, Blue Star's strongest in history. I never thought there were even higher levels, and definitely an emperor tier above that. With that realization, excitement surged in Su Xiaoshuang's heart. This is amazing. With you, and my brother's SSS-class martial spirit, who would dare bully us siblings in the future, Blue Star will belong to us. Your brother's talent may be decent, but in the vast Milky Way galaxy, where prodigies abound, his strength is still far from enough, Xiongxiao analyzed calmly. You're not allowed to look down on my brother. Su Xiaoshuang glared with wide eyes. I'm just telling the truth, Xiongxiao said helplessly. Even if it's the truth,
I don't like hearing it. Su Xiaoshuang muttered. Forget it. Xiong Xiao shook her head, thinking to herself that she was now one with this brother-obsessed girl. I'll now pass you a meditation diagram. After meditating on it, in less than 3 months, you'll completely surpass your brother. Xiong Xiao said, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. She was determined to prove with her actions she, Empress Xiong Xiao, absolutely did not speak empty words. Then, she pointed a finger at Su Xiaoshuang's head. Instantly, Su Xiaoshuang felt a profound meditation diagram emerge in her mind. This meditation diagram depicts a magnificent scene of a starry galaxy, as if the entire universe is swirling within her mind. Just one glance, and the spirit would be drawn in, unable to extricate itself. This meditation diagram is the supreme meditation diagram. According to Blue Star's classification, it belongs to the 10th tier. Even for a 10th tier supreme being, it is more than sufficient. It is absolutely the highest level meditation diagram you can use right now. On Blue Star, it's unlikely to find a meditation diagram more advanced than this. Using it for meditation, combined with my power to absorb and refine spiritual energy, even someone with an SSS-level martial soul wouldn't match your cultivation efficiency. Xiong Xiao said calmly, her gaze carrying a hint of unparalleled confidence. That amazing? Let me try. Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed excitedly, sitting cross-legged and beginning to meditate. Immediately, she felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging toward her like a tidal wave, as if the entire world was serving her. On the other side, Su Yuan was cultivating when he suddenly felt a disturbance in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, surging toward another direction. He was slightly startled. Someone nearby is cultivating and actually competing with me for spiritual energy? A trace of vigilance flashed through his mind. Ding! You are the possessor of the gluttonous martial soul. How can you let others steal the spiritual energy? Faced with such a provocative act, you have the following choices. Option 1, turn a blind eye and let the spiritual energy be taken. Reward, a bottle of mostly useless genetic potion, at best good for curing a cold. 2, compete with her. But don't take too much, leave the other party some dignity. Reward, 2 bottles of advanced genetic potion. 3, compete with me for spiritual energy? Still too inexperienced. Go all out and let the other party know who the true king of devouring spiritual energy is. Reward, 11th level meditation diagram. Su Yuan stared at the options, especially the last one, and was momentarily stunned, a storm surging in his heart. An 11th level meditation diagram? Based on his understanding, the meditation diagrams on Blue Star are divided into levels 1 to 10, with 10th level diagrams being extremely rare. The Moonlit Sword. Immortal meditation diagram he is currently practicing is only a 7th level diagram, already the pinnacle in Qingyun City. What is an 11th level meditation diagram? It's practically a legendary existence. Definitely stronger than the Moonlit Sword immortal meditation diagram, absolutely not to be missed. Su Yuan's heart surged with excitement, and he chose the third option without hesitation. Gluttonous martial soul, full power unleashed. In an instant, the spiritual energy from the entire neighborhood and even several nearby streets frantically converged toward him, forming a massive vortex, as if he were the overlord of heaven and earth, instilling awe and trepidation. In another room, Empress Qiong Xiao sensed Su Yuan's frenzied absorption of spiritual energy, her eyes flashing with a peculiar light. Such terrifying efficiency in devouring spiritual energy worthy of being a gluttonous beast. But, alas, no matter how strong the gluttonous beast is, it has yet to mature. And I am the Empress who has dominated countless star systems. The martial arts experience I possess is beyond your comparison. Spiritual energy, come to me. She also began to compete for spiritual energy with all her might, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and thrilling, as if the horn of battle had already sounded. Xiong Xiao channeled her own power, while Su Xiaoshuan was fully immersed in meditation. She didn't realize that she was competing with Su Yuan for spiritual energy, as the brother and sister quietly vied against each other. The terrifying efficiency of their spiritual energy absorption turned their building into a hub of spiritual energy, drawing in energy from several nearby streets, as if a spiritual energy storm was brewing. Damn! Who's absorbing the spiritual energy? My spiritual energy has been stolen. Who's so insane? Martial artists from several nearby streets exclaimed in shock, their cultivation disrupted, filled with anger and helplessness. Su Yuan, who was meditating, suddenly sensed someone nearby competing with him for spiritual energy. That was Su Xiaoshuang's room. He froze, his heart full of doubt. What's going on? How is it that Xiaoshuang is absorbing spiritual energy? And it's so terrifying.
The efficiency of this absorption is practically on par with my gluttonous martial soul. Humph, no matter what, daring to compete with your brother for spiritual energy, your courage is really something. Let me show you just how powerful your brother is.
Su Yuan smiled faintly, secretly deciding to teach this little sister a good lesson. At that moment, a brand new meditation diagram appeared in his mind. It was a diagram of an immortal holding the sun and moon.
The white-robed immortal sat cross-legged in the starry sky, one hand holding the blazing sun, the other holding the bright moon.
The divine majesty was vast, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. This is the system reward, the celestial immortal lifting sun and moon diagram. An 11th tier meditation diagram.
Su Yuan carefully observed the meditation diagram, imprinting it in his mind at an incredible speed, as if the diagram itself resonated with him.
With the blessing of the celestial
immortal lifting sun and moon diagram, Su Yuan's efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy skyrocketed instantly, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him like a tidal wave. No one within a dozen streets dares to compete with me for spiritual energy now, he thought smugly. In a martial arts hall, a martial arts master was cultivating when he suddenly noticed the surrounding spiritual energy being devoured by someone else.
He froze in shock, his face full of astonishment. How terrifying! Who is absorbing spiritual energy? To cause such a commotion, could it be a 7th tier Marquee realm expert?
The martial arts hall master swallowed hard, secretly thinking that he was a 6th tier martial artist, yet he couldn't even compete for a trace of spiritual energy.
It seemed that only a 7th tier Marquee or even an 8th tier King realm could achieve this. That night, the Su siblings joined forces to devour spiritual energy, shaking the surrounding area for miles.
Inside the room, Empress Xiao opened her eyes, her gaze piercing through the walls to look toward Su Yuan's room.
Her beautiful eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. My spiritual energy is being gradually absorbed? I can't even compete with a mere 1st-tier martial artist?
She was shocked, then immediately thought of the power of the gluttonous martial
soul. Could it be that he possesses a meditation diagram above the 10th tier? Impossible, Blue Star couldn't possibly have such a treasure.
She stared at Su Yuan's room, faintly feeling that this little man was shrouded in an aura of mystery. At the same time, Su Xiaoshuang, who couldn't absorb the spiritual energy, gradually opened her eyes, her face full of confusion.
What's going on? Why can't I absorb the spiritual energy anymore?
It's all been absorbed by your brother, Xiong Xiao said indifferently.
Ah!
Su Xiaoshuang was first stunned, then slightly raised her chin.
See, I told you my brother is amazing. Even you can't outdo him. Xiong Zhao's mouth twitched, momentarily unable to refute.
She silently vowed in her heart that she would definitely make Su Xiaoshuang understand that she was far more powerful than her brother. Otherwise, there would truly be no way to make this little girl yield in the future. The Qiangxiao Empress thought to herself, shaking her head with a bitter smile, I never expected that I, the dignified Qiangxiao, would stoop to competing with a little girl, a mere 1st-tier martial artist. Her figure transformed into points of light and flew back into Su Xiaoshuang's body. At this moment, Su Yuan's absorption of spiritual energy was nearing saturation, his body filled to the brim and unable to take in any more.
He stretched lazily and touched the blue spirit necklace around his neck. This martial arts spiritual artifact emitted a faint glow, automatically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy.
Earlier, Su Yuan not only absorbed the spiritual energy around him but also took in more than half of the energy stored within the necklace.
If Mu Qingkong were to find out, he would likely be utterly shocked.
After all, the blue spirit necklace can store enough spiritual energy for a 1st-tier martial artist to absorb continuously for an entire month. Such an exaggerated absorption rate made Su Yuan secretly proud,
as he sensed his cultivation level steadily advancing under this wave of spiritual energy. He firmly stepped into 1st-tier high grade. He was now just one step away from reaching the 2nd tier. The power of the 11th level meditation diagram is astonishing. Paired with the Taotai martial soul, it becomes even more exaggerated. Su Yuan was very satisfied with the improvement in his cultivation, but he was more concerned about what had happened to Su Xiaoshuang. How had she suddenly been able to absorb spiritual energy? He immediately headed to her room. Su Xiaoshuang was not surprised by his arrival.
A faint smile hung on her face, as if she had already anticipated everything.
Su Xiaoshuang, what happened just now? Have you awakened your martial soul? Su Yuan asked solemnly, his eyes filled with expectation.
Generally speaking, only those who awaken their martial soul can cultivate, but sometimes geniuses can awaken on their own before the awakening ceremony.
Could it be that Su Xiaoshuang is one of those geniuses? Brother, do you remember the dream I told you about? Su Xiaoshuang's eyes flickered, as if hiding some secret. I remember. What's the matter? Su Yuan frowned slightly. Turns out it wasn't a dream, it was real. Su Xiaoshuang said excitedly, her tone filled with determination. She did not hide the matter of the Qiangxiu Empress, narrating it in detail. Su Yuan listened in stunned silence. Qiangxiu Empress? Humanoid martial soul? These concepts left him feeling somewhat confused. Let her come out to see me, Su Yuan said commandingly, his heart filled with vigilance. Xiangxiao, come out to meet my brother, Su Xiaoshuang called out. No, I won't. I'm tired and need to rest, the voice of the Qiangxiu Empress echoed in Su Xiaoshuang's mind, full of disdain. Hey, stop being dramatic, come out quickly. Su Xiaoshuang urged anxiously, but no matter how much she called, the Empress Qiangxiao remained unresponsive. Brother, it seems like you've hurt her feelings. Su Xiaoshuang scratched her head, looking distressed. How did I hurt her feelings? Su Yuan looked puzzled. Isn't it obvious? A dignified empress can't even compare to a first-tier martial artist. If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to show myself either. Su Xiaoshuang sighed helplessly, though inwardly she felt a sense of injustice for the Empress Jiangxiu. At this moment, within the martial soul space, Empress Jiangxiu was gritting her teeth in anger, thinking to herself, is this how one talks about their martial soul? Damn it, how did I end up with such a brother-obsessed girl? Empress Jiangxiu burned with rage, vowing in her heart that she would never yield to Su Yuan. Meanwhile, Su Yuan looked at Su Xiaoshuang, pondered for a moment, and understood that Su Xiaoshuang would never lie to him. Resolutely, he said, keep an eye on her. If she shows any signs of trouble, let me know immediately. Your brother will teach her a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Empress Jiangxiu rolled her eyes in fury, jumping up and down in the martial soul space. If I weren't just awakened, and if Su Xiaoshuang weren't such a brother-obsessed girl, I'd like to see who teaches whom a lesson. Damn it! A first-level martial artist wants to hit me? Xiangxiao Empress roared angrily in her heart, the flames of fury almost igniting the entire martial soul space. Ignoring the enraged Xiangxiao Empress in the martial soul space, Su Xiaoshuang patted her chest and said, Brother, don't worry. I can feel that she and I are indeed one, so she shouldn't harm me. Besides, with her here, I believe it won't be long before I catch up to you. By then, I'll be the one protecting you. Her eyes were filled with determination. Although she often bickered with Su Yuan over the years, deep down, she had always been grateful to this brother who cared for her like a parent. Now, Xiangxiao Empress was her chance to become strong, and she would never give it up. Hearing Su Xiaoshuang's words, Su Yuan gently patted her little head with relief and said with a smile, Good. I'll be waiting for you to grow up. Don't worry, when I become the Empress ruling the universe in the future, I'll give this blue star to you. Su Xiaoshuang said proudly, her eyes shining with determination. All right. Su Yuan rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, by the time you become an Empress, I probably won't be doing too bad myself. Would I even need you to give me blue star? However, he didn't want to dampen his little sister's confidence. After all, in this unpredictable world, no one could foresee what the future held. Yawning, Su Yuan returned to his room to prepare for sleep. After he left, the Empress Jiangxiu appeared once again, her gaze filled with admiration. She looked at Su Xiaoshuang and said, Very good, having ambition is a good thing. However, if you want to protect your brother, shouldn't you at least be stronger than him? Otherwise, how will you protect him? From now on, as long as you listen and cultivate diligently, I guarantee you'll surpass your brother. Xiangxiao secretly thought to herself, when that time comes, let's see if that little man still dares to say he'll beat me up. Su Xiaoshuang was unaware of the rivalry between Xiangxiao and her brother, she only knew that she must grow strong enough to protect her brother. Yes. Empress Master, please train me well. Her fighting spirit was high, and determination sparkled in her eyes. The next day, Su Yuan arrived at school. As he entered the classroom, he noticed Luo Ching Snow sitting cross-legged, her expression focused, clearly having just finished her cultivation. Su Yuan, you're here. Spar with me, Luo Ching Snow said directly, without any courtesy. Early in the morning, you're asking me to spar? No way, go find someone else, Su Yuan refused. Others are simply no match for me, she said earnestly. In the entire third high school, only the two of them were SSS-level powerhouses. The other students couldn't compare at all, making sparring meaningless. Compared to the teachers, however, they were still far behind. Then I won't. Su Yuan was about to refuse again when a system option suddenly appeared in front of him. Faced with Luo Qingshu's sparring request, you have the following choices. Option 1, refuse. Reward, 1 bottle of advanced genetic potion. Option 2, agree with her, defeat her, and let her know who is the true king of 3rd high school. Reward, 2 bottles of advanced genetic potion. Option 3, agree with her, but first have her massage your shoulders, then defeat her. Reward, 1 charm fruit. Charm fruit? What kind of thing is that? Could it be used to enhance charm? Quite interesting.
Originally intending to refuse, Su Yuan smiled faintly and said to Luo Ching Snow, sparring with you isn't out of the question, but my shoulder got pressed on while I was sleeping yesterday. I'm afraid I won't be able to use it properly during the fight. If only someone could give it a massage. Eternal 2nd place Luo, you wouldn't want an unfair victory, would you? Hearing the nickname Eternal 2nd place, Luo Ching Snow's mouth twitched, and she clenched her delicate fists. Su Yuan, don't push your luck. Hey, I'm not forcing you. If you don't want to, then forget it, Su Yuan shrugged. Being Eternal 2nd place isn't so bad. Coming in 2nd occasionally is fine, and if it's every time, that's still pretty impressive. Luo Ching Snow was provoked. She clenched her fists and walked up to Su Yuan. What do you want? Sit down properly. Luo Ching Snow said word by word, placing her hand on Su Yuan's shoulder. She actually started massaging him. Su Yuan felt the soft, delicate hands kneading his shoulders, his eyes slightly narrowed, showing an expression of enjoyment. A little higher. Apply more pressure. Oh, yes, that's comfortable, so good. Looking at Su Yuan's face full of enjoyment, Luo Ching Snow felt both shy and annoyed. This was her first time giving someone a shoulder massage. As the dignified eldest daughter of the Luo family, when had she ever done something like this? However, the thought of being able to defeat Su Yuan soon and shed the title of Eternal 2nd place brought a hint of anticipation to her eyes. Is that enough? After about 10 minutes of massaging, Luo Ching Snow finally spoke. Su Yuan, however, still hadn't had enough. A little longer. Luo Ching Snow, exasperated, pinched the soft flesh on his shoulder. Su Yuan gasped in pain, ouch, ouch, ouch. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway, and Mu Qingkong walked in. Seeing Luo Ching Snow gripping Su Yuan's shoulder, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well, the young couple is already flirting early in the morning. Ah, this is what youth is all about. What's so youthful about it? Teacher Mu, she ambushed me. Stop talking nonsense. Are we competing or not? Competing. I'll make you understand that as long as I'm at 3rd high, you'll always be the eternal runner-up. Su Yuan declared proudly. Having come this far, how could he not compete? Are you going to spar? Yes. Then head to the field. I've been teaching you for over half a month. It's a good chance to see the gap in your abilities, Mu Qingkong said with a smile, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. She led the two to the field, and just as the atmosphere grew tense, the news that the 2 major SSS-level warriors of 3rd high were about to compete spread like wildfire. The students, who were originally still in class, all leaned out of the windows, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Despite the teacher's efforts to maintain order, they eventually couldn't resist stepping out of the classrooms to join the crowd. Who do you think is stronger, Luo Shen or Su Shen? One student eagerly asked. Isn't it obvious? It has to be Su Shen, another student immediately responded. When he was cultivating, the entire school's spiritual energy was drained dry. He was absolutely awe-inspiring. Yeah, no one else can even compare to him, the students chimed in one after another. No, I think Luo Shen has a better chance of winning. A rational voice chimed in, don't forget, Su Shen's martial soul is of the support type, while Luo Shen's martial soul is a strong attack type. If they really fight, Luo Shen will definitely have the advantage. But Su Shen's cultivation level is higher right now, isn't it? A classmate raised a question. Hey, you guys might not know this, but I heard that not long ago, the Luo family purchased a batch of Lao Jun Pharmaceuticals' latest Yuan creation pills. Each one costs $1 million. Think about it, who do you think those pills were used for? Another classmate said excitedly. Hiss. I almost forgot, besides having an SSS-level martial soul, Luo Shen also has money power. His cultivation might not necessarily be weaker than Su Shen's. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. That's right, so overall, Luo Shen has a bigger chance of winning. Everyone started discussing fervently, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. At this moment, Su Xiaoshuan also heard the comments from her classmates around her, feeling a wave of displeasure in her heart. How could anyone think her brother would lose? She immediately shouted, Brother, you can do it. Su Yuan heard the voice, looked up at Su Xiaoshuan on the upper floor, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. He made an okay gesture,
exuding an aura of fearless determination. Meanwhile, Luo Ching Snow was no longer polite. She stepped forward, and her spiritual power suddenly erupted. A torrent of cold air poured out like a flood, instantly covering the ground with a layer of frost. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Not far away, Mu Qingkong noticed the scene and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. This aura! First tier superior! Such great progress! She had originally thought that Luo Ching Snow and Su Yuan advancing to first tier intermediate within a month would already be impressive, but she hadn't expected Luo Ching Snow to advance to first tier superior in less than a month, exceeding her expectations. TSK, the Luo family has really invested heavily in her, Mu Qingkong couldn't help but praise. Looking at Su Yuan again, she felt a faint sense that his chances of winning were slim. Yet Su Yuan still maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Could it be that he had some hidden trump card she wasn't aware of? This duel suddenly became even more unpredictable. Luo Ching Snow proudly looked at Su Yuan and sneered, "Su Yuan, I admit, your talent is indeed strong, and your school performance has always been better than mine. But that's all in the past. From now on, I will be the number one at third high. Come, witness my true power." Before her words had even finished, she shot toward Su Yuan like an arrow, striking out with a palm. The air turned icy, and shimmering ice crystals sparkled. Mu Qingkong saw this and immediately recognized the martial skill the other party was using. A trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes. This is an A-rank ice attribute martial skill, the ice spiral palm. She thought to herself, Luo Qingshua's strength had reached a new height, almost unimaginable. Su Yuan is going to lose this time, a nearby classmate whispered. An A-rank martial skill, combined with her first-tier superior cultivation level, is completely beyond what Su Yuan can contend with. If Su Yuan had the Luo family's support, his strength would definitely be much greater, another classmate remarked with a sigh. Facing Luo Qingshua's attack, Su Yuan dodged left and right, secretly astonished in his heart. As expected, she came prepared to challenge me today. This martial skill, TSK, money really is powerful. He was well aware that the Luo family had invested a lot of resources in her. A-rank martial skills weren't something ordinary people could learn, even students from some top martial academies might not have access to them. Just as everyone was feeling disappointed in Su Yuan, his fist suddenly clenched tightly, and the blazing fire fist erupted. Flames and ice collided in the air, producing a deafening roar. Your blazing fire fist is nothing more than a D-rank martial skill. How could it possibly compare to my ice spiral palm? Luo Qingshuo sneered confidently. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth curled into a smile. Oh, really? In an instant, all the power in his body erupted as he unleashed a first-tier superior cultivation. The blazing fire fist struck out repeatedly, each punch infused with intense flames, not the least bit inferior to Luo Qingshuo's ice. What? He's also reached first-tier superior cultivation? The surrounding classmates were dumbfounded. How can his blazing fire fist stand up to an A-rank martial skill? Mu Qingkong smiled faintly and explained, proficiency is crucial. Although Luo King Snow's ice spiral palm is an A-level martial skill, her proficiency is still superficial. On the other hand, Su Yuan's blazing fire fist has already reached perfection. Everyone suddenly understood, and the battle on the training field grew increasingly intense. The clash of flames and ice seemed to create a spectacular scene of fire and ice, leaving the spectators dazzled. Too strong, we're not even on the same level, someone sighed helplessly. While we're still meditating to absorb spiritual energy, they've already become top-tier first-grade martial artists. At this moment, Luo Ching Snow was also shocked by Su Yuan's strength. He can actually hold his own against me, she thought to herself. She had relied on her family's resources to reach this level, while Su Yuan had achieved it purely through his own talent. What an incredible prodigy! As the sound of fists and palms clashing echoed, Luo Ching Snow gradually felt herself being suppressed, and a trace of panic surged in her heart. Am I going to lose? Mu Qingkong, observing from the side, smiled faintly. This is the difference in combat experience. Su Yuan's combat experience clearly surpasses Luo King Snow's. Could it be that Su Yuan really has a chance to win? A classmate exclaimed. The principal of third high school shook his head with a smile. No, his chances of winning are still slim. Su Xiaoshuang upstairs watched Su Yuan suppress Luo Ching Snow and excitedly waved her fist. My brother is awesome, go for it, big bro. The chances of winning are very slim. The voice of the Empress Jiangxiu echoed in her mind. Su Xiaoshuang was stunned. Why? For a martial artist, martial techniques, cultivation, and combat experience are certainly important, but the most crucial thing is the martial soul. The voice of the Empress Jiangxiu was calm and resolute. My brother is also an SSS-level martial soul. Su Xiaoshuang retorted unwillingly. That's true, he is indeed an SSS-level martial soul, but his martial soul is of the support type, with limited utility in actual combat. However, Luo Ching Snow martial soul is an ice attribute strong attack type. Once she uses her martial soul, your brother will be defeated. The Empress Jiang Xiao said indifferently, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Su Xiaoshuan was still somewhat unconvinced. My brother will definitely have a way. She secretly cheered herself up in her heart. Although reason told her, the Empress was right, she absolutely could not give up her belief in supporting her brother at this moment. Bang! Su Yuan threw a punch, catching Luo Ching Snow off guard. She was struck in the chest and instantly staggered back several steps, her face turning pale. Su Yuan rubbed his fist and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good elasticity. Luo Ching Snow was furious, her face flushed red, and she shouted angrily, "Scoundrel!" With a low shout, a sudden burst of cold air erupted from her body. A blue light shot out from within her, instantly transforming into a magnificent phoenix. It was precisely Luo Ching Snow's martial soul, the SSS-level Ice Phoenix. Go! Luo Ching Snow shouted coldly, and the Ice Phoenix shot like an arrow above Su Yuan, opening its mouth to unleash an icy breath. Su Yuan hurriedly dodged, thinking to himself, if I get hit by that, won't I turn into an ice sculpture? He gasped, feeling a wave of tension in his heart. Luo Ching Snow, this is murder. Don't worry, even if I freeze you into an ice sculpture, the Luo family can still save you. So, do you need me to go easy on you? Luo Ching Snow smiled, the corners of her mouth curling into a provocative expression. Su Yuan grinned, that won't be necessary. With that, he suddenly charged at the opponent, leaving everyone stunned as the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Luo Ching Snow controlled the Ice Phoenix, continuously launching attacks on Su Yuan, while also charging forward to unleash the Ice Spiral Palm. This is 2 against 1. Su Xiaoshuang fumed, this is unfair. How is it unfair? Martial souls and martial artists are inherently one. Empress Jiangxiao curled her lips, her eyes full of mockery. Feeling secretly pleased, she watched Su Yuan suffer a setback, her mood uplifted. At this moment, Empress Jiangxiao seemed to sense something, a trace of astonishment flashing in her eyes. This aura, could it be that this boy? Suddenly, Su Yuan, who had been at a disadvantage, rushed in front of Luo Ching Snow, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and struck fiercely. Violent flames erupted from his fist. A massive fire fist was formed. Luo Ching Snow's expression changed, and she hurriedly summoned the Ice Phoenix to defend herself. But even an SSS-level martial soul was blasted away, instantly losing control. Facing the approaching fire fist, Luo Ching Snow felt as if she were being stared down by a ferocious flaming beast. Her body froze, completely at a loss. However, in the next second, the fire fist dissipated with a bang. Su Yuan's fist stopped in front of her forehead, extending just one finger to gently flick her smooth forehead. Admit defeat? Su Yuan grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, exuding charm. At this moment, Luo Ching Snow felt a wave of confusion in her heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she found herself somewhat at a loss. Finally, she softly said, I lost. Luo Ching Snow admitted defeat, and only then did Su Yuan smile faintly. The opponent's strength was indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for having 2 martial souls, he might not have been able to handle it. That's right. At the critical moment, he utilized the power of the White Tiger martial soul. White Tiger's killing intent enhanced the blazing fire fist. This punch finally defeated Luo Ching Snow completely. Little rascal. 2 SSS-level martial souls, still afraid of not being able to handle you? Su Yuan secretly chuckled in his heart, his eyes gleaming with confidence. The Qiangxiu Empress within Su Xiaoshuang's body witnessed this battle and softly said to Su Xiaoshuang, your brother is extraordinary. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as having a Taotai martial soul. Of course, that's my brother. Su Xiaoshuang said proudly, her eyes full of admiration. Humph, hopeless brother complex. Empress Jiangxiu snorted lightly, unwilling to bother further. On the playground, Mu Qingkong also keenly noticed something unusual. This little guy seems to be hiding other secrets. But she didn't press further. After all, it's perfectly normal for a prodigy of this level to have 1 or 2 secrets. What the heck? Actually 1. Mighty Su Shin. TSK, as expected of Su Shin, that final punch was absolutely stunning. Everyone praised him one after another, their eyes filled with admiration and fervent envy. After returning to the class, Luo Ching Snow did not dwell on her defeat but continued her cultivation, secretly vowing to surpass Su Yuan as soon as possible. I won't always be the eternal runner-up. Luo Ching Snow took a deep breath and resolutely said to Su Yuan, her eyes shimmering with unwillingness. Su Yuan yawned, well, work hard then. To be honest, Luo Ching Snow's talent was absolutely top-notch. After all, an SSS-level martial soul had only appeared a few times in the entire history of Daxia. Even if she practices step by step, she will still become a pillar of the great Xia in the future. It's just a pity that the opponent she chose is Su Yuan, a man with cheats, possessing at least 10 SSS-level martial souls. Throughout history, there has only been one like this in the world. Student Su Yuan, please come to the principal's office. The broadcast sounded, and Su Yuan was startled. Why was the principal looking for him? Curious, he headed over, gently knocked on the office door, and walked in. In the antique-style office, besides the principal, there was also a bold woman sitting on the sofa, wearing a white shirt and crossing her legs. The woman had her hair in a ponytail, a tall and slender figure, with distinct muscle lines. The faintly visible abs under her shirt exuded a valiant and heroic aura, radiating a powerful presence. This person, Su Yuan had seen before. She was the member of the hunting team he encountered yesterday after killing the blood demon rat. "Ha, young student, we meet again." Seeing Su Yuan, the woman stood up, walked over, and patted his shoulder with a hint of enthusiasm. Su Yuan looked at the principal with some confusion. The principal smiled faintly and said, "Su Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Ol, the captain of the 16-district wild bull hunting team. Did you kill a blood demon rat yesterday?" "Correct. Yes, that's right. Captain Olay is here to give you a reward." "A reward?" Su Yuan's eyes lit up, secretly filled with anticipation. Olay took out a banner with the 8 characters bravery and justice, young hero written on it. "Here, take this banner." "That's it?" Su Yuan was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit disappointed. "Money? What's the use of this banner? Can it be eaten?" "Ha, of course not, there's also 100,000 yuan in cash." Su Yuan's eyes lit up. "Now that's more like it." He immediately beamed with joy. "Thank you, Captain O. Little guy, are you interested in working for my hunting team?" Olay suddenly extended an olive branch, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The principal of number 3 middle school nearby frowned. "Captain O, Su Yuan is still studying right now. Isn't it a bit too early for him to join the hunting team?" "The hunting team is responsible for hunting exotic beasts, a profession fraught with danger. A genius like Su Yuan is still in the early stages. If anything happens to him in the hunting team, it would be a loss for the entire Great Xia. I certainly understand, but with all due respect, I've watched the video of Su Yuan killing the blood demon rat. Letting him follow the standard path of cultivation in school is simply a waste of his talent. The strongest warriors can only emerge on the most brutal battlefields. Schools are like greenhouses, they can't nurture true powerhouses." Olay spoke bluntly, her expression resolute. The principal of number 3 high school twitched the corner of his mouth after hearing this. "Olay, don't forget that you also graduated from number 3 high school. How can you slander your alma mater like this?" "Ha, just being honest. I just think that with Su Yuan's talent, he shouldn't waste time staying in school." Olay laughed heartily, then patted Su Yuan on the shoulder. 3 days from now, our wild bull hunting team will have an interview. If you're interested, you can come and participate." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan asked seriously, "What are the benefits like?" 80,000 yuan per month. Meals and accommodation included, weekends off, holiday bonuses, at least 3 travel opportunities a year, and most importantly, there are several older sisters in my mighty bull hunting team. Olay was brimming with confidence, a proud expression on his face as he took out his phone, opened the photo album, and showed Su Yuan the charm of the hunting team members. One of them, a stunning beauty dressed in priest attire, radiated a sacred glow. Her voluptuous figure made Su Yuan's heart race uncontrollably. Get lost, are you here recruiting people or what?" The principal of 3rd high school gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes blazing with fury, and immediately ordered people out, intending to uphold the school's discipline. However, Olay was not ready to give up. At this moment, Mu Qingkong walked into the office, saw Olay, and without hesitation summoned the flaming gauntlet, throwing a punch directly. Bang! Caught off guard, Olay took a heavy hit and was instantly sent flying out the window. Su Yuan's heart tightened as he looked out the window in disbelief. This is the 6th floor, could she have fallen to her death? He quickly ran to the window and witnessed Olay rubbing her shoulder, standing steadily on the playground. She grinned at Mu Qingkong. "Oh ho, Mu Qingkong, so you're at number 3 high school. Long time no see, how have you been?" "Olay. Want to steal my student? Did you ask me first?" Hey, Su Yuan is your student? Then I definitely have to take him. With your half-baked teaching, wouldn't that waste his talent? Who are you calling a half-filled bucket? Musking's forehead veins bulged, burning with rage. She immediately leaped down from the 6th floor, raising her fist high and smashing it fiercely toward Ole. Boom! Ole swiftly summoned a spiked club to counterattack, and the two great martial spirits clashed head-on in mid-air. A thunderous roar erupted as flames swept across, nearly splitting the entire playground. The deafening sound shook everyone present. Principal, do they know each other? Yes, the two of them were students in the same cohort. They graduated from Martial Arts University as the first and second in their class. I heard they were always rivals during their time at school, the principal said, rubbing his forehead with a grave expression. Watching the two women fight more fiercely, with signs of the battle spreading to other areas, the principal could no longer sit still. He hurriedly stepped in to stop them, shouting, "Oh my goodness, stop it. Are you trying to tear down my third high school?" The two women finally stopped, and Ole smiled faintly, saying to Su Yuan, think about it carefully. Your true stage belongs on the battlefield. She put away her wolf-tooth club, turned around, and left, leaving behind a graceful silhouette, like a goddess of the battlefield. Su Yuan seemed deep in thought, his heart surging with emotions. Ding! Faced with Ole's invitation, you have the following options. 1. Refuse the offer, stay in school to learn and grow slowly. Survival and development are key. Reward, 2 bottles of advanced genetic potion. 2. Go for the interview but fail, just for fun. Reward, 10 bottles of advanced genetic potion. 3. Go for the interview and pass, join the hunting team, and showcase yourself on the battlefield. Rapid growth. Reward, A-grade martial skill Thunder King Spear. A-grade martial skill Thunder King Spear? Su Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. He had already experienced the power of grade A martial techniques during Luo Ching Snow's demonstration. Although she was just a beginner, the strength she displayed had left a deep impression on him. If even a beginner's grade A martial technique could rival his perfected grade D martial technique, then imagine the possibilities if he could master a grade A martial technique himself. His strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Unfortunately, martial techniques of this level were extremely rare in Qingyun City. The price of a grade A martial technique was no small amount. 100 million. Only a peerless family like the Luo Ching Snow family could possess such martial skills. After all, the Luo family is the #1 family in Qingyun City. Su Yuan did not immediately make a decision but instead pondered in the classroom. Mu Qingkong noticed his hesitation and asked, "Did that Ole guy convince you? Are you thinking about joining the hunting team?" "I'm considering it, teacher. Could you give me some advice?" Mu Qingkong took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Although Ole is rough and violent, her strength is indeed undeniable. If you go to her, you'll surely learn a lot of practical skills. Moreover, with your current abilities, you're highly likely to pass the Martial Arts University assessment. Staying at third high offers little room for improvement. Joining the hunting team is indeed a good choice. Ole knows you're an SSS-level martial soul, so she would probably take extra care of you." Surprisingly, Mu Qingkong did not oppose Su Yuan joining the hunting team. After hearing her words, Su Yuan had already made up his mind. "I want to join the hunting team." "Well, I'm not surprised by your decision, but the martial arts newcomer competition is coming up soon. This time, the competition is different from before. It will no longer be held separately by each high school. Instead, the 13 high schools in Qingyun City will jointly host it, where all senior students who have awakened their martial souls will compete on the same stage. The ultimate champion will receive a set of advanced genetic potions." Mu Qingkong said slowly. "A set of advanced genetic potions? 12 whole bottles." Su Yuan was shocked. The value of a single bottle of advanced genetic potion was as high as several million. A whole set would be 100 million? The prizes for this martial arts newcomer competition were actually this generous? With your current strength, you definitely have a chance to take first place. Remember to come back for the finals, Mu Qingkong said. Finals? Yes, your strength no longer requires you to compete with ordinary students. I can submit an application to the higher-ups to directly recommend you into the quarterfinals. Su Yuan was astonished. There's actually such a way? This is fantastic, it saves a lot of trouble. In the evening, after returning home and finishing dinner, Su Yuan asked Su Xiaoshuang to wash the dishes while he went back to his room. With a thought, he took out the reward he had received today. A charm fruit. The fruit was bright red, about the size of a baby's fist, resembling a small tomato. He directly put it in his mouth and chewed a few times. It tasted sweet and sour, similar to a tomato. Then, he looked at himself in the mirror, seemingly feeling that he had become more handsome. But aside from that, he didn't notice any other changes. Is this fruit useless? Su Yuan scratched his head, practiced for a while, and then directly lay down to sleep. The next day, he got up yawning, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and prepared to make breakfast. Su Xiaoshuang also got up. When she saw Su Yuan busy in the kitchen, she suddenly froze and rubbed her eyes. She looked at Su Yuan, wearing an apron and frying eggs. The sunlight spilled over him, as if casting a soft filter, making him appear gentle and handsome, exuding an irresistible charm. Brother, have you been using some new skincare products lately? Your skin looks better, and you seem more handsome. Su Xiaoshuang asked, touching her chin. Su Yuan rolled his eyes. I never used those things. In the past, the siblings had to scrimp and save to make ends meet. Where would they have spare money to buy those things? Tisk, can cultivation actually make someone more handsome? Su Xiaoshuang said in distress, I was already naturally beautiful, and after cultivating, I'll be even more charming. Then there'll be even more people chasing after me. The Empress of Qiangxiao rolled her eyes in the martial soul space, looking at Su Yuan with a hint of peculiar emotion flashing in her eyes. This guy is indeed quite handsome, and he has a unique charm about him. Could this be the charm of a family chef? After breakfast, Su Yuan and Su Xiaoshuang took the bus together. As soon as they got on the bus, many women's eyes instantly focused on him. They straightened their posture one after another, and some girls even boldly invited, Hey handsome, there's a seat here. Come sit with me. Su Yuan walked over and let Su Xiaoshuang sit down. He was just about to sit down when he saw an elderly man with white hair get on the bus. He immediately stood up and offered his seat, displaying a rare gentlemanly demeanor. The girl who had been sitting next to Su Yuan felt a bit disappointed and thought to herself, this handsome guy actually gave up his seat. I really have no chance now. Handsome guy, come, take my seat. An enthusiastic middle-aged woman stood up and offered her seat to Su Yuan. Su Yuan was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he felt quite surprised. No need, auntie. I'll just stand. He quickly waved his hand. Don't be shy, young man. Judging by your age, you must be a student, right? Students are the future blossoms of our country. Come, sit down. The elderly woman beamed with a smile and practically pushed him into the seat. At that moment, the woman began to chatter away, laughing so heartily that she drew the attention of everyone on the bus. The other young women couldn't help but grit their teeth in frustration, secretly thinking, this old lady really wants to be a cougar. How infuriating. I really want to chat with handsome guys too. They secretly envied. At school, Su Yuan, as usual, first escorted Su Xiaoshuang to her class. Along the way, many junior girls looked at him with admiration, their eyes seemingly sparkling. It's Su God. He's so handsome. Why do I feel that Su Shen is even more handsome than before? Could it be just my imagination? Ah, I'm so jealous of Su Xiaoshuang. Living with such a handsome guy, it's a feast for the eyes every day. She could probably live 10 years longer because of it. Returning to his own class for lessons, Su Yuan noticed that Luo Ching Snow seemed distracted during class, occasionally sneaking glances at him. You're looking at me again? Su Yuan suddenly turned around, meeting Luo Ching Snow's gaze. Seeing her face instantly turn red, she quickly looked away. Why do you keep sneaking glances at me? He couldn't help but ask. Nonsense. When did I sneak glances at you? Luo Ching Snow defended herself, though her voice sounded a bit uncertain. You've already sneaked glances at me over a dozen times. If you weren't peeking at me, how would you know I was peeking at you? You? Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. How could such a conversation leave him with no way to retort? At this moment, Mu Qingkong, who was lecturing, had veins bulging on her forehead. The chalk in her hand was crushed to pieces. I told you to attend class, not to flirt with each other. Who's flirting with him? Luo Qingxue snorted lightly and turned her head away, though for some reason, she felt a bit indignant inside. Mu Qingkong rubbed his head, showing a helpless expression. This class can't continue. Starting tomorrow, the two of you don't need to come anymore. Study at home on your own. Ah, teacher, we were wrong. Su Yuan froze for a moment, then quickly admitted his mistake, though he thought to himself, this is really unexpected. But Mu Qingkong shook his head and said seriously, this isn't your fault, or rather, it is your fault. To be honest, your progress has exceeded my expectations. What other third-year students need a year to learn, you've completely mastered in less than a month. There's nothing more I can teach you. Improving your cultivation, gaining practical experience, and mastering martial techniques, these are things you'll have to explore on your own.
As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom fell into silence.
Everyone could feel the teacher's expectations and pressure.
A surge of determination ignited in Su Yuan's heart, and he secretly vowed to go further down this path. After listening to Mu Qingkong's words, a determined light flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. That's right, the true cultivation of a martial artist must rely on one's own exploration and comprehension. Everyone's martial soul and martial path are unique, and only through personal practice can one find the path that suits them. What is learned in school is ultimately just foundational knowledge, especially during high school.
I understand, Teacher Mu. Thank you for your guidance during this time.
Su Yuan stood up and respectfully bowed to Mu Qingkong.
Luo Ching Snow also followed suit, her eyes shimmering with gratitude.
Mu Qingkong smiled faintly, then quickly put away her smile as her expression turned serious.
The two of you have good talent, but you must always remember that the talent of a martial soul does not mean everything.
In Disya, although S-level and SS-level martial souls are rare, they do exist. Your martial soul talent may surpass theirs. The outcome of a battle does not rely solely on martial souls. There are also martial techniques, combat experience, cultivation, attributes, spiritual weapons, terrain, timing, strategy, mindset.
The factors that determine a battle are far too many.
Since ancient times, there have been countless examples of weaker martial souls defeating stronger ones.
You must never become arrogant or complacent. Her words struck Su Yuan and Luo Ching Snow's hearts like thunder.
We understand, the two answered in unison, silently vowing in their hearts never to let this teaching go to waste.
Great! For your final class, I've decided to have a real combat session with you. The two of you will team up against me.
Mu Qingkong's eyes sparkled with a provocative gleam as she led them out of the classroom and toward the playground. On the playground, Mu Qingkong beckoned to the two with her finger, signaling the start of the battle. Without wasting any words, the two charged forward.
Swiftly. However, Mu Qingkong's strength far exceeded their expectations.
She didn't even summon her martial soul and still managed to beat them black and blue. In just a few minutes, the two were lying on the ground, their limbs powerless, while Mu Qingkong remained energetic, her breathing completely steady. Looking at their disheveled state, Mu Qingkong burst into laughter. That was satisfying.
Serves you right for always flirting in front of me. I didn't. Su Yuan retorted weakly. Me neither. Luo Ching Snow was equally unwilling to back down. Keep being stubborn, whatever. You two lovebirds, I can't be bothered to say more. Goodbye.
Mu Qingkong smiled, turned around gracefully, and left, leaving behind a powerful silhouette. Who knows if we'll ever see the teacher again, Su Yuan murmured to himself. As long as we keep making progress in martial arts, one day we will reach the same heights as the teacher, and naturally, we will see her again, Luo Ching Snow said firmly.
Su Yuan nodded, silently vowing in his heart that the day would not be far off. After Mu Qingkong left, Su Yuan did not return to school.
As she had said, there was nothing new for him to learn at third high.
After agreeing with Luo
Ching Snow to meet again at the martial arts competition, Su Yuan prepared breakfast for Su Xiaoshuan on a Saturday morning 2 days later and then left home. In Qingyun City, inside a bustling building, a crowd of people gathered, chattering as they came to attend the interview for the violent bull hunting group.
Su Yuan had arrived here early, submitted his application, received his interview number tag, and found a corner to sit down. He looked around and noticed that
most of the people were older martial artists, with the majority being young and middle-aged adults, as well as a few elderly individuals with white hair. As for someone as young as him, a quick glance revealed that he was the only one. In fact, people his age were mostly still studying peacefully in school.
Who would think of joining a hunting group to fight against exotic beasts? Look at that kid holding a number tag. Is he really here to participate in the wild bull hunting group interview? Someone nearby whispered. TSK, this kid hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Will he wet his pants when he sees a mutant beast? I really don't understand what young people are thinking these days. Instead of studying properly, they come here to join the commotion?
Su Yuan remained silent, still standing in the corner, completely indifferent to the whispered discussions.
Gradually, people stopped paying attention to him. Number 66. The refined-looking man in charge of the interview called out loudly. It's my turn.
Su Yuan glanced at his number tag, stood up, and walked into the interview room.
The others began whispering, he's gone in. How long do you think it'll take for him to be kicked out? At most 5 minutes. If it lasts more than 3 minutes, I lose. In the room, the refined man in charge of the interview looked up at Su Yuan and paused for a moment. So young? Su Yuan smiled faintly, yes.
Show me your martial soul first, the man continued.
All right. Su Yuan summoned the Taotai martial soul without hesitation.
The moment the martial soul appeared, the detection instruments in the room suddenly emitted a piercing alarm.
The refined man instantly stood up, staring at Su Yuan in shock. An SSS-level martial soul?
Yes. You've passed. The young man swallowed nervously, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes, and spoke directly.
So quickly? No need to ask anything else? No need. You've passed the interview. Wait outside for now.
As for whether you'll be hired, I'll have someone notify you, the young man said, his tone carrying a trace of tension. Oh, then I'll head out first. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he quickly got up and left the room, feeling secretly pleased with himself. Outside, when everyone saw him come out, they couldn't help but be stunned, as if they'd seen a ghost.
That fast? He was kicked out in less than a minute.
TSK, I told you, how could a young kid like him possibly pass the wild bull hunting group's interview?
Su Yuan still ignored the crowd, walked to the corner, and quietly waited for the notification.
His heart was burning with excitement, as if he could already imagine the moment he became a member of the wild bull group. The young man also walked out of the room, glanced at Su Yuan, and then said to the crowd, "The interview is temporarily suspended. Please wait for a moment." After speaking, he turned and left, leaving everyone looking at each other in confusion.
Why was it suddenly paused? What's going on here? Everyone gave Su Yuan a strange look, secretly wondering if this kid had something to do with the other party. Kid, do you know why the interview was paused? Someone walked up to Su Yuan, full of curiosity, and asked. I don't know. Then what did the interviewer ask you just now when you went in?
They asked me to show my martial soul, and then told me to wait for further notice.
That's it? Yes. What's your martial soul? SSS level, Su Yuan said calmly, with a hint of confidence in his tone. Everyone was stunned at first, then burst into laughter, as if they had heard some ridiculous joke. Little guy, you really know how to joke.
Ah, young man, you're truly amusing. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable.
Do you know how rare an SSS-level martial soul is?
In the past 1,000 years of the Great Xia, there have been fewer than 10 SSS-level martial souls.
Too funny. No one believed what Su Yuan said, and some even pointed at him, laughing so hard they bent over.
Su Yuan also knew these people wouldn't believe him, which only made him more determined. He didn't continue explaining, as he knew that true strength would eventually be recognized. Elsewhere, a bespectacled young man rushed into an office and shouted at Olay, who was sleeping on the desk, "Captain, something big has happened."
Olay woke up groggily, wiped the drool from her mouth, and said impatiently, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Did a mutant beast attack? Isn't it true that an SSS-level martial soul has come for the interview? SSS level? Is his name Su Yuan?"
Ol's eyes lit up, instantly becoming alert.
How do you know? I knew I wasn't wrong about him. This kid is destined to shine brightly on the battlefield. Ol laughed heartily, his face full of anticipation. Shaolin, no need for the interview. Just recruit this kid directly into our wild bull squad.
At this moment, Su Yuan's future seemed to be illuminated in an instant. His adventure had just begun. No interview needed, directly recruited into the bull charge team.
This is the charm of an SSS-level martial soul. Olay believes that Su Yuan will not betray her trust. Inside the building, many people were waiting to continue their interviews.
The bespectacled young man walked up to the crowd and said casually, "Everyone, the interviews are over."
The crowd was stunned upon hearing this. The interviews hadn't been completed yet, so how could they be over? That's it? Who did your bullstorm group hire? Someone asked curiously.
The bespectacled young man swept his gaze around and finally landed on Su Yuan in the corner.
Number 66, you've been accepted.
Everyone gasped in shock and turned their heads, their eyes filled with astonishment.
Could it really be this guy? That's impossible, right? Could he truly be an SSS-level warrior? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, utterly stunned.
Number 66, come with me, the bespectacled young man said indifferently.
Su Yuan nodded slightly and followed him away.
At the same time, a system voice sounded in his mind.
Ding! Selection complete.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-grade martial skill, Thunder King Spear. An incredibly profound gun technique emerged in his mind. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he felt his fingers itch. Since this was a direct reward from the system, he hardly needed to learn it and could master the Thunder King gun with ease, even reaching its peak state in one go. He was just one step away from perfection. Give him a gun, and he would now dare to challenge a second-tier martial artist directly.
Following the bespectacled young man to the office, he met Olay. The other laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. I knew you'd come. Captain O, long time no see.
Lin Jian, you'll be responsible for guiding Su Yuan during this period.
Hiss. Captain, he's an SSS-level martial soul. Am I suitable to lead him?
The bespectacled young man, Lin Jian, was somewhat stunned.
No problem, the captain believes in you.
Su Yuan glanced at Lin Jian, the bespectacled young man who had a refined and scholarly appearance. He extended his hand toward him and said, Brother Lin, please guide me in the future.
Just call me by my name.
Lin Jian shook his hand briefly, then proceeded to familiarize Su Yuan with the Violent Bull Squad, while also explaining some of the rules of the hunting group.
Our Wild Bull hunting group doesn't have many rules.
Unless there's a major disturbance, members rarely gather together, everyone has their own lives. If a mutant beast appears, we assign suitable members to handle it.
Additionally, the Wild Bull group holds an assessment once a month.
If someone fails, they have two choices. One is to accept training from the captain, and the other is to be expelled from the Wild Bull group.
Lin Jian explained in detail.
Perhaps it was just an illusion, but when mentioning the captain's training, Lin Jian couldn't help but shiver.
After listening, Su Yuan felt that this Wild Bull group was quite free. By the way, how many people are in our Wild Bull group? Su Yuan asked.
Compared to other hunting groups, our Wild Bull group has the fewest members.
Including you now, there are only 20 registered.
Su Yuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this.
I remember that forming a hunting group requires a minimum of 20 members. So, we just have exactly 20?
Yes, if it weren't for some members retiring recently, the captain wouldn't have planned to recruit new ones.
Lin Jian nodded slightly. Among the 20 hunting groups in Qingyun City, the Wild Bull group has the fewest members, right? That's right. Su Yuan always felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. 20 people to protect the entire 16th district's security. TSK, wouldn't the members of the Wild Bull squad be worked to death?
Perhaps. This was Ole's intention. With fewer people, they would have to exert more effort, fighting against exotic beasts. This way, it could prevent members from slacking off and ensure that every member grows quickly.
By the way, the captain said that during this period, I'll be the one to guide you. Let me introduce myself first.
My martial soul is an A-grade martial soul, Stormsword.
Lin Jian said, then
spread his hand. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, a two-handed greatsword appeared in his hand. The sword's body was crystal clear, glowing with a green light, and surrounded by swirling winds. Additionally, I just recently advanced to a 4th-tier warrior. A 4th-level martial artist can be considered an expert in Qingyun City, at least much stronger than Su Yuan at present. After learning about the Wild Bull group with Lin Jian, Su Yuan planned to leave. Before he left, Lin Jian had a sudden idea and took out a medal. It was a black bull head medal, the symbol of the Wild Bull group.
This is the Wild Bull group medal. Wear it when you go on missions in the future.
This medal also has positioning and communication functions.
All right.
Su Yuan took the medal, weighed it in his hand, and felt it was heavier than it appeared, clearly made of some kind of metal. Before heading home, Su Yuan decided to buy some groceries. When he returned, Su Yuan pushed open the door and saw Su Xiaoshuang quietly meditating inside the room, her brows slightly furrowed.
He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You're not playing games?" Su Xiaoshuang opened her eyes, rolled them after hearing his words, and retorted angrily, "Brother, in your eyes, am I just someone who idles around all day? Could it be, not?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. "I'm not talking to you."
Su Xiaoshuang puffed up her cheeks, muttering coquettishly. But when it was time to eat, she still eagerly found a chair and sat at the dining table. While wolfing down her food, she said, "Brother, I've decided not to go to school anymore."
"Why?"
Su Yuan's brows immediately furrowed, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart.
"Because it's unnecessary.
I can cultivate now, and I have Empress Qiangxiao as my teacher. I don't want to waste time on those boring classes." Su Xiaoshuan looked seriously at Su Yuan, her eyes shining with determination. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll talk to the principal tomorrow and apply for home study for you."
"Brother, you really agreed?"
Su Xiaoshuan widened her eyes in surprise, her face full of disbelief.
"Yes, you make a good point.
Since you can cultivate, then focus on cultivating at home.
But you mustn't neglect the basic courses."
Su Yuan's tone carried a sense of care. He was not ignorant of reason. Attending school was certainly important, but in this dangerous era, cultivation and martial strength were even more crucial. If exotic beasts attacked, only power could save lives.
He hoped Su Xiaoshuang could quickly master the ability to protect herself.
After finishing his meal, Su Yuan sat in front of the computer, quickly opened a shopping website, and typed in weapons, guns. Instantly, a flood of related pages appeared. Wow, even the most basic steel spear costs several thousand. Su Yuan shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that the price of alloy spears was several times higher. He checked his savings and mentally calculated that he had around 110,000 to 120,000 yuan, all accumulated from completing tasks.
Money can always be earned later. After all, now that I've
joined the Violent Bull Squad, I get 80,000 yuan a month.
But weapons are something I absolutely cannot compromise on,
he muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. After some careful selection, he gritted his teeth and finally chose the best option, a custom alloy spear priced at 108,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he clicked to place the order and made the payment. Watching his balance instantly drop by over 100,000 yuan, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, sighing inwardly, being a warrior is truly a money-burning profession. The next day, the alloy spear Su Yuan had purchased was delivered to his door. He eagerly tore open the packaging, and after getting his hands on the spear, he quickly began assembling it. Before long, a nearly 2-meter-long, imposing spear gradually took shape in his hands. The most crucial part was that this spear could be freely disassembled for easy carrying. Su Yuan felt secretly pleased and thought to himself, with this spear, my strength will definitely increase significantly. Great spear! After receiving the spear, Su Yuan twirled it a few times and surprisingly felt completely at ease, as if man and spear had become one. He understood in his heart that this was precisely the unparalleled effect brought by the A-rank martial skill, Thunder King Spear. He had already reached the pinnacle level of this martial skill, and even though he had never used a spear before, he wielded it effortlessly as soon as he got it. Brother, be careful. We still need our chandelier. Su Xiaoshuang, seeing Su Yuan playing with the spear, grew nervous and quickly reminded him.
She walked up to Su Yuan, looked at the large spear, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Brother, why did you suddenly buy a spear? Are you planning to use it as your weapon from now on? Correct. Su Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. Have you decided which spear technique you want to learn? How about I go ask Qianxiao Empress? She must have plenty of excellent spear techniques. Su Xiaoshuang suggested excitedly. As a former empress, her mind must be filled with countless supreme skills. This is a great opportunity to uncover them. Don't overthink it. I know quite a few gun techniques, but this is your brother's first time handling a weapon like this. He needs to build a solid foundation first. Learning any gun technique won't help without it. A skyscraper starts from the ground up. This is something even elementary school students understand, the Empress Jiangxiao said in Su Xiaoshuang's mind. Su Yuan smiled faintly. No need to trouble the Empress. Let's head to the garden downstairs and practice first. All right. Su Xiaoshuang nodded, thinking to herself, my brother is a natural genius. Even without a foundation, he'll definitely pick up gun techniques quickly. Do you really think your brother is omnipotent? Empress Jiangxiao curled her lips, secretly skeptical. Every weapon requires a learning process. Who is born knowing how to use one? Even she had spent more than half a year mastering the sword back in the day. Downstairs in the garden, several elderly men were practicing martial arts. Among them were retired martial artists. Though advanced in age, their moves were still vigorous and powerful, even surpassing many younger practitioners. Su Yuan used to watch them often and gradually became familiar with these elders. Now, seeing him carrying a spear, everyone curiously gathered around. So, Xiao Yuan, are you planning to practice with the spear? The spear, the king of all weapons, is not so easy to master. To practice the spear, you must first practice boxing. Why not learn some boxing techniques from me first? Alright, stop bothering Xiao Yuan. Come on, Xiao Yuan, show us your spear skills. Let's see how good you are. An elderly man in white clothing stroked his beard and smiled. Su Yuan scratched his head. This is my first time practicing with a spear. If you have any suggestions, feel free to share. Just don't laugh at me. Ha, well said, well said. The old man nodded with a smile, already planning to give him some proper guidance. A spear. Back in the day, I practiced a few moves myself. I'll give Xiao Yuan some good pointers later, one of the old men thought to himself. Su Yuan took his stance, gripped the long spear, and closed his eyes to take a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashed within them, and his aura changed abruptly, like a slumbering lion awakening. The older men's expressions shifted slightly. This aura, something's off. Is this really Xiao Yuan's first time practicing with a spear?
With the spear in his hand, Su Yuan began to demonstrate the techniques of the Thunder King spear. The spear thrust forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, shadows of the spear flickering, spear flowers dazzling. The alloy spear spun in his hands. As he executed thrusts, sweeps, slashes, strikes, jabs, smashes, spins, slices, and flicks, every spear technique was displayed one by one. The silver-white spear seemed to transform into a swimming dragon in his hands, exuding an unparalleled might. And this is just a simple move, he hasn't even used spiritual power yet, otherwise, the force would be even more overwhelming.
The surrounding elders watched in astonishment, exclaiming one after another, "What excellent spear technique!
Such domineering and swift spear moves!
Is this really his first time practicing with a spear?"
Those grandfathers who originally intended to give him pointers twitched at the corners of their mouths, secretly thinking, "Goodness, we might have to ask him for guidance instead."
Big brother is awesome. Su Xiaoshuang cheered for Su Yuan on the side.
Meanwhile, the Empress Jiangxiu in her martial soul space twitched the corner of her mouth, momentarily speechless. "Are you sure this is your brother's first time practicing shooting?"
"Should be. He never practiced at home before." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The Empress Jiangxiu took a deep breath. "This kind of marksmanship, even some masters might not be able to achieve it."
"Doesn't that mean my brother is awesome?"
Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up.
The Empress Jiangxiu was speechless, secretly thinking, how could such a monster exist in this world? Without ever practicing with a gun, he could immediately reach a level that even masters might not achieve.
This is no longer a matter of being awesome. This is a matter of whether it even exists. Such a small blue star, yet it harbors such an extraordinary anomaly?
If his martial soul were a high-level spear-type martial soul, I might barely accept it, but his martial soul is clearly a beast martial soul.
It has nothing to do with a spear at all.
Empress Jiangxiu murmured, a trace of shock flashing in her eyes. She gazed deeply at Su Yuan through Su Xiaoshuang's body, silently thinking to herself, how many more surprises does this guy have that I don't know about? After finishing a set of gun techniques, Su Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and cupped his hands toward the elderly men around him, saying, "Gentlemen, how did I do?"
The elderly men exchanged glances, silently thinking, "How did you do? Don't you have any self-awareness?"
The elderly man in white coughed twice, his tone carrying a hint of praise. "Not bad, reminds me of my younger days." The elderly man in black beside him rolled his eyes and bluntly retorted, "Nonsense. If you had even a third of Xiao Yuan's skill back then, that would have been impressive enough."
"Damn, don't ruin it. Not convinced? Want to fight? Afraid of you? Not a chance." The two old men got competitive, and the atmosphere instantly became lively.
Su Yuan shook his head and smiled to himself. It seemed his marksmanship wasn't bad, and he felt secretly pleased.
Buzz buzz. At this moment, the bull medal in Su Yuan's pocket started vibrating. He picked it up and examined it, noticing a small button on it. After pressing it, Lin Jian's voice came through the medal, "Su Yuan, there's a mission." Su Yuan was stunned. "So fast? Where?" "I've sent the location to your phone. Come quickly."
"All right." Su Yuan nodded, pinned the medal on his chest, picked up his phone, glanced at the location, and seeing it wasn't far, immediately headed toward the target destination.
An elderly man noticed the medal on Su Yuan's chest and couldn't help but stand in awe, his eyes shining with admiration.
"That's the rampaging bull medal."
"Xiao Yuan, you joined the hunting team? How old is he?"
Xiao Yuan is just like his dad. But his dad couldn't join the hunting team back then, and now he's joined at such a young age.
Hearing the old men's words, Su Xiaoshuang's face showed a hint of anxiety. "Hunting team?
Why did my brother quietly join such a dangerous place? No, I must grow stronger as soon as possible. I want to fight alongside my brother."
"Empress Jiangxiu, is there any way for me to improve faster?" Su Xiaoshuang anxiously asked in her mind.
"There is. I can give you a secret recipe for a pill. As long as you follow the recipe to gather the ingredients, you can concoct a pill that will help you progress quickly."
"A pill? That must cost a lot of money, right? Refining pills naturally costs money."
"You can't afford it with your small savings."
This just shows you haven't read enough novels. There are plenty of ways to make money.
Do you have many of those so-called secret recipes?"
"Quite a few."
"Are you thinking?"
"That's right. Sell one of the secret recipes, and then why worry about not having money?"
Su Xiaoshuang smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling, as if she saw an endless stream of money pouring toward her. A flame ignited in her heart, determined to go further and further down this path of counterattack. Upon receiving news from Lin Jian, Su Yuan immediately quickened his pace and rushed to the scene of the exotic beast incident. Inside the mall, the surroundings had already been cordoned off, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Su Yuan looked around but couldn't find Lin Jian's figure, only patrol officers were maintaining order. He hurried forward, intending to inquire. "Hey, kid, this isn't a place you should be. Leave quickly and don't cause trouble," the patrol officer said sternly.
Su Yuan pointed to the badge on his chest and calmly said, "I'm a member of the Violent Bull Squad. Where is Lin Jian?"
The patrol officer was stunned for a moment, surprised that someone so young had already joined a hunting squad.
He then replied, "Warrior Lin has already gone in. He said if someone named Su Yuan comes, let him in." "Are you?" "I'm Su Yuan."
Without hesitation, he pushed past the caution tape and walked into the mall. The mall was empty, with various goods scattered all around. Su Yuan's heart tightened. This was by no means a safe place. He quickly took out his long gun, assembled it, and held it in his hands, immediately feeling a slight sense of security. Although this was his first mission and it was inevitable to feel nervous, he knew that such scenes would become commonplace in the future.
Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan began carefully searching for traces of the alien beast.
Generally speaking, alien beasts were mostly carnivorous creatures, and the fresh meat section was undoubtedly the place they were most likely to appear. Familiar with this mall, he quickly headed toward the fresh meat section. Sure enough, the fresh meat section was in complete disarray, with various meat products scattered all over the floor.
Many pieces of fresh
meat bore marks of being gnawed on, and blood mixed with bits of meat was flowing on the ground.
Just then, his badge suddenly vibrated. He pressed a button, and Lin Jian's voice came through. "Su Yuan, have you arrived?" "I'm already in the mall, Lin, where are you?" Su Yuan responded quickly. "I'm in the cold storage.
All the frozen meat here has been devoured. It seems to be a big one.
Be careful if you encounter it. If you can't beat it, just run and leave it to me to handle."
Lin Jian's voice carried a hint of tension.
"Got it." Su Yuan's heart tightened as he nodded in response.
At this moment, in the mall's surveillance room, Olay sat with her legs crossed, staring intently at the screen.
"Su Yuan, let me see your potential."
She casually grabbed a bag of chips, eating while watching, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the mall, Su Yuan carried a long spear, searching for traces of the mutant beast. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence.
Su Yuan quickly turned around, only to see a woman holding 7 or 8 shopping bags, fleeing in panic from a clothing store.
Chasing closely behind her was a massive, jet-black dog, charging forward at full speed.
The black dog drooled, its saliva sizzling as it hit the ground, as if it were acid.
Su Yuan immediately recognized its identity, a second-tier mutant beast.
The Venom Fang Hound.
The Venom Fang Hound, as the name suggests, had venomous fangs like a snake.
Once bitten, an ordinary person would die within 10 seconds.
And this creature, as a second-tier mutant beast, was several times faster and stronger than a first-tier warrior. Logically speaking, a first-tier martial artist like Su Yuan would have almost no chance of defeating a second-tier mutant beast. At this moment, he should heed Lin Jian's advice, and run away immediately. But just then, the woman suddenly fell to the ground, looking in despair at the oncoming Venom Fang Hound.
Su Yuan's heart tightened.
Without time to think, he dashed forward, thrusting his spear straight ahead. The spear pierced accurately into the Venom Fang Hound's lower jaw, instantly flinging it into the air.
"Go now," he shouted to the woman.
The other party was clearly a civilian who hadn't had time to evacuate.
Su Yuan couldn't afford to think too much.
The spear in his hand trembled violently as he felt the
immense strength.
He clicked his tongue inwardly, as expected of a second-tier mutant beast.
Its skin is as hard as iron. That strike just now didn't even penetrate. Roar!
The Venom Fang Hound let out a furious roar and lunged at him once again.
Su Yuan showed no fear.
With a spear in hand, he moved like a swimming dragon. His spiritual energy surged and instantly infused into the spear, emitting arcs of electricity. This was the A-grade martial skill, Thunder King Spear.
Bang!
The spear struck the Venom Fang Hound heavily, sending it flying. However, the hound quickly got back on its feet and ferociously charged at Su Yuan again, spewing streams of venom from its mouth.
Su Yuan was startled and swiftly dodged.
Fully unleashing the Thunder King Spear, he continuously attacked the Venom Fang Hound as it
prepared to lunge again.
Time and again, he sent the beast flying, astonishingly suppressing a second-tier mutant beast in combat.
In the monitoring room, Olay couldn't help but applaud. Excellent marksmanship. This must be an A-level martial skill. Su Yuan, you keep surprising me more and more.
Inside the mall, Su Yuan fought with both wit and courage, but the Venom Fong Dog's thick skin barely took any damage. He thought to himself, I must target its weak spot. Just as the Venom Fong Dog opened its mouth to spit venom again, Su Yuan thrust his spear forward, like a dragon emerging from the sea. A sharp sound rang out. The spear pierced directly into its mouth and exited through the back of its head. One shot, one kill. This kind of ordinary second-tier mutant beast is completely no challenge for me. I haven't even used the power of the white tiger. Su Yuan thought to himself, his heart full of confidence and pride. After killing the Venom Fong Dog, Lin Jian, who had heard the commotion not far away, walked over excitedly, clapping his hands and saying, I didn't expect you to be able to take down a Venom Fong Dog on your own. Impressive. Su Yuan rolled his eyes and looked at the camera overhead. Captain, have you seen enough? Aren't you coming out to meet me? In the monitoring room, Olay froze for a moment, thinking to herself, he actually figured it out? She turned on the communicator and asked tentatively, you clever boy, how did you know I was here? Just a guess. Su Yuan smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. I noticed during the battle just now that this camera has been watching me the whole time. Besides, I always felt that joining the Wild Bull Squad went a little too smoothly. This must be my second interview, right? Aside from that, the most crucial thing is, Captain, the actor you found is too fake. How could a civilian being chased by a Venom Fong Dog still remember to carry a bunch of clothes and bags? Su Yuan pointed at the woman who had been chased by the Venom Fong Dog earlier. She was holding 7 or 8 bags filled with various clothes and handbags. Even in a life-and-death situation, not a single one was left behind. Wang Yan, what's going on with you? Olay asked through gritted teeth. Wang Yan pouted and responded unapologetically, Captain, you can't blame me for this. These clothes and bags cost me a month's salary, so of course I couldn't leave them behind. Careful, or I'll tear those things of yours apart. Olay was burning with rage. Come on, Captain, you can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame this rookie for being too observant. Who would notice something like that in such a situation? Wang Yan said innocently. Alright, Su Yuan, congratulations on officially becoming a member of the Wild Bull Squad. Olay held her forehead. Although she was dissatisfied, she had to admit Su Yuan's strength. Then she left the monitoring room, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, thinking to herself, interesting, this test somehow feels like it didn't fully reveal his abilities. Oh well, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. In the mall, Lin Jian smiled at Su Yuan and said, welcome aboard. Welcome, handsome. Come on, add me on WeChat. When you're free, I'll treat you to dinner and a movie. Wang Yan took out her phone, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Thank you, sister. Are you also part of the Bull Force team? Su Yuan asked curiously. Yes, I'm Wang Yan. I originally came here to shop, but the captain called me over last minute to conduct your test. Wang Yan shrugged indifferently. I see, then what about this Venom Fong Dog? Su Yuan continued to ask. Captured from the captain's pet base. Wang Yan looked relaxed. Pet base? Su Yuan was stunned, his heart full of doubts. Who keeps exotic beasts in a pet base? Could there be more secrets hidden inside? After dealing with the Venom Fong Dog and officially joining the Wild Bull Group, Su Yuan bid farewell to Lin Jian and Wang Yan. He then enthusiastically bought some items at the mall before returning home. As soon as he entered, he noticed Su Xiaoshuan was engrossed in copying something. He leaned over to take a look and saw the paper filled with names of medicinal herbs like Dihuang root, 7-star grass, and ginseng. He couldn't help but feel curious. Why are you copying these? Secret. Su Xiaoshuang replied with a mysterious smile at the corner of her mouth. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan couldn't resist ruffling her hair and said with a laugh, Ah, my little sister is growing up, she's starting to have secrets now. Don't mess up my hair. I just fixed it. Su Xiaoshuang muttered, looking a bit displeased. Su Yuan smiled and did not continue to press further. Maintaining a sense of distance between family members is necessary, and having secrets is perfectly normal. He also had his own secret regarding the system. He planned not to mention it to anyone. No longer paying attention to Su Xiaoshuang's secret, Su Yuan began his own cultivation. There are only 3 days left until the martial arts rookie competition. I must make further progress within these 3 days. He silently cheered himself on. With his current strength, he should stand out among the rookies, but Su Yuan always believed that there is always someone better. No matter how strong he was, he could not afford to let his guard down. Talents abound, especially those who not only possess innate gifts but also have opportunities and family backing, like Luo Ching Snow. He absolutely could not afford to be careless. At this moment, Su Xiaoshuang also began her plan, stepping out the door with the copied secret formula. Laojun Pharmaceuticals, the largest pharmaceutical company in Qingyun City, specializing in the development of various genetic potions and pills, was precisely Su Xiaoshuang's target for this trip. Given her current status, it was obviously unrealistic to directly meet the chairman or senior executives of Laojun Pharmaceuticals. Thus, she forged a resume and came for an interview. The interviewer saw her and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Little girl, how old are you? Do you really think you can apply to be a researcher at our pharmaceutical company?" He glanced at Su Xiaoshuang's resume and immediately spotted the issue. "This is the secret formula for a pill I developed. Its effectiveness is double that of your currently marketed Zhao Yuan pill," Su Xiaoshuang said confidently. However, the interviewer didn't care at all. What use could a formula developed by a little girl possibly have? "Alright, little girl, stop messing around here and leave quickly. You'd better take a look. It won't cost you anything. Here's my contact number." Su Xiaoshuang left a note with her phone number written on it. The interviewer glanced at it casually and tossed the note aside, showing complete indifference. Time quietly passed. The interviewer stretched lazily. "It's really hard to hire a researcher these days. Fewer and fewer people are willing to stay in the lab." At this moment, an elderly man in a white lab coat walked in. The interviewer immediately stood up to greet him. "Mr. Bai, why did you come in person?" "After staying in the lab for so long, I needed some fresh air." Mr. Bai smiled faintly and casually asked, "How's it going? Have you found a suitable candidate?" "No, these people are either overly ambitious or lack the necessary qualifications. There was even a young girl trying to muddle through." The interviewer complained helplessly. Mr. Bai casually picked up a piece of paper from the table. It was filled with the names of various medicinal ingredients. His brows furrowed slightly, and he looked a bit surprised. "A pill formula? It must have been left by someone who came for the interview," the interviewer replied. Old Bai's interest was piqued. He examined it carefully, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Who left this pill formula?" "It seems to be left by a little girl." The interviewer took a closer look. The pill formulas left by others were all on formal A4 paper, but Su Xiaoshuang's formula was on a piece of homework paper, clearly torn from a notebook. "A little girl?" Old Bai was momentarily stunned, then said sternly, "No matter what it takes, we must find this little girl." "Ah, Mr. Bai, is there something special about this pill formula?" the interviewer asked curiously. "This pill formula can double the effectiveness of our newly developed Zhao Yuan pill. Wouldn't you say that's extraordinary?" Mr. Bai's tone carried a hint of urgency. "That's incredible?" The interviewer was stunned, secretly feeling fortunate. Could that little girl's words actually be true? He hurried over to the trash can to search. "What are you doing?" Mr. Bai asked in confusion. "Found it." The interviewer picked up a small piece of paper from the trash can. It was the contact information left by Su Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang was walking on her way home when her phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Without looking, she directly declined the call. "Is it possible that this call is very important?" Empress Jiangxiu said calmly. "What's so important about a spam call? Could it be the interviewer calling?" "Ah, I almost forgot about that." Su Xiaoshuang smacked her forehead in frustration. "Should I call back? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" On the other side, the interviewer stared at the disconnected call, feeling a wave of anxiety. He thought to himself, "Why isn't she answering the phone? Call again." Old Bai urged from the side. He had no choice but to keep dialing. This time, the call went through, and the interviewer quickly said, "Young lady, our Laojun Pharmaceutical would like to discuss the interview with you. May I know where you are now?" "Alright, got it. Stay where you are, and we'll send someone to pick you up immediately." Su Xiaoshuang hung up the phone, feeling a surge of anticipation. She casually found a shopping mall, bought a cup of milk tea, and sipped it while waiting for the people from Laojun Pharmaceutical to come and pick her up. At this moment, a voice came from beside her. "Xiaoshuang?" She turned around and saw a woman. It was Liao Mei, her brother's ex-girlfriend, and she was actually with another man, seemingly on a date. Su Xiaoshuang felt a wave of disdain in her heart and glanced over. That man was nowhere near as handsome as her brother. She didn't want to engage and turned to leave. "Oh, Xiaoshuang, I'm at least your brother's ex. Aren't you going to say hello when we meet?" Liao Mei said indifferently. "Why bother greeting? It's good enough I didn't hit you," Su Xiaoshuang retorted bluntly, rolling her eyes. Liao Mei frowned upon hearing this. "You're still so uncivilized." These words instantly enraged Su Xiaoshuang, and she charged forward with a kick. "You're the one who's uncivilized.
Your whole family is uncivilized. Her parents passed away early, and she hated it when others said she was uncivilized. Su Xiaoshuang, are you crazy? Liao Mei moved swiftly, dodging quickly. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshuang was furious and directly threw the milk tea in her hand. Liao Mei and the man beside her failed to dodge in time, and the milk tea splashed all over them. The man's face instantly darkened. Looking for a beating. I can't deal with Su Yuan, but do you think I'll let a girl like you bully me? Ha, Lu Ziang, do you think I'm afraid of you? Su Xiaoshuang glared at him angrily. She recognized the man. It was Lu Ziang, who had always been at odds with her older brother at third high school. Not as handsome as my brother, not as good in academics, not as advanced in cultivation, and now you've found a girlfriend who's just that. Cast off my brother didn't want. You really are pathetic. Su Xiaoshuang showed no mercy, her mocking tone filled with intense insult. Lu Ziang and Liao Mei trembled with anger, ready to teach this crazy girl a lesson, but suddenly they heard a rumbling sound coming from not far away. Everyone looked up to see a helicopter slowly descending onto the lawn, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The helicopter steadily landed on the lawn, instantly drawing countless gazes. Liao Mei and Lu Ziang, who had originally intended to fight, couldn't help but pause their actions, their eyes simultaneously turning to the sky. That's Lao Jun Pharmaceuticals' helicopter. Why would they come here? Lu Ziang froze, pondering inwardly. Lao Jun Pharmaceutical, the top pharmaceutical company in Qingyun City, held a status akin to the stars in the sky, dazzling beyond compare. Even a prestigious family like the Lin family seemed somewhat overshadowed in their presence. Damn, Lao Jun Pharmaceutical actually flew a helicopter here, someone exclaimed in surprise. Could it be to pick up some big shot? Another person speculated. Using a helicopter for pickup? Could it be a major shareholder? Someone chimed in. TSK, if the chairman of the pharmaceutical company personally comes, that would be truly remarkable. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with envy and curiosity. At that moment, the helicopter door opened, and a man in a suit stepped out. Su Xiaoshuang immediately recognized him and excitedly waved, saying, "Here, here." Liao Mei and Lu Ziang were both stunned, their expressions shifting from shock to disbelief. What's wrong with you, you brat? Lu Ziang frowned, secretly wondering if Su Xiaoshuang had something to do with Lao Jun Pharmaceutical. That's someone from Lao Jun Pharmaceutical. Liao Mei's heart tightened, feeling that things were getting complicated. Lu Ziang snorted coldly, grabbing Su Xiaoshuang's hand, ready to act, but was yanked away by the man in the suit. "Stop," the man shouted, then turned to Su Xiaoshuang and said, "Miss Su, I've come to pick you up." Let's go." Su Xiaoshuang nodded smugly, glanced at the dumbfounded Liao Mei and Lu Ziang, and strutted toward the helicopter. The people around were stunned, seemingly trying to guess the identity of this young girl. "Who is this little girl?" someone asked in a low voice. Lao Jun Pharmaceutical actually came to pick her up personally. Could she be the chairman's daughter? Another person speculated. Never heard that Chairman Lao Jun has a daughter. Could she be an illegitimate child? Everyone started speculating, increasingly convinced that Su Xiaoshuang was extraordinary. Liao Mei's expression changed instantly, panic rising in her heart. What's going on? How is this girl connected to Lao Jun Pharmaceutical? Since she left Su Yuan, Su Xiaoshuang and her brother seemed to have been growing rapidly. One had acquired an SSS-level martial soul, while the other had established such a close relationship with Lao Jun Pharmaceutical. It was truly shocking. The helicopter took off under the envious gazes of the crowd. It was Su Xiaoshuang's first time riding in a helicopter, and she was thrilled. She hadn't expected the pickup to be a helicopter so grand. Empress Jiangxiu scoffed, "Isn't it just a helicopter? I've even piloted a cosmic battleship before." Su Xiaoshuang couldn't be bothered with her and was filled with anticipation. She quickly arrived at Lao Jun Pharmaceuticals, where she was greeted not only by the previous interviewer but also by an elderly man. The elderly man took out a pill formula and asked Su Xiaoshuang some questions. With the help of Empress Jiangxiu, Su Xiaoshuang answered fluently, causing the elder's gaze to grow increasingly enthusiastic. "Brilliant, you are truly a genius," Elder Bai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Just average." Su Xiaoshuang smiled modestly. "Would you be willing to work at my Lao Jun Pharmaceutical? Whatever conditions you want, feel free to ask," Elder Bai said solemnly, having already recognized Su Xiaoshuang's immense potential in the art of alchemy. "Working is impossible, I could never work in my lifetime," Su Xiaoshuang said firmly. "But we can collaborate. I'll sell you this pill formula for 10 million, and I only want 10% of the profits from the pill sales." In the future, if I develop any new pills, I'll give Laojun pharmaceutical priority consideration. Elder Bai pondered for a moment and finally said, deal. His position at Laojun Pharmaceutical was high enough to make such decisions. Next, they discussed some cooperation details. Although Su Xiaoshuang was young, she displayed an exceptionally mature business acumen, which secretly surprised Elder Bai. Laojun Pharmaceutical set up a card in Su Xiaoshuang's name and transferred 10 million into it. Holding the card, Su Xiaoshuang could hardly contain her excitement. 10 million, this is just too easy, she thought to herself. Now I can buy the herbs you mentioned. Well, it's barely enough, the Empress Jiangxiao replied. My big brother's birthday is coming up soon. I need to prepare a gift for him. What should I buy? Su Xiaoshuang thought happily. Achoo! Is someone thinking about me? Su Yuan touched his nose and then glanced toward Su Xiaoshuang's room, frowning slightly. Where did that girl run off to? Haven't seen her all day. Although he felt a bit puzzled, he didn't think much of it and got ready to go out to buy groceries. While takeout was delicious, he preferred to personally shop for ingredients and cook. After all, he could make do on his own, but Su Xiaoshuang was still young and couldn't always eat takeout. Boss, give me 2 pounds of fried chicken. Su Xiaoshuang strode confidently to the fried chicken shop at the entrance of the neighborhood, looking full of energy. The fried chicken shop owner looked at her, grinning from ear to ear. Wow, Xiaoshuang, you're really generous today. Did your brother give you some pocket money? No, starting today, my brother has to ask me for pocket money, she said proudly, as if she had gained all the wealth in the world. Oh, did you win the lottery then? A low voice suddenly came from behind, accompanied by a chill. Su Xiaoshuang shivered, turned around, and saw Su Yuan with a cold expression. Her heart tightened as she swallowed nervously. Brother, why do you walk so silently? Is the fried chicken tasty? Super awful. Boss, I don't want the fried chicken anymore. She shook her head repeatedly, like a rattle drum, and hurriedly ran into the neighborhood. The fried chicken shop owner looked helpless, as the freshly fried chicken pieces were about to be returned. Su Yuan shook his head, a faint smile of helplessness appearing at the corner of his mouth. I'll take the fried chicken. Got it. The owner immediately beamed with joy. Business was booming. Boss, after frying, I'll go buy some groceries. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he headed toward the nearby market. However, halfway there, he suddenly heard people near the dock by the market running out in panic, shouting in fear, Anomalous beast, an anomalous beast is here. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, his heart alert, and quickly ran toward the direction of the sound. Sure enough, he saw an anomalous beast with a shark's head grabbing a fish vendor, seemingly about to strike. Instinctively, he wanted to grab his gun, only to realize he had left it at home. Ding! Faced with the chaos caused by the alien beast, you, who forgot to bring a weapon, have the following choices. 1. Unarmed, fleeing is the best strategy. Reward, none. 2. Even though unarmed, as a warrior, how can you stand by and watch without saving lives? Take action to kill the alien beast. Reward, 1 billion. Su Yuan was instantly stunned. 1 billion? Not 10,000, not a million, but 1 billion. He swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming, fists clenched, and charged forward without hesitation. 100 million, let go of that boss. In an instant, the battle horn had sounded. 100 million, let go of that boss. Come at me. The strange beast and the boss were both stunned, staring at each other in confusion. What 100 million? The boss was puzzled, while the beast was furious. To hell with you, 100 million. Although the beast wasn't very intelligent, upon hearing Su Yuan's provocation, it angrily threw the boss away. Then, it charged toward Su Yuan, releasing a powerful surge of spiritual energy, with water currents swirling around. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. A second-tier water attribute mutant beast. This Sharkman was no less formidable than the venomous Fanghound they encountered earlier, perhaps even stronger. However, he showed no fear. Though he was unarmed, his blazing fire fist was not something he had trained in vain. He charged straight ahead. With a single punch, blazing flames roared. Water and fire collided, evaporating a large amount of white mist. The Sharkman was directly knocked back several steps. Su Yuan seized the advantage and pressed on, continuing his attack. His fists danced wildly, unleashing the blazing fire fist to its fullest, mixed with white tiger killing intent. With the white tiger killing intent enhancing him, his power was astonishing, forcing the Sharkman to retreat step by step. It seemed to sense danger, and the strange beast actually turned to flee. Su Yuan's eyes widened. 100 million. This is 100 million. He absolutely couldn't let the other party escape. Seeing the Sharkman about to leap into the sea, Su Yuan panicked, thinking to himself, if the other party gets away, he'd be slapping his thigh in regret in the middle of the night. In a moment of desperation, Su Yuan spotted a harpoon not far away. His eyes lit up as he quickly grabbed it, infused it with spiritual energy, and hurled it forcefully. Take this! Whoosh! The harpoon, crackling with electric sparks, shot through the air and pierced the sharkman's body with precision. The opponent let out a miserable howl and collapsed heavily. Su Yuan seized the opportunity to charge forward, delivering a fierce flaming fist downward. The flames scorched the shark man's body, releasing waves of a grilled fish aroma. Su Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement. I wonder if this is edible? Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 100 million. The system notification sound rang out, and Su Yuan's eyes sparkled as he quickly picked up his phone to check his balance. 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. Gulp, it's really 100 million. I've struck it rich. Su Yuan swallowed hard in excitement and said to the boss not far away, call the Post-Beast Disaster Processing Division and let them come to collect the beast's corpse. The Post-Beast Disaster Processing Division, a reliable assistant to the hunting teams, is responsible for handling beast corpses and recovering useful materials. After dealing with the mutant beast, Su Yuan walked into the market and started buying groceries. A familiar shopkeeper saw him covered in blood and was startled. Xiao Yuan, did you get into a fight with someone? No, a mutant beast appeared nearby. I just slaughtered it, this is its blood, Su Yuan said with a grin. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. Killing a mutant beast? At such a young age, he could already kill a mutant beast? The fish vendor from earlier stepped forward, holding 2 fresh groupers in his hand. Young man, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead at the hands of that beast by now. It's nothing, this is what we members of the hunting team are supposed to do. Wow, so you're part of the hunting team, young and capable. If only my useless son had half your skills, the fish vendor sighed. It's true that comparisons can be disheartening. His own son, about the same age as Su Yuan, only knew how to waste time, barely managing to score in the triple digits on exams. Thinking of this, the fish seller decided to give the other party a good lesson when he returned. Su Yuan, carrying the grouper, saw his face suddenly darken and silently mourned for the unknown young man for 3 seconds. The other people in the market, knowing that Su Yuan had just killed a mutant beast and still had the leisure to buy groceries, all looked at him with newfound respect. After buying groceries, Su Yuan went home and brought fried chicken along the way. Su Xiaoshuan was studying in her room when she suddenly smelled the aroma of fried chicken. She rushed out immediately. My fried chicken. Bro, I love you to death. Su Yuan curled his lips. Don't eat too much, we still have dinner later. Got it. When Su Yuan finished cooking and saw the empty fried chicken box and soda cans on the table, the corner of his mouth twitched. Su Xiaoshuan, your pocket money for this month is gone. Ah. Su Xiaoshuan, who had just finished licking her fingers, wailed, but suddenly thought of something and laughed. Gone is gone, it doesn't matter anymore. Su Yuan was stunned for a moment. This person, something's off. Su Xiaoshuan, you didn't really win the lottery, did you? Not telling you. Su Xiaoshuan chuckled and then asked, Big brother, your birthday is coming up. Is there anything you want as a gift? You being obedient and studying hard is the best gift. Big brother. When have I ever been disobedient? Never mind, I've already decided on the gift myself, Su Xiaoshuan said confidently. With 10 million in hand, her confidence instantly skyrocketed. She was determined to give her big brother a surprising gift. Su Yuan didn't have high expectations for this. After all, in his eyes, Su Xiaoshuan, this little girl, couldn't come up with anything particularly special. However, even if he received just a greeting card, he would still be perfectly content. What matters is the thought. In comparison, what he cares about more now is how to spend this 100 million in his hands. Buy a house? He already has one. Buy a car? This seems like a good choice. After all, he and Su Xiaoshuan always take the bus when they go out. If there were a car, traveling would be much more convenient. There used to be a motorcycle at home. Su Yuan often rode it, but after his parents passed away, he had to sell the motorcycle to help make ends meet. How about buying another one? Forget it, these things aren't urgent for now. In a couple of days, it's the martial arts newcomer competition. Let's get through that first. Su Yuan rubbed his hands eagerly, his face full of anticipation. The martial arts newcomer competition's prize is an invaluable high-grade genetic potion. Rounding it up, that's another 100 million. This time, I must succeed. Inside an abandoned building. Su Yuan held a long rifle, standing guard vigilantly at a doorway,
while Lin Jian's voice came through the raging bull badge on his shoulder.
Su Yuan, watch out. That beast is charging in your direction. Alright, leave it to me.
Su Yuan's eyes were resolute as he gripped the spear tightly in his hand. Whoosh! At that moment, a pitch-black beast resembling a werewolf suddenly lunged out from the building. Spotting Su Yuan at the entrance, it immediately launched an attack, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing howl.
Su Yuan thrust his spear forward with lightning precision, directly piercing the werewolf's throat and killing it instantly. Lin Jian walked over from not far away, his face full of amazement.
Su Yuan, your shooting skills are getting better and better.
Truly impressive. Not bad.
Su Yuan smiled slightly, then said, by the way, Brother Lin, I need to take a day off tomorrow to participate in the martial arts rookie competition.
The martial arts rookie competition?
Oh, I almost forgot, you're still a student. Lin Jian shook his head with a smile. The other party's strength always made him forget this fact.
He smiled and said, no problem, do your best and don't embarrass our furious bull team. I'll be there to cheer you on. When he got home, Su Yuan suddenly smelled a pungent medicinal aroma.
He saw Su Xiaoshuang cooking something on an induction cooker, with 2 paper balls stuffed in her nostrils.
What are you doing? Su Yuan asked with a frown.
Making pills, Su Xiaoshuang replied nonchalantly.
You actually use an induction cooker to refine pills? Su Yuan was utterly shocked.
A true master can refine pills barehanded. Having an induction cooker is practically a divine tool, and it's easier to control the heat.
She looked completely serious. Although what she said made sense, Su Yuan still found the scene somewhat bizarre. Could this be considered scientific pill refining? Is this something that Empress taught you as well? He asked.
Yes. Su Xiaoshuang nodded.
Then how do I cook? Su Yuan asked helplessly.
I've ordered takeout for you, she said casually.
You're so thoughtful.
Su Yuan held his forehead, feeling utterly helpless inside. After finishing the takeout, he glanced at the busy Su Xiaoshuang, shook his head, and decided to go back to wash up and sleep. Early the next morning, he got up early and saw Su Xiaoshuang asleep on the table. Beside the induction cooker was a pile of medicinal residue, among which were a few grayish pills.
Did it actually get refined? Su Yuan's expression turned peculiar. Can this thing be eaten?
He carefully placed the pill aside, then carried the sleeping Su Xiaoshuang back to the room.
After tidying up the messy kitchen and making some breakfast, he finally left the house. Not long after he left, a streak of light suddenly flew out of Su Xiaoshuang's body, transforming into the Empress Jiangxiu. She
looked at the tidy kitchen and the breakfast on the table, muttering to herself, this little guy really dotes on his sister. She glanced at the soundly sleeping Su Xiaoshuang, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes.
If only I had a brother like this back then.
Empress Jiangxiu was born into a poor family. Her parents sold her when she was 3 years old to make ends meet, and she never experienced the warmth of familial love. After merging with Su Xiaoshuang, she deeply empathized with Su Xiaoshuang's experiences. Although Su Xiaoshuang's parents passed away early, she had Su Yuan, an older brother who cared for her in every possible way, never letting her suffer even the slightest grievance. No wonder Su Xiaoshuang became a brother complex. She glanced at the pill Su Xiaoshuang had refined.
For a first attempt, achieving this result, it's not bad.
The martial arts rookie competition is about to kick off in Qingyun City, an annual grand event. In previous years, the rookie competitions were held
separately by each school, but this time is different.
Martial arts rookies from 13 schools are gathering together, making it exceptionally lively. The venue is set at the plaza of First High School, as only First High School can accommodate such a large number of students.
Arriving at the scene, Su Yuan was stunned by the bustling and lively crowd.
I heard that this year's rookie competition has produced some incredible talents, including even SSS-level martial souls.
Yeah, those 2 SSS-level martial souls are both from Third High.
I heard they don't even need to compete and were directly advanced to the quarterfinals.
That's amazing. Third High School is really stealing the spotlight this time. But First High School also has an SS grade martial soul.
I heard that person even joined the Zhixiao Martial Hall and was accepted as a direct disciple by Marquee Zhixiao. Rumor has it that the principal of First High School spent a fortune to buy a second-tier boundary-breaking pill for this SS-grade martial soul to help him break through.
Hiss. So, does that mean there's a second-tier martial artist in this year's rookie competition? How can anyone else compete?
The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and Su Yuan was startled upon hearing these rumors. There was actually a second-tier martial artist. He himself was merely at the peak of the first tier, proving that there was no shortage of geniuses. However, he felt no fear, killing second-tier exotic beasts was a breeze, and defeating a second-tier martial artist posed no pressure at all.
Su Yuan. Long time no see.
At this moment, a crisp voice came from behind. Su Yuan turned around and saw Luo Ching Snow walking toward him. Today, she was wearing a blue and white robe that accentuated her curvaceous figure, and her cold, stunning face drew the attention of many. Long time no see, Miss Luo seems to have become even more beautiful.
Su Yuan greeted with a smile.
Luo Ching Snow's face turned slightly red, then she snorted coldly, "Humph, just a few days apart, and you've become even more frivolous." Yet, she couldn't suppress the joy bubbling in her heart. He actually said I look better. Ever since being defeated by Su Yuan last time, Luo Ching Snow had to admit she had developed feelings for him. However, feelings aside, she still hadn't forgotten her goal, to surpass him and shed the reputation of being forever second place.
Once I defeat him, I'll confess to him.
Luo Ching Snow thought to herself, Su Yuan, if you don't know how to flirt, then don't.
Your approach is already outdated.
At that moment, a crisp voice rang out.
Lu Ziang and Liao Mei appeared, walking slowly, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense.
Su Yuan rolled his eyes, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth.
You two seem to have hit it off. I'm talking to him, what does it have to do with you?
Luo Ching Snow shot Lu Ziang a cold glance, as if to say, don't flatter yourself. Lu Ziang's expression changed slightly, anger burning in his heart, but he dared not confront Luo Ching Snow directly. Instead, he turned to Su Yuan.
Provocatively, Su Yuan, don't get too cocky too soon. Do you think you can overpower all your opponents in this martial arts newcomer competition?
Oh, do you think you can beat me? Su Yuan sneered, his tone full of disdain.
I may not be able to beat you, but
my senior brother Zhang from the Zhixiao Martial Hall can. Lu Ziang's lips curled into a sinister smile, as if he could already see Su Yuan's defeat. At that moment, a young man dressed in a white robe with sharp eyebrows and a striking presence slowly approached. His aura was like a sharp sword, aimed directly at Su Yuan. Are you Su Yuan?
Yes.
Su Yuan smiled faintly, but inwardly remained vigilant.
Very well, my name is Zhang Yunjie. Remember this name, because I will defeat you. I'll prove that I am the strongest among the new martial arts talents in the academy.
Zhang Yunjie said proudly, his tone brimming with confidence. The people around, upon hearing his name, began to discuss fervently, and the air was filled with an expectant tension.
Is he Zhang Yunjie? The one who possesses an SS-grade martial soul?
Not only that, he is also the only Tier 2 martial artist in this year's martial arts rookie competition.
A truly unique existence. TSK, that guy over there is Su Yuan, the owner of the SSS-grade martial soul Tao Dai. This is going to be interesting. When two tigers fight, one is bound to get hurt.
Hearing Zhang Yunjie's provocation, Su Yuan shook his head with a smile, his heart completely unperturbed, as if everything was under his control.
Ding! Faced with Zhang Yunjie's provocation, you have the following choices. Option 1, how could a falcon care about the provocation of an ant? Ignore him. Reward, 1 bottle of advanced genetic potion. Option 2, retort back and say to him, if you want to defeat me, go practice for another 10,000 years. Reward, 1 creation pill. Option 3, flip him off with a middle finger and retort back. Reward, 1 bottle of advanced healing potion, 1 bottle of advanced genetic potion, and 1 creation pill. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then secretly smiled to himself and decided not to hesitate any longer. He raised a middle finger at Zhang Yunjie and said indifferently, if you want to defeat me, go train for another 10,000 years. The surrounding audience immediately erupted in an uproar, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Wow, this guy's pretty arrogant. Tisk, that's an SSS-level martial soul owner. If I were him, I'd be even more arrogant.
Facing Zhang Yunjie's provocation, Su Yuan retorted mercilessly, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Beside him, Luo Ching Snow smiled faintly, clearly appreciating the scene.
Zhang Yunjie's gaze instantly turned icy, his anger surging. Fine, do you really think having an SSS-level martial soul makes you invincible?
I'll show you that a martial soul doesn't mean everything.
Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, you provoke others, but when someone retorts, you get this angry? What a petty man.
At that moment, a cold voice came from the crowd. What a reckless young man. The crowd parted, and a figure slowly stepped forward, dressed in a vintage purple robe, exuding
an imposing aura. He appeared to be in his 40s, radiating authority. People began whispering in awe, it's Marquee Zhixiao. I can't believe I'm seeing Marquee Zhixiao.
The newcomer was none other than the top martial arts expert of Qingyun City, the master of Zhixiao Martial Hall, and his 7th-tier Marquee-level powerhouse.
His A rival instantly heightened the tension. Su Yuan's heart tightened as he recalled rejecting him once before, feeling secretly uneasy. Could he be holding a grudge? Greetings, Lord Zixiao. Luo Ching Snow was the first to bow, her expression respectful, and Su Yuan followed suit, lowering his head. However, Lord Zixiao merely cast him a faint glance and said coldly, "You possess an SSS-level martial soul, I cannot afford to accept such a courtesy." Su Yuan's heart tightened, and he thought to himself, what a petty person. Lord Zixiao overestimates me, he replied with a forced smile, trying to lower his stance as much as possible. Yet, Lord Zixiao seemed unwilling to let the matter rest. And continued, "Young man, youthful arrogance is not a virtue. There are countless geniuses in this world, don't think that having a high-level martial soul means you can look down on everyone. If you keep this up, you'll suffer sooner or later." Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh aloud. If young people aren't a bit arrogant, can they still be called young? If you have strength, you should be a little bold. It's far better than those who like to boast without any real ability, isn't it? His gaze swept over Zhang Yunjie and Lu Ziang, openly provocative. The two men's faces instantly turned pale, and Lord Zixiao's expression darkened as well. "Oh, it seems you hold my disciples in contempt." Su Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. "I never said that, did I? Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The oppressive force of Marquee Zixiao descended instantly, and the surrounding air grew heavy. The immense pressure bore down on Su Yuan, attempting to force him to the ground. But Su Yuan gritted his teeth, stubbornly holding his ground without retreating a single step, inwardly cursing, "This old geezer is actually bullying the young, how shameless." Marquee Zixiao looked at Su Yuan, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Oh, you can withstand 1/10 of my pressure, not bad. Then let's increase it by another 10th. The pressure intensified again, and Su Yuan inwardly lamented his misfortune. At that moment, Luo Ching Snow sensed something was wrong and hurried forward to support Su Yuan. However, the oppressive force enveloped her as well, causing her face to turn pale and nearly forcing her to her knees. This sight made Su Yuan's heart tighten. He instinctively wrapped an arm around Luo Ching Snow's waist and softly reassured her, "You silly girl, how come you're falling over while trying to help me?" The surrounding onlookers began whispering among themselves, "Wow, he's already making a move? Su God and Luo Goddess are together now? My goddess has just been stolen like that." The Marquis of Zixiao squinted slightly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, still able to hold on? "Let's see how far you can go." He prepared to exert more pressure. At that moment, a hand suddenly rested on Su Yuan's shoulder from behind. Instantly, the boundless pressure dissipated like a receding tide. Su Yuan felt an immense relief, as if a mountain had been lifted off him. He turned around and saw a familiar figure, the leader of the violent bull corps, Ol. Ol smiled at Su Yuan, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Su Yuan replied with a relaxed smile. Ol then walked toward the Marquis of Zixiao, and the atmosphere instantly grew even more tense. Looking at the woman before him, the Marquis of Zixiao frowned, "You are." The words were not yet finished. What greeted him was a spiked mace, roaring fiercely as it came, carrying an immense and unparalleled force. Marquis Zixiao's expression changed in shock as he quickly channeled his spiritual energy, forming 3 layers of defensive barriers. But, bang, bang, bang. The 3 layers of defensive barriers shattered almost simultaneously, and the spiked mace struck Marquis Zixiao hard, sending him flying. Ole's voice followed, as if thunderously shaking the soul. "Did you ask me before bullying my wild bull gang?" She carried a spiked club, her expression as cold as ice. Everyone gasped in shock. "Goodness, that's the master of the Zixiao Martial Arts Hall. A 7th rank titled Marquee powerhouse. And he was just sent flying with a single strike? This is simply unbelievable." The Zixiao Marquee, who had been sent flying, circulated his spiritual energy, trying hard to dissipate the impact and barely managed to stabilize himself. Even so, he still felt a surge of blood and almost spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He stared intently at Ole, his eyes flickering with anger, but when he heard the identity of the leader of the violent bull group, that trace of anger instantly turned into apprehension. Although he was a titled Marquee powerhouse, he was not invincible in Qingyun City. There are quite a few who can be compared to him, and some might even be stronger. And Ole, the leader of the wild bull group, is one of them. The leader of the wild bull group, the most unruly and unreasonable of the 20 hunting group leaders in Qingyun City, Wild Bull Ole. "I didn't expect our first meeting to be under such circumstances," Marquis Zixiao said indifferently. Ole, carrying a spiked club, stared coldly like a blade and said icily, "Don't try to get chummy with me." A dignified Marquee-level powerhouse bullying a small member of my group, how shameless can you be? He is actually one of your wild bull group members? What, you don't believe it?
I was merely teaching the young ones a lesson, letting them understand there's always someone better out there, Marquee Zisho said indifferently, his tone laced with contempt.
Is that so? Then let me teach you a lesson. So you'll understand what it means to consider the owner before hitting the dog. Ole said coldly, her aura overwhelming. Su Yuan's heart trembled. She took a step forward, and the oppressive aura on her body suddenly burst forth. With a loud boom, everyone felt the ground shake violently, as if the entire world was trembling.
Behind Ole, a giant bull phantom with crimson eyes, its body glowing with a green light and exuding an incredibly terrifying aura, suddenly appeared.
A-level martial soul. Sky blue bull demon. Su Yuan looked at the scene in surprise, deeply shocked.
He had always thought that Ole's martial soul was the wolf-tooth club in her hand.
Surprised?
Lin Jian walked up from behind Su Yuan, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth.
Did you think the captain's martial soul was that wolf-tooth club? Actually, you're not wrong.
That wolf-tooth club is also the captain's martial soul.
A-level martial soul, Sky Fawn Club.
Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Twin martial souls. Twin martial souls, as the name suggests, refer to a person possessing two martial souls.
Such a rare phenomenon is exceedingly uncommon, though not entirely unheard of. Generally
speaking, the quality of twin martial souls tends to be low, and cases like Ole's, where both martial souls are of grade A, are even rarer, in fact, than SS grade martial souls. At that moment, the Sky Blue Bull Demon was summoned, and its overwhelming aura instantly swept across the entire scene, causing everyone present to feel a jolt in their hearts and break out in cold sweat. The atmosphere became incredibly tense, until several figures rushed in swiftly, breaking the oppressive tension.
Captain O, stop! A hurried shout rang out. Ole, what are you doing? Stop fooling around.
The captain of the third squad, red-faced with anger, ran up to Ole and reprimanded, "This is the
first squad's territory, and there are so many students here. If a fight breaks out, what if the students get hurt?
Quickly put away your martial soul." Ole pursed her lips, but ultimately withdrew her martial spirit, coldly glaring at Marquee Zisho.
You should be grateful there are so many students here, otherwise, I definitely wouldn't let you off.
Who beats whom is still uncertain. Although Marquee Zisho felt unsure deep down, he absolutely refused to back down verbally. On the side, Su Yuan silently observed everything, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect the captain to be so strong, even Marquee Zisho has to tread carefully.
She's just a crazy woman. Wang Yan walked over, dressed in designer clothes and carrying a branded bag.
She glanced at Ole, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. But she's a crazy woman who's very strong and fiercely protective, making people irresistibly want to follow her. Calling her a crazy woman at every turn, Wang Yan nevertheless greatly admired Ole's strength and charm.
Wang Yan, why are you here too? Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise.
Tisk, you're the fresh blood of our wild bull squad. You're participating in the martial arts competition, so of course, we had to come and support you.
Luckily, we came, otherwise, you'd have been bullied by that purple sky marquee. It's fine, I'm an SSS-level martial soul.
He wouldn't dare do anything to me, Su Yuan said with a confident smile. He knew very well that Marquee Zisho would never dare to make a move against him in public. At most he might suffer a minor loss, but he could regain his ground once he became stronger.
Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. When is your match? Wang Yan asked.
I don't know, but it seems I've been directly pre-selected for the quarterfinals,
Su Yuan said with a mysterious smile. Quarterfinals? Then we have to wait until the afternoon?
Wang Yan and the others felt they had come too early. At this moment, Ole and Marquee Zisho exchanged harsh words, and Marquee Zisho left. Before leaving, Zhang Yunjie, who was beside him, glanced at Su Yuan, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. I will defeat you in the quarterfinals. Su Yuan paid no attention to this, completely disregarding Zhang Yunjie. This attitude ignited a burning anger in Zhang Yunjie's heart, and he clenched his fists, vowing to show his opponent his strength.
Su Yuan, when did you join the Violent Bull Group? Luo Ching Snow expressed curiosity about Su Yuan.
Oh, it's like this. Su Yuan briefly recounted the course of events. Luo Ching Snow seemed thoughtful, then looked directly at him and said, I'll be waiting for you in the quarterfinals.
The only person who can defeat you is me.
After speaking, Luo Ching Snow left without looking back. Ole bumped Su Yuan with her shoulder and teased, Kid, you're impressive. The eldest lady of the Luo family has been won over by you just like that. Not at all, we're just friends, Su Yuan shook his head and replied with a smile.
But I just saw you holding her waist. Even if you're just friends, that's way too close, isn't it? Wang Yan interjected with a smile. That was only because of Marquee Zixiao. Don't explain, explaining is just covering up. Wang Yan teased.
Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. He thought to himself, forget it, there's no point in arguing with them. Since it wasn't his turn to go on stage yet, he decided to take everyone to wander around for a bit.
This was his first time visiting number 1 high school. He wandered around, taking in the vibrant atmosphere of the campus.
Meanwhile, the martial arts rookie competition had already begun, divided into 16 arenas. After determining the top 8, the matches would be centralized for further competition.
Su Yuan strolled around several arenas, watching the intense battles between the rookies, their fighting spirit high.
However, most of these martial arts rookies were at the lower tier of the first rank, with only a
handful reaching the middle tier.
He didn't take them seriously at all. With his strength, participating in this martial arts competition would be like throwing a shark into a school of fish, completely unmatched. After spending the morning wandering around, Su Yuan, along with Olay and others, had lunch at the number 1 high school cafeteria. During the meal, many people around them cast curious glances in their direction. Luo Ching Snow carried her tray over to Su Yuan and said calmly, I looked into it this morning. That Zhang Yunjie is quite strong.
Oh, how so? Su Yuan asked with great interest.
You and I are the academic prodigies of 3rd high school, while Zhang Yunjie is the academic prodigy of 1st high school.
He awakened an SS-level martial soul, the Earth Berserk Bear. Not only that, he has joined the Zixiao Martial Hall and is a personal disciple of Marquee Zixiao. Moreover, 1st high school has always been stronger than 3rd high school.
This time, 3rd high school suddenly produced 2 SSS-level martial souls, you and me, which has undoubtedly made the principal of 1st high school feel dissatisfied. He even spent a fortune to purchase a 2nd-tier breakthrough pill specifically to help Zhang Yunjie reach the 2nd tier. This was all to ensure Zhang Yunjie takes 1st place in the competition and suppresses 3rd high school. Aside from the martial soul level being inferior to yours, his cultivation, martial techniques, combat experience, and foundation are all stronger than yours. Plus, we're competing on 1st high school's turf, his home ground. You need to be careful, Luo Ching Snow explained slowly, her tone filled with concern.
So you actually care about me, huh? Su Yuan propped his chin up and teased.
Luo Qingxue glanced at him slightly and snorted, I just don't want you to be defeated by someone else before losing to me.
Damn it! I do care about you. But how could I possibly say that out loud? Luo Qingxue was secretly going crazy inside.
Don't worry, a mere Zhang Yunjie is no match for me. Su Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile.
A passing student heard this and snorted lightly, arrogant.
Senior brother Zhang's strength is beyond your imagination. You'll see how formidable he is when the time comes. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, all full of confidence in Zhang Yunjie. After all, Zhang Yunjie was the academic god of their
school, and everyone was willing to cheer for him.
Su Yuan, however, couldn't be bothered to argue. After all, everything would be proven with strength.
Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the quarterfinals began in the afternoon.
Su Yuan walked into the venue, where the seats were already packed, and there were even people standing in the crowd cheering for him. Su Xiaoshuang had somehow also arrived and was cheering for him amidst the crowd. Su Yuan smiled faintly, feeling a warmth in his heart, and then proceeded toward the venue. Inside the venue, apart from him, there were 7 other people.
Among them, besides Luo Ching Snow, there were 2 familiar faces, Lu Ziang and Liao Mei. One had an A-level martial soul, the other an S-level martial soul. It was no surprise they had made it to the quarterfinals. The key point was that, like Zhang Yunjie, they were now members of the Zixiao Martial Arts Hall. Su Yuan, I'm not the same person I used to be.
Perhaps this time, I won't even need senior brother Zhang to step in, I can handle you myself.
Lu Ziang said confidently to Su Yuan.
Su Yuan completely ignored this, his gaze resolute, his heart long prepared. At this moment, Zhang Yunjie was also staring intently at Su Yuan, his eyes burning with fighting spirit.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that the quarterfinals officially begin. A host stepped onto the stage, holding a microphone,
and passionately declared, first, the opponents for the first match are Su Yuan from 3rd High versus Lu Ziang from 3rd High. Lu Ziang was slightly stunned, then rubbed his hands together and confidently walked onto the stage, provoking Su Yuan. Su Yuan, come up and fight.
Su Yuan, come up and fight. Lu Ziang stood on the arena, his eyes flashing with arrogant brilliance, as if proclaiming his invincibility. Su Yuan was slightly stunned and thought to himself, "You're not the protagonist, so why are you acting so cocky? Isn't this just asking for trouble?" He slowly stepped onto the arena, and Lu Ziang said smugly, "Su Yuan, back in third high you always overshadowed me, but now that I've joined the Zhixiao Martial Arts Hall, I'm no longer the same. Today, I'll show you the transformed me." After speaking, he shouted loudly, "Come forth, Snow Wolf King." Accompanied by a piercing icy snowstorm, a silver-white giant wolf appeared before everyone. It was the Snow Wolf King, an A-grade martial soul. However, although it was also an A-grade martial soul, Ol's Azure Bull Demon had an aura that far surpassed the Snow Wolf King. Apart from the difference in cultivation level, the strength between A-grade martial souls was not to be underestimated. "Attack!" Lu Ziang shouted in a low voice, and the Snow Wolf King lunged fiercely at Su Yuan. But the long spear on Su Yuan's back remained untouched. Facing the charging Snow Wolf King, he steadied his stance, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and domineering flames burst forth from his fist. Without hesitation, he threw a punch. Boom! The Snow Wolf King was forcibly blasted into pieces by him. The martial soul was instantly dispersed, returning to Lu Ziang's body. However, Lu Ziang let out a miserable cry due to the backlash, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Everyone was stunned, completely shocked. "That's it? I didn't see it wrong, did I? An A-grade martial soul was taken out with one punch? Damn, what's up with this guy? He didn't even use his martial soul and took out an A-grade martial soul with one punch. Is an SSS-grade martial soul really this insane? That's not right. His martial soul is Tao Dai, a support-type martial soul. It doesn't have any advantage in attack. He can defeat an A-level martial soul in seconds purely because of his strength." Looking at the unconscious Lu Ziang, Su Yuan sneered disdainfully, "I thought we could exchange a few moves, but it seems I overestimated him." The first match. Su Yuan from 3rd High School wins. The host was stunned for a moment, then immediately announced, casting a respectful glance at Su Yuan. Such a person, as long as they don't die, is bound to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. "Ha, that's hilarious, babbling on, only to be instantly defeated by my brother. I'm dying of laughter." Su Xiaoshuang clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Not far away, Olay and the others also noticed her. "Is she Su Yuan's sister?" "Yes, her name is Su Xiaoshuang. TSK, this girl, I like her. When she awakens her martial soul, I'll definitely recruit her into the Wild Bull Squad," Olay said, secretly making up his mind. Her intuition told her that this little girl was very interesting. Lin Jian and Wang Yan looked at each other in disbelief. Did she just directly become a reserve member of the Wild Bull team? Wow, hardly anyone in the entire Qingyun city gets this kind of treatment. Su Yuan jumped down from the ring. Zhang Yunjie glanced at him and said, "You are indeed extraordinary, but you've only defeated Lu Ziang. Don't get too complacent too soon." Su Yuan looked at the other person as if looking at an idiot. "Which eye of yours saw me being smug? If you don't need your eyes, you can give them to someone who does, like the person next to you." Liao Mei, who was beside Zhang Yunjie, was stunned. "What does this have to do with me? Finding a guy like this as your boyfriend, are you blind? Su Yuan, you've gone too far." Liao Mei's face turned red with anger. Second match. Luo Ching Snow from 3rd High versus Liao Mei from 3rd High. At this moment, the host announced. The principal of 3rd High in the stands was displeased. "I suspect there's foul play. Why are all the matches between 3rd High students? Isn't this deliberately draining 3rd High's strength?" The principal of number 1 high school said indifferently, "The pairing is random. Don't make baseless accusations, or I'll sue you for slander." "Humph, are you afraid that my number 3 high school will take first place? My number 1 high school has Zhang Yunjie. What is there to fear?" The principal of number 1 high school said proudly. "Who is Zhang Yunjie? With Luo Ching Snow and Su Yuan here, the first place in this year's rookie competition definitely belongs to our 3rd high school. Let's wait and see." The two principals were at each other's throats. The contestants hadn't even started fighting, but they almost did. Liao Mei suppressed the anger in her heart, stepped onto the stage, and faced Luo Ching Snow. Without hesitation, she summoned her martial soul. S-class martial soul, Sea King's Trident. She wielded the trident, surrounded by swirling water currents, as a surge of power erupted. Martial skill, Thousand Stream Spear. Liao Mei swept out with the trident, the water surging like a tide, crashing toward Luo Ching Snow. But in the next second, icy energy erupted from Luo Ching Snow's body, and an ice phoenix flew out from her, circling above her head. The phoenix soared into the sky, its magnificent figure radiating endless cold, almost freezing the entire arena.
The streams of water near Luo Ching Snow were instantly frozen, unable to touch her.
Hiss! This is an SSS-level martial soul. What a powerful aura!
On the stage, Luo Ching Snow stood with a divine phoenix circling above her head, cold air swirling around her, resembling a queen emerging from a kingdom of ice and snow.
She looked indifferently at Liao Mei. Martial spirits are divided by attributes, and there are relationships of mutual reinforcement and restraint between them. Ice restrains water. Your trident of Poseidon is completely useless before me.
Luo Ching Snow sneered coldly, her momentum overwhelming. Before the words had even finished, the divine phoenix above her head opened its mouth and unleashed a breath of icy frost.
Liao Mei had no time to react and was
instantly swept away by the cold current, landing heavily outside the arena. A layer of frost formed on her body as she shivered uncontrollably, her face pale. I thought I could at least exchange a couple of moves with Luo Ching Snow, but
she was utterly shocked, unable to believe that she couldn't even withstand a single move and was directly defeated.
The opponent's martial soul level was completely superior to hers, and its attributes were overwhelmingly suppressive, leaving her no chance to resist.
The second match, third high's Luo Ching Snow wins. The host announced loudly, his voice tinged with excitement. Another instant defeat?
Exclamations erupted from the audience, as everyone marveled at the overwhelming power of these two SSS-level martial souls.
Truly worthy of being my goddess. Cheers erupted one after another from the crowd.
Immediately after, the third match began. Zhang Yunjie from first high faced off against a boy from second high. That boy was not lacking in strength either, with cultivation at the mid-level of the first rank and an A-grade martial soul. However, when facing Zhang Yunjie, his fate was already sealed.
Zhang Yunjie's eyes sparkled with determination.
Seeing Su Yuan and Luo Ching Snow steal the spotlight, he felt unwilling to be outdone. He summoned all his strength and threw a punch, mountain-splitting fist.
Boom!
A loud explosion echoed as spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, seemingly forming a towering mountain. The boy from second high was struck instantly, spitting blood as he was sent flying off the stage, landing heavily in a pitiful state.
Good! Truly the pride of our number one high school. The audience erupted, their cheers thunderous.
Yunjie, I love you. The girl screamed even louder, the scene turning utterly chaotic.
Zhang Yunjie stood proudly on the stage, his gaze sweeping over Su Yuan and Luo Ching Snow.
A provocative smile curled at the corner of his lips as he pointed at the boy he had knocked off the stage.
That's your fate. Wow, so arrogant. Who is this idiot?
Su Xiaoshuang, seeing someone provoke her older brother, couldn't sit still and immediately retorted, defeating someone with higher cultivation, what's there to be so proud of? The people from number one high school were instantly displeased.
Who is this girl, daring to look down on God Zhang?
I don't know, but she seems to be Su Yuan's sister.
Oh, no wonder she's so arrogant. Humph, little brat, doesn't know her place.
Facing the crowd's criticism, Su Xiaoshuang showed no fear, standing with her hands on her hips and loudly retorting, did I say anything wrong?
If he could instantly defeat someone of the same level, I might look up to him a bit. But defeating someone of a lower level with a higher level, what's there to be proud of? Isn't it normal for the strong to beat the weak? If you disagree, refute me.
She seemed ready to take on all the students from number one high school by herself, sharp-tongued and surprisingly formidable.
Ole saw this and burst into laughter. I absolutely love this girl.
Tell Su Yuan later, this girl is definitely joining my Bullstorm team. Su Xiaoshuang single-handedly challenged a high school student, and the atmosphere instantly became as tense as if it were about to explode. The audience grew furious, with some even wanting to step forward and drive her out of the venue. However, at that moment, several burly and imposing members of the violent bull group slowly stepped out.
Ole affectionately ruffled Su Xiaoshuang's hair and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, I'm your brother's group leader. With me here, you can even point at Marquee Zishou's nose and curse without any problem." The innocent Marquee Zishou widened his eyes, thinking to himself, is this supposed to be polite?
Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. Her elder brother actually had such a group leader. With Ole as her backing, she instantly felt emboldened and fearless. Below the stage, Luo Ching Snow looked at Su Xiaoshuang, a peculiar smile appearing at the corner of her mouth.
She turned to Su Yuan and said, your little sister is really fierce. Of course, my sister is amazing. Su Yuan replied proudly with a grin.
Next, the fourth round of the tournament is about to begin, and the winner turns out to be a young man from first high school. So far, first high school and third high school each have 2 students advancing to the semifinals, while the other 11 high schools have completely become mere background.
Semi-final, first match. Su Yuan from 3rd High School versus Zhang Yunjie from 1st High School. The host excitedly announced loudly, causing an uproar at the scene. I thought these two would meet in the finals, but I didn't expect the outcome to be decided early. The audience discussed fervently. God Zhang, go for it. Show that guy what you're made of. The students from 1st High School shouted in unison, their momentum overwhelming. In such an atmosphere, the morale of other contestants was inevitably affected, and even mistakes occurred during the battles. This is the advantage of playing on home ground. Zhang Yunjie seized this opportunity and secretly felt proud in his heart. Among the crowd, Su Xiaoshuan watched as almost everyone cheered for Zhang Yunjie, feeling indignant. She immediately shouted, "Big brother, go for it." However, her voice was so faint that it was almost drowned out by the roar of the crowd. "You guys, don't just stand there. Shout together." Su Xiaoshuan pulled Wang Yan and Lin Jian. The group exchanged glances and eventually turned their eyes to Olay. "Listen to Xiaoshuan, shout. Shout loudly, don't let anyone look down on my violent bull team." Olay encouraged them with a smile, then took a deep breath and roared, "Su Yuan, if you dare lose, get ready to taste my big stick." Her voice was thunderous, instantly overpowering the entire venue. Su Xiaoshuan, standing nearby, felt her ears buzzing from the shock. "Damn! If I had a voice like that, I'd never have to worry about losing an argument again." Su Xiaoshuan thought to herself. This is merely a technique for utilizing spiritual power. Once your cultivation improves, you'll naturally be able to do it too. Empress Jiangxiao pursed her lips on the side, secretly feeling dissatisfied. She had worked so hard to finally earn Su Xiaoshuan's admiration, only for it to be overshadowed by a single roar from Olay. On the arena, Su Yuan heard Olay's words and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He said to Zhang Yunjie, "Did you hear that? If I lose, I might actually get killed." "Humph, stop flattering yourself. Your defeat is inevitable." Zhang Yunjie snorted coldly, unleashing the full force of his second-tier cultivation. With a sudden stomp, he charged towards Su Yuan, his fist like thunder. As he executed his martial technique, the shadow of a massive mountain came crashing towards Su Yuan. A-rank martial skill, mountain-splitting fist, the audience exclaimed. Su Yuan, however, remained calm and composed. He took the long spear from his back and thrust it forward in an instant. The A-rank martial skill Thunder King Spear launched a powerful and domineering attack, unstoppable in its might. Bang! The two great martial skills clashed in mid-air. The mountain formed by condensed spiritual energy was instantly shattered, and the violent lightning spear light struck Zhang Yunjie directly, sending him flying like a broken kite and crashing heavily onto the arena. In an instant, the audience, who had been cheering for Zhang Yunjie, were all dumbfounded. The principal of 1st High School, Marquee Zixiao, suddenly stood up from the stands, his face filled with astonishment. A peak-level grade A martial skill. This kid actually possesses such marksmanship? Grade A martial skills are extremely rare. I've never seen such marksmanship in Qingyun City. Where on earth did this guy learn it? Even someone as powerful as Marquee Zixiao was utterly shocked, while the other students were completely dumbfounded. Impossible, right? Zhang Yunjie was sent flying with a single shot? Everyone began confirming with one another. My God! The crowd couldn't believe the scene before them, their hearts filled with disbelief. On the contrary, Su Xiaoshuan was overjoyed. See that? My brother is the real genius. This time, no one dared to argue. The fight isn't over yet, Ol calmly reminded. On the stage, Zhang Yunjie slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with anger and unwillingness. I didn't expect you to have such martial skills. Good, he roared angrily. Let me show you my trump card. As he finished speaking, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body. It turned out to be not the rumored second-tier inferior grade, but second-tier medium grade. Not only that, he shouted furiously, "Come forth! Earth Fury Bear!" With his summon, a yellowish-brown light burst forth from his body, and a towering giant bear clad in heavy stone armor suddenly appeared on the arena. It roared, sending a tangible sound wave crashing outward, instantly causing cracks to appear across the arena. Its overwhelming aura locked onto Su Yuan, like an immovable mountain, making him seem utterly insignificant. Su Yuan, as far as I know, your Taotai martial soul doesn't have any substantial offensive power. And I am a second-tier mid-grade martial artist, combined with the Earth Berserk Bear. You, a first-tier top grade, what do you have to fight me with? Zhang Yunjie said arrogantly, his eyes full of disdain. I've said it before, among the martial arts newcomers of this generation, I am the most powerful existence. So what if you have an SSS grade martial soul? I'll still trample you underfoot. His voice roared like thunder, filled with an oppressive aura. The outcome is decided.
Marquee Zishio said indifferently, his tone full of merciless judgment.
The principal of No. 1 High School also chuckled in agreement. Indeed, with a complete suppression in cultivation and strength, I can't even imagine how you could lose?
Originally confident, Su Xiaoshuan couldn't help but show panic in her eyes upon seeing this scene, secretly thinking that Earth Berserk Bear
is truly terrifying.
Its size was like a small mountain, and its bare paws were frighteningly large, almost as big as half of Su Yuan's body. On the arena, Su Yuan faced this colossal creature, feeling a hint of pressure in his heart, but he did not panic, as he knew he still had a trump card.
Ding! Facing Zhang Yunjie's Earth Berserk Bear in second-tier cultivation, you, whose cultivation is inferior, have the following choices. 1. Surrender decisively. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no fear of running out of firewood. Reward, 1 bottle of advanced genetic potion. 2. Fight to the death with the opponent. Reward, 1 Yuan creation pill. 3. What is an Earth Berserk Bear?
Summon the white tiger and let the opponent see what a true attack-type martial soul is.
Reward, 1 Tier 2 cultivation card plus 10 million yuan.
Looking at the options that suddenly appeared before him, Su Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought to himself, this choice system is truly amazing.
The Earth Berserk Bear, huh?
Next, I'll show you what true madness means. Su Yuan revealed a confident smile as his aura erupted, a cold and murderous intent instantly spreading out.
Show yourself, little darling. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Show yourself, little darling. Martial Soul, White Tiger.
Facing the oppressive force of the Earth Berserk Bear, Su Yuan let out a thunderous shout, unleashing an unparalleled murderous aura that swept across the entire arena. A beam of white light burst forth from his body, instantly
transforming into a majestic white tiger martial soul. Its deafening roar reverberated in all directions.
Accompanying the roar, the killing intent grew even more terrifying, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. In a daze, they seemed to see the white tiger treading over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as if it were about to tear the heavens and earth apart. With the white tiger's appearance,
no one could remain seated.
Ole, Zi Xiaoho, Luo Ching Snow, and all the principals stood up, their eyes fixed intently on the towering, imposing, and murderous white tiger on the stage.
This isn't the Tao Tai martial soul. This is the white tiger martial soul. The white tiger that slaughters heaven and earth. And it's an SSS-level martial soul. He actually has twin martial souls. And both are SSS level. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, utterly shocked. A single SSS-level martial soul is already astonishing, let alone twin SSS-level ones.
Such a situation has never occurred in history.
What kind of monster is this? This kid is hiding so deeply.
Ole marveled inwardly, her heart filled with shock. She had always suspected that Su Yuan had a trump card, but she never imagined that he would also possess twin martial souls like herself. However, his twin martial souls far surpassed hers in strength, 2 SSS-level ones.
What a little monster. So this is his true power. Below the arena, Luo Ching Snow's small mouth was slightly agape, utterly stunned. She had thought her SSS-level
martial soul could rival Su Yuan, but she never expected him to have 2 such terrifying martial souls.
It was truly horrifying.
Zi Xiaoho, the principal of 3rd High School, and others were all dumbfounded.
However, the most stunned of all was undoubtedly Zhang Yunjie on the arena.
He had revealed his second-tier mid-grade cultivation and summoned the Earth
Berserk Bear, thinking victory was assured. But who could have expected the opponent to summon a white tiger? He could feel that after the white tiger appeared, the Earth Berserk Bear's body began to tremble slightly, as if afraid. White tiger, the white tiger that commands the heavens and earth, is undoubtedly the king of beasts. In its presence, what does it matter if the Earth Grizzly is SS-ranked? Damn it, I don't believe it. I don't believe your white tiger is truly SSS-ranked.
It's impossible for there to be twin SSS ranks in this world.
Zhang Yunjie roared. If all this were true, wouldn't his prideful talent become a joke? He couldn't accept any of it.
Earth Grizzly, tear him apart for me.
Zhang Yunjie ordered.
Though the Earth Grizzly felt fear, it still forced itself to obey its master's command, roaring as it charged toward the white tiger. Su Yuan saw this and said casually, "White tiger, go ahead." The white tiger licked its paw, elegant and composed, as it walked toward the Earth Grizzly, exuding an air of supreme nobility.
The
Earth Grizzly struck with its claw, but the white tiger's figure flashed and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, it appeared above the Earth Grizzly, its claw slashing down fiercely.
The stone armor on the earth grizzly's body was torn apart, and deep blood marks were gouged into its flesh. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground, while the white tiger stood high above, gazing down at Zhang Yunjie like a king judging an ant, utterly merciless. Instant kill. The white tiger instantly killed the earth berserk bear. No, this is impossible. Zhang Yunjie screamed in terror. The white tiger before him was clearly a true SSS-level martial soul. It was too outrageous. How could anyone possess twin SSS-level martial souls? Such a thing was simply inconceivable. Damn it! Zhang Yunjie growled lowly and charged at the white tiger, throwing a punch. His second-tier martial skill, mountain-splitting fist, combined with his second-tier cultivation erupted simultaneously. But the white tiger, standing atop the earth berserk bear, saw this insignificant ant still daring to strike. It seemed enraged, letting out a thunderous roar filled with boundless killing intent. Zhang Yunjie felt his mind suffer an unprecedented shock. His spiritual energy collapsed, and he uncontrollably fell to his knees. The white tiger's killing intent shook the surroundings. Such killing intent was something even battle-hardened warriors might not be able to withstand, let alone Zhang Yunjie, a martial artist who had never been to the battlefield. Though his cultivation might surpass Su Yuan's, he was utterly incapable of enduring the white tiger's killing intent. At the moment Zhang Yunjie knelt, the white tiger leisurely walked up to him and struck out with a single claw. Zhang Yunjie was sent flying out of the arena, crashing to the ground, and immediately passed out. The earth berserk bear turned into points of light with a deafening roar and instantly disappeared, returning to Zhang Yunjie's body. The entire venue fell into dead silence. When everyone saw Zhang Yunjie display his second-tier cultivation and the awe-inspiring earth berserk bear, they thought the battle was already in the bag. Who could have imagined that Su Yuan was even more monstrous? He actually possessed twin SSS-grade martial souls. The moment the white tiger was summoned, Zhang Yunjie was instantly defeated. This person is terrifying. I'm seeing twin SSS-level martial souls for the first time. Nonsense, not only have I never seen it, this is the first time I've even heard of it. Su Xiaoshuang stood with her hands on her hips, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Waha, did you see that? This is my brother's true strength. That little Zhang Yunjie, easily crushed. This time, no one could refute her words. Twin SSS-level martial souls were truly an awe-inspiring existence. Your brother's talent is indeed impressive. While twin SSS-level abilities aren't exactly rare in the galactic system, they can barely be considered worthy of the word genius. Even the Empress Jian Shao within Su Xiaoshuan couldn't help but feel surprised. Twin martial souls were rare on Blue Star, but they weren't uncommon in the galactic system. Let alone twin martial souls, she had even seen triple and quadruple martial souls. However, twin SSS-level abilities were indeed something remarkable. Barely? My brother is the best in the universe, above and below the heavens. Su Xiaoshuang retorted in her heart. The Empress Jian Shao couldn't be bothered to argue with this brother-obsessed girl. She understood that when Su Xiaoshuang eventually left Blue Star and saw a broader world, she would naturally realize just how insignificant Su Yuan and even the entirety of Blue Star were in the vastness of the galactic system and the universe. Su Yuan retracted the white tiger martial soul and stepped off the arena. The host also snapped out of his astonishment. The first match of the semifinals, Su Yuan from Third High wins. No one in the audience clapped or cheered, everyone gazed at Su Yuan with complex expressions, feeling that this man was beyond reach. Only Su Xiaoshuan clapped vigorously, her palms turning red from the effort. Below the arena, Luo Ching Snows gaze was sharp as she stared at Su Yuan, secretly thinking, "You've hidden yourself well, but this time, the first place in the newcomer competition will still be mine." After speaking, she resolutely stepped onto the arena. Her opponent was a student from First High School, whose strength was impressive. As a top-tier first-level martial artist, if not for the appearance of geniuses like Su Yuan, Luo Qingxue, and Zhang Yunjie in this year's competition, he might have easily claimed the newcomer championship. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Luo Qingxue and said firmly, "Bring it on." Luo Ching Snow said nothing more, a cold and ruthless aura swept from her body, and an intense spiritual power burst forth instantly. It was second stage cultivation. Another second stage. Luo King Snow's lips curved slightly upward, her gaze resolute. "Su Yuan, I have my trump card too." Su Yuan looked at Luo Ching Snow on the arena, revealing her second stage cultivation. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. "She has advanced to the second stage too," he marveled inwardly. Tisk, truly worthy of being the Luo family. They must have poured a lot of resources into this. Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel.
The path of martial arts is extremely costly. Sometimes,
resources are even more important than talent.
Without sufficient resources, even the best talent is hard to realize.
But when resources and talent combine, that's when true invincibility emerges.
Luo Ching Snow is a living example of this. Su Yuan could sense that her cultivation was on par with Zhang Yunjie, both at the second-tier middle grade. Even without him, Zhang Yunjie might not have been able to claim first place.
Luo Ching Snow's strength left the crowd in an uproar.
These two SSS-grade martial souls are truly extraordinary, someone exclaimed.
Too powerful, the others simply can't compare. On the arena, the student facing Luo Ching Snow completely lost his composure.
He knew his martial soul was far inferior to hers, and his
cultivation was no match either. In his heart, he thought, what's the point of fighting? I concede.
He decisively admitted defeat. The host announced loudly, in the second match of the semifinals, Luo Ching Snow from number 3 high school wins.
Next up is the final match of this competition.
Luo Ching Snow from number 3 high school versus Su Yuan from number 3 high school. The principal of number 3 high school beamed with joy. Oh my, both the first and second places are from our school.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thinking about how the Education Bureau's resources would surely favor them next year, he smiled even more brightly. In contrast, the principal of number 1 high school sitting nearby had a face as dark as liver, seething with anger inside. On the stage, Luo Ching Snow looked at Su Yuan, her eyes gleaming with determination.
Let's settle this once and for all, Su Yuan. I'll prove to you that I am stronger now. I will defeat you.
She thought to herself, unable to wait to confess her feelings to him.
Su Yuan looked at her, thinking she couldn't wait to give him a beating.
With a slight smile, he jumped onto the arena. I told you, as long as I'm here, you'll always be the eternal runner-up.
Let's find out.
Luo Ching Snow said loudly, then summoned her martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. The phoenix soared into the sky, and an overwhelming chill instantly enveloped the surroundings. Su Yuan was not to be outdone and summoned the White Tiger. The two SSS-level martial souls clashed head-on in the arena, their fighting spirit soaring, and the atmosphere tense.
Boom!
Before their masters could give commands, the two martial souls collided. Killing intent and icy energy swept across the arena, and
domineering spiritual power rippled outward.
The students in the stands felt an immense pressure, and those sitting closer were almost affected.
Ah, these two little ones are fighting so fiercely.
Ol stepped forward with a smile, her spiritual power surging as she grasped at the air with 5 fingers.
Barrier martial skill. Green. Vine shield.
As soon as she finished speaking, countless green vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, intertwining into a massive vine sphere barrier that enveloped the entire arena.
The attacks were isolated, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief.
This is a barrier martial skill, quite rare indeed.
Yeah, it's my first time seeing it too. Many people marveled.
This year's rookie competition is truly spectacular. SSS-level martial souls, twin martial souls, barrier martial skills, these are things you rarely get to see. The Marquee of Zixia glanced at Ol, growing increasingly wary in his heart.
The strength of this wild bull corps leader is truly extraordinary.
Barrier martial skills demand the utmost control over spiritual power and are among the most difficult to master.
Yet she can wield them with ease.
Inside the barrier, the White Tiger and the Ice Phoenix god clashed repeatedly, with icy cold and murderous intent colliding fiercely. Meanwhile, Luo Ching Snow seized the opportunity to launch an attack, striking out with a Palm A-level martial skill, Ice Spiral Palm.
Su Yuan, seeing this, did not back down. He raised his spear and thrust it forward, lightning intertwining along the shaft, Grade A martial skill, Thunder King Spear.
Boom! The two martial skills clashed head-on in midair, forcing both sides to retreat.
Su Yuan, your martial skill is also Grade A, isn't it?
But unfortunately, it's of the lightning attribute, while your martial soul isn't.
If you could fully unleash the effects of this skill, perhaps you could rival me now.
But alas, you won't have that chance, Luo Ching Snow said coldly.
Hearing this, Su Yuan's lips curled into a smile.
He secretly took out the newly acquired Tier 2 cultivation card and crushed it.
Instantly, a surge
of powerful spiritual energy erupted from within him, his aura climbing rapidly, breaking through the Tier 1 threshold and stepping into Tier 2.
Luo Ching Snow was shocked at the sight. You were hiding your cultivation too.
The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment.
This guy not only
possessed twin martial souls but had also concealed his cultivation.
Just how many hidden cards did he have? Was he really just a martial arts novice? Ding!
A system notification sounded in Su Yuan's mind. Congratulations to the host for advancing to Tier 2.
third martial soul awakened. The next second, a thunderous dragon roar echoed in Su Yuan's mind, as if he were amidst a raging storm. In a daze, he saw a terrifying thunder dragon over 1,000 meters long soaring through the dark clouds, its entire body exuding a violent aura wrapped in lightning. This was his third martial soul, an SSS-grade thunder dragon. The thunder dragon, as the name suggests, is a terrifying entity that wields the power of thunder, possessing unparalleled might that strikes fear into the heart. At the moment the thunder dragon martial soul appeared, a dazzling blue lightning flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. His Thunder King spear instantly broke through its peak and reached perfection, as if a thunder dragon was winding through his hands. Luo Ching Snow noticed the subtle change in the scene. The Su Yuan before her seemed to have become extraordinary, though she couldn't quite put her finger on why. Only the Qianxiu empress within Su Xiaoshuan's body sensed the anomaly. On him, there's actually a third wave of martial soul energy? This guy has awakened another martial soul? Su Xiaoshuan became even more excited upon hearing this. What? A third martial soul? My brother is truly amazing. On the arena, Su Yuan felt the surging spiritual power within him, the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward, and the spear in his hand moved like a dragon, thrusting forward abruptly. The spear tore through the air, transforming into a ferocious thunder dragon, charging straight at Luo Ching Snow. Luo Ching Snow dared not be careless, blocking with all her might as cold energy turned into a vortex. However, the moment she came into contact with Su Yuan's spear, her cold vortex instantly collapsed, and the overwhelming force blasted her off the arena like a raging tide. Her spiritual power was in chaos, making it impossible to control her movements, and she was about to fall to the ground. At that moment, a figure suddenly dashed off the stage, accurately catching her and landing steadily. It was Su Yuan who stepped in to help at the critical moment. The host, seeing this, was momentarily unsure how to judge. We see that Su Yuan and Luo Ching Snow fell off the stage almost simultaneously. Such a situation is indeed rare. The decision of who wins or loses will have to be left to the panel of judges. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in boos. Su Xiaoshuan pouted, "My brother stepped down to save someone, and they still can't tell who won? Who found this host?" Below the arena, Luo Ching Snow was held in Su Yuan's arms, her heart pounding like a startled deer, and a blush gradually spread across her face. Seeing this, Su Yuan asked with concern, "Why is your face red? Are you hurt somewhere?" Luo Ching Snow quickly broke free, summoned back the Ice Phoenix, and said firmly, "You won again this time, but next time I won't lose so easily." She was secretly annoyed in her heart. How infuriating, she lost again. If this keeps up, when will she ever confess? Su Yuan heard this and gave a faint smile. "Sure, I'll be ready any time." In the end, after deliberation by the panel of judges, it was unanimously decided that Su Yuan was the winner, becoming the champion of this rookie competition. Su Yuan was not surprised by this. When the principal of No. 3 High School presented him with the trophy, he reached out without hesitation. "Where's my advanced genetic potion? This is his main goal for participating in the rookie competition." The principal of 3rd High School saw Su Yuan being so direct, and his lips twitched slightly. Suppressing his displeasure, he said, "Won't you first share a few words about winning the award?" "Didn't prepare." "Ahem, so Su Yuan, as the first place winner of the rookie competition this time, how do you feel?" the principal of 3rd High School asked, forcing a faint smile onto his face. I don't feel much, because it was quite simple." Su Yuan wore a faint smile, his tone relaxed. Everyone fell silent for a moment. "Damn! So arrogant. Do you have anything you'd like to say to your opponents?" The principal tried to steer the atmosphere. What is there to say to defeated opponents?" Su Yuan blinked, completely indifferent. The principal of No. 3 High coughed, his face showing embarrassment, thinking, "Although you got first place, could you be a bit more reserved? You're stirring up resentment, and it's making things difficult for me." "Su, how about offering them a few words of encouragement?" he asked tentatively. "Well, alright then, defeated ones. Although you all lost to me, it's okay. After all, you won't be able to win in the future either. Keep working hard, keep cultivating, and maybe someday you'll catch a glimpse of my back," Su Yuan said earnestly. Zhang Yunjie and the others clenched their fists tightly. "Damn, isn't that way too arrogant? Is being a twin SSS level that impressive?" It seems really impressive." Unlike the annoyed student from 1st High School, Ol and the others burst into laughter. "That temper, truly worthy of being one of my wild bull gang. Big bro, you're awesome." Seeing the students from 1st High School clenching their fists, ready to rush up and fight at any moment, the principal of 3rd High School dared not let Su Yuan speak any further. He quickly took out a set of advanced genetic potions. Student Su, this is your prize. Take it well, thank you for your speech, but please don't give one next time. Su Yuan rolled his eyes. I didn't want to say anything in the first place. You're the one who insisted I speak, and now that I have, you're not satisfied. So hard to please. If you'd just given me the prize earlier, none of this would have happened. The principal of Third High School took a deep breath and held back. After all, the other party had brought glory to their school. After receiving the prize, Su Yuan didn't stay at First High School and planned to head home. At the entrance, he saw a luxury car picking up Luo Ching Snow. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie stepped out of the car. When he noticed Su Yuan, his eyes lit up, and he walked over, saying, "You must be Su Yuan, right? Truly outstanding in appearance, dignified and impressive." He approached with a string of compliments. "Su Yuan, this is my father," Luo Ching Snow said indifferently. The head of the Luo family, Luo Long, is one of the most prominent figures in Qingyun City, controlling nearly one-third of the city's economic lifeline. It is said that he is also a martial arts expert. "So it's Uncle Luo. I've long admired your reputation. Meeting you today, you truly embody the demeanor of a great figure, vigorous and full of authority," Su Yuan said with a slight smile, secretly impressed. "Ha, well said, well said." Luo Long responded with a smile, but his heart was slightly startled. No, that's not right, old but vigorous? He's only in his early 40s, how can he be old but vigorous? Student Su, I often hear Xiao Xue mention you. In the future, if you have time, come visit the Luo family more often. Young people should interact more. No problem, I'll visit when I have the chance. Ha, then I'll be waiting for your esteemed presence. Luo Long nodded with satisfaction. Su Yuan left with Su Xiaoshuang and the others. This time, since Olay and the others came to cheer him on, he certainly couldn't let them down, so naturally, he had to take them out for a good meal. Watching their departing figures, Luo Long smiled faintly. He truly is a spirited young man. Xiao Xue, you have good taste. Dad, what do you mean by that? Don't you like him? Luo Long was momentarily stunned. Like, when are you planning to confess to them? When I defeat him? Luo Long became even more confused upon hearing this. Are you young people playing such complicated games nowadays? After the rookie competition ended, Su Yuan returned home to continue his cultivation, occasionally taking on missions to hunt exotic beasts. His progress in battle was remarkably swift. With the help of the advanced genetic potion he obtained during the rookie competition, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, quickly rising from just entering the second tier to reaching the upper second tier. His rapid progress left people astonished. On this day, as usual, Su Yuan prepared to cook, but then he discovered Su Xiaoshuang actually got up before him and made breakfast for him. He rubbed his eyes and glanced at the sun outside the window. The sun didn't rise from the west today, so why did you suddenly think of making breakfast for me? Su Yuan asked in confusion. Brother, did you forget? Today is your birthday. Oh, I see. Su Yuan suddenly realized. Brother, hurry up and eat breakfast. I prepared a gift for you downstairs, and you'll definitely like it. Su Xiaoshuang said. Really? Su Yuan was a bit expectant. After finishing the fried egg, sausage, and the buns they had bought, he was pulled downstairs by Su Xiaoshuang, only to see at the entrance a silver-white motorcycle. This motorcycle exuded a strong sense of technology, with sleek and elegant lines, resembling a piece of art. It was obvious at a glance that it was very expensive. Su Yuan's expression changed. What? A mutant beast? He immediately pulled Su Xiaoshuang back, secretly thinking, this is truly a bolt from the blue. Brother, let's run. Su Xiaoshuang said in terror, her eyes flickering with unease. Don't panic. Su Yuan said in a low voice, then he noticed a metal rod nearby and immediately rushed over to grab the weapon. Let's find a safe place first. At that moment, the mutant beast had already started attacking the surrounding crowd. Its sharp claws tore through the air, and screams echoed one after another. Su Yuan's heart tightened, determined not to let his sister get hurt. You wait here for me, I'll distract it. Su Yuan said firmly, his gaze sharp as a blade, filled with a fighting spirit. Brother, no. Su Xiaoshuang stomped her feet anxiously, but Su Yuan had already rushed out. He shouted loudly, Beast! Over here! His voice thundered, drawing the beast's attention. The beast turned its head, eyes wide, baring its ferocious fangs as it charged toward Su Yuan. Come on, let's see who's faster. Su Yuan's heart tightened as he swiftly sidestepped, the metal rod in his hand glinting coldly under the sunlight. With all his strength, he struck a blow squarely on the beast's cheek. Roar!
The beast let out an angry roar, turning furiously in an attempt to counterattack. Su Yuan's heart trembled, knowing he had to end this quickly. He skillfully maneuvered to dodge the beast's attack and seized the opportunity to launch a fierce strike at its abdomen. Die! Su Yuan roared, the metal rod streaking through the air like a meteor, smashing hard into the beast's abdomen. The beast howled in pain, its body shaking violently. At that moment, Su Xiaoshuang overcame her fear, picked up a wooden stick with determination, and rushed to Su Yuan's side. Brother, I'll help you. Don't be foolish, Xiaoshuang. Find a safe place. Su Yuan shouted, but Xiaoshuang's stubbornness left him helpless, forcing him to silently support her. The beast lunged again, but this time Su Yuan showed no mercy. He maneuvered behind it and, using the power of the metal rod, delivered a fierce blow that directly shattered the beast's scales. Blood splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a pungent metallic scent. Quick, now! Su Yuan decisively grabbed Su Xiaoshuang and dashed toward the mall's back door. We can't let it catch up. Su Xiaoshuang struggled to keep pace, her heart filled with tension but even more with trust in her brother. The two of them sped out of the mall, while the beast behind them roared furiously, slamming into the mall's walls in a frenzy, seemingly trying to break through and chase them. Brother, what should we do? Su Xiaoshuang panted, her eyes filled with fear. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. Su Yuan said firmly, silently vowing in his heart to protect his sister and ensure she wouldn't be harmed in any way. At that moment, the phone rang, and a familiar name flashed on the screen: Zhongxiao Empress. Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he quickly pressed the answer button. Empress, is something the matter? Do you need my help? Zhongxiao Empress's voice came through the phone clearly, as if offering them a glimmer of light in the darkness. We've encountered a strange beast. Su Yuan hurriedly explained, come help us quickly. Wait right there, I'll be there immediately. Empress Zhongxiao's voice was firm and resolute. All right. Su Yuan felt a sense of relief, knowing that with the Empress taking action, this crisis would surely be resolved. Hurry, he said to Su Xiaoshuang, quickly searching for a place to hide, secretly anticipating the Empress's arrival. The sudden appearance of the exotic beast disrupted Su Yuan and Su Xiaoshuang's plans. Su Yuan curled his lips. Of all days, it had to be today? He hadn't brought a gun when he went out, but he showed no sign of worry. Judging from its aura, the beast's strength had only just reached the second tier. He could handle it bare-handed. Xiaoshuang, stand aside and watch for now, Su Yuan said. But as soon as he finished speaking, a figure dashed past him. It was Su Xiaoshuang. She charged straight at the beast, leapt into the air, and delivered a fierce flying kick to its head. The force of the kick was so strong that it sent the beast flying over 10 meters. Interrupting my brother's birthday? You're asking for it. Su Xiaoshuang said angrily. The beast, which had been kicked away, roared and stood up again. Though its head was now swollen, its aura remained intimidating. Su Xiaoshuang shrank her neck in fear, still pretty tough. She was only at the first tier, and being able to kick a second-tier beast flying was already quite impressive. However, completely defeating it seemed unlikely. Brother, it's up to you. Showing off again. Su Yuan curled his lips, then quickly rushed forward. Combining the blazing fire fist with the white tiger's killing aura, he unleashed a punch. Bang! The chest of the beast was smashed inward by his blow, followed by a burst of flying flesh and blood as its chest was forcibly pierced through. One punch, instant kill. The beast collapsed headfirst onto the ground. The scales on its body began to fall off, revealing half of a human body. Su Xiaoshuang was startled at the sight. Brother, this seems to be a person, but why does he look like a beast? Su Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brows. Is this a beast-human experiment? What is a beast-human experiment? I read about it in a book. It's an extremely cruel human experiment where the power of a beast is transferred to a human. However, those subjected to the experiment often fall into madness, consumed by beastly instincts, turning into something neither human nor beast. That's terrifying, Su Xiaoshuang shivered and said. Su Yuan nodded slightly. Call the beast handling department. Not long after, people from the exotic beast handling division arrived. Along with them came Wang Yan from the Violent Bull group. She had received the notification and came specifically to check the situation. Taking one look at the exotic beastman's corpse, she frowned. It's been a long time since an exotic beastman appeared in Qingyun City. It seems someone is conducting experiments on exotic beastmen again. Those bastards. Aside from the threat of exotic beasts, the human race itself is not at peace. The upper echelons scheme against each other, martial arts schools compete fiercely, and some even conduct uncontrollable forbidden experiments in an attempt to harness the power of exotic beasts. We will investigate this matter thoroughly, Wang Yan said coldly. Su Yuan nodded slightly. If you need any help, feel free to come to me. After saying this, he continued shopping with Su Xiaoshuang. As they were about to leave, Wang Yan noticed the motorcycle he was riding and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Is this bike yours? It looks quite expensive." "Yes, my sister gave it to me." Su Yuan grinned, looking smug. Wang Yan rolled her eyes. "Go ahead and show off." Sigh. She wished she had a thoughtful little sister too. Watching Su Yuan and Su Xiaoshuan ride away on their motorcycle, Wang Yan frowned and said, "That's strange. Didn't they say this sibling pair comes from a poor family? Where did they get the money to buy that motorcycle? That motorcycle looks like it costs hundreds of thousands." She was well acquainted with various luxury goods and had a sharp eye for expensive items. No matter how she looked at it, that motorcycle wasn't cheap. But she shook her head, decided not to dwell on it further, and went back to report on the matter of the beast-like humans. Inside a research facility, an elderly man with white hair wearing a lab coat was staring at the data on the screen, his brows furrowed. "Still can't achieve complete integration." A man dressed in black approached and said, "Doctor, experiment number 73 caused chaos in the mall. The hunting team probably knows about our existence. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even capture a single test subject." The white-haired old man snorted coldly, then said, "Hurry up and prepare for the final experiment, and evacuate this place as soon as possible." "Yes, this is the latest list of test subjects." The man in black handed over a roster to the old man. The old man flipped through a few pages. "The soul power levels of these test subjects are too low. If only we had high-level soul power for the experiment." At this moment, an irritable voice came from outside. "My father spent so many years funding your experiments, and you still haven't made any progress. A bunch of useless fools." "It's young Master Yunjia," the man in black said upon seeing him. The old man pondered for a moment, then smiled warmly at Zhang Yunjia. "Young Master Yunjia, in fact, our experiments have made significant progress." "Oh, what progress?" "By merging the power of exotic beasts, we can enhance a warrior's strength tenfold. Maybe even more," the elder said. Zhang Yunjia's eyes lit up. "Really? If the strength could be enhanced tenfold, he wouldn't fear Su Yuan at all. By then, whether in the rookie competition or other occasions, he could completely regain the face he had lost before." "Yes, but this kind of experiment requires the support of high-level martial souls, otherwise it can easily get out of control," the old man said with a smile, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. "High-level martial souls. Are you planning to make me your test subject?" Zhang Yunjie sneered, his tone carrying a trace of disdain. He would never gamble with his own life. "Of course, the young master cannot be used for experiments. Aren't there many high-level martial soul holders in the Zishao Martial Hall where the young master resides? As long as we can bring them in for experiments, I can further refine the experimental data and develop the most perfect exotic beast-human potion." The white-haired old man's eyes sparkled with longing. Zhang Yunjie showed a thoughtful expression after hearing this. "All right, I will arrange this, but I hope you won't disappoint me." He let out a light hum, his tone carrying a hint of authority. "Please rest assured, young master, I will not let you down. Brother, there's a package for you." Su Yuan and Su Xiaoshuang had just returned home after buying a cake when a delivery arrived at the door. Su Yuan was taken aback. "I didn't buy anything." "I didn't buy it either? Then who sent it?" Su Xiaoshuang looked puzzled, the two of them exchanging glances, their hearts filled with curiosity. "Could it be a bomb?" "That's how it often goes on TV," Su Xiaoshuang said half-jokingly. "Watch fewer spy movies." Su Yuan rolled his eyes, though he also felt a bit uneasy. He carefully opened the package, while Su Xiaoshuang nervously ran to the door, ready to bolt at any moment. The package was finally opened. Inside was a watch, exquisite and luxurious, with a greeting card next to it. "Happy birthday." Su Yuan was stunned. Who sent it? He picked up the greeting card. The handwriting was delicate, giving him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Wow. Bro, this watch must be expensive." Su Xiaoshuang picked up the watch to take a photo, then searched for it online and gasped, "Bro, this watch is a global limited edition of only 10 pieces. The price, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, whoa, 8 million. She was so shocked that her hand trembled, and the watch almost fell. Su Yuan quickly caught it, thinking to himself, "Wow, an $8 million watch, this is the first time I've seen one. Who gave such an expensive gift? Who around him is so wealthy?" Suddenly, a name surfaced in his mind.
Luo Ching Snow. Looking again at the words on the card, no wonder he found them familiar. Weren't they Luo Ching Snow's handwriting?
They had been in the same class, spending so much time together, so naturally, he had seen her handwriting before. Only Luo Ching Snow could give such a luxurious gift, but how did she know it was my birthday and even went out of her way to give me a present?
Could she possibly have feelings for me?
Su Yuan stroked his chin, pondering silently. This idea didn't seem entirely impossible. After all, he was so handsome, it was only natural that he attracted people. Beside him, Su Xiaoshuang seemed to have guessed his thoughts.
Brother, the Luo family is the top family in Qingyun City. Why don't you just marry into their family? What are you thinking about?
Su Yuan gently patted her head, put away the watch, opened the classmates group chat, and sent a friend request to Luo Ching Snow.
It wasn't long before it was accepted.
He took a photo of the watch and sent it to Luo Ching Snow.
Did you give this to me?
Yes.
Why did you give me such an expensive gift?
Su Yuan, you are my rival. Consider this watch as a token of my respect for you.
We have a long road ahead, and I will surpass you.
Su Yuan looked helpless, thinking to himself, giving such an expensive watch to a rival, how strange is this woman's way of thinking. No matter what, this gift is too valuable.
I can't accept it. I'll return it to you, he sent a message. You're not allowed to return it. The Luo family isn't short on money.
You better wear it properly, or else you're looking down on me.
After saying that, Luo Qingxue even sent a string of bloody knife emojis.
Su Yuan smiled helplessly, deciding to accept the gift. The Luo family is indeed wealthy and powerful, and I'm not short of money either.
When the other party's birthday comes, I'll send back an expensive gift.
At this moment, the Luo family. Luo Qingxue, who appeared extremely aloof to outsiders, was lying on a large pink bed, clutching a pillow, her face flushed red.
Does giving such an expensive gift make my intentions too obvious? Will he find out that I like him? Could he possibly like me too? What if he confesses to me? How should I tactfully accept him? Would agreeing directly make me seem too forward? Ugh, what should I do?
She rolled around on the bed, feeling a bit disappointed when Su Yuan didn't send any more messages. At that moment, Luo Long's voice came from outside the door.
Xiaoxue, your birthday is coming up in a few days. How do you plan to celebrate it? Are you going to do it the same way as before?
Luo Qingxue originally wanted to answer yes, but suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I want to host a birthday party and invite some people to attend.
Luo Long was slightly stunned. It was well known that Luo Qingxue used to dislike being ostentatious and always celebrated her birthday at home. Why did she suddenly want to throw a birthday party? Invite some people.
A thought crossed his mind, and a playful smile appeared on his face.
You want to invite Su Yuan to our house, right?
Luo Ching Snow nodded, her face blushing.
Alright, no problem. Dad will arrange it right away. Dad, invite a few more people.
I don't want him to know I specifically organized this birthday party for him.
Alright, quite reserved. Birthday party? Su Yuan looked at the invitation sent by the Luo family and was slightly stunned. I just celebrated my birthday, and next is indeed Luo Qingxue's birthday. It's quite a coincidence.
However, since I just received such an expensive gift from Luo Qingxue, now that it's her birthday, I certainly have no reason not to go.
Luo Qingxue's birthday? Brother, can I go too?
Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up when she saw the invitation.
I'll ask. Su Yuan nodded, asked Luo Qingxue, and received an affirmative answer. Since we're going to celebrate a birthday, we naturally can't go empty-handed. We need to prepare a gift. Ding! Faced with Luo Qingxue's birthday invitation, you have the following options. 1. Not going. What is a mere Luo family worth? As a future 10th level supreme, how could I stoop to attend? Reward, 10 bottles of advanced genetic potion. 2. A classmate's birthday, of course, I should join the fun. Reward, martial arts spiritual artifact, necklace of tears of the sea god. Su Yuan chose the second option without hesitation.
Instantly, a blue necklace appeared in his system space, adorned with an incredibly exquisite blue sapphire. He fiddled with it for a while, thinking to himself, martial spirit artifact. I wonder what this thing is for. Forget it, I'll just treat it as a gift. This necklace looks like it's for women, not very suitable for a big guy like me to wear. Besides, he already has a blue spirit necklace. Wow, what a beautiful necklace. Su Xiaoshuang was astonished when she saw the sea god's tear suddenly appear in Su Yuan's hand.
Is this the gift you prepared, brother?
Yes.
Su Yuan nodded.
Seeing the envy in Su Xiaoshuang's eyes, he decided to take off the blue spirit necklace he was wearing around his neck.
Xiaoshuang, this necklace is for you.
Eh? Why are you giving me a necklace for no reason? This is a martial spirit artifact that can store spiritual energy. However, this necklace is no longer of any use to me. It's just right for you to wear while cultivating. Su Yuan smiled faintly, a hint of doting affection in his gaze. The gluttonous martial soul within him was continuously devouring spiritual energy at an astonishing speed, so fast that even the spiritual energy stored in this blue spirit necklace couldn't satisfy his immense needs. Rather than letting it go to waste, it was better to give it to Su Xiaoshuang, who had just embarked on the path of cultivation, to lend her a helping hand. Thank you, big brother. Su Xiaoshuang happily put on the necklace, her face beaming with a joyful smile. At this moment, in her mind, Empress Jiangxiao slightly furrowed her brows, her gaze lingering on the tear of the sea god. This necklace is no ordinary item. With the Empress's discerning eyes, how could she not see the immense potential contained within the tear of the sea god? Su Yuan's actions made her increasingly astonished. This boy actually possesses such a treasure and even gives it away as a gift. This guy truly has too many secrets. A second-tier martial artist from Blue Star repeatedly manages to astonish her, the Empress. Su Yuan is indeed an intriguing man. Not long after, Luo Ching Snow's birthday banquet arrived as scheduled. As the top family in Qingyun City, the Luo family's birthday banquet for the daughter of the family had naturally attracted numerous upper-class elites. Guests gathered in small groups at the Luo family villa, chatting and socializing, with some even discussing business deals worth billions. At the villa entrance, the Luo family's butler was respectfully welcoming each guest. At this moment, Su Yuan rode a motorcycle, carrying Su Xiaoshuang as they slowly approached. They found a spot nearby to park, marveling at the luxury cars worth millions or even tens of millions in front of them. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoshuang glanced at her casual outfit and Su Yuan's, imagining a scene where they might be stopped at the entrance. Bro, do you think we'll be stopped when we attend the Luo family's birthday banquet like this, and then Luo Qingxue will have to step in to resolve it, creating a dramatic face-slapping scene? Su Xiaoshuang asked expectantly. We have an invitation, what are you afraid of? Su Yuan replied helplessly. Oh. Her slight disappointment was evident. The two walked toward the entrance. Su Yuan tilted his head slightly and casually said, Take out the invitation. Brother, isn't it with you? Su Xiaoshuang looked innocent. I put it on the table, didn't I tell you to take it? Su Yuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Could this girl be deliberately making things difficult for him? Ah, I didn't hear that. Su Xiaoshuang looked helpless. Su Xiaoshuang, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? Su Yuan said bluntly. She was on the verge of tears. Brother, I really didn't hear it. How about sending Luo Qingxue a message and asking her to come out and meet us? Before the words were finished, the butler had already spotted Su Yuan. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly came forward. You must be Su Yuan, right? Please, come in. Su Yuan looked at the butler, feeling puzzled. You know me? Of course, Su Yuan is a prominent figure in Qingyun City. How could I not know? The butler smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. As the Luo family's butler, he had encountered countless influential figures and occasionally assisted Luo Long in investigating certain individuals. Someone like Su Yuan, an SSS-level martial soul holder, would never go unnoticed, especially since he was also the white knight in the young lady's heart. Turns out I'm already this famous. Su Yuan touched his head, feeling secretly pleased yet a bit embarrassed. We forgot to bring the invitation. That's not a problem. Please, come in. The butler smiled slightly and politely guided them inside. Thank you. Su Yuan entered the Luo family mansion together with Su Xiaoshuang. As soon as they stepped inside, the two were stunned by the luxurious villa before them. The garden was dreamlike, the pool shimmered with ripples, and the building resembled a palace, exuding opulence. Brother, why do I feel like this is a royal palace? Su Xiaoshuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ahem, stay calm, Su Yuan silently recited to himself, trying hard to maintain his composure. He knew that he was now somewhat of a prominent figure, and such luxury was nothing at all. Walking into the Luo family's grand hall, the dazzling chandelier came into view. Servants moved through the banquet, presenting fresh delicacies and fine wine. Among the crowd, everyone was dressed in suits and exuded extraordinary charisma, as if they were all successful individuals. Su Yuan and Su Xiaoshuang, dressed in casual attire, stood out conspicuously, drawing quite a few glances. Brother, are you sure this is just a birthday party and not some gathering of business tycoons? Su Xiaoshuang asked softly, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Stay calm, Su Yuan replied indifferently, pondering silently in his heart.
The people around began whispering, their gazes fixed on the pair of siblings. Who are these two young people? They're dressed so casually, someone asked curiously. You're a classmate of Miss Luo, right? Another person responded. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from the crowd. Oh, isn't this the champion of the newcomer competition? I didn't expect you to attend Miss Luo's birthday party. But, TSK, you're dressed way too casually. Lu Ziang stepped forward, a hint of mockery on his face. Su Yuan glanced at him and curled his lips into a cold smile. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the defeated loser. You're dressed quite the part, though. Lu Ziang's face showed anger, but the man beside him interjected with a cheerful smile. You must be Su Yuan, right? My son had some conflicts with you at school. I hope you won't take it to heart. Lu Ziang was stunned. Dad, you. Xiao Yang apologized to Su Yuan immediately. The man's face darkened, and his tone was firm. Why? Lu Ziang asked reluctantly. Obey. The man said coldly. Lu Ziang had no choice but to look at Su Yuan and reluctantly say, I'm sorry. Su Yuan was startled and somewhat puzzled. Why was Lu Ziang's father being so humble? Could it be that he had recognized his potential? After that, not only Lu Ziang's father but also many others around came forward one after another to greet Su Yuan. He suddenly became the center of attention, the most sought-after person in the room. Su Yuan felt secretly proud in his heart. As expected, it was because of his talent. No matter how wealthy or powerful these people were, what could they do? He possessed an SSS-level martial soul. Given time, he would become a noble, or even the top-tier supreme of the 10th rank on Blue Star. By then, power and wealth would be nothing but fleeting clouds in his eyes, and they might not even be able to curry favor with him. TSK. Su Xiaoshuan looked at her brother, who was surrounded by the crowd, feeling slightly proud. She then turned around to look for something delicious, her mouth watering at the sight of the delicacies before her. At that moment, Luo Ching Snow made a dazzling entrance. She was dressed in a white evening gown, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world, exuding extraordinary grace and captivating everyone. Many young people were captivated by her beauty, fantasizing that if they could form a bond with her, it would be one of life's greatest blessings. Luo Ching Snow also noticed Su Yuan in the crowd. Her eyes lit up, and she quickened her pace, walking toward him. You're here. She smiled, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Yes, since you invited me, how could I not come? You look stunning today. Su Yuan sincerely praised. I've always been this beautiful. Luo Qingshuo smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering with confidence. The people around them all turned their attention to them, involuntarily associating the phrase a perfect match of talent and beauty. Two SSS-level martial souls, they do make quite a pair, someone murmured. TSK, if Su Yuan becomes the Luo family's ideal son-in-law, the Luo family's position will be even more secure, perhaps even rising to the ranks of the top noble families in Daxia. Yeah, but I heard they've been rivals these past couple of days. Rivals? It's just a little playful banter between a couple. At this moment, Zhang Yunjie walked over from the side and smiled at Luo Ching Snow, saying, Miss Luo, your beauty is unparalleled. This is a gift I prepared for you. He clapped his hands. Immediately, several servants came forward carrying a brocade box and slowly opened it. Inside, however, was a sword. The blade shimmered with a water blue glow, clearly extraordinary. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit among the crowd saw the sword and immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, This sword is a martial Dao spiritual artifact. As soon as the words martial Dao spiritual artifact were spoken, the crowd erupted, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. It was well known that even the most ordinary martial Dao spiritual artifact would cost tens of millions or even over 100 million. Judging by the material and the fluctuations of spiritual energy, this should be a lower-grade martial Dao spiritual artifact, with a market value of around 80 million, the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit said, his voice filled with reverence and envy. Martial spirit weapons are divided into inferior, medium, superior, exquisite, and supreme grades. In Qingyun City, superior-grade martial spirit weapons are already rare treasures. 99% of martial artists can't even afford spirit weapons. Martial artists without weapon spirits can only purchase some alloy weapons, feeling helpless in their hearts. This gift is too valuable, I can't accept it. Luo Qingsnow glanced at it and said, her tone carrying a hint of hesitation. But Zhang Yunjie smiled and said, It's just a small token of my regard, and once a gift is given, there's no reason to take it back. Xiaoxue, since it's young Master Zhang's kind gesture, just accept it. Luo Long stepped forward, beaming, as if he could already see the happiness on his daughter's face after receiving the gift. Hearing her father say this, Luo Qingsnow nodded slightly.
Although she was unwilling in her heart, she still politely said, "Thank you very much."
"You're welcome."
Zhang Yunjie then looked at Su Yuan, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
"Oh, I wonder what gift Brother Su plans to give Miss Luo."
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly understood Zhang Yunjie's intention. It turned out he wanted to use this opportunity to mock Su Yuan. Everyone silently anticipated that although Su Yuan was extraordinarily talented, his family background was not impressive, making it difficult for him to present a valuable gift, let alone something comparable to Zhang Yunjie's martial arts spiritual weapon. Luo Ching Snow frowned, understanding Zhang Yunjie's trick.
She turned to Su Yuan and smiled, "You can give me the gift later. Let me show you around first." "Why, could it be that Brother Su's gift is something shameful?"
Zhang Yunjie pressed on step by step, his eyes gleaming with smugness.
"Who said my brother's gift is shameful?"
At this moment, Su Xiaoshuan walked out indignantly. She was eating a cake she had somehow gotten hold of, and at the same time, she took out a brocade box from her arms.
"This is my brother's gift."
Su Yuan was slightly stunned, a sense of doubt instantly rising in his heart.
What was that brocade box? Why didn't he know about it beforehand? What was Su Xiaoshuan up to now? What is that? Judging by the packaging, could it be a ring? Someone nearby whispered. TSK, giving a ring in public? Is this a proposal?
The crowd was even more astonished, their eyes filled with curiosity and gossip.
Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Su Yuan's gaze was resolute.
He smiled faintly, ready to face the upcoming challenge. He understood in his heart that this banquet would be an excellent opportunity to showcase his strength and wisdom. Luo Ching Snow paused for a moment when she saw the ornate box.
No way, could he really be giving a ring? Isn't this progressing too quickly?
After all, she and Su Yuan are still very young.
How about getting engaged first?
Luo Ching Snow's mind flashed with a series of thoughts, and she saw Su Xiaoshuan walk up to her with a sweet smile. "Sister Luo, this is a gift from my brother for you." She opened the brocade box.
Inside was unexpectedly a pill.
The pill was crimson red, emitting a faint glow. A refreshing and captivating fragrance of the pill wafted out.
"What kind of pill is this?"
Luo Qingxue felt a slight tinge of disappointment when she saw it wasn't a ring, but she was quickly drawn to the pill itself. Coming from the Luo family, she had seen and consumed many pills after becoming a martial artist, but the one Su Xiaoshuan took out was something she had never seen before.
"This is a 4th grade origin pill. It can rapidly enhance spiritual power,"
Su Xiaoshuan said. 4th grade pill. As soon as these 4 words were spoken, the crowd erupted in astonishment.
Pills are classified into 9 grades.
A 3rd grade pill is already extremely rare in Qingyun City and is generally comparable to a martial spiritual weapon.
But a 4th grade, ordinary martial spirit tools are probably not as good. Zhang Yunjie sneered from the side. "I know about the Zhao Yuan pill.
This pill is at most 3rd tier, and it was only recently launched
by Laojun Pharmaceutical. Where did you get this 4th tier Zhao Yuan pill? Could it be a fake pill? Does it have a certificate?"
Only then did everyone come to their senses upon hearing this.
That's right. The Zhao Yuan pill has always been one of Laojun Pharmaceutical's signature pills.
At most, it only reaches the 3rd tier. They had never even heard of a 4th tier Zhao Yuan pill before. "Oh, the 3rd tier Zhao Yuan pill you're talking about is something I recently helped Laojun Pharmaceutical improve," Su Xiaoshuang said indifferently. Zhang Yunjie found it even more amusing and was convinced that the pill must be fake.
A little kid improving pills for Laojun Pharmaceutical? What kind of international joke is this? The others couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. How does this girl even dare to say such a thing? Doesn't she feel ashamed?
Even such an easily debunked lie can be uttered. As expected, a young girl is just a young girl, ignorant of the ways of the world.
How could Su Yuan have such a sister?
As everyone found it amusing, an elderly man dressed in a white suit, looking energetic, stepped forward.
Someone recognized him. It's the chief pharmacist of Laojun Pharmaceutical. Elder Bai.
Tisk.
He's going to step forward and expose this girl's lies, isn't he? Yes, after all, it concerns the reputation of his family's pharmaceutical company.
But Old Bai calmly said, "I can prove that Miss Su is telling the truth. The pill in her hand is indeed a 4th grade Yuan creation pill."
Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. "Bai Lao, do you even realize what you're saying? How can you tell such lies? She's just a girl, after all."
But those who know Bai Lao understand his character. He has never been deceitful in his life, especially when it comes to his professional field. Some people were already starting to break out in a cold sweat.
Especially Lu Ziang and Liao Mei.
They suddenly recalled running into Su Xiaoshuang being taken away by Lao Jun Pharmaceutical not long ago.
Could it be that what the other party said was true? How is that possible?
Bai Lao continued, additionally, please allow me to reintroduce Miss Su to everyone. She is a pharmaceutical consultant and shareholder,
hired by my Lao Jun Pharmaceutical Company.
The recently released Tier 3 Zao Yuan pill was improved by Miss Su.
Furthermore, the Tier 4 Zao Yuan pill in her hand was also refined by her and is the pill that my Lao Jun Pharmaceutical Company plans to release next. I guarantee with my professional qualifications that it is absolutely genuine. Its effectiveness is more than 10 times that of the Tier 3 Zao Yuan pill. After finishing his speech, everyone was completely stunned.
The way they looked at Su Xiaoshuang instantly changed.
Pharmaceutical consultant? Shareholder of Lao Jun Pharmaceutical Company? A pharmacist capable of refining 4th-tier elixirs? Any one of these identities alone is enough to scare someone to death. All of it is actually concentrated on a little girl. Oh my! What kind of prodigies are these siblings from the Su family?
The older brother has twin SSS-level martial souls, and the younger sister is a peerless genius in pharmaceuticals.
Their future is unimaginable. Luo Ching Snow also looked at Su Xiaoshuang in shock. This girl actually has such skills.
Su Yuan was also a bit stunned. He had thought the other party was merely selling a pill formula to Lao Jun Pharmaceutical.
Didn't expect this girl to secretly accomplish so much behind his back?
He recalled that in recent days, Su Xiaoshuang had indeed been leaving early and returning late. He had thought she was out having fun with her classmates, but it turned out she was busy building her career. Su Xiaoshuang enjoyed the shocked and incredulous gazes from everyone.
One word in her heart. Awesome.
The corners of her mouth lifted, and she couldn't help but reveal a Dragon King's signature smile.
Sister Luo, this pill is for you. I hope you and my brother become a loving couple and live happily ever after.
Su Xiaoshuang said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Before she could finish, Su Yuan quickly covered her mouth, an awkward smile on his face. Kids don't know any better and just spout nonsense, he thought to himself, knowing such words shouldn't be said lightly. However, Luo Ching Snow showed a warm smile and gently patted Su Xiaoshuang's head.
Thank you, little sister Xiaoshuang. I'll accept this pill.
Her attitude made everyone present feel a wave of warmth. From now on, you can come to the Luo family anytime you want.
Luo Ching Snow's invitation made Su Xiaoshuang's eyes light up. She immediately let go of Su Yuan's hand and excitedly asked, then can I eat cake and snacks as much as I want when I come?
Of course you can. There are 4 pastry chefs at my house, so you can eat whenever you want. Luo Ching Snow agreed readily.
Yay! Su Xiaoshuang jumped up in delight. Wait, that doesn't count.
Zhang Yunjie suddenly interrupted, looking at Su Yuan. This gift was given by your sister, not by you personally.
He had a stubborn expression, as if determined to clarify this matter.
Everyone shook their heads helplessly.
Does it matter?
A 4th-tier pill, even if it wasn't personally given by Su Yuan, was undoubtedly given by his sister on his behalf, which essentially
means it was from him.
Moreover, the potential and talent of the Su siblings are simply astonishing. Being able to establish a connection with them is already the best gift one could receive.
Zhang Yunjie's persistent pestering was truly tactless.
Su Yuan looked at him with a dark expression, shook his head, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're right, this pill was given by my Xiaoshuang, not by me.
However, this is the gift I'm giving. Su Yuan took out an exquisite box from his chest and slowly opened it.
The tear of the sea god appeared before everyone. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy rippled in waves, and the azure light flowed outward like a tide. The spiritual power within Luo Ching Sno's body began to circulate involuntarily, and her martial soul resonated strongly with the tear of the sea god.
This phenomenon made everyone exclaim, this is attribute resonance. This necklace is actually a martial spirit artifact.
And it's a martial spirit artifact that perfectly matches Luo Ching Snow. In the crowd, it wasn't just Luo Ching Snow resonating with the sea god's tear, Liao Mei's heart was also stirred. Her martial soul was also the water attribute sea King's Trident. At this moment, as she gazed at the sea god's tear, her heart was filled with immense longing, and her martial soul was cheering with excitement. She knew that if she could obtain the sea god's tear, her cultivation path would be smooth sailing, and her achievements would far surpass her current state.
Unfortunately, this necklace was a gift for Luo Ching Snow, not for her.
At this moment, her heart was filled with regret.
If she hadn't been so heartless back then, if she hadn't broken up with Su Yuan, wouldn't this Tears of the Sea God necklace have been hers?
Thinking of this, she felt like crying but had no tears. Her heart was racked with regret, as if being twisted by a knife, and she wished she could go back in time to make a different choice. This spiritual artifact. The moment he saw the tears of the sea god, the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit seemed as if struck by lightning. He rushed forward at lightning speed, staring intently as he examined it carefully, even taking out a magnifying glass, as if appraising a priceless treasure. Art, this is simply art. I've never seen such a perfect martial artifact. This martial artifact is at least top grade. A top grade martial artifact? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed drastically. A top grade martial artifact is worth at least 10 billion. And the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit even used the word at least. This means the value of this item is far beyond that of an ordinary top-grade martial artifact. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that the Su siblings came from a poor family? Why would Su Yuan casually bring out a top-grade martial artifact? Su Yuan himself was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the tear of Poseidon to be so precious.
Nephew, this is too valuable. Luo Long couldn't sit still, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhang Yunjie's martial arts spiritual weapon was something he could accept. After all, a low-grade martial arts spiritual weapon was not something the Luo family couldn't repay. But the tear of Poseidon was a completely different matter. As far as he knew, high-grade martial arts spiritual weapons started at a minimum of 10 billion. And that was just the price. The key issue was that such items were priceless and unavailable on the market. In other words, even with 10 billion, one might not be able to buy such a spiritual weapon. Even for the Luo family, finding such a treasure would be extremely difficult. If they accepted it, the favor owed would be enormous. He was utterly shocked. This little guy had been keeping a low profile, but when he finally made a move, it was astonishing. To give a gift and present. Something like this. TSK, if they accepted it, wouldn't he have to offer the entire Luo family as a dowry when marrying off his daughter in the future? Since I've already given this item, I won't take it back. Besides, this spiritual weapon is highly compatible with Luo Qingshui and can only unleash its true potential in her hands. Luo Qingshui, accept it, Su Yuan said with a smile. Although the value of the tear of Poseidon was beyond imagination, he didn't feel distressed. After all, he hadn't put in any effort to obtain this treasure. The system had rewarded it to him simply for attending this birthday banquet. It was practically a free gift. Since it was given to him for free, why would he feel reluctant to give it away? However, others saw it completely differently. Giving away a martial arts spiritual artifact worth over 10 billion as a birthday gift? They couldn't believe Su Yuan had no feelings for Luo Ching Snow. This guy definitely had intentions. After all, she's his wife, so giving her this kind of gift is reasonable, someone whispered. The Luo family is going to become even more prosperous, having gained 2 SSS-level martial soul holders, one of whom is even a dual SSS-level. Another person nodded in agreement. Don't forget about Su Xiaoshuan, the pharmaceutical genius. The crowd whispered among themselves, the atmosphere lively. Zhang Yunjie, standing nearby, looked extremely grim, his heart filled with shock and unwillingness. What was going on? A top-grade martial arts spiritual artifact. Worth billions? How could Su Yuan possibly have something like this? Compared to him, the martial arts spiritual artifact he had gifted was utterly insignificant. Thank you. Luo Ching Snow hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the tears of the sea god. Her face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but think to herself, could you put it on for me? Aha! Luo Ching Snow, what are you saying? How can you be so direct? That's way too forward. She screamed internally, her heart pounding like thunder, but outwardly she tried her best to maintain a calm expression and appear composed. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then smiled slightly. Happy to oblige. He picked up the tears of the sea god and walked behind Luo Ching Snow. Seeing her lift her silky hair to reveal her fair and delicate neck, his heart stirred. As he placed the necklace on her, he inevitably touched her skin, which was smooth and soft like fine jade. Feeling Su Yuan's touch, Luo Ching Snow trembled slightly, her heart surging like a tide. Everyone around was watching this scene, marveling in amazement. This was definitely an engagement, right? Many women looked at Luo Ching Snow with envy and jealousy in their hearts, especially Liao Mei, who was so regretful she was on the verge of madness. Looking at Lu Xiang next to her, compared to Su Yuan, he was utterly worthless. She hated, she regretted, but everything was already set in stone. Not bad, a perfect match. Su Yuan looked at Luo Ching Snow, smiling with satisfaction, secretly feeling proud. She was already the aloof school beauty.
With stunning looks, and now with this necklace, it was simply a match made in heaven.
The necklace made her appear even more elegant and extraordinary.
Luo Long, standing nearby, was so moved by the scene that he was almost in tears.
Grabbing the butler's sleeve, he choked up and said, "Xiaoxua has finally found a good home." Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, "Uncle, what are you saying? I just gave a gift, that's all. We're innocent." Meanwhile, the other guests cooperated by clapping, and the atmosphere reached its peak.
Anyone who didn't know better would think they were attending an engagement ceremony, witnessing the groom putting a ring on the bride's finger. Su Yuan felt a wave of awkwardness, his toes curling in embarrassment.
No way. Did these people misunderstand something? Also, Luo Ching Snow, why are you blushing over there? Hurry up and explain. Hey! Thank you all for coming to my birthday.
Please feel free to enjoy yourselves, and I apologize for any shortcomings in the arrangements. Luo Ching Snow smiled faintly and addressed the crowd.
Naturally, everyone felt there was no lack of hospitality.
On the contrary, they felt it was absolutely worth coming today.
First, they learned that Lao Jun Pharmaceutical was about to release a new elixir, and second, they got to know Su Xiaoshuang, the new pharmaceutical consultant.
Most importantly, they witnessed the display of a top-grade martial arts spiritual artifact today, which was truly an eye-opener. The birthday banquet continued. Su Xiaoshuang followed beside Luo Qingxue, calling her sister Luo with every sentence, while eating and drinking non-stop, appearing extremely happy, as if the banquet was held just for her. Luo Qingxue also doted on her greatly, treating her like her own younger sister. By the way, Su Yuan, the newcomer competition has ended.
What are your plans next?
Luo Qingxue asked with concern.
I'm temporarily staying with the hunting team, hunting exotic beasts.
I'll join the martial arts exam later and go to a martial arts university for further studies.
Su Yuan answered decisively. That's pretty much what I thought. Which martial arts university do you want to go to? I haven't decided yet.
I want to go to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University.
It's ranked number 1 in the country. If possible, I want to go with you. Luo Kingsnow's eyes sparkled, and a hint of anticipation rose in her heart.
Then she coughed twice, slightly shy. Don't get me wrong, what I mean is, if you come along, I can keep looking for opportunities to challenge you.
Well, I think so too.
I'll seriously consider it, Su Yuan nodded earnestly. Beside them, Su Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes and silently complained in her heart, these two, one is a tsundere, the other is a clueless guy. Who knows when they'll finally break through that thin layer of pretense and get together. The birthday banquet ended, and Su Yuan prepared to leave with Su Xiaoshuang. Luo Qingxue and Luo Long personally came out to see them off. Watching them ride away on their motorcycles, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret in her heart. She had wanted to ask Su Yuan to stay the night, but felt it would be too forward, leaving her unable to voice her thoughts.
If I had known, I would have been more direct.
Luo Qingxue murmured to herself, secretly regretting. Beside her, Luo Long patted her shoulder and said earnestly, Qingxue, a genius like Su Yuan is so rare.
You can't always hold back. Otherwise, someone else might beat you to it.
Luo Qingxue took a deep breath, her eyes shining with a resolute light. I will work hard in my cultivation and strive to defeat him as soon as possible, then confess to him. Her determination was like a blazing fire, instantly igniting the fighting spirit deep within her heart. Su Yuan was riding his motorcycle, taking Su Xiaoshuang home, when a red sports car suddenly chased after them on the road. The car window rolled down, revealing a face he couldn't be more familiar with, Lu Ziang.
Lu Ziang's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he suddenly charged toward their direction.
Su Yuan reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, and the motorcycle came to an abrupt stop. His cold gaze locked onto Lu Ziang. At this moment, a surge of overwhelming fury rose within him. This is clearly murder. Lu Ziang's audacity has reached such a level, he's practically courting death. If it were just him alone, Su Yuan might not be so furious, but with Su Xiaoshuang riding behind him, who can guarantee that Lu Ziang wouldn't harm her when he's not around? For the first time, Su Yuan felt an intense desire to kill someone. Lu Ziang stopped the motorcycle, smugly stepped off, and curled his lips into a mocking smile.
Well, Su the academic god has been doing pretty well lately, huh? Even riding a motorcycle worth over $1 million. Xiaoshuang, wait here.
Su Yuan got off the motorcycle, his gaze resolute.
Big brother, why don't we call the police?
Su Xiaoshuang suggested.
No need, I'll handle it.
Su Yuan responded coldly.
Calling the police would be useless. Lu Ziang could easily shirk responsibility, and with the backing of the Lu family and the Zishao Martial Arts Hall, he wouldn't face any punishment. What Su Yuan wanted was Lu Xiang's life. Lu Xiang noticed the murderous intent in Su Yuan's eyes and became even more excited, laughing more arrogantly. You're angry, huh? Su Shueshan, you've always looked down on me, but now you're so furious. This is just too interesting. Alright, Su Yuan, let's settle this once and for all today. Lu Xiang's voice boomed like thunder, and he immediately summoned his martial soul, the Snow Wolf King. The Snow Wolf King let out a deafening roar and charged at Su Yuan. Su Yuan stood calmly, throwing a punch, bang. The Snow Wolf King was sent flying. Su Yuan's heart tightened. Lu Xiang dared to strike so recklessly, did he really think he had a chance of winning? Lu Xiang's emotions seemed unusually frenzied, as if he were on drugs. Could it be that the drugs had affected his mind? But none of this mattered to Su Yuan, all he wanted now was the other man's life. Ha! Su Shen's strength is indeed extraordinary. Then let me show you my true skills. Lu Xiang roared, his body suddenly swelling, covered in a thick layer of scales. He transformed into a half-human, half-beast monster, exuding a chilling aura as the ground beneath his feet cracked into a large pit. Whoosh! Lu Xiang shot out like lightning, his fist aiming straight at Su Yuan. Su Yuan raised his hand to block, feeling an immense force strike him. He stepped back a few paces, his heart shaken. A Beastman? Lu Xiang had actually turned into a Beastman. No wonder he dared to come looking for trouble. He thought that mastering the power of the beasts would be enough to deal with him. Su Yuan, where's your white tiger? Call it out to play with me. Lu Xiang laughed arrogantly, I'm terrifyingly strong now. Su Yuan sneered coldly, grabbing Lu Xiang's fist, his expression icy. You're not qualified to make me summon my martial soul. Terrifyingly strong? Utterly laughable. He was now at second tier high grade, his strength nearing third tier, while Lu Xiang was merely at first tier high grade, a gap in strength that was impossible to bridge. How is this possible? Lu Xiang's face changed drastically, feeling his fist being held, completely unable to move. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even deal with Su Yuan. Unwilling to accept this, Lu Xiang roared in anger, using all his strength to counterattack, but Su Yuan remained completely unmoved. His left hand held Lu Xiang's fist, while his right hand clenched into a fist, flames igniting, delivering a full-force blow. Bang! Lu Xiang's chest was heavily struck, caving in as his entire body was sent flying backward, rolling on the ground, coughing up blood incessantly. Su Yuan slowly approached, his expression indifferent. Lu Xiang looked at Su Yuan with a tearful face, pleading, God Su, I was wrong, please spare me. I won't dare to trouble you again. In your next life. Su Yuan sneered coldly, killing is against the law. Oh, the ones I kill aren't humans, they're exotic beasts. Su Yuan said casually, then delivered a punch to Lu Xiang's head. Bang! Lu Xiang's head instantly exploded, blood splattering everywhere, killing him on the spot. Su Yuan let out a light snort, quickly took out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Lin, I've discovered a Beastman. Not long after, Lin Jian arrived at the scene, his brows tightly furrowed, his gaze falling on Lu Xiang's corpse. Su Yuan, do you know him? Yes, his name is Lu Xiang, he's from the Zhixiao martial arts school. I was driving my sister home when he suddenly appeared out of nowhere, trying to kill me. Then I saw him transform into a beast human, and in the heat of the moment, I killed him. Su Yuan shrugged helplessly. It seems someone in Qingyun City is indeed conducting beast-human experiments. The people from Zhixiao martial arts school might be a good lead to follow. Lin Jian pondered silently. Brother Lin, feel free to reach out if you need any help. After saying this, Su Yuan left the scene with Su Xiaoshuang. After returning home, Su Xiaoshuang couldn't help but curiously ask, Brother, why did Lu Xiang turn into a beastman? Who knows? Anyway, it's better to leave it to the hunting group to handle. Su Yuan thought about more important matters and didn't want to dwell on it. His current goal was singular, cultivation, cultivation, and more cultivation. Only by mastering sufficient strength could he protect himself. And Su Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang seemed to have thought of something, walked into the house, and took out an ornate box to hand to Su Yuan. Brother, this is a 4th-tier Yuan creation pill. I refined more than one, so this one is for you. Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and ruffled Su Xiaoshuang's hair. My little sister is amazing, already a master pharmacist. Of course. Su Xiaoshuang replied with a proud laugh. Back in his room, Su Yuan couldn't wait to open the brocade box. The 4th-tier Zhao Yuan pill emitted an enticing luster. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the 3rd-tier cultivation level could consume and refine such a pill, but for Su Yuan, this was no problem at all. Because he possessed the gluttonous martial soul.
This martial soul allowed him to quickly absorb and refine all kinds of treasures containing spiritual energy, naturally including pills. He swallowed the pill without hesitation, and instantly, the terrifying effects of the pill surged like a tidal wave. The powerful energy within his body erupted in an instant, breaking through the bottleneck of the third tier with a resounding success. Meanwhile, at the Luo family, Luo Ching Snow was also engaged in cultivation. She wore the tier of the sea god, which emitted radiant blue light during her practice, enveloping her like a misty haze. The spiritual energy around her surged like waves, and her efficiency was astonishingly 10 times higher than before. In a moment of trance, her consciousness entered the inner space of the tier of the sea god, where an endless ocean unfolded before her eyes. Amidst the vast sea, a mermaid, with a fish tail for her lower body and a human upper body appeared before her. Her golden eyes shimmered with a mysterious brilliance, exuding an intense divine aura. "Fated one, you are worthy of becoming the successor of the sea god," the mermaid said softly, her voice as gentle as ocean waves yet filled with immense power. After a while, Luo Ching Snow's mind emerged from the sea god's tier, a trace of shock flashing in her eyes. With a single thought, a brilliant stream of light flew out from her body, transforming into a stunningly beautiful mermaid. If a martial soul research expert were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this as an SSS-level martial soul, the Mermaid Queen. And this was precisely the bountiful reward Luo Ching Snow gained from the sea god's tier. This tier of the sea god is actually a supreme spiritual artifact left behind by the ancient supreme sea god, containing the sealed martial soul of the sea god's merman king. She was ecstatic in her heart. As long as I pass the sea god's trial, I can obtain the merman queen. Not only that, but also the vast legacy left by the sea god. Su Yuan, does he know about this? Luo Ching Shue was utterly shocked. The value of this tier of the sea god is beyond imagination. It is a treasure capable of changing one's destiny. Even selling the entire Luo family wouldn't compare to it. No, Su Yuan might not know about this. I must tell him. If he wants to return, I'll give it to him then. Luo Ching Shue murmured to herself, hurriedly sending a message to Su Yuan. On the other side, within the Su family, Su Yuan had just finished his cultivation, and the power within his body surged like a tide. He had broken through the second tier bottleneck and successfully advanced to the third tier. Moreover, it wasn't just an ordinary third tier, but a mid-grade third tier realm. He felt an unparalleled power coursing through his entire body. Ding! The host has successfully advanced to the third tier, the fourth martial soul has awakened. At this moment, the sound of the system echoed in his mind. Within his body, a brand new martial soul power erupted with a roar. In his martial soul space, a black gold rock suddenly appeared, soaring with outstretched wings, its form ethereal, its gaze sharp, as if overlooking the heavens. This was the SSS-level martial soul, Kuanping. Kuanping spreads its wings, leaping 108,000 miles. It has no attribute classification, yet it symbolizes the pinnacle of speed. The moment the martial soul appeared, Su Yuan felt his body as light as if dancing gracefully in the wind, as though he could take flight with just a slight movement. What a magnificent Kuanping! Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Taodai, devourer of all things, white tiger, dominator of destruction, thunder dragon, master of lightning, and now, Kuanping, the epitome of speed. With 4 SSS-level martial souls, who in this world could stand against him? Of course, before he has enough strength, Su Yuan would never easily reveal the secret that he possesses 4 SSS-level martial souls. After all, having twin SSS-level martial souls is already shocking enough, but 4 SSS-level martial souls would definitely attract countless strange looks and might even lead to being captured for research. Why did Luo Ching Snow send me so many messages? Su Yuan suddenly noticed the notification on his phone. When he opened it, he couldn't help but be stunned. Sea God? Mermaid Queen? Sea God's trial? TSK. So the Sea God's tier hides such secrets. As expected, anything produced by the system is bound to be top-notch. Seeing that Luo Ching Snow said she wanted to return the Sea God's tier, Su Yuan was immediately displeased. How could something he gave away be taken back so casually? Wasn't it just an SSS-level mermaid queen? At this level of martial spirit, he had 4. And including the ones that hadn't awakened yet, he had 10. No need to return it. If I gave it to you, it's yours. Train well. When I gave you the Sea God's tier back then, it was because I saw you always lagging behind me. Don't let me down. He casually edited a message and sent it over. Inside the Luo family, Luo Ching Snow was slightly stunned when she saw the message. She had secretly vowed that once she successfully defeated Su Yuan, she would confess to him.
And now that he had given her the sea god's tear, could it be that he also hoped she would defeat him soon and confess to him as soon as possible? It must be like this. He really likes me too. Luo Ching Snow's cheeks flushed slightly, and she secretly vowed in her heart to work twice as hard in her cultivation, striving to bring Su Yuan home as soon as possible. Another few ordinary days passed. Su Yuan was staring at the computer, and the screen prominently displayed information about various martial arts universities. Su Xiaoshuan leaned over curiously for a glance. "Brother, are you looking at which martial arts university to apply to?" "Yeah." Su Yuan nodded. "Apply to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. It's ranked number 1 among martial arts universities. Others might not get in, but if you apply, they'll definitely compete to recruit you," Su Xiaoshuang said excitedly. "Besides, I've never been to the Imperial Capital. Let's see when the time comes. There are still a few months until the college entrance exam," Su Yuan said casually. "Brother, I heard the martial arts college entrance exam is extremely brutal, requiring warriors to hunt exotic beasts. Shouldn't you prepare for that?" "Heh, do you think I just loaf around in the hunting team?" Su Yuan shook his head with a smile. After staying at home for a few more days, Su Yuan received a task notification from the Wild Bull team, instructing him to head to the designated location immediately. He arrived at the building where the Bullstorm group was located and walked into a gathering hall, only to see that more than a dozen people had already assembled. Apart from Lin Jian, Wang Yan, and Olay, he hadn't met anyone else, but all of them were members of the Bullstorm group. As Su Yuan stepped through the door, everyone's gaze instantly fell on him. "This is Su Yuan, the new member I mentioned to you in the group." Olay gave a brief introduction, her tone carrying a hint of anticipation. "The new member is really handsome. TSK, little handsome guy, I'll look out for you from now on." Everyone looked at Su Yuan and started teasing him, instantly livening up the atmosphere. Everyone has heard of Su Yuan's legendary story and is full of expectations for this young but highly promising new team member. Su Yuan smiled and greeted everyone, secretly resolving to make a big impact in this group. Then, Ol's expression turned serious as she began discussing the main issue. After investigation, the mastermind behind this beast-human experiment is the Zhang Corporation. She tapped the screen. A photo of a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. The Zhang Group, one of the largest corporations in Qingyun City, has business ventures spanning various fields, with its primary focus being the genetic potion industry. The genetic potions they produce rank second only to Lao Jun. Pharmaceuticals and sales, and the head of the Zhang Group is a formidable martial artist at the 6th level. However, according to our investigation, the Zhang Group has been secretly conducting experiments on beast-human hybrids over the years, achieving some horrifying results. The purpose of our operation this time is twofold: first, to destroy the beast-human hybrid experiment base; second, to capture Zhang Tian, the head of the Zhang Group, along with its key members, and eliminate all out-of-control beast-human hybrids. Ha! Zhang Yunjie. Su Yuan's gaze was instantly drawn to a figure on the screen. It was Zhang Yunjie, the possessor of the SS-level martial soul, Earth Berserk Bear. Yes, Zhang Yunjie is Zhang Tian's only son. Captain, the other party is an SS-level martial soul possessor with immense potential. If we capture him, how will he be dealt with? Su Yuan asked curiously. The Beastman experiments are cruel and inhumane. Anyone involved in them will be severely punished. The nation will not show leniency just because he possesses an SS-level martial soul. Besides, the country doesn't lack this one SS-level martial soul. Olay pursed her lips, her expression resolute. Although the level of a martial soul is important, a warrior's strength is not solely determined by the level of their martial soul. For example, an SS-level martial soul that has not yet matured is definitely no match for an A-level martial soul wielder who has achieved great military accomplishments for their country. I understand. Su Yuan nodded, a surge of passion rising in his heart. This was the great Xia he longed for. However, at that moment, Ol's phone suddenly rang, interrupting their discussion. After answering the call, her expression turned grim, fury blazing in her eyes. Damn it! The mission was snatched by the Purple Cloud Hunting Group. What do you mean? Everyone exchanged glances, unease rising in their hearts. The higher-ups said that this mission to eliminate the Beastmen is of great importance and cannot fail. Since our violent bull group has fewer members and might not be able to complete it, they decided to assign the task to the Purple Cloud Hunting Group, while we assist from the sidelines. What the heck? The Purple Cloud Hunting Group is trying to steal the credit. We've been investigating for so long, and now we're just one step away from taking down this experimental base. And yet, this mission has been snatched away from us? The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, burning with anger, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. We must not let them succeed easily. We have to take back this mission. Su Yuan's eyes shone with determination, and a fierce counterattack plan was already brewing in his mind. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. Captain, let's go and reclaim the mission.
A woman dressed in a white nun's habit carried a battle axe, her gaze resolute. Su Yuan glanced at the other person and thought to himself, what a shy and charming nun. Zhao Kiki, watch yourself and don't be so irritable. This is an order from above, and we can't disobey it. Lin Jian adjusted his glasses, his tone leaving no room for doubt.
Damn it.
The nun Zhao Kiki sulkily sat back in her seat, her face full of reluctance.
Ole was rather helpless. Anyway, let's set off first.
This time, the Purple Cloud Hunting Group is responsible for the main assault on the experimental base, while we are tasked with guarding the perimeter to prevent any stragglers from escaping.
We can't slack off in assisting either. The group was still somewhat dissatisfied, thinking that assisting wouldn't earn as much credit as leading the main assault. At most, they might catch a few small fry.
In the end, the violent Bull Group would get is some funding, far less than what the Purple Cloud Group would earn. But a task was a task, so after a bit of preparation, the group set out. The residents near the experimental base of the Beastmen had already been completely evacuated, and a cordon had been set up. After Su Yuan and the others arrived, several buses also pulled in. One by one, warriors stepped off the bus, each wearing a purple cloud pattern medal on their chest. They were members of the Purple Cloud Hunting Group. Compared to the Bullstorm Group, their numbers were indeed much larger, with over 100 people. Leading them was a man with exotic purple long hair, an exaggerated purple jacket, purple earrings, and purple nail polish on his fingers.
Seeing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just how much did this person love purple? And with such a flamboyant outfit, could he be gay? He's the leader of the Purple Cloud Hunting Group, named Shenzi. He's a 6th-tier martial arts expert, and his martial soul is the artifact Soul Purple Cloud Wings. According to rumors, this man has a penchant for keeping male companions, Lin Jian whispered beside Su Yuan. Sure enough, Su Yuan silently stepped back a few paces, thinking to himself, I look so handsome, I really hope I don't get noticed. But it was too late. When Shenzi saw Su Yuan, her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked over. I didn't expect there to be such a top-tier handsome guy in the Violent Bull Group. Hey, handsome, staying with them isn't much fun. How about joining my Purple Cloud Group? I'll give you double the salary. Su Yuan shook his head. Thanks, but I'm quite happy here. Hee, handsome, think about it.
If you're willing, triple the salary isn't out of the question, Shenzi said, raising her orchid-like fingers, her gaze filled with eagerness.
Hey, Shenzi, stealing my mission and now you want to poach my team? Looks like you're tired of living.
Olay approached with a wolf-tooth club, sneering coldly and full of aggression. Shenzi smiled faintly, and a pair of magnificent purple steel wings suddenly unfolded behind him. It was his weapon spirit, the S-Class Purple Cloud Wings.
What, not convinced? Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you?
The two regiment leaders confronted each other, their spiritual power erupting and clashing together.
With a loud boom, the surrounding ground trembled, and the atmosphere became suffocatingly tense.
Regiment leader, calm down, completing the mission is more important. Regiment leader, take it easy, don't bother with him. Watching the two captains about to fight, members from both sides stepped forward to hold them back, feeling anxious.
Shenzi snorted lightly, completing the task is the priority.
Besides, this task is very important, and your wild bull team with just 20 people simply can't
handle it.
I'm doing this for Qingyun City, which is why I proactively requested my Purple Cloud team to take it on. If this causes chaos, it will be a big problem. After speaking, he began discussing strategy with a few team members. Shortly after, they led the group to infiltrate the experimental base. Su Yuan and the others guarded the perimeter, splitting into several groups to secure the exits of various streets. In his group were Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki. When Zhao Kiki heard that she could be in the same group as Su Yuan, her eyes lit up, and she excitedly asked, Su Yuan, I heard you're a twin SSS-level martial soul. Does it feel super powerful? Can you show it to me? Su Yuan, I heard you were dumped by your ex-girlfriend before. Do you still think about her? Or do you hate her? Su Yuan, I heard you have a thing with the Luo family's heiress. Is that true? Su Yuan listened to the chattering Zhao Kiki and felt a bit speechless. Why is this person so nosy? Boom! At this moment, a sudden massive explosion erupted at the nearby experimental base of the Beastmen, with flames soaring into the sky and deafening roars echoing all around.
A large number of beastmen rushed out from the experimental base. They were half human, half beast in appearance, exuding a savage aura. As soon as they emerged, they began to wreak havoc on the surrounding buildings. Attention, everyone! The Purple Cloud hunting group has been attacked, the experimental base destroyed, and a large number of beastmen have escaped. The mission has changed: eliminate all beastmen, and don't let a single one escape. Ole's voice came through the bull metal, and the expressions of Su Yuan and his companions instantly turned grim. Coincidentally, at this moment, 7 or 8 beastmen charged toward them. Their appearances were bizarre, with scales on their bodies, 2 arms, and even horns. Each one exuded a savage aura. Upon seeing Su Yuan and the other 2, the beastmen immediately rushed forward recklessly, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Ah, bring it on! Zhao Kiki saw this and, without hesitation, let out a hearty laugh, raised her massive battle axe, and charged forward. With a fierce swing, she instantly cleaved a beastman in half. Lin Jian, standing to the side, curled his lips and teased, "This violent girl." After speaking, he quickly took off his glasses and summoned his weapon spirit, the storm sword. Su Yuan vaguely felt that Lin Jian's demeanor instantly changed the moment he removed his glasses. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, making him seem even sharper. Now he's getting serious. Holding the storm sword, he charged forward bravely. The sword's light flickered like a storm, instantly slicing a beastman into 7 or 8 pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Su Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What right do you have to call others violent? You're clearly even more over the top. Roar! A furious roar erupted beside Su Yuan. Su Yuan's eyes turned cold as he swiftly dodged the attack, assembling his spear at lightning speed before thrusting it backward. The spear, crackling with electric energy, pierced straight through the heart of the beastman. Electricity surged instantly, charring the beastman's body, and its agonized screams came to an abrupt end. But the surrounding beastmen grew in number, seemingly endless, converging toward them. Just how many beastmen are there in this experimental base? Lin Jian's eyes were icy cold, his heart filled with rage. Each of these beastmen had originally been ordinary humans, only to be captured for experiments and turned into these grotesque, inhuman creatures. Su Yuan noticed that the beastman he had just killed showed a hint of relief on its face in its final moments, which sent a shiver through his heart. The group had long since cursed the Zhang Corporation to the point of utter condemnation. We must bring them to justice. Lin Jian said coldly. I think executing them on the spot would be better, Su Yuan suggested mercilessly. Agreed. Su Yuan, you really suit my taste, Zhao Kiki said with a smile. The 3 joined forces, slaughtering the oncoming beastmen like a storm. Su Yuan's Thunder King spear was pushed to its limits. The spear pierced through the air, crackling with electricity. It strikes as fast as lightning. Combined with his mid-tier 3rd-level cultivation, not a single beastman could withstand more than 2 or 3 moves from him. Lin Jian couldn't help but marvel at the sight. This guy was only at the 1st rank just over a month ago, and now he's directly at the 3rd rank, mid-grade. This cultivation speed, truly a monster. The 3 seemed to transform into an unstoppable tide on the battlefield, continuing their advance. Thunder King Spear. Su Yuan thrust his spear forward, the violent spear light sweeping across with electric currents. A beastman comparable to a 2nd-tier high-grade was directly blasted through its body. Too easy. Su Yuan felt it was too easy. These beastmen were completely no match for him. With his current strength, he could directly take the college entrance exam without any problem, and might even rank among the top. Just received a message from the team leader. The head of the Zhang group is also inside the experimental base, and he has already escaped. He is very likely mixed in with this group of beastmen. Everyone, be careful. If encountered, do not engage directly. Notify the team leader immediately. Lin Jian said. Su Yuan and Zhao Kiki nodded slightly. According to the information, the head of the Zhang group is a 6th-level martial arts expert. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation is Zhao Kiki, at the 4th-level upper grade, still 2 major levels behind the opponent. Not an opponent at all. Perhaps only someone at the regiment leader level could handle it. TSK, I didn't expect the people of Purple Cloud to be so useless. They couldn't even catch Zheng Long. If our Storm Bull team caught him, the credit would be ours. Zhao Kiki said, her eyes sparkling. Ha, you better stop dreaming about such things. This isn't something we can achieve. If we really encounter him, we should just run away quickly. Lin Jian said. Nonsense, I'm not stupid. A few people bickered and played around while killing several more exotic beasts. Suddenly, a ground spike suddenly shot out from the earth.
Caught off guard, Lin Jian's chest was pierced through, and blood spurted out.
Brother Lin! Lin Jian! Zhao Kiki turned pale with fright and smashed the ground spike with an axe.
Then a white light emanated from her hand, covering Lin Jian's chest.
It actually began to gradually heal his injuries. Oh, healing martial arts. It seems I should kill you first.
A calm voice sounded, and a man in a suit stepped out. It was none other than the head of the Zhang group, Zhang Long. Su Yuan and Zhao Kiki's expressions changed slightly.
No way. Actually ran into this guy here? Damn it, Su Yuan, hurry up and leave. Lin Jian said to Su Yuan.
Then he stood up, tightly gripping the storm sword, staring intently at Zhang Long. And Zhao Kiki also gripped the battle axe tightly, her expression solemn. Although both of them had just said that if they encountered Zhang Long, they must run, now that they truly faced him, they realized how dangerous it was to recklessly expose their backs in front of a 6th-tier warrior. If they turned around and ran now, the same kind of ground spikes as before would once again pierce through their bodies. Faced with this situation, Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki decisively decided to let Su Yuan leave first, while they stayed behind to buy time.
None of you will leave.
Zhang Long sneered coldly and struck the ground with his palm.
Grade A martial skill, Earth Spikes.
One spike after another suddenly shot out from the ground. Zhao Kiki was the first to make a move, smashing her battle axe onto the ground.
Grade A martial skill. Flash Slash.
Accompanied by an eruption of axe energy, the ground spikes were shattered one by one. At the same time, a burst of intense white light erupted. Zhang Long instinctively covered his eyes, while Zhao Kiki seized the moment to grab Su Yuan's clothes and forcefully throw him out of the battle zone.
Go! Zhao Kiki shouted loudly. Light attribute martial skill? But it won't defeat me.
After the light dissipated, Zhang Long raised his fist and struck Zhao Kiki, causing the sound of bones cracking as the opponent was sent flying. Lin Jian, standing nearby, let out a low shout, Grade A martial skill, Storm's Final Slash. The great sword swung, forming a terrifying storm of sword energy. B-rank martial skill, Mystic Stone Shield. Zhang Long remained calm and unhurried, striking the ground with his palm. Countless stones gathered toward him, forming a shield that blocked all the sword energy. B-rank martial skill, Shattered Rocks Burst. A cold and indifferent voice from Zhang Long came from behind the stone shield. The shield shattered, turning into countless flying fragments of stone. Each piece of stone was imbued with powerful spiritual energy. Lin Jian blocked a few, but was still forced back. The gap between the 4th and 6th tiers is too vast. Not far away, Zhao Kiki had already used healing martial techniques to recover from her injuries. Carrying a battle axe, she leapt up and struck down with a move like splitting Manhwa.
Die for me!
Zhang Long sneered, Earth Spike. A massive ground spike suddenly burst out from the earth, blasting Zhao Kiki away once again, leaving a bloody hole in her abdomen. Blood gushed out continuously, and she appeared to be on the verge of death.
From a distance, Su Yuan witnessed this scene, his pupils trembling. Reason told him that even two 4th-tier fighters together were utterly defeated. What could he, a 3rd-tier martial artist, possibly achieve, even with an SSS-grade martial soul?
Not to mention, Zhang Long hasn't even used his martial soul yet. But seeing Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki on the ground, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The message has been sent, the captain will arrive soon. I just need to hold him off here. Su Yuan secretly vowed in his heart that he must not let Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki sacrifice themselves in vain.
Ding!
Faced with the life and death of comrades and an opponent far stronger than yourself, you have the following choices.
Option 1, Retreat. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. A wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall. Reward, 10 Tier 3 Yuan Creation Pills. Option 2, Attack. Isn't it just a Tier 6 martial artist? Go for it.
Fight with all your might to protect your comrades.
Reward, Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Martial Soul Fusion? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. This was a heaven-defying skill.
Martial Soul Fusion, a technique only mastered by 7th-tier Marquee level powerhouses, allowed one to merge with their martial soul, unleashing combat power far beyond ordinary people. The stronger the martial soul, the greater the power after fusion.
This was his perfect opportunity. Take the gamble. Without hesitation, Su Yuan chose the second option and charged forward instantly.
At this moment, Zhang Long had already walked up to Lin Jian, raised his hand coldly, and conjured a stone spike.
Die! The stone spike shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Lin Jian let out a bitter laugh. I never thought I'd die here. What a humiliation!
At that very moment, a thunderous clap of lightning suddenly roared across the sky.
Thunder King's spear! Boom!
The spear pierced through the air, instantly shattering the stone spikes. Zhang Long was forced back 2 steps, his gaze stunned as he looked at the suddenly appearing Su Yuan. Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki, though feeling helpless, were deeply moved by this scene. At this moment, Su Yuan had become a comrade they could entrust their lives to. Heh, what a fool. These two fought with all their might to buy you a chance to escape, and yet you came running back. Zhang Long laughed arrogantly. I heard you're a dual SSS-level prodigy and even defeated my son. Come, let me take a good look at you. As you wish. White Tiger. Su Yuan coldly shouted, and the white tiger instantly appeared, unleashing a monstrous killing intent. But this is just the beginning. Thunder Dragon. Crackling thunder and lightning surged out like a wild dance, and a streak of lightning burst forth from Su Yuan's body, transforming into a ferocious thunder dragon over 10 meters long. Its imposing presence was absolutely no less than that of the white tiger. Zhang Long's pupils suddenly contracted. This is impossible? An SSS-grade martial soul thunder dragon. You're not a twin SSS, you're a triple SSS. Zhao Kiki and Lin Jian were also dumbfounded, staring at everything in disbelief. Is there really such a thing in the world? But Su Yuan ignored Zhang Long's shock and roared, kill! The white tiger and thunder dragon both charged forward, heading straight for Zhang Long. At this moment, the blood of battle boiled in the air, and the dawn of victory seemed just within reach. White tiger and thunder dragon, 2 SSS-level martial souls, simultaneously charged at Zhang Long. Although Su Yuan was only at the 3rd tier at this moment, the power of these 2 martial souls far exceeded that of an ordinary 3rd tier, even capable of contending with the 4th tier. Overwhelming killing intent and lightning simultaneously locked onto Zhang Long, causing his expression to change drastically. As a 6th tier martial artist, he knew he couldn't afford to be careless, especially since Su Yuan's monstrous strength defied convention. Who has ever seen a triple SSS martial soul? Appear, martial soul, black armored giant bear. Zhang Long roared, and instantly a stream of light flew out from his body, transforming into a giant bear clad in black armor, an A-grade martial soul, the black armored giant bear. Although it was only A-grade, Zhang Long's cultivation level was high, and the power unleashed by the A-grade martial soul was no less than that of Su Yuan's 2 SSS-grade martial souls, perhaps even stronger. Su Yuan, the grade of a martial soul only represents its potential, not its actual strength. The power of a martial soul is closely tied to one's cultivation. Unfortunately, you're just a 3rd tier martial artist right now. What good are SSS-grade martial souls to you? You're no match for me. Zhang Long's eyes revealed a trace of bloodthirsty frenzy. Today, I will kill you. Zhang Long conjured spikes from the ground, aiming them at Su Yuan, but Su Yuan's figure flashed, unleashing an unimaginable speed and effortlessly dodging the incoming spikes. This speed. No, a 3rd tier warrior can't possibly have such speed. This must be some kind of movement technique. Zhang Long was shocked, but he did not retreat. With a cold snort, he struck the ground with his palm. A-grade martial technique, Earth Spike. Accompanied by the eruption of his 6th tier cultivation, his black armored giant bear also slammed its paw down. A massive burst of earth spikes erupted instantly, covering a radius of 100 meters. Even with his speed, Su Yuan couldn't dodge in time and was blasted away. The thunder dragon and white tiger were also pierced through and fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Long sneered coldly, do you see now, Su Yuan? The absolute gap in cultivation is something a martial soul cannot compensate for. Go, die. He launched another earth spike. Su Yuan swept out with his spear, shattering the ground spikes, but his arm still went numb from the shock. He felt a growing sense of urgency in his heart, knowing it was time to use his trump card. Martial Soul, Fusion. The white tiger martial soul let out a long roar and charged toward Su Yuan, merging with him. In an instant, it emitted a terrifying killing intent. A powerful aura swept out, and a symbol of kingship, the character, appeared on his forehead, an emblem of the white tiger. Martial Soul Fusion? A Marquee level expert? No, that's not right, you're only at the 3rd tier. How could you possibly master the Martial Soul Fusion ability that only Marquee level experts can control? Zhang Long gasped sharply, his heart filled with shock. After merging with the white tiger, Su Yuan felt an incredibly powerful force surge within him, far surpassing the 3rd tier. But he knew that relying on this alone would not be enough to kill Zhang Long. He shouted in a low voice, Thunder Dragon. Come! Roar! The Thunder Dragon roared as it emerged, transforming into raging lightning that descended upon Su Yuan. 2 SSS-level martial souls fused together. Such a phenomenon was extraordinarily rare throughout history, as almost no one had ever mastered the ability to merge martial souls at the 3rd tier.
It was utterly unprecedented. At this moment, Su Yuan was making history. Unfortunately, there were few witnesses to this battle, otherwise, he would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of history as a valuable case study for martial soul research. Two powerful SSS martial souls merged into his body, Su Yuan's aura surged with killing intent, lightning danced around him, and the king symbol on his forehead represented the majesty of the white tiger, while the scales of the thunder dragon faintly appeared on his skin. However, as a third-tier martial artist, although the fusion brought unparalleled power, it also came with an immense burden. This form could not be sustained for long, and every movement was accompanied by excruciating pain. But to deal with Zhang Long, he had no reservations. "Zhang Long, are you ready to die?" Su Yuan's voice roared like a dragon's cry and a tiger's roar, echoing between heaven and earth. Whoosh! His figure flickered, transforming into a flash of lightning, charging at Zhang Long with a speed almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, and thrusting his spear fiercely. Thunder King's spear, full power unleashed. Black stone shield. Zhang Long hurriedly conjured a stone shield, but in the face of Su Yuan's spear, the shield shattered instantly, and Zhang Long was sent flying heavily. Black armored bear, kill him! Zhang Long roared, and the massive black armored bear struck a palm toward Su Yuan. Small grade a martial soul, get lost! Su Yuan roared, the moment of the decisive battle had finally arrived. Su Yuan neither dodged nor avoided, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist and struck out. The domineering power of thunder combined with the killing aura of the white tiger fiercely landed on the black armored bear's paw. Accompanied by a piercing wail, the black armored bear's paw was forcibly shattered, and its body staggered as it was sent flying backward. The gaze it directed at Su Yuan was filled with intense fear. At this moment, in the eyes of the black armored bear, Su Yuan was no longer human but a terrifying monster wielding the combined power of 2 SSS-grade beast martial souls. Damn it! Zhang Long's face changed drastically as he looked at the black armored bear that had been sent flying. He thought to himself, today, this monster must not be allowed to roam free. Grade A martial skill, Earth Spike. He struck the ground with his palm, and instantly, spikes of earth shot toward Su Yuan. Su Yuan moved like lightning, dodging the earth spike's attack. With a thrust of his spear, he completely shattered one of the spikes. His speed and strength left Zhang Long astonished and incredulous. Grade B martial skill, Rock Explosion. Zhang Long unleashed another martial skill, causing the shattered stones around him to rain down on Su Yuan, forming a stone sphere in an attempt to completely encase him. In the next moment, violent lightning erupted from within the stone sphere. The sphere instantly exploded, and Su Yuan emerged unscathed, like a thunder god descending, stunning everyone present. Grade B martial skill, Mystic Stone Shield. Zhang Long shouted in a low voice, conjuring stone shields in front of him in an attempt to block the impending attack. Thunder King's Spear. Su Yuan roared, channeling all his spiritual energy into the spear. The alloy spear vibrated with a buzzing sound, the power of lightning heating it up as if it were about to explode at any moment. With a single thrust, the domineering lightning transformed into a terrifying thunder dragon with claws bared and teeth gnashing, tearing through the mystic stone shields one after another. The deafening roar echoed all around. Boom! The spear struck Zhang Long squarely, eliciting a miserable scream. His chest caved in as he was sent flying backward, crashing through several concrete walls before landing heavily in the rubble. He coughed up blood incessantly, his face filled with despair. Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki were completely stunned. A third-tier martial artist was actually beating up a sixth-tier martial artist right in front of them? They could hardly believe their eyes, silently wondering what kind of heaven-defying ability this was. Amid the ruins, the critically injured Zhang Long suddenly pulled out a bottle of green potion from his pocket. After drinking it, a trace of madness appeared on his face, as if he were hypnotizing himself. "I want you dead, all of you must die." As the potion entered his body, Zhang Long's veins began to bulge, and his entire being transformed into a frenzied beast, swelling into a bloated giant. 2 beast-like horns, clearly not belonging to a human, even grew on his forehead. It was evident that this potion was the Beastman serum, which enhanced his strength but also made him even more terrifying. "Su Yuan, you're strong. To master the ability of martial soul fusion at the 3rd rank, you're practically a monster. But now, I'm even more of a monster than you." Zhang Long roared at Su Yuan, the veins on his face bulging hideously. Coupled with his massive physique, it sent chills down one's spine. Su Yuan grinned, "I admit, you are indeed a monster right now." He gripped his spear tightly, electricity coursing through his body as he prepared for the battle ahead. Just as he was about to engage Zhang Long in another life-or-death struggle, even considering fusing with the Kunping martial soul, a sudden wave of intense pain surged through his body. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as the side effects of martial soul fusion began to manifest. Seeing this, Zhang Long burst into laughter, forcing martial soul fusion with just a third-rank cultivation. Su Yuan, did you really think you could handle it? Let alone the fact that you're fusing with an SSS-grade martial soul, the pressure on your body is unimaginable. You shouldn't even be able to move now, right? Su Yuan's lips curved into a slight smile. Come and try if you dare. A flame of battle ignited in his eyes as he prepared to face this ultimate showdown. Come and try if you dare. Su Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. Despite feeling immense pressure inside, he had no intention of giving up easily. Who would emerge victorious was still uncertain. He quietly took out a healing potion he had obtained earlier from the system space and downed it without hesitation. The potion's power instantly repaired the injuries on his body, making him feel a wave of relief. Healing potion? Zhang Long's sharp eyes caught sight, and he immediately rushed forward. Even if you use a healing potion, you're still no match for me. Die! Su Yuan gripped the alloy spear tightly, a surge of fighting spirit igniting in his heart as he prepared to merge with the power of the Kuanpeng martial soul. No matter how much pressure his body had to endure, this was the only move that could turn the tide. If this is my limit, then, break through the limit. Just as he was about to give it his all, a sudden gust of wind roared through the sky, and a figure descended like lightning from above. A massive spiked club smashed down on Zhang Long with a deafening crash. Zhang Long let out a scream of agony as his body was slammed heavily into the ground, causing it to cave in instantly. What do you think you're trying to do to my adorable team members, you bastard? Olei, the leader of the violent bull squad, sneered as she looked down at Zhang Long, who was pinned under her foot. Zhang Long roared, unleashing an astonishing power far beyond that of an ordinary 6th-tier martial artist, fatally approaching the 7th-tier Marquee realm. Yet Olei only grinned even more viciously. Get down! The spiked club in her hand smashed out once again, and the power of this strike was even more astonishing. With a loud bang, Zhang Long's bones were instantly shattered. Zhang Long lay in the pit, groaning in pain, unable to believe that even after taking the beast-human potion, which increased his strength tenfold, he was still so powerless before Olei. This raging bull captain was far more terrifying than the rumors had suggested. He had previously crossed paths with Chen Zi, the leader of the Purple Cloud Group, at the laboratory base, thinking that his strength was on par with the leaders. However, at this moment, he finally realized. Olei was on a completely different level compared to the other leaders. Earth spikes. Zhang Long struggled in despair, slamming the ground fiercely. Numerous earth spikes shot toward Olei, but she effortlessly smashed them apart with a single swing of her staff. At that moment, the phantom of a massive azure bull appeared behind Olei. The bull's hoof stomped heavily, and Zhang Long let out a miserable scream as several more of his bones shattered. Immediately, the bull demon let out a low roar, and green vines spread from the ground, tightly binding Zhang Long's limbs. What attribute binding technique, green vine entanglement? Seeing Olei rushing over, Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief, relaxed his body, and exited the martial soul fusion state, instantly fainting. Hey, Su Yuan, don't you dare die. Olei's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly called for someone to come and treat him. She took out a bottle of healing potion and poured it into Su Yuan's mouth. Not far away, Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki were also watching her, barely clinging to life. Captain, we're still here too. Tisk, all of you need to go back and intensify your training. Forget it, Captain, just let me die. Lin Jian rolled his eyes, thinking that dying would be more straightforward. If you want to die, you must die in my training. Ol revealed a sinister smile. At this moment, Chen Zi, with a pair of purple cloud wings on his back, also arrived at the scene. Seeing Zhang Long tied up by Ol, he frowned. How did you manage to capture him? Haha, sorry, but this achievement was hard-earned by my violent bull squad. Your purple cloud squad shouldn't even think about it, Ol said smugly. Chen Zi glanced at the unconscious Su Yuan, Lin Jian, and Zhao Kiki, her brows slightly furrowed. They were actually able to stop Zhang Long? What? You don't believe it? Olei raised an eyebrow. This time you were just lucky. TCH, it's your purple cloud group that's incompetent, causing such a big commotion. You'd better go back and think about how to report this to the mayor. Speaking of this, Chen Zi's face turned grim. Damn, who could have thought Zhang Long would be so crazy, planting so many bombs in the experimental base, blowing up the entire base, creating chaos to escape. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Chen Zi gritted her teeth and glared at Zhang Long. Olei, how about letting me beat him up to vent my anger? That won't do. I've already beaten him half to death. If I let you vent your anger, he might really stop breathing. Damn. Shen Zi's face turned ashen as she cursed and left. The mission continued, with the Purple Cloud and Violent Bull groups engaging in a hunt for the Beastmen. The injured were quickly sent back to the hunting group's base. Old Zhao, how is he? In the medical room of the Violent Bull group's base. Ole looked at a girl wearing glasses and a white lab coat, and couldn't help but feel nervous. Lying on the hospital bed was Su Yuan, the young man who had displayed extraordinary strength in a moment of crisis. The girl with glasses placed her hand on Su Yuan's chest, and instantly, waves of green light flickered between her palms, as if containing infinite power. You know my martial soul. As long as someone isn't dead, even if they're hanging by a thread, I can bring them back. Her voice was calm and resolute. This little guy isn't in serious trouble, just that his body has endured too much stress and is currently in a weakened state. A few days of rest and he'll be fine. The girl with glasses suddenly tightened her tone. However, there's something I need to tell you. I detected 4 waves of martial soul energy within this kid's body. Speaking of this, the glasses woman's voice couldn't help but tremble. What? 4 martial souls? Ole's heart shook, completely stunned. Meanwhile, Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki, lying on the hospital beds nearby, were even more dumbfounded. They had thought that having 3 SSS-level martial souls was already the limit, but unexpectedly, it wasn't 3. It was 4. What kind of monster is this? For SSS-level martial souls, and mastering the ability of martial soul fusion at the 3rd tier, Captain, you should know this is absolutely impossible. Yet this impossible thing has happened. This means that this little guy himself is a miracle. If this matter gets exposed, tisk, I can't even imagine how many forces would covet him. The woman with glasses adjusted her glasses, her face full of surprise and admiration. Ole pondered for a moment, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. Old Zhao, this matter must not be disclosed. Understood. Zhao Kiki nodded, secretly making up her mind. The woman with glasses gave Ole a deep look, then nodded. Since you've said so, I will naturally keep it confidential. But this little guy is not someone the Violent Bull group can accommodate. Sooner or later, he will leave here. It doesn't matter. As long as he is part of my Violent Bull group, as the leader, I have the duty to protect him. Ole's voice was filled with confidence and determination. When Su Yuan opened his eyes again, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling, and the smell of disinfectant filled the air. He wondered to himself, is this a hospital? Looking down, he saw his body wrapped up like a mummy, feeling incredibly heavy. On the hospital beds beside him lay Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki, but the way they looked at him was a bit strange, as if they were observing some rare creature. Su Yuan's heart stirred. He guessed that the fact he possessed multiple SSS-level martial souls had already been exposed to these two, and probably even Ole knew about it. Su Yuan wanted to explain a few words but was interrupted by Lin Jian. Su Yuan, no need to explain. This is your secret, and we won't press you about it. All we know is that you're a member of the Furious Bull Squad, and you saved us. Rest assured, we'll keep this secret for you. Lin Jian's voice was firm yet warm, as if conveying a sense of trust. Su Yuan nodded slightly, feeling a trace of warmth. Thank you. You're welcome. However, I must remind you, the days ahead won't be easy for us. Lin Jian said with a bitter smile. Why? Su Yuan asked, puzzled. The captain said that anyone injured during this mission will receive her personal special training. Lin Jian said, almost in tears, as if he could already foresee the tough days ahead. Su Yuan's heart tightened. Could he be facing an even greater challenge? The captain giving us special training, isn't that a good thing? Su Yuan asked with some confusion. That's because you don't know how extreme the captain's special training is. Let me put it this way, participating in the captain's training could actually be life-threatening. Su Yuan gasped in shock. Is it really that exaggerated? Looking at Lin Jian and Zhao Ki's solemn expressions, Su Yuan's mood suddenly became tense. At this moment, the television was broadcasting shocking news about the Zhang group. Just yesterday afternoon, the Purple Cloud hunting team and the Violent Bull hunting team joined forces to uncover a case involving experiments on Beastmen, successfully dismantling a Beastman experiment base within Qingyun City. The mastermind behind this base turned out to be one of the city's largest enterprises, the Zhang Group. Su Yuan's heartbeat quickened. The head of the Zhang Group, Zhang Long, had already been arrested, and almost all the senior executives had been captured or executed on the spot. Only the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Yunjie, remained at large. This man possessed an SS-level martial soul, with limitless potential, yet he had chosen a dark path. The hunting group has already issued a bounty. Anyone who can capture Zhang Yunjie and bring him to justice will receive a reward of 100 million.
Su Yuan's heart trembled. Zhang Yunjie, as the personal disciple of Zhixiao Marquee, the master of Zhixiao Martial Arts Hall, was unexpectedly involved with a demonic cult organization.
It was truly unbelievable. People like him, the stronger their talent, the greater their potential for harm. TSK, I think he might have joined some demonic cult organization out of desperation. Zhao Kiki hit the nail on the head.
Demonic cult organizations are criminal groups conducting illegal experiments and practicing forbidden martial arts.
They wield immense power and influence, acting as a cancer in society.
Su Yuan furrowed his brows tightly, pondering to himself.
He and Zhang Yunjie were practically enemies. If Zhang Yunjie truly joined the demonic cult, he would undoubtedly pose a threat in the future. But no matter, focusing on cultivation was the key.
As long as he became strong enough, even 10 Zhang Yunjies wouldn't be a problem.
Big brother. With a loud bang, the door of the medical room was flung open.
Su Xiaoshuang rushed in, and upon seeing Su Yuan wrapped in bandages, she threw herself at him.
Big brother, you mustn't die, woo-woo.
Su Yuan was hugged tightly by her, almost unable to breathe. You little brat, let go.
Cough, cough, are you trying to strangle your brother?
He angrily slapped the other person's forehead. Surviving a fight with a 6th-tier martial artist like Zhang Long was one thing, but being strangled to death by Su Xiaoshuang would be downright ridiculous. Su Xiaoshuang held her head, and upon seeing her brother was fine, she smiled. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay.
Why are you here?
It was the big sister who brought me here. Su Xiaoshuang said.
Big sister? Who's that?
Your leader.
Leader is leader, why call her big sister boss? Hee hee, she just looks like she has that big sister boss vibe.
Su Xiaoshuang laughed. At this moment, Ole walked in with a slight smile. It doesn't matter what you call me. I was worried about Xiaoshuang being home alone, so I took the liberty of bringing her along.
Thank you, Captain. No problem.
You three better recover quickly and join my special training with the others in 3 days.
Ole I grinned.
Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki couldn't help but shiver, exchanging glances as if they both felt an intense pressure.
Zhao Jia, I feel like my injury won't heal in less than 10 days or half a month.
Yes, Sister Zhao, why don't you let us stay here a little longer? Sister Zhao smiled faintly. 2 days, at most 2 days. I guarantee you'll be full of energy for the special training.
Wah, knew.
Ha, I knew Sister Zhao would definitely side with the captain.
Su Xiaoshuang was a bit curious on the side. Big sis, what special training is it? Can I join too? I want to get stronger as well. Xiaoshuang, no. You'll regret it.
Lin Jian hurriedly stopped her.
Hiss. Girl, I respect you as a warrior.
Zhao Kiki gasped and gave the other party a thumbs up. This special training is destined to become a baptism on their path to growth, where challenges and opportunities coexist.
Who will rise against the storm and emerge victorious?
Only Ole laughed heartily, reaching out to press Su Xiaoshuang's head. Great. Xiaoshuang, join my wild bull team. She extended the invitation directly, her tone carrying an undeniable firmness.
Really? Can I join?
Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up, her face full of excitement.
No problem. By the way, what's your martial soul? Ah, this.
Su Xiaoshuang hesitated slightly, pondering silently in her heart. Her martial soul was a female emperor. If she were to reveal this, it was likely no one would believe her. Moreover, such matters could only be shared with close ones, it mustn't be casually mentioned to others. Seeing her hesitation, Ole narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking to herself, these siblings, each of them is hiding secrets. She smiled faintly. It's fine if you don't want to talk. From now on, you're a member of my wild bull squad, and you'll be included in the special training.
Yes, boss.
A surge of passion rose in Su Xiaoshuang's heart, and she couldn't help but feel excited about joining the wild bull squad. Soon, under Sister Zhao's treatment, Su Yuan, Lin Jian, and Zhao Kiki's injuries quickly healed. In the process, Su Yuan also learned the full name of Sister Zhao Xiaoyun, the deputy leader of the violent bull group and its chief physician. Her martial soul is a wood-type S-grade plant martial soul, the flower of life. Her combat ability is not strong, but her healing ability is top-notch, practically an absolute lifesaver. As long as there's a breath left, she can most likely pull you back from the gates of hell. Such talent is rare not only in Qingyun City but also across the entire Great Xia.
A healing-type martial soul. I wonder if any of my remaining 6 martial souls are of this type. It would be great if I had one. Su Yuan secretly looked forward to it.
By the way, Su Yuan, before joining the special training, I want to take you to meet someone first, Ole suddenly remembered and said.
Su Yuan was a bit curious. Who are we meeting? The mayor of Qingyun City. Mayor, the supreme ruler of Qingyun City. Why go to meet the other party for no reason? Su Yuan felt a bit uneasy. Olay patted his shoulder, her tone relaxed. Take it easy. This time, in destroying the experimental base of the Beastmen and capturing Zhang Long, you played a crucial role. It can even be said that it was because you held him off that we were able to bring him to justice. That's why the mayor wants to personally commend you. I see. Su Yuan suddenly realized, feeling a faint sense of honor in his heart. Soon, he followed Olay to the city government building, took the elevator straight to the top floor, and walked to the door of a conference room. The moment the door was pushed open, what came into view were more than a dozen people dressed in various uniforms, with medals pinned to their chests. Among them was also Chen Zi, the leader of the Purple Cloud Regiment, whom Su Yuan had met before. Su Yuan's heart trembled, and he immediately guessed the identities of these people. These people were the leaders of the 20 hunting groups in Qingyun City. They also represented the highest combat power of Qingyun City's official forces. At this moment, Su Yuan felt an unprecedented shock. His heartbeat quickened, and he was filled with boundless pride, as if the heroic path of the future was unfolding right before his eyes. When Su Yuan walked into the conference room, the leaders of the hunting group immediately turned their gaze toward him, their eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. Is he the legendary possessor of dual SSS martial souls? TSK, a once-in-a-century genius. That's really quite interesting. I heard he held off Zhang Long. Such a confrontation between third-tier martial artists makes the dual SSS-level identity seem somewhat unbelievable. How exactly did he manage to do it? Olay, that guy, keeps his mouth shut. No matter how we ask, he hasn't revealed a single detail. He even got physical when pressed. What a strange person. Everyone was engaged in lively discussion, filled with curiosity about Su Yuan. But when they saw Olay appear, they even showed a hint of apprehension. Clearly, among these group leaders, Olay's status was quite extraordinary. Olay led Su Yuan to an elderly man in his early 60s, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, and introduced, Su Yuan, this is the mayor of Qingyun City. Nice to meet you, mayor. Su Yuan nodded slightly, secretly relieved that he could remain composed in front of such a high-ranking and influential figure. Ah, no need to be so formal. Olay has already told me about you. Young man, you have a bright future ahead. The reason I called you here today is to present you with an honorary medal and include you in the honor roll, the mayor said with a smile. The honor roll is the pride of Qingyun City. Those listed on it are individuals who have made significant contributions to the city. Even among the 20 hunting teams, only a few have made it onto this list. For Su Yuan to be included at such a young age is nothing short of legendary. The mayor overpraises me. As a member of Qingyun City, it is everyone's duty to protect the citizens, eliminate exotic beasts, and capture lawbreakers. Su Yuan responded solemnly. Olay added, getting on the honor roll not only brings fame across Qingyun City but also comes with an additional reward of 10 million. Mayor, please make sure to award me this honor medal. I will definitely work harder in the future and strive to contribute more to Qingyun City. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, secretly delighted. How could he miss such an opportunity? 10 million is quite a significant amount. Su Yuan thought to himself. Haha, young people are indeed full of vitality. The mayor laughed heartily, then took a golden medal from someone and personally pinned it on Su Yuan's chest. Su Yuan, I hope you will continue to work hard. The future of humanity lies in the hands of you young people. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Su Yuan secretly rolled his eyes in his heart, thinking how familiar those words sounded. Was he about to become Spider-Man? Yes, Mayor, he immediately responded. All right, you've met the person, received the medal, now it's time for special training. Mayor, we'll take our leave. Olay pulled Su Yuan, ready to leave. Wait, what about my 10 million? Su Yuan hurriedly asked. Someone will transfer it to your account, Olay replied impatiently. My account is 512-7888. Don't get it wrong. Su Yuan shouted from behind, but was pulled away from the city hall by Olay. The other hunting group leaders watched the scene and shook their heads one after another. Sure enough, they're from the Wild Bull Squad, all a bunch of weirdos. Just like Ol, no manners at all. After leaving the city hall, Ol drove straight to the outskirts. By the way, Captain, if we go for special training, what happens if a beast appears in District 16? Su Yuan asked, feeling a bit worried. Don't worry, not all of our Storm Bull team members went. I left some people in District 16, and there are also members from other hunting teams, Olay said calmly, holding the steering wheel with one hand. Then where are we going? Su Yuan asked curiously. My home, Oliai replied. Su Yuan was filled with anticipation, wondering what Oliai's home would be like. Not long after, they arrived at a forest on the outskirts.
The forest was eerie, with faint, piercing ghostly wails echoing through, sending chills down one's spine.
It was hard to imagine that anyone could actually live here.
But soon, Su Yuan noticed that this seemingly sinister forest had an unusually dense spiritual energy surrounding it, several times more abundant than in other places. At the entrance of the forest, Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, and Su Xiaoshuang were already waiting. When they saw Su Yuan arrive, they quickly stepped forward to greet him. Su Xiaoshuang looked at Su Yuan with admiration and said excitedly, "Brother, you've made it onto the Qingyun glory list."
"Ah, how did you know?" Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "It was just announced online, and now everyone is talking about it."
Su Xiaoshuang showed her phone.
He glanced at the phone and exclaimed, "What? Still in senior year and already made it onto the Qingyun honor list? How is that possible?"
"This was officially released, so it shouldn't be wrong," Su Xiaoshuang said seriously.
It states that Su Yuan was highly active in the previous case at the Exotic Beast Experimental Base, and being a dual SSS Martial Soul, he was granted this honor. TSK, impressive. The people around praised him, and the atmosphere instantly became lively.
"I dare to predict, as long as this guy doesn't meet an untimely end, within 10 years, our great Xia will have another."
"Emperor? An emperor, huh? Our great Xia currently only has 3, right? Su Yuan is very likely to be the 4th.
The sound of everyone's discussion surged like a tide, and the internet was already in an uproar. Meanwhile, in the underground training room of the Luo family, Luo Ching Snow was sparring with a powerful figure named Luo Long. Luo Long was a 7th-tier Marquee-level expert. Such a status, however, was known to very few. With a Marquee-level expert as her sparring partner, combined with the blessing of the Sea God's tier, Luo Ching Snow's progress was astonishingly rapid, having just broken through to the 3rd tier. After more than an hour of intense combat, Luo Ching Snow finally decided to take a break. Luo Long looked at his daughter with satisfaction, his tone full of pride. "Xiaoshui, your progress has exceeded your father's expectations. In less than 5 years, no, 3 years, you will surpass me. Whether the Luo family can become the top family in Xia depends on you." Although the Luo family is not considered weak in Xia, compared to those forces with multiple marquises or even kings holding the fort, there is still a significant gap. But Luo Long firmly believes that Luo Ching Snow will one day surpass them, becoming an existence on par with the 3 great emperors, or even the empress of Xia.
"I will do my best." Luo Ching Snow nodded resolutely. As a member of the Luo family, she felt a deep sense of responsibility. However, besides helping her family rise, she had an even greater goal in her heart: to catch up with Su Yuan, defeat him, and then bring him into her family. Thinking of this, Luo Ching Snow's heart was filled with anticipation. "Miss, take a look at the Qingyun glory rankings." At this moment, the butler walked into the underground training room, interrupting her thoughts. "Glory rankings? What's the matter?"
Luo Ching Snow curiously picked up her phone, opened the rankings, and was instantly astonished.
A new name had appeared on the list: dual SSS Martial Soul holder, Su Yuan. She couldn't help but gasp softly, how did he make it onto the glory list? After reading carefully, she grew increasingly shocked. Stopping a 6th-tier martial artist, Zhang Long, and severely injuring him? Has he really become this powerful?
Luo Ching Snow remained silent for a moment, while Luo Long, standing nearby, secretly clicked his tongue in astonishment, feeling a bit worried, afraid his daughter might be discouraged.
"He's truly the man I set my sights on."
Luo Ching Snow revealed a faint smile, then stood up and walked onto the training field.
"Dad, I've rested enough, let's go again," she said excitedly. "Ah, Xiaoshui, you've barely rested for a moment. It's fine, Su Yuan is already far ahead of me. How can I afford to stand still?"
Luo Ching Snow's eyes burned with determination, as if she could already see the brilliance of the future.
"Ah, damn it, damn it."
In a dimly lit alley, a figure roared in anger. He stared at the photo of Su Yuan on his phone, his eyes filled with venomous hatred, red light flickering like a beast driven by vengeance. This man was none other than the wanted Zhang Yunjie. Once a promising SS Martial Soul wielder, he had now fallen to the status of a street rat, afraid to show his face. "It's all your fault that I've ended up like this." Zhang Yunjie gritted his teeth. "Su Yuan, I will kill you," he growled, filled with resentment. However, he had never considered that if it weren't for the Zhang family's inhumane experiments on hybrid beasts, how could the Zhang family have been wiped out by the hunting group? How could Zhang Long have been captured? To a self-centered person, all the mistakes are someone else's fault, especially Su Yuan's. If he hadn't intercepted my father,
How could my father have been captured? If it weren't for his twin SSS martial souls, how could I have succumbed to jealousy and attempted to gain power through the beast-human experiments? Zhang Yunjie's heart was filled with unwillingness and resentment. Just as he was seething with anger, an elderly man in a white lab coat emerged from behind him, immediately putting Zhang Yunjie on alert. "It's you, Dr. Wang," he exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the other man to have escaped as well. Dr. Wang smiled faintly, gazing at Zhang Yunjie. "Young Master Zhang, having fallen to such a state, have you ever considered seeking revenge against the upper echelons of Qingyun City?" I dream about it. Especially Su Yuan, I want to cut him into 1,000 pieces and make sure he dies a miserable death." Zhang Yunjie roared, his eyes flashing with a crazed light. "Oh, since that's the case, then join us." Dr. Wang smiled faintly. "Us?" Zhang Yunjie was taken aback, his heart filled with doubt. "Yes, us, the Demon Heaven Sect," Dr. Wang said calmly. The Demon Heaven Sect was one of the most notorious cults in Xia, causing countless disturbances within the nation over the years. Zhang Yunjie had heard of this sect before and was shocked to discover that Dr. Wang, who had always worked for the Zhang family, turned out to be a member of this sect. But when he thought about his current predicament, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Fine, as long as I can gain the power for revenge, I am willing to join." "Excellent, young master. You will become my most perfect creation." Dr. Wang's face revealed a sinister smile. Suburbs. Su Yuan glanced at the honor roll, clicking his tongue in amazement. He hadn't expected the officials to act so quickly. He had just received his medal, and now he was already on the list. "All right, enough with the chatter, special training begins now." Ol's voice echoed through the forest, carrying an undeniable authority. "First, you all need to cross this forest. Reach the residence at the center of the forest. I'll be waiting for you there with old Zhao." She turned and led Zhao Xiaoyun into the forest, her eyes sparkling with a hint of challenge. Lin Jian observed the situation and said calmly, "Should we make a run for it now?" His voice carried a trace of nervousness. Just as he finished speaking, Ol's voice echoed from within the forest, "By the way, there are hardly any vehicles passing through this area. If you try to escape and I catch you, I'll make sure you get a good feel of the weight of my Skyfang staff." Everyone swallowed hard, their hearts pounding with unease. They exchanged glances and, in the end, had no choice but to head deeper into the forest, their sense of foreboding growing stronger. But before taking a few steps, rustling sounds came from all around. A thick vine shot out from every direction, instantly binding Lin Jian and suspending him in midair. He quickly drew his storm greatsword, attempting to cut the vine, but the surrounding vines swarmed like living creatures, closing in on them like a horde of snakes. "What the heck are these?" someone exclaimed. "These trees can move on their own," another person said, dumbfounded. Su Yuan tore apart a lashing vine with a single shot, and years of studying exotic beasts instantly surfaced in his mind. These are first-tier plant-type exotic beasts, green demon vines. They parasitize large trees, absorbing their nutrients to grow. Don't let them entangle you, their strength is considerable. Once you're wrapped up, they can even bend steel. Fire. They fear fire. Who among you knows fire attribute martial arts? Su Yuan asked urgently. "I do." A member of the Violent Bull Squad stepped forward, continuously launching fireballs with both hands. Grade B martial art, Fire Cloud Palm. Boom, boom, boom. Flames exploded, instantly forcing the green demon vines to retreat. The group seized the opportunity to venture deeper into the forest. Ahead, enormous flowers came into view. Su Yuan swallowed nervously. "If I'm not mistaken, these should be Tier 2 plant-type exotic beasts, the man-eating flowers." He had just finished speaking when a muffled groan came from nearby. "You guessed right, please save me." Lin Jian's voice was filled with despair, as half of his body had already been stuffed into the mouth of a giant carnivorous flower. Zhao Kiki hurriedly rushed over and pulled him out. But the surrounding carnivorous flowers had already awakened, swarming toward them with buds opening into gaping, saliva-covered mouths, as if awaiting a feast. "Quick, kill them!" The group fought their way through, but this was only the beginning. First Order Exotic Beast Green Demon Vine, Second Order Exotic Beast Carnivorous Flower, Second Order Exotic Beast Beast Trapping Grass, Third Order Exotic Beast Blood Peony, Third Order Exotic Beast Seven-Leaf Sword Grass. The plant-based exotic beasts that Su Yuan had read about in books were now appearing one by one before them. As they fought their way through, exhausted and gasping for breath, their nerves were stretched to the limit. No one could tell whether the seemingly inconspicuous grass and flowers nearby concealed terrifying exotic beasts. Too terrifying, someone exclaimed in shock. "Does the captain actually live in a place like this?
Wouldn't she have to battle these plant-based exotic beasts every time she comes back? Another person thought, deeply shaken. No wonder the captain is so strong, someone remarked with admiration. Hiss. There's actually such a place in the outskirts of Qingyun City? Everyone exchanged astonished glances. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a zone of spiritual energy. Su Yuan suddenly said, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Everyone looked at him, gradually realizing the brilliance of the top student from 3rd high school. Unknown beasts and unfamiliar knowledge all emerged from Su Yuan's mouth one after another. Yes, a zone of spiritual energy, as the name suggests, is a place where spiritual energy gathers. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energy in such areas, they often give rise to anomalies. The plant-type beasts in this forest are likely a result of the high concentration of spiritual energy. Su Yuan explained confidently, his words filled with assurance. Ah, I see. Someone suddenly understood. Yeah, I've heard of the psychic zone, but I couldn't recall it for a moment. Another person patted their forehead. After being out for so long, all this knowledge has already been returned to the school. Someone smiled wryly. Humph, serves you all right for not studying. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel smug. The group continued deeper into the forest, their hearts filled with both fear and anticipation of the unknown. Suddenly, the ground ahead began to shake, and a massive tree rose from the earth. Its trunk revealed patterns resembling a human face, and without warning, it swung its thick branches and charged toward them. Su Yuan gasped sharply, a 4th-tier plant-type exotic beast, the wartray ant. Whoa, the captain is ruthless. Even a 4th-tier exotic beast is part of the plan, the group exclaimed, their hearts filled with tension. They swallowed a small gulp of saliva, narrowly avoiding several fierce attacks from the wartray ant. Then, Lin Jian shouted loudly and charged forward, swinging the storm sword in his hand. However, when it struck the tray ant, it emitted a metallic clang. The Trent's body was actually impervious to blades and spears. Watch me, Fire Cloud Palm. The fire attribute member of the Violent Bull Squad unleashed a palm strike, gathering spiritual energy to form a massive fireball. However, when the fireball struck the wartray ant, it dispersed immediately, at most burning off a few of its leaves. It barely caused any significant damage. What should we do now? Despair filled everyone's hearts, the battle had only just begun. Now even the flames that restrain wood attributes have become ineffective, and the scene is in complete chaos. The fire cloud palm repeatedly struck the war tree spirit, yet it caused no damage. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unable to believe the scene before them. Martial souls, martial techniques, exotic beasts, all of these are closely tied to attributes in battle. Attribute restraint is a crucial aspect of combat. And this war tree spirit is undoubtedly a wood attribute plant-type exotic beast. According to common sense, fire attributes are the best choice to counter wood attributes. But now, fire attributes have no effect on this war tree spirit at all. What does this mean? The strength of this war tree spirit is simply unimaginable. The captain is too ruthless. This must be a 4th-tier exotic beast, someone exclaimed. Even 4th-order exotic beasts are taking action? Terrifying. Another person showed a look of fear. At that moment, the wartray ant suddenly swung a thick branch, directly striking the Bullstorm team member who had unleashed the fire cloud palm, sending him flying. A cracking sound was heard, as if bones had broken. Everyone was stunned, secretly thinking, too ruthless. Seeing this, Su Yuan gripped his alloy spear and charged out without hesitation, roaring, Thunder King Spear. His current cultivation level is Tier 3 superior. However, the Thunder King Spear is an A-level martial skill, and it's at the perfected level of A-level martial skills, with power comparable to a Tier 4 exotic beast. Bang! With a loud explosion, the body of the wartray ant was forcibly blasted open with a large hole, and it immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Upon seeing this, everyone smiled one after another. Good, truly worthy of Su Yuan. Ha, that Thunder King Spear move, brilliant. Brother, you're mighty. However, before the cheers had faded, a violent rumbling sound came from the surrounding jungle. Then, 7 or 8 wartray ants rose one after another from the forest, their sheer numbers causing everyone's hearts to sink. Among them, one wartrant's aura and size even surpassed the previous one, shockingly reaching Tier 4 superior. The members of the Wild Bull group swallowed hard, their faces turning pale. Leader, you're going to kill someone. Help! Su Yuan couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. At this moment, he finally understood why the members of the Wild Bull group always looked as if they were better off dead whenever they mentioned participating in Ol's training. She really dared to go all out. A single misstep could cost them their lives. Su Yuan, cooperate with me. Lin Jian shouted loudly, his eyes flashing with determination. He drew out his martial soul, the storm greatsword, and charged toward the strongest war treant, the greatsword in his hand radiating dazzling brilliance. A war treant attempted to block him, but before it could act, Su Yuan had already moved.
The alloy spear in his hand thrust forward, lightning crackling as the Thunder King's spear unleashed its full power.
At the same time, Zhao Kiki let out a low shout, wielding her axe as she charged at another war treant, instantly chopping it to the ground. Standing atop the remains of the war treant, she said smugly, "Look at you all, acting so cowardly.
Look at Su Yuan, he's only been
with our wild bull squad for a short time and already has such achievements, making it onto the honor roll.
Don't you feel ashamed? Everyone, pull yourselves together."
Zhao Kiki's voice boomed like thunder.
"It's just a few fourth-tier exotic beasts. Take them down."
Everyone heard her words, then looked at Su Yuan, who was holding a long spear and had taken down several war treants, and couldn't help but twitch their mouths.
They thought to themselves, "There's definitely a difference between us and someone with hacks."
But as veterans of the Wild Bull Squad, seeing a newcomer so impressive inevitably left them feeling a bit uneasy. "Our Wild Bull Squad didn't get to where we are today by relying on newcomers," one veteran member muttered.
"We can't become dependent on them, but we absolutely can't hold them back either. Everyone, charge."
"Su Yuan, I'll help you," another squad member shouted, rushing forward.
"Ha ha ha, what are war treants compared to me?
Watch Grandpa's flaming cloud palm," another member roared with high spirits, following closely behind. The battle grew fiercer and fiercer, and the forest was ablaze with action. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, inside a villa by a lake, Ole was leisurely sipping wine from a bottle, taking small sips. Zhao Xiaoyun sat beside her, engrossed in
a book. Occasionally, she would hear noises from the forest and smile faintly. "How many war treants did you set up? Aren't you worried something might go wrong?"
"Relax, this level of trouble won't kill them.
Besides, aren't you here?" Ole replied with a smile, full of confidence in Zhao Xiaoyun's abilities.
"Ha!" Zhao Xiaoyun chuckled softly, seemingly non-committal. Time passed quietly, and as evening approached, Su Yuan, Zhao Kiki, Lin Jian, and the others staggered to the villa's entrance, supporting each other in their disheveled state.
"Woohoo, we finally made it," exclaimed a team member. "I almost thought I was going to die in the forest. So scary."
Another person said, their face full of terror. At this moment, Olei walked forward holding a wine bottle, looking at Su Yuan and the others, her voice firm and powerful. 4 hours.
It took you a full 4 hours to get here.
Among all the people I've trained before, you are the worst, she said with a serious expression.
Su Yuan, Zhao Kiki, Lin Jian. Everyone thought to themselves, I really want to hit them. But I can't win. Captain, can we postpone the speech for a bit? How about letting Sister Zhao treat us first?
Lin Jian cautiously suggested, his eyes sparkling with anticipation.
You want treatment, right?
Sure, head over to that lake. Ole pointed to the nearby lake, a mysterious smile on her face. Everyone, like soldiers receiving orders, quickly headed toward the lake, their hearts filled with anticipation. Zhao Xiaoyun stood lightly on the water's surface, as if a celestial being had descended, leaving everyone in awe. What kind of martial skill is this? Someone couldn't help but ask.
This is not martial arts, it's the application of spiritual power.
When the use of spiritual power reaches the pinnacle of perfection, this can be achieved, another person explained, their gaze filled with admiration. Everyone stared intently at Zhao Xiaoyun, waiting for her treatment. Zhao Xiaoyun smiled faintly, and a dazzling white light emerged from her body. Immediately afterward, a vibrant lotus flower slowly bloomed beneath her feet.
Blessing of life. Zhao Xiaoyun channeled her spiritual power, and the flower of life descended onto the water's surface. A surge of intense life force instantly infused the lake, making the entire body of water seem alive, brimming with vitality and filling everyone with joy. This lake has already been blessed by me. It's essentially transformed into healing potion. You can just step in directly, Zhao Xiaoyun said confidently. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. Turning an entire lake into healing potion? That's too outrageous. If we sold this healing potion, wouldn't we make a fortune?
Lin Jian, standing nearby, adjusted his glasses and spoke seriously. It's not as simple as you think.
The reason this entire lake has healing properties is because of Sister Zhao's flower of life.
Once Sister Zhao retracts the flower of life, this water will turn back into ordinary water. Su Yuan suddenly understood, his eyes filled with even greater awe for Zhao Xiaoyun's power. Everyone jumped into the lake to receive treatment.
But soon, they realized something was wrong.
The lake water looked ordinary, yet it was bone-chillingly cold, as if it was about to freeze them into ice.
What kind of water is this?
Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, scrambling to climb out of the water, their faces filled with pain. At this moment, Ol walked up, a teasing smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Without mercy, she kicked each of them back into the water, one by one. Stay in there. Beneath this lake lies an extremely rare cold crystal. The cold crystal has a body-tempering effect, which is beneficial for you, she said loudly, her tone firm. But it's too cold. We're going to freeze to death, someone wailed, their voice as desolate as the sound of the wind. With Lao Zhao's flower of life watching over you, you won't die. Oliai smiled, took out her spiked club, and stood by the lake, exuding an imposing aura. And if you don't want to freeze, that's fine too, come up here and let me smash you to death. Everyone was instantly helpless. Though they were dissatisfied, they had no choice. Freezing in the water was miserable, but at least they could survive. As for going up to fight Oliai, they simply didn't have the guts. Inside the icy lake, the bone-chilling cold made everyone shiver uncontrollably. If it weren't for Zhao Xiaoyan's flower of life sustaining them, they might have already passed out from the cold. However, Su Yuan carefully felt the cold within the lake and realized it wasn't ordinary. It not only damaged his body but also carried a mysterious life force that simultaneously repaired it. This cycle of destruction and repair continuously enhanced Su Yuan's physical condition. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Oliai, who was standing by the lake wielding her spiked club. A surge of impulse rose in his heart. Why not go up and challenge the leader to see just how strong she really was? Ding! The system's selection reappeared. As a warrior, you possess a heart that challenges the strong. Faced with Ol, who is far stronger than you, you have the following choices. 1. Stay honestly within the icy lake to cultivate. Reward, physical fitness doubled. 2. The strong draw their blade against the stronger. Reward, physical fitness increased tenfold. Su Yuan chose the second option without hesitation. He slowly walked toward the lakeside, drawing astonished gazes from those around him. Su Yuan, what are you trying to do? Does he really want to spar with the captain? Go, Su Yuan. Defeat the captain. Amid everyone's anticipation, Ol noticed the fighting spirit in his eyes and smiled faintly. You want to pick a fight with me? At that moment, Su Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if a tiger had locked onto its prey. He almost wanted to retreat back into the lake, but on second thought, he gritted his teeth, took a few steps forward, and firmly shouted, Captain, please teach me. Ha ha ha, good. Kid, you've got guts. Ol's excitement was evident. In a flash, her figure appeared, and the spiked club smashed down with such speed that Su Yuan could barely react. Bang! The alloy spear bent under the immense force, and Su Yuan was blasted away, sliding tens of meters before stabilizing his stance. So fast. So strong. He was utterly shocked. Even though he possessed the Kuanping martial soul, granting him speed far beyond martial artists of the same realm, he still almost failed to react. This was enough to prove the terrifying strength of Ol. Being able to block this strike, you've already surpassed half of the members of the Bullstorm squad. Ol slowly walked toward him, but in Su Yuan's perspective, she was no longer human. Instead, she had transformed into a war beast radiating a pitch-black aura, instilling a deep sense of dread. The overwhelming pressure surged toward him like a tidal wave, making him feel as though he was in the midst of a raging storm, ready to be swallowed at any moment. This kind of pressure is far from normal. Su Yuan's mind was on high alert. This is clearly not spiritual power suppression but an attack targeting mental will. He swallowed hard, thinking to himself, even 4th or 5th tier martial artists might not be able to remain composed in front of Ol, let alone make a move. On the lake, Zhao Xiaoyan noticed something unusual, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. I didn't expect this kid to actually ignite Olay's fighting spirit. Su Xiaoshuang curiously asked Empress Jiangxiao, what does fighting spirit mean? Is it very powerful? Fighting spirit is not just an adjective, it is a real, tangible force. This power can directly strike at mental willpower and even distort reality to some extent. Those who master fighting spirit are all combat geniuses. They are born for battle, live for battle, and die for battle. Fighting is their instinct. And this Olay in front of them is precisely this type of warrior. Her martial soul talent may not be considered top-notch, but her talent and willpower in combat are absolutely rare treasures, surpassing most martial soul talents. It was the first time Su Xiaoshuang had heard Empress Jiangxiao give someone such high praise, and she couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being the boss. Are you not worried about your brother? No need to worry, the big sister won't really hurt my brother, and I trust him. He definitely won't lose easily.
Xiangxiao Empress was speechless and shook her head. A third tier against a seventh tier who has mastered battle intent, where does your confidence even come from? By the lakeside. Su Yuan felt the boiling battle intent emanating from Olay, his heart trembled, and with a low shout, he took the initiative to strike first. His spear transformed into a flash of lightning, shooting out instantly. A trace of surprise flashed in Olay's eyes. In the face of her battle intent, he still had the courage to strike first. This kid has the instinct for combat etched into his very bones. He will be able to master battle intent like me in the future. Thinking of this, Olay grew even more excited. Looking at Su Yuan, she seemed to see a kindred spirit. She swung her spiked mace fiercely at Su Yuan's spear. With a bang, Su Yuan was once again forced back. Olay refused to back down and continued her attack. The spiked club swung through the air, and Su Yuan showed no signs of weakness either. His spear moved like a dragon, executing the Thunder King spear technique to perfection. Bang, bang, bang. The spear and the spiked club clashed repeatedly, sparking bursts of light, resembling the brilliance of stars. Olay clearly noticed that Su Yuan's strength and speed were continuously increasing during the battle, his growth so rapid it was simply astonishing. Could it be that this kid has been holding back all along? Ha, the surprises you bring me just keep coming. Su Yuan, recruiting you into the Wild Bull Squad was truly the wisest decision I've ever made. Olay laughed heartily, his heart filled with satisfaction. Su Yuan was continuously enhancing his strength, and so was she. The passion for battle erupted between them like a volcanic explosion. Su Yuan, can't you perform a martial soul fusion? Quickly show me. Olay said expectantly, her eyes sparkling with the fire of battle. Hearing this, Su Yuan let out a low shout, White Tiger, Thunder Dragon. With a soft cry, the White Tiger and Thunder Dragon martial souls instantly appeared. Roaring in the air, they successively merged into Su Yuan's body, as if igniting his very soul. With Zhao Xiaoyun around, he wasn't afraid of the burden the martial soul fusion might place on his body. After all, she would definitely be able to save him. Martial soul fusion, the abundant power surged through Su Yuan's entire body once again, as if he had transformed into a war god. Captain, watch out. Su Yuan grinned, his eyes gleaming with fearless determination. In this state, he could even overpower a 6th-tier martial artist. You little brat. I'm afraid your 2 martial souls won't be enough. Olay carried her spiked club, showing no fear, her entire being exuding a fervent fighting spirit. Martial soul fusion, a skill only usable by 7th-tier Marquee sealed powerhouses. Of course, Olay could use it too. However, when dealing with Su Yuan, she wouldn't easily resort to such a move. After all, she was also at the 7th tier, and if she had to use martial soul fusion against Su Yuan, it would be too humiliating. Let alone Su Yuan, even if the purple mist Marquee came, she might not use this move. Su Yuan merged the 2 great martial souls of the White Tiger and Thunder Dragon. The characteristics of the 2 martial souls gradually appeared on his body. A king character emerged on his forehead. Electric arcs intertwined on his body, crackling and snapping. The next second, his figure flickered and vanished like a flash of lightning, instantly appearing in front of Olay, the spear in his hand suddenly thrust forward. Its power was like a dragon, overwhelmingly domineering. Olay stood her ground and actually reached out to grab the thrusting spear. The electric sparks on the spear instantly scorched her palm, but she still didn't let go. She grinned and said, "Kid, too slow." She grabbed Su Yuan in an instant and swung a fierce blow. Bang! Su Yuan was hit as if struck by a mountain, sent flying into the forest, crashing heavily and toppling countless trees. The surrounding plant-type mutant beasts closed in on him. But in the next second, the lightning erupting from Su Yuan's body instantly tore them to shreds. He looked at Olay in the distance and complained, "Captain, your subordinate is way too ruthless. I feel like my bones are about to break. On the battlefield, do you expect the enemy to show you mercy?" Olay said coldly, her fighting spirit surging once again. Her legs bent slightly, and she shot out like a cannonball. Before Su Yuan could react, Olay was already in front of him. His pupils contracted as he quickly raised his spear to block repeatedly. Clang, clang, clang. She blocked a few moves in succession, but Olay's speed was simply too fast. The spiked mace she wielded seemed like an afterimage. Too slow. Is this all the power of an SSS-level martial soul fusion? Su Yuan, don't disappoint me, give me something more exciting. Olay shouted loudly. The people in the lake watched the battle, swallowing a mouthful of water. This is simply not a fight on the same level. Things are looking a bit bad, the captain seems to be getting carried away. TSK, Su Yuan won't be beaten to death, right? Don't worry, with Sister Zhao around, he won't die.
Su Yuan felt extremely aggrieved after being brutally beaten despite using the fusion of two martial souls. Truly worthy of being the captain, so strong it's brutal. Su Yuan secretly marveled, even suspecting that Olay was the strongest martial artist in Qingyun City. The key is, Olay possesses twin martial souls. She is currently using only the A-grade martial soul, the Skyfang staff, while the other A-grade martial soul, the Azure Bull Demon, has yet to make a move. Just an A-level martial soul, but I feel like even an SS-level martial soul of the same realm would be completely outmatched by her. So strong. Su Yuan was amazed in his heart. Olay's strength was not only reflected in her martial soul but also in her astonishing combat abilities. Martial techniques, fighting spirit, combat intuition. All achieved to the point of perfection. Looking at Olay, who was shouting for him to speed up, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "You want speed, right? Then let's go." Suddenly, a black gold light burst forth from his body. SSS-level martial soul, Kuanping. The Kuanping appeared, merging into Su Yuan's body. A pair of dark golden wings suddenly unfolded behind him. With a flicker of his figure, his speed instantly tripled. The spear thrust out continuously, its spear light sweeping forth like raindrops. Olay also swung her spiked mace wildly in response. The aftermath of their battle shredded the surrounding trees into pieces. Even a Tier 4 war treant, if caught up, would die tragically in an instant. The entire forest was almost leveled by the battle between the two. If this fight happened in the city, a few streets would be torn down, right? Lin Jian swallowed hard and said. How long the battle lasted, in the end, even when Su Yuan used 3 SSS-level martial soul fusions, he was still beaten unconscious. Olay carried him back and threw him into the lake. Zhao Xiaoyun activated her Flower of Life ability and began healing Su Yuan's injuries. She checked him over and clicked her tongue in amazement. "Captain, you really went hard on him this time. 5 or 6 bones are broken. If it weren't for me, he'd be bedridden for 10 days to half a month." Olay said nothing, standing silently by the lakeside. Zhao Xiaoyun sensed something was off and quickly told the others to go rest in the villa first. Then she walked up to Olay and asked, "What's wrong?" She noticed. Olay's body was trembling slightly, her eyes fixed on the unconscious Su Yuan with a ferocious, beast-like glint, as if she still wanted to continue fighting with him. "No, or rather, battle." Zhao Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly slapped Olay on the head. "He's just a third-tier warrior, and you really got carried away." Olay gradually returned to normal, his gaze burning as he stared at his slightly trembling hand. "Old Zhao, do you know? While fighting him just now, I almost couldn't hold back several times. I really wanted to have a life-and-death duel with him." During the fight, his strength, speed, and reactions kept improving, as if he was evolving in battle. "This talent excites me so much that my whole body is trembling." Her voice was full of determination. "Old Zhao, just wait. Within 5 years, no. Within 3 years, he will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the world." Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes as she looked at the fervent gaze of Olay. "Since you know he's so amazing, can't you restrain yourself a little? If you accidentally beat him to death, we'd lose a future powerhouse. Hey, he's just like me, born to fight. If he gets beaten to death like that, it would only mean I misjudged him." Olay grinned, clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and completely suppressed her surging battle intent. "I'll wait. When he reaches the pinnacle of the world, I will fight him with everything I've got." "Heh, you violent woman." Zhao Xiaoyun pouted, but couldn't help feeling a sense of anticipation in her heart. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yuan finally woke up. He looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, a sense of familiarity surging in his heart. "It seems like last time I also fainted due to the martial soul fusion, and then woke up in the treatment room. This place is, it should be the captain's villa." Su Yuan looked around. The room was spacious but plain, with almost no decorations. He felt his body, clearly recovering well thanks to Zhao Xiaoyun's meticulous treatment. He recalled the previous battle with Olay. "All 3 of my martial souls fused together. Although it lasted less than 3 minutes, during those 3 minutes, I could even hold my own against a 7th-tier Marquee level expert. Yet I couldn't even force the captain to reveal her second martial soul. Captain Olay, truly impressive." Su Yuan secretly praised her in his heart, even suspecting that she might be beyond the 7th tier. If she were at the 7th tier, she would definitely be one of those geniuses capable of challenging higher levels. Bang! At that moment, the room's door was kicked open. Olay swaggered in. "Su Yuan, how long are you planning to sleep? Get up and start training." Su Yuan glanced at the kicked-in door, his mouth twitching slightly. "Captain, you must have spent quite a bit on renovations, right?
Even the best house can't withstand you wrecking it like this. Stop wasting time and come train with me.
Ol commanded with an imposing aura, directly grabbing Su Yuan by the collar and dragging him out of the villa like a chick.
By the lakeside, Su Yuan saw everyone wearing swimsuits, swimming back and forth in the lake.
Su Xiaoshuan was joyfully playing among them.
Zhao Kiki, Zhao Xiaoyun,
Wang Yan, and others were also wearing bikinis, their curvaceous figures shimmering with a captivating glow under the sunlight, making it hard to look away.
Captain, is today's training swimming? Su Yuan's eyes lit up.
Although the water of the ice lake was bone-chillingly cold, he was
no longer the same as before.
After yesterday's battle, his physical fitness had improved tenfold, and he wasn't afraid at all.
That's their training, it has nothing to do with you,
Ol said indifferently, continuing to drag Su Yuan toward the other side of the lake.
Su Yuan felt a bit disappointed.
A beauty was right in front of him, yet he couldn't get closer.
After all, the love of beauty is universal, who wouldn't enjoy admiring a beautiful view?
Ol led Su Yuan to a base made of solid steel. As she entered the password and opened the door, Su Yuan's hair instantly stood on end, feeling waves of ominous energy rushing toward him. The interior of the base was pitch black, as if pairs of green eyes were staring at him, accompanied by low, guttural growls.
Captain, this place is.
Su Yuan swallowed hard, his heart filled with unease.
My pet base. Olay smiled faintly.
Su Yuan suddenly remembered that Wang Yan had mentioned Olay had a pet base, but the pets inside were all kinds of
exotic beasts.
The Tier 2 exotic beast, the Venom Fanghound, which he encountered when he first joined the Violent Bull Squad, was captured from this base.
Captain, why are we here? Before Su Yuan could finish his sentence, Olay threw him into the base. The next second, the door slammed shut.
Su Yuan was stunned, panic surging in his heart. The lights inside the base turned on, and the scene before him made him gasp. Cages filled with ferocious exotic beasts, saber-toothed tigers, storm wolves, black phosphorus snakes, leopards. The lowest level among them was Tier 2, and there were even quite a few Tier 4 beasts.
Compared to these, the Venom Fanghound he had seen before seemed like a chihuahua.
At this moment, these exotic beasts were drooling, staring at him intently as if he were a delicious meal.
Su Yuan,
there are 100 exotic beasts.
Here. Defeat them all, and I'll let you out.
But you can't use your martial soul fusion ability.
Olay's voice echoed through the base's loudspeaker. Su Yuan's heart tightened.
Although the martial soul fusion was powerful, it was his trump card at this stage and couldn't be used casually.
Looking at the exotic beasts before
him, he couldn't help but feel nervous.
Without using martial soul fusion, Captain, you want me to deal with these 100 exotic beasts here? Aren't you overestimating me a bit?
Believe in yourself, push your limits.
If this is your limit, then surpass it for me.
Ol's voice rang in Su Yuan's ears like a battle drum.
Surpass the limit? That doesn't sound easy.
Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Just as he hesitated, a series of beeping sounds suddenly echoed around him. 100 cages opened simultaneously, and 100 ferocious exotic beasts emerged one after another.
Damn it!
Captain, when I become stronger than you, I'll beat you so badly even your mom won't recognize you. Su Yuan roared, grabbed his spear, and immediately entered combat mode.
You little brat, struggle all you want. I won't lift a finger to save you. If you die, I won't even bother to collect your corpse. Just wait to become the dung of these beasts.
Ol laughed heartily from the side, her eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Su Yuan understood that Ol wasn't joking. If he truly couldn't hold on, she absolutely wouldn't intervene.
To defeat these 100 beasts without using the martial soul fusion, as she said, there was only one way, and that was to surpass his limits.
Roar! A ferocious leopard lunged at Su Yuan.
He steeled himself and charged forward, the flames of battle blazing fiercely within him. The deafening roars of the beasts and the thunderous rumble of lightning echoed like relentless war drums.
Su Yuan gripped his spear tightly and charged into the horde of beasts without hesitation. His
strength was undoubtedly formidable, capable of challenging 4th-tier opponents and even battling high-grade 4th-tier foes.
But the current situation was a siege by 24th-tier beasts. In the eyes of others, this was almost a suicidal act of madness. Su Yuan was well aware of his own abilities.
He knew that if he fought head-on, he would soon be covered in wounds and ultimately forced to use his martial soul fusion ability. But doing so would mean failing Ol's training.
He was determined and would never give up easily. Head-on won't work, I need to use my brain. Su Yuan's gaze was resolute as he quickly scanned the exotic beasts in the arena. Knowledge about the beasts surfaced in his mind, his thoughts flashing like lightning. Let me show you the true strength of the top student from 3rd High. Snake Leopard. Tier 2 exotic beast, agile as the wind, skilled in claw attacks, its weakness lies in its tail. As long as its tail is severed, it will collapse and lose strength. There are 12 of them in total. Venom Fong Dog, Tier 2 exotic beast, capable of spraying venom, 8 of them. With so many exotic beasts here, its venom can be used to affect the others. Saber-toothed Tiger, a 3rd tier exotic beast, with sword-like fangs, an impenetrable body, immense strength, but slightly sluggish speed. Storm Wolf, a 4th tier exotic beast, as fast as the wind, capable of condensing wind blades for attacks. Quite troublesome. Phantom Leopard, a 4th tier exotic beast, a rare dark-type creature, able to hide in shadows and strike opportunistically, making it hard to defend against. Must be dealt with as a priority. The information flashed rapidly through Su Yuan's mind as he quickly formulated a targeted battle strategy, determined to break through the siege in one decisive move. The spear moved like a dragon, and as it danced, the exotic beasts were swiftly overturned, defeated, or killed. Ol stared intently at the screen, her eyes filled with deep admiration. To be able to quickly devise a battle plan based on the weaknesses of the exotic beasts in such a short time, truly turning learned knowledge into visible combat power. The top student of 3rd High School truly lives up to the name. Not just a bookworm who only knows how to study and is useless on the battlefield. He is both brave and resourceful. What an extraordinary fight. Inside the pet base, deafening roars echoed, as if threatening to tear the entire base apart. Outside the base, Su Xiaoshuan, Zhao Kiki, Lin Jian, and the others huddled closely together. Listening to the sounds coming from within, they couldn't help but shiver. TSK, the captain is really ruthless. Su Xiaoshuan's eyes revealed a trace of fear. How many exotic beasts must be in there? Lin Jian muttered to himself. The captain actually just threw him in like that. Although Sister Zhao is there to prevent any fatalities, this is way too bold. Zhao Kiki gritted her teeth. Training under the captain always feels like a brush with death. It's nothing new. But this time, the captain is indeed being harsher on Su Yuan. The crowd discussed fervently, the atmosphere tense yet excited. Just as everyone was marveling, Olay walked over, her sharp gaze sweeping across the group as she coldly said, "What are you all crowding here for? Don't you have training to do? Big sister, we've already adapted to the temperature of the ice lake." Su Xiaoshuan proudly stepped forward. Although her cultivation was the weakest among those present, her talent was exceptional. With Empress Jiangxiu secretly guiding her, her progress had become the fastest of them all. Olay was slightly taken aback, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Not bad, not bad. Just like her brother, a prodigy. But do you think merely adapting to the temperature of the ice lake is enough? How naive. Follow me. Everyone exchanged glances, secretly thinking, what is the captain planning this time? I have a bad feeling about this. They felt uneasy, knowing that Olay never made things easy for them. Olay walked into the villa, and before long, she dragged out a suitcase full of coins. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the captain wanted to give them money? However, what happened next left them even more surprised. Olay hurled the suitcase of coins into the air above the frozen lake, then swung her bat fiercely. With a loud bang, the suitcase exploded, and coins rained down onto the icy lake. I just threw out a total of 1,000 coins. I want you all to retrieve every single one of them from the frozen lake before sunset. Her voice thundered, sending a chill through everyone's hearts. The ice lake, the deeper you go, the stronger the chill and the greater the water pressure. Asking them to dive to the bottom of the lake to retrieve coins is simply a fantasy. I knew the captain wouldn't let us off easy. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, their faces instantly turning pale. Oh, by the way, there's one more condition, each of you can only retrieve one coin at a time. Ol's addition was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's hearts. Only one coin at a time? This means they would have to dive to the bottom of the lake repeatedly, honing their physical strength, endurance, and willpower over and over again. Leader, we can't do it. Wang Yan said helplessly. Sorry, the dictionary of the Violent Bull Squad doesn't have those 3 words. Ol sneered coldly, pulling out her spiked club as a sinister smile appeared on her lips. Get down there, all of you. Boom. As Ol's spiritual power erupted, a terrifying spiritual pressure swept out like a hurricane. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces filled with despair, and reluctantly headed toward the frozen lake. Splash, splash. One by one, they jumped into the frozen lake and began the arduous task of salvaging. However, after 2 or 3 rounds back and forth, everyone was already gasping for breath, lying by the lakeside panting heavily, with some even turning pale. Olei looked down at them, grinning. Tired? Tired, tired. This is already our limit. The group responded weakly. Then surpass your limits for me, you little brats. Olei showed no mercy, kicking each person resting on the lakeshore back into the lake one by one. Zhao Xiaoyun watched from the side and gave a helpless smile. If other teams saw your special training, they'd definitely complain that you're inhumane. Hey, there's no humanity on the battlefield, only animal instincts. Olei grinned, her eyes gleaming with a wild light. She looked at Zhao Xiaoyun. Besides, aren't you here? With you around, these little brats won't die. What do I have to be afraid of? That's right, although Olei was wild, she cherished every team member in her heart. It was precisely because Zhao Xiaoyun was there that she dared to go all out like this. Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. With a team leader like you, I'm bound to work myself to death sooner or later. No matter what, you must give me a raise. Giving you my share is no problem at all, Olei laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent to money. Time kept slipping away. Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, and the others had lost count of how many times they had ventured deep into the ice lake. Yet, through their relentless efforts, a small pile of coins gradually accumulated by the lakeside. Su Xiaoshuang dragged her exhausted body out of the lake, clutching a shiny silver coin tightly in her hand. She casually tossed it onto the pile of coins, then collapsed to the ground, pale-faced and trembling all over. Zhao Xiaoyun stepped forward with concern and said gently, Xiaoshuang, take a break. No, I can't. Big sister said we have to push beyond our limits. Su Xiaoshuang responded firmly, her eyes shining with unyielding determination. Don't listen to that crazy woman. Do you really think everyone can push themselves like she does? Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes, but inwardly admired Su Xiaoshuang's perseverance. Let me fish out a few more. A hint of stubbornness flickered in Su Xiaoshuang's gaze. You're pushing yourself too hard, don't do this. Zhao Xiaoyun couldn't help but advise. Su Xiaoshuang looked firmly in the direction of the alien beast base, fully aware that her elder brother was there, locked in a life-and-death battle with hordes of alien beasts. If I don't push myself, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with my brother. With that, she slapped her cheeks hard, resolving to fight again. With a splash, she dove back into the water, like a fish struggling with all its might. Olei walked over, a smile curling at the corner of her lips. I told you, this girl suits my taste. She's got grit. She'll definitely be at the top one day. It's all your fault for leading people astray. Zhao Xiaoyun helplessly held her forehead, but secretly admired it in her heart. Time passed quietly, the sunset gradually sank in the west, and more coins accumulated by the lakeside. Until the sky was completely dark, the group still hadn't retrieved all the coins. Lin Jian frowned and counted again, suddenly exclaiming, 817 coins, still 183 short. Everyone couldn't help but look at Olei, who had a cold expression, feeling uneasy in their hearts. Are they really going to make us go back and fish them out again? That would be killing us. Someone's heart tightened, almost on the verge of collapse. Listen up. 10 push-ups for each coin. That makes 1,830. Do them all now, and once you're done, you can go back to eat, shower, and rest. Olei's voice was like a war drum, striking fear into everyone. Relieved, they thought to themselves, 1,830 push-ups may sound like a lot, but it's so much better than fishing out the coins again. Sniff, sniff, the captain still has a bit of humanity. Someone was so moved that tears streamed down their face. Great, we can finally almost take a break. The group cheered excitedly and immediately intensified their push-ups, squeezing out every ounce of energy from their bodies. At that moment, the distant gate of the pet base slowly opened. Everyone instinctively turned to look, only to see a blood-soaked figure walking out, with a field of motionless beasts lying behind him. Su Yuan was exuding an aura of menace, like a war god returning from the battlefield. His gaze swept toward Olei not far away, and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I did it. 100 beasts, all taken down by me. His voice was like a war drum, resonating in everyone's hearts and igniting an endless fighting spirit. Su Yuan walked out of the pet base, radiating an incredibly intense aura of menace. Like a general returning from the battlefield, he carried himself with imposing dignity. With a slight smile, he inspired awe in everyone around him. Olei and the others hurriedly stepped forward to check, only to find that he had fainted while standing, his eyes tightly shut, resembling a towering statue. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed, this guy actually fainted while standing? He's practically a monster. He actually defeated 100 exotic beasts in one go, it's truly unbelievable. Amazing, amazing. The group frantically carried Su Yuan back to the villa, while Zhao Xiaoyun immediately began treating him. As night fell, everyone ate and drank their fill, lying in bed and feeling a rebirth-like comfort, their hearts filled with gratitude. Finally, I can rest properly. Woohoo, this is so wonderful. Meanwhile, in another room, Olay was watching the battle footage of Su Yuan against the exotic beasts, a smile curling at the corner of her lips. Old Zhao, this brat actually defeated 100 exotic beasts without using his martial soul fusion, or even summoning his martial soul. His performance truly surprised me. Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. The leader of the violent bull squad is already a madman, and now there's a little madman too. It's really exasperating. Ha, a little craziness is good. A little craziness is good. Ol responded with a laugh. The next day, everyone gradually recovered, feeling refreshed. Ha, is it just my imagination, or do I feel stronger than yesterday? My spiritual energy seems to have increased too. Me too, what a pleasant surprise. After a night's rest, everyone noticed changes in their bodies, and the effects of the special training began to show. They felt rejuvenated and filled with anticipation. Although Ol's training was extremely rigorous, pushing them almost to their limits, the results were remarkable and uplifting. Bang! The villa door was kicked open by Olay, and she shouted loudly, "Get up, keep training." Zhao Xiaoyun looked at the door that had been kicked flying, veins throbbing on her forehead. "Can you stop being so violent? Who told this door to be so flimsy? Next time I'll replace it with an iron one." Olay laughed and continued directing everyone to train. Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, Su Xiaoshuan, and others continued fishing for coins in the icy lake, while Su Yuan was taken back to the pet base by Olay. He saw the 100 exotic beasts that had been knocked over yesterday, now spiritedly lying in their cages, staring at him intently. Upon seeing Olay, they couldn't help but shrink their necks. In front of Olay, they really seemed to become pets. Olay laughed and said, "Ha, yesterday I had old Zhao treat these exotic beasts, and now they're fine again. Come on, keep fighting them." Su Yuan held his gun, a smirk on his lips. Piece of cake. After yesterday's fierce battle, he was full of confidence, thinking today would be easier. "By the way, let me see your gun." "Oh, sure." Su Yuan handed over the gun, only to see Olay snatch it and shut the base door. Su Yuan was stunned. "Captain, my gun." "Ha, today you'll play with them barehanded." Ol revealed a devilish smile. As the base gate slowly closed, Su Yuan's expression changed instantly, and he cried out in his heart, "It's over, they actually want me to fight these beasts barehanded? This is too much. Let's do this." Without hesitation, he charged at the beasts that had just been released. After yesterday's battle, he was well aware of their abilities and weaknesses, and he had a plan in mind. Half a day passed, and Su Yuan lay on the ground, panting heavily. Around him was a large pile of defeated beasts. Once again, he had achieved victory, feeling an immense sense of exhilaration. Meanwhile, by the ice lake, Su Xiaoshuan and the others had successfully fished out 1,000 coins. Everyone was making rapid progress. However, Ol's training intensity continued to increase. If 1,000 coins weren't enough, then 3,000 it would be. Everyone was overwhelmed but still full of determination. Day by day, Su Yuan became more adept at dealing with the beasts, to the point where he could now defeat 100 of them without taking any damage. On this day, Ol brought Su Yuan back to the pet base. This time, she didn't leave but instead opened a door leading underground. Seeing this, Su Yuan felt a vague sense of foreboding. He decided to go down and investigate. Then he saw more and stronger exotic beasts. "I forgot to tell you, this base has a total of 5 levels. Except for the 5th level, with each level you go down, the number of exotic beasts increases by 100. And their overall strength will also increase accordingly. Once you manage to clear all 5 levels, this special training will be over," Ol said with a faint smile. Su Yuan swallowed hard. 5 levels? With each level, more and stronger exotic beasts? Oh my goodness. Just how many exotic beasts has Ol captured and locked up here? Could this also be the place where she usually trains herself? No wonder she's so strong. This is insane. Su Yuan marveled inwardly, while a fighting spirit ignited in his heart. If the captain can do it, so can I, he shouted in a low voice and charged into the 2nd level. But before long, he was dragged out by Ol, covered in wounds. "Captain, there are actually 5th-tier exotic beasts on the 2nd level?" Su Yuan was on the verge of tears. He was only at the upper 3rd-tier level. Asking him to fight 5th-tier beasts? That's just too much. "Oh, yes. There are 3 5th-tier beasts on the 3rd level, about 20 on the 4th level, and as for the 5th level, it's all 5th-tier exotic beasts, plus 1 6th-tier beast," Ol said with a faint smile. Su Yuan rolled his eyes and almost fainted. How was he supposed to fight this? Ole grabbed his collar and grinned, "Don't think you can't win. Like I said before, find a way to surpass your limits. Captain, no matter how much we surpass our limits, there should still be a boundary. Don't worry, when you reach the 5th level, I'll allow you to use your martial soul fusion." Su Yuan's eyes lit up. This made things somewhat more manageable. "By the way, after fighting the beasts, you must spar with me once more." "Ah!" Su Yuan let out a strange cry. "Are you kidding? Fighting the beasts is exhausting enough. And now he has to face Ole, this big demon king. I'll teach you how to control your battle intent." "Battle intent?" Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Was it referring to that peculiar power on Ole? Only by mastering battle intent can you qualify to compete for the pinnacle of martial arts. Ole said indifferently. "Yes, Captain." Su Yuan said loudly. "Very good, full of spirit. Then let's begin now." Ole threw Su Yuan to the ground and then punched toward him. Covered in wounds, Su Yuan was once again tortured beyond recognition. Zhao Xiaoyun watched anxiously from the side, ready to step in and heal him at any moment. Fortunately, although Ole was ruthless, she still exercised restraint. She merely broke a few of Su Yuan's bones, causing him to pass out. Time passed. A month went by. 2 months went by. In the forest, Su Yuan was sparring with Ole. The long spear in his hand flickered with arcs of electricity, exuding immense power. The spear moved like a dragon, and an ordinary third-tier martial artist would be defeated in one strike by such an attack. Yet, Ole easily blocked it with her spiked club. Not enough, still not enough. If you want to master battle intent, this level is far from sufficient. Ole swung her club, sending Su Yuan flying and crashing into several large trees. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Xiaoyun rushed over to heal him, casting a reproachful glance at Ole. "You always injure people so severely. Hey, this is training." Then she walked up to Su Yuan, deep in thought. "No, at this rate, you won't be able to master battle intent anytime soon. What you lack is a true life and death trial." Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. "In your hands, I feel like I'm always teetering between life and death. Isn't this already a true test of life and death? Although I train you harshly, deep down you know that I'm not your real enemy and would never truly kill you. Under such circumstances, it's hard for you to truly grasp the essence of battle intent. To understand this in a short time, you must experience a genuine life and death crisis." Ole said. "If it can't be mastered in a short time, then take it slow," Zhao Xiaoyun said while treating him on the side. In her view, both Su Yuan and Su Xiaoshuang were still just big kids. Watching them get tormented by Ole every day made her feel distressed. The sooner you master it, the better. If war suddenly breaks out, the battlefield won't give you the chance to take it slow. Ole said. How could war just suddenly descend like that? Nobody can say for sure. On Blue Star, aside from Dacia, there are over 100 other countries, big and small. Let's not even talk about the smaller ones. Among the other 4 major nations that stand alongside Dacia, who knows what kind of sinister plans they might be harboring? Especially the beautiful country, constantly testing new weapons, conducting military exercises, frequently meddling in other countries' affairs. Its wolfish ambitions are no secret. If one day it suddenly goes crazy and starts a war, I wouldn't be surprised at all, Ole said with a dismissive pout. Zhao Xiaoyun was momentarily speechless. She couldn't refute this, and even found herself somewhat agreeing. Ole looked at Su Yuan, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth, and said, "It seems that to help you quickly grasp the intent of battle, we'll have to rely on that guy on the 5th level." That 6th-tier exotic beast on the 5th level? Su Yuan's eyes flashed as he pondered silently. "That's right, but you'll understand once you meet him." Ole's tone carried a hint of mystery. The night was tranquil yet filled with an air of tension. Su Yuan focused entirely on his cultivation in the room, his mind envisioning the immortal bearing sun and moon diagram. Vast spiritual energies surged toward him, like a tide. The others, sensing the disturbance in the spiritual energy, tacitly paused their cultivation, fearing they might be overwhelmed by the powerful force. "Su Yuan is cultivating again," someone whispered. "We can't compete with him for spiritual energy," another person sighed. Everyone knew that Su Yuan possessed the Taotai martial soul, which made them choose to wait silently while he cultivated. However, this time, something seemed a bit off. Su Yuan had been cultivating for 2 hours, and the surging spiritual energy continued to flood toward him without showing any signs of stopping. In the room, Su Xiaoshuang rested her chin on her hand, her face full of curiosity. "Why is my big brother cultivating for so long this time? He might be about to break through," Empress Jiangxiu said calmly, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. Big brother is about to become awesome again. Ole was not particularly surprised by this and nodded slightly. After being tempered under my guidance for so long, it's about time for a breakthrough. In the room, Su Yuan was fully absorbing spiritual energy, striving to break through the bottleneck of a Tier 4 warrior. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the spiritual power within his body surged like a flood, sweeping through his entire being. Tier 4 warrior, breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to Tier 4 warrior and awakening the 5th martial soul. Congratulations to the host for awakening an SSS-level martial soul. Ghost Qilin. Ghost Qilin? Su Yuan blinked, a trace of surprise flashing through his mind. He had browsed through the martial soul encyclopedia and seen countless types of martial souls, but he had never heard of a martial soul like Ghost Qilin. This is a brand new martial soul, an existence never seen before. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. There are countless martial spirits, varying from person to person. It's not uncommon for someone to awaken a martial spirit they didn't possess before, but awakening an undiscovered SSS-level martial spirit is an event significant enough to go down in history. After all, an SSS-level martial spirit has immense potential. Once it matures, it can reshape the world's balance. An unseen SSS-level martial spirit signifies an unknown power, and no one knows what kind of impact such power might have on the world. He began to observe this brand new martial spirit within his body. A black Qilin appeared before him, exuding a chilling ghostly aura, yet its dark golden eyes radiated an air of majesty, like a lofty king. Information about the Ghost Qilin flashed through his mind. Ghost Qilin, attribute, darkness. The Qilin, supreme among all beasts, was originally an auspicious creature with the power to command the 5 elemental forces. However, it suffered a catastrophic fate due to human greed, ultimately transforming into the Ghost Qilin. Ghost Qilin, abandoning the power of the 5 elements, has mastered the power of the netherworld due to extreme resentment, capable of commanding all ghosts. Su Yuan looked at the information that appeared in his mind, secretly shocked. The power of the netherworld? Commanding all ghosts? It sounds incredibly powerful. He attempted to invoke the power of the Ghost Qilin, and a mass of black energy appeared in his hand. This black energy combined with his own spiritual power, causing his might to surge and igniting the passion in his heart. If he could combine this netherworld power with the killing aura of the White Tiger, his combat strength would undoubtedly rise to another level. With the 5 SSS-level martial souls in hand, even though my cultivation is only at the 4th tier, I can easily defeat 5th tier opponents, and even some 6th tier ones are no match for me. If I use martial soul fusion, I could even kill a 7th tier Marquee. Su Yuan's confidence swelled like never before, and he even considered going to find Ole for another fight right now. But he immediately shook his head, getting a bit overconfident. The leader's strength is unfathomable, definitely not an ordinary 7th tier Marquee. Even if I advanced now, I probably wouldn't be a match. According to his estimation, to truly face off against Olei, he would need to reach the 6th tier and master the battle intent she mentioned. The next day, Su Yuan arrived at the entrance of the pet base to begin a new round of challenges. First level, passed without injury. Second level, passed without injury. Third level, passed without injury. Fourth level, though somewhat challenging, was still passed with ease. The 5th tier exotic beasts on the 4th level were no match for him at all. His strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, as if he had transformed into a war god, invincible and unstoppable. The exotic beast seemed as fragile as paper before him, easily defeated. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the 5th level. Compared to the previous 4 levels, the entrance to this 5th level was a massive alloy door, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Even before stepping inside, he could feel the intense murderous aura, as if some terrifying demon was sealed behind the door, waiting for the right moment to emerge. His heartbeat quickened, his fighting spirit ignited, and the challenge before him filled him with excitement. Every breakthrough was a life-and-death battle, and this time, he absolutely could not back down. He clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination, took a deep breath, and stepped forward without hesitation. Su Yuan, there are only 20 beasts in this 5th level. Among them are 19 5th tier beasts and 1 6th tier beast. I permit you to use your martial soul fusion ability. Furthermore, in this battle, I will not intervene. You must either kill that 6th tier beast or die inside. Olei's cold voice was like a bone-chilling wind, making people shiver involuntarily. Su Yuan's heart tightened, instantly understanding her intention. Olei wanted to force him, in the moment of life and death, to awaken his combat instincts and grasp true battle intent. She would never intervene, just as she had said, compelling him to face everything alone. Moreover, just yesterday, I already sent old Zhao back to District 16. In other words, no one can treat you now. Oli continued to intensify the pressure. Su Yuan's mouth twitched, his heart surging uncontrollably. Was she really going to take it this far? He felt an invisible pressure, almost suffocating. Brother, hang in there. If you die, I won't live either. Su Xiaoshuang's voice came from beside him, warming his heart. I have to pass this level at all costs. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He suddenly pushed open the door to the 5th level, and the scene before him left him stunned. The spacious area was surrounded by alloy walls, with 20 cage-like prisons hanging in the air, each containing a different beast. At the center, the beast radiating an intense aura caught his attention. The creature, resembling a white-furred ape, stood upright, its piercing gaze seemingly sizing him up. Tisk, it's not Olina, that madwoman, who came. At that moment, the exotic beast actually started speaking. Su Yuan's pupils trembled slightly. This exotic beast not only possessed intelligence but could even speak. Logically, only 7th or even 8th tier exotic beasts would have such abilities, yet Olina claimed it was only 6th tier? This left him deeply puzzled. White demon ape, I've kept you locked up for so long that I'm bored of it. Now, I can give you a chance to regain your freedom. Olina's voice echoed through the base's loudspeakers, clearly addressing the exotic beast. Olina. The white demon ape instantly flew into a rage, gripping the bars of the cage and roaring, You madwoman. You captured me here and tortured me for 3 whole years. Su Yuan quietly observed, feeling a twinge of sympathy for this strange beast. Others had been terrified after just a few encounters with Ol. But who would have thought that this white demon ape had been tormented by her for a full 3 years? It was truly unbearable to witness. Shut up! Ol roared, her voice thunderous and intimidating. The white demon ape trembled in fear, a trace of dread evident in its gaze. Over the past few years, living under Ol's shadow, terror had already taken root deep in its heart. Do as I say. Kill the boy in front of you, and I'll let you go, Ol said coldly. A trace of hope flashed in the white demon ape's eyes as it carefully scrutinized Su Yuan. At this moment, Su Yuan was merely a 4th tier martial artist, akin to an ant in its eyes, easily crushed with a single blow. This was simply the perfect opportunity to regain its freedom. Su Yuan, let the other beasts play with you first, Ol said with a cold smile, pressing the button in the control room. Immediately, the other 19 cages opened, and one by one, the beasts fell like rain, emanating intense murderous intent as they roared and charged towards Su Yuan. Among these beasts were the blade arm mantis, whose knife-like arms swept out blade energy that easily tore through steel, the fire lizard, which spewed flames and was impervious to blades and bullets, and the massive bull demon, whose towering figure pressed forward like a small mountain. 19 exotic beasts, each extraordinary, all at the 5th tier. Moreover, among the 5th tier, the strength of these beasts far surpasses the average, reaching at least mid-grade or even high-grade levels. For other 4th tier warriors, it would be impossible to contend with them, they would likely be killed in an instant by these beasts. Su Yuan took a deep breath and silently encouraged himself, this time, I absolutely cannot back down. Facing the blood-colored giant tiger charging at him, Su Yuan's expression remained resolute. The long spear in his hand sliced through the air like lightning, piercing directly into the tiger's blood-red maw and instantly exiting through the back of its head. The tiger's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere, killing it instantly. With one move, Su Yuan killed a 5th tier exotic beast, showcasing his immense strength, which caused the white demon ape's eyes to narrow slightly. No wonder, turns out he's an exceptional genius among the human race. It thought to itself. But there are still 18 5th tier exotic beasts. No matter how talented you are, you're still just at the 4th tier. Let's see how you handle this. Perhaps I won't even need to intervene. However, faced with the remaining 18 5th tier beasts, Su Yuan did not dare to be careless in the slightest. His eyes flashed like lightning as he swiftly summoned his martial souls. White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, Kuwenpeng. The 3 SSS-level martial souls appeared simultaneously, stunning the entire audience. The white demon ape gripped the bars of the cage tightly with both hands and roared, 3 SSS-level martial souls? There's no way such a genius could exist in this world. Impossible. He refused to believe the reality before his eyes, his heart filled with shock. Beasts and humans had been at odds for years, and now, a monster possessing 3 SSS-level martial souls had emerged utterly inconceivable. Imagining the challenges to the survival of the beasts if the other party were to grow stronger, the white demon ape couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest. The roar of the thunder dragon tore through the void, lightning rampaging like a torrent. The white tiger roared furiously,
its killing intent shaking the heavens, the Kunping soared high, its speed so fast that the 5th-tier beasts couldn't even react. The three martial souls joined forces, like a sharp blade cutting into the beast horde, sweeping through them like a storm. In just a few moments, more than half of the beasts were slaughtered, their screams echoing one after another, and rivers of blood flowed. In the control room, Lin Jian and the others were dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock.
They had long known that Su Yuan possessed 4 SSS-level martial souls, but
witnessing the convergence of 3 martial souls in person still left them unable to calm their astonishment.
Is this even human? Terrifying. As expected of the big brother,
Su Xiaoshuang watched with her heart surging and excitement overwhelming her, wishing she could rush forward, as if the one dominating the battlefield was her own combat
partner. Even the Qianzhou Empress in her martial soul space was utterly stunned. How did this guy's SSS-level martial souls increase again? What on earth is going on? If he had possessed so many SSS-level martial souls from the start, she might not have been so shocked, but the fact that he gained a new martial soul every so often was simply outrageous. Who knows if this guy will awaken even more SSS-level martial souls in the future. The pet base, on the 5th floor. Su Yuan gripped his spear tightly, summoning his 3 martial souls simultaneously. The White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, and Kunping descended like deities, guarding him as they launched a ferocious assault on the 5th-tier exotic beasts. His combat prowess far exceeded that of ordinary 4th-tier warriors, and the 5th-tier exotic beasts scattered like headless flies before him, their anguished cries echoing incessantly, as if trembling in awe of his overwhelming strength. In the distance, the 6th-tier exotic beast, the white demon ape, was deeply shaken, a sense of dread rising within it. No wonder Old dared to make such a decision. She wants to use me as a whetstone for him. It seems this kid truly has some skill. Snap.
At that moment, the 5th-tier exotic beasts were slain one by one.
Before Su Yuan could catch his breath, the cage holding the white demon ape suddenly opened.
The ape, like a beast unleashed, charged straight at Su Yuan.
It struck out with a punch, its momentum
unstoppable, like a mountain crashing forward. Su Yuan raised his spear to block, but a deafening sound rang out as the spear bent under
the immense force.
The powerful impact sent him flying, slamming hard against the base's wall, leaving several cracks on its surface. Blood spurted wildly from Su Yuan's mouth as his gaze turned solemn. He thought to himself, this 6th-tier exotic beast is indeed
extraordinary, truly terrifying. He understood that the white demon ape before him was no ordinary 6th-tier exotic beast.
Kid, Ole wants to use me as your whetstone, but she overestimates you. Even though I'm at the 6th tier now, I was once close to the 8th tier. Over the past 3 years, my strength has weakened due to Ole's torment, but killing you is still a piece of cake, the white demon ape said coldly. Only then did Su Yuan understand that this white demon ape was not just a simple 6th tier beast, it was once a quasi-beast king close to the 8th tier. Having slaughtered countless towns and killed tens of thousands of Dasha citizens. Now confined here, it was being treated like a mere punching bag.
Su Yuan, let me tell you, this white demon ape was once a quasi-beast king close to the 8th tier. If you can't kill him, I'll have no choice but to let him go. When that happens, Dasha will face another catastrophe, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Ole's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, the grave atmosphere enveloping the entire base. Su Yuan's mouth twitched as he cursed inwardly, this is just another way to pressure me.
A 6th-tier beast, removing Zhao Xiaoyun and Su Xiaoshuang, and now using Dasha's survival to threaten me.
I absolutely cannot lose. Leader, you're too ruthless. Su Yuan roared.
In the control room, Ole grinned and responded, then let me see how strong you are.
Take him down for me. You humans are so noisy. The white demon ape shouted impatiently.
Just after sending Su Yuan flying with a strike, it swiftly charged at him, its speed as fast as lightning. However, at that moment, Kunping's figure flashed, moving even faster, instantly appearing in front of Su Yuan not to block the white demon ape, but to merge with Su Yuan.
Soul fusion.
The fusion with the Kunping caused a pair of black and gold wings to spread behind Su Yuan, allowing him to instantly evade the attack from the white demon ape. Then, the Thunder Dragon and White Tiger charged at him as well, another fusion. Roar! Su Yuan let out a low growl, exuding a terrifying aura that resembled a beast king on the battlefield. The overwhelming presence even forced the white demon ape to take a step back. Martial soul fusion. He can actually use the techniques of a 7th-tier Marquee. 3 SSS-level martial souls fused together, what kind of absurd situation is this? The white demon ape's pupils slightly contracted, shock filling its heart. But unwilling to back down, it charged forward, throwing out its fists with unstoppable momentum.
Su Yuan refused to yield, thrusting his spear forward, imbued with the power of lightning, transforming into a roaring thunder dragon to meet the white demon ape's attack. Boom! Two forces collided fiercely, and both sides were shaken back. But in the next second, the spear in Su Yuan's hand suddenly shattered. With a crack, the weapon couldn't withstand his enhanced strength, nor could it endure the fierce attack from the white demon ape. In the control room, a few people saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain, Su Yuan doesn't have a weapon anymore. Should he continue?" "Yeah, Captain, if this goes on, his life will really be in danger." But faced with their doubts, all remained unwavering. Life-threatening danger is exactly what we need. That spear was already on the verge of breaking. I knew that long ago. But only in such adversity does he have the chance to unleash his true battle spirit. Everyone looked at each other, feeling uneasy. "Captain, what if?" Lin Jian didn't finish his sentence. "There is no what if." Olei's eyes were sharp as she firmly stared at Su Yuan. "He absolutely can do it. I would never misjudge someone." But Lin Jian still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhao Kiki. "Trust the captain. Besides, Sister Zhao left behind a life essence pill condensed from her martial soul before she left. Even if something unexpected happens, it can save Su Yuan." The captain didn't mention it just to motivate Su Yuan. Hearing this, Lin Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Back at the base, Su Yuan's spear had been broken, but he was undeterred. Barehanded, he charged at the white demon ape, engaging in a fierce hand-to-hand battle. After merging with his martial soul, Su Yuan's strength and speed were fully enhanced, far surpassing the 5th tier, approaching the 6th tier, and even nearing the 7th tier Marquee level. His clash with the white demon ape was a brutal exchange of blows, each collision resounding like thunderous shocks. The bones and flesh of both sides suffered severe damage in the fierce collision, and as time passed, the battle grew even more brutal. However, although Su Yuan's martial soul fusion skill was powerful, it ultimately had a time limit. Meanwhile, the white demon ape, though at the 6th rank, still retained strength close to the 8th rank, with combat power not at all inferior to the 7th rank. As time ticked by, Su Yuan felt the increasing burden brought by the martial soul fusion. His body's speed and strength began to decline. Bang! A heavy punch struck his chest, sending Su Yuan flying and crashing heavily to the ground. The white demon ape panted heavily, staring at Su Yuan, who was lying on the ground. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. "Kid, I admit you're strong, but unfortunately, you're not strong enough. After all, you're only at the 4th tier. Forcing a martial soul fusion to reach 7th tier combat power won't last long." It scanned the surroundings and shouted loudly, "Olei! I've already defeated this kid, quickly open the gate and let me out." In the control room, Olei gazed at Su Yuan, who lay motionless on the ground. After a moment of silence, she finally pressed a button. The gate slowly opened, and a look of wild joy appeared in the white demon ape's eyes. "Great, I'm finally leaving this hellish place." He walked toward the main gate, while the people in the control room stared intently at Su Yuan, who lay on the ground, barely breathing, his martial soul fusion ability fading away, as if the outcome was already decided. "Captain, hurry and save Su Yuan." "Wait, look." Suddenly, Zhao Kiki exclaimed, her eyes sharp as a blade. Inside the base, the bloodied Su Yuan slowly stood up, an unyielding light shining in his eyes. The white magic ape walked toward the gate, as if seeing freedom beckoning to it. As it walked, it vented its anger by cursing incessantly. "Olei! Just you wait. Once I get out of here and regain my peak strength, I will definitely find a chance to take revenge on you. Don't think you'll have it easy. It's not just you, I will also completely destroy this entire Qingyun city. And your group, I will kill every last one of them. Damn Olei, damn humans." The white demon ape cursed under his breath as he walked toward the door, his expression growing increasingly joyful. But suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind him. "Hey, where do you think you're going? We're not done yet." The white demon ape's pupils slightly contracted as he turned around to look. He saw Su Yuan, covered in blood, slowly standing up from the ground, raising his head to look at him, exuding an entirely different aura. Even though the other was drenched in blood, even though he seemed barely able to stand, even though he was clearly at the end of his rope, he still brought an intense sense of threat to the white demon ape. Because of Su Yuan's gaze, which felt quite familiar to him, it reminded him of that crazy woman who had captured him here. That gaze exuded a sense of madness, bloodlust, and battle intent, even more ferocious than a beast. In the control room, Ol grinned. It worked. Within Su Xiaoshuan's body, the Empress Jiangxiao's eyes also revealed a trace of astonishment. "I didn't expect that he would actually comprehend battle intent. And using such An extreme method. This Ole, and this brat, are they both lunatics? Empress Cheongxiao murmured. She suddenly felt that this little blue planet was truly brimming with talent. Why can you still stand? Why? I was just one step away from leaving this place and gaining my freedom. Why did you have to stop me? The white demon ape roared madly at Su Yuan. Then, its legs bent slightly, and it shot out like a cannonball. This time, I will definitely kill you. Su Yuan grinned, who's afraid of who? Whoosh! He charged out as well. The dissipated martial soul power once again gathered around him. Not only that, with his newfound understanding of battle intent, though still unfamiliar with this power, he could still feel this power was enhancing him. It pushed his emotions into a state of exhilaration, allowing him to ignore the pain in his body and endure his limits, unleashing his strength at 120%. Bang! Su Yuan's fist collided with the white demon apes, unleashing a terrifying shockwave in the air. But then, wave after wave of shockwaves exploded in the sky. Neither side retreated nor dodged, their fists flying wildly like a raging storm, like torrential rain. Bang, 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 bang. Neither side knew how many punches they had thrown or how many they had taken. They only knew that it would only end when one of them fell. Die for me! The white demon ape roared, launching another punch. Su Yuan forcibly endured this punch, then grabbed the white demon ape's hair with one hand, while his other fist gathered all his strength. With a fierce punch, the power of thunder and lightning, the killing intent of the white tiger, and the newly acquired nether force of the ghost Qilin all converged into it. This punch landed heavily on the white demon ape's head. The opponent's facial features were almost distorted from the impact, and the entire figure was sent flying, crashing, into the base's wall. The entire wall caved in, with cracks spreading continuously, almost reaching across most of the base. The entire base was on the verge of collapse. Even Ole and the others in the control room felt the tremor. I can't believe it, this base is going to collapse. That's too exaggerated. Compared to the panic of others, Ole appeared much calmer, even laughing heartily. That punch was fierce. The others were speechless. Big sister, the thing destroyed is your base. How can you still be so happy? In fact, no one knew how excited Ole was at this moment. Over the years, she had fought against exotic beasts, comprehended battle intent, and discovered a martial path that surpassed the growth of martial souls. To others, she was a dual-soul genius. But in her own eyes, dual souls were nothing. Only battle intent could surpass everything. Through battles, she honed her fighting spirit, seeking a warrior like herself. She had encountered other warriors who had grasped the essence of battle. They were indeed strong. But she wasn't particularly excited, because she knew she would ultimately surpass them. But now, she had found Su Yuan, someone she personally trained, who also possessed the essence of battle. His fighting spirit was still immature, his cultivation level still low. Yet he showed her boundless potential. An unparalleled fighting spirit ignited within her, as if she could surpass everyone, even those revered emperors on Blue Star, and the ancient supremes of history were no match. But Su Yuan, although he was not her opponent. At the moment, she knew deep down that this young warrior would eventually surpass her, even to the point where she could no longer catch up. This feeling made her fighting spirit burn like a long-lost flame, blazing fiercely. Su Yuan, I am truly looking forward to your future growth. Ole laughed heartily as she spoke. After speaking, she led the group out of the control room, leaving the base behind as a pile of ruins. Su Yuan stood in place, panting heavily. Before him, the white demon ape lay in the rubble, its face contorted, completely unconscious. He had won this battle. However, the power within him receded like a tide, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a small, delicate hand supported him. Big brother, you're so heavy. Su Xiaoshuan's eyes were slightly red, glistening with tears. Looking at Su Yuan, who was covered in scars but still resolute, she felt both excited and proud, yet her heart ached deeply. Big brother, am I awesome? Amazing. In my heart, you'll always be the most amazing. Su Xiaoshuan nodded repeatedly, then took out a white pill from her pocket and eagerly handed it to him. Big brother, quickly take this pill. Su Yuan trusted Su Xiaoshuan completely, took the pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a surging life force flooded his entire body like a tide, as if his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What an incredible pill! Did you refine this? He asked in astonishment. No, this is the life essence pill that Sister Zhao left behind before she departed. It's condensed from her martial soul and is said to be extremely precious. Hardly a few can be found in a year.
On the market, one pill cost several billion, Su Xiaoshuang explained.
Su Yuan was stunned, thinking to himself, did I just swallow several billion in one gulp? Is it still possible to spit it out and sell it now? Alright, let's leave here quickly. This place is about to collapse. Zhao Kiki, Lin Jian, and Wang Yan also rushed over. Ha, what are you all afraid of? Olay walked over confidently, took a step forward, and shouted, martial skill, green vine shield. In an instant, a massive vine shot up from the ground, rapidly spreading across the entire base, supporting the collapsing structure like a pillar. Su Yuan had seen this martial technique before. During the rookie martial arts competition, in his battle against Luo Ching Snow, Ol had used this technique to protect the arena from the aftermath of their fight. Now, she was using it again, but this time to single-handedly support the entire collapsing base. Afterward, Ol walked up to the white demon ape. The white demon ape seemed to sense her arrival, opened its eyes, and murmured in a low voice, Ol, you wretch, if I really defeated that kid, would you truly let me leave? Ol sneered coldly, grabbed his neck, and lifted him into the air. No. With a crunching sound, the neck of the white demon ape was snapped, and it died completely. Olay tossed its corpse aside like garbage and said coldly, I only keep promises with humans. What kind of credibility do you beasts have? After taking the life essence pill, Su Yuan's body instantly recovered to its original state, ready for action, as if reborn from the ashes. His companions surrounded him like stars encircling the moon, congratulating him on his success. Su Yuan, congratulations. You finally mastered the battle intent, someone said excitedly. That's great. In our violent bull team, only you and the captain can master battle intent. So enviable, another person chimed in excitedly. Su Yuan, as expected of you, amazing. Everyone praised him one after another. TSK, Su Yuan, the captain's gaze seems a bit off. She'll probably challenge you to a duel later. Lin Jian patted his shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of concern. Hearing this, Su Yuan's heart tightened, and he quickly turned to look at Olay. Her gaze was fixed on him, her eyes sparkling with a trace of excitement, and the corners of her mouth curled into a chilling smile. Damn! If this is true, wouldn't I have to suffer every day, he thought to himself. Although he could now defeat a 7th-tier white demon ape, compared to Olay, he was on a completely different level. Olay had managed to beat the white demon ape down to the 6th tier, making the gap in strength obvious. You did well. This training session ends here, Olay said as she walked up to him, lightly patted his shoulder, and smiled. Su Yuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but before Olay's words were finished, she added, let's find another time to continue. Everyone's faces immediately fell. Wah, Captain, please don't do this kind of training too often. Once or twice is manageable, but too much might cost us our lives. TSK, what are you afraid of with Sister Zhao around? Although everyone complained, they were resigned. Anyway, this training session ended successfully. Everyone was overjoyed and ready to go home. Finally home. As soon as Su Yuan and Su Xiaoshuang returned home, they flopped onto the bed, feeling as if their souls had been elevated. The past few months of training had been utterly exhausting. Indeed, a golden nest or a silver nest can't compare to one's own humble nest. Su Xiaoshuang remarked with emotion. Take a rest first. I'll go buy some groceries, Su Yuan said. Brother, are you even human? You're so tired, yet you don't order takeout and still want to buy groceries to cook? Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed in shock. It's fine, Su Yuan replied with a smile, walked out the door, got on his motorcycle, and headed straight to the market. On the way, he passed by a martial arts school. Suddenly, bang! A loud noise rang out, glass shattered, and a figure was thrown out, landing heavily on the ground. Su Yuan hurriedly hit the brakes, staring in shock. Then, one martial artist after another from the martial arts school fell, creating a scene of utter chaos. What is going on? He wondered to himself. Immediately after, a graceful figure leapt out from the martial arts school, landing lightly with an air of elegance. She was dressed in a white tracksuit, her high ponytail tied neatly, her figure curvaceous, but her face was concealed by a fox mask. In that instant, Su Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. When he saw the necklace around her neck, his heart trembled. It was none other than the sea god's tear he had given to Luo Ching Snow. What kind of trick are you playing? Su Yuan couldn't help but ask. Luo Ching Snow was silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. You've got the wrong person. Su Yuan felt helpless in his heart. Come on. Even if you want to hide your identity, you should at least use a voice changer. This voice is exactly the same, and you're telling me I've got the wrong person? Crafty fox. You can't escape. At that moment, a large group of people rushed out from the martial arts hall,
surrounding Luo Ching Snow and Su Yuan.
I'm just passing by to buy groceries. Su Yuan raised the bag to defend himself. No, he's my accomplice, here to pick me up. Luo Ching Snow retorted, unwilling to back down. Su Yuan glared at her fiercely. Didn't you say I mistook you for someone else? I knew I couldn't fool you, Luo Ching Snow admitted frankly. Damn. Su Yuan cursed under his breath. The people from the martial arts school wore cold expressions, especially the leading martial artist who said in a chilling tone, "None of you are leaving today. Get them all." The man waved his hand, and the crowd around them charged at the two, even summoning their martial spirits. Su Yuan stopped his motorcycle and, facing a martial artist rushing toward him, delivered a whirlwind kick without hesitation, sending him flying. Then came a flurry of punches and kicks, and the martial artists who charged forward were knocked down one by one, completely powerless to resist. After being trained by Olay, these martial artists seemed as weak as chicks in his eyes, easily crushed. Luo Qingxue noticed this and was secretly amazed. This guy has gotten stronger again. And not just by a little. In no time, the martial artists on the field were all knocked down by the two of them. The leading martial artist, seeing his subordinates easily defeated, felt a tightness in his chest and swallowed hard, realizing that, if he didn't act, he would lose all face. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his martial soul, which turned out to be a mighty war hammer. "Take my hammer," he shouted loudly, charging at Su Yuan without hesitation. The heavy hammer drew a terrifying arc in the air, accompanied by a howling wind, as if it intended to smash everything to pieces. Good timing. Su Yuan's expression was resolute as he clenched his fists, gathering strength. Suddenly, he threw a punch, infused with the power of lightning. The electrifying force struck the heavy hammer. With a loud bang, the heavy hammer martial soul was instantly shattered into countless fragments. The martial artist suffered a backlash, his face contorted as he let out a muffled groan, blood spurting wildly. His entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, retreating over 10 steps before crashing heavily to the ground, trembling all over, his face filled with fear and despair. How terrifying. He was deeply shaken, thinking to himself, I have a B-level martial soul, yet it was destroyed with a single punch. He no longer dared to continue the fight, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes as he stammered, "You win, I'm leaving." The crowd saw the leader fleeing and quickly followed, and the scene instantly quieted down. Su Yuan turned to Luo Ching Snow, frowning slightly. "What are you up to?" Luo Ching Snow realized her identity had been exposed, quickly removed her mask, and said calmly, "I came to challenge the head of this martial arts school." Unexpectedly, after losing to me, he acted dishonorably, flew into a rage, and led everyone in the school to attack me. I see. Su Yuan suddenly understood, thinking to himself that this headmaster truly lacked experience. "Are you buying groceries to cook?" he asked casually. "Yes." Luo Qingxue nodded. "Is Xiao Shuang at home?" "Yes." "Is she eating with you?" "Yeah, or else should I have her order takeout?" "Speaking of which, it's about mealtime, and I'm feeling a bit hungry," Su Yuan said casually, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. A glimmer of light flashed in Luo Qingxue's eyes as she softly replied, Her anticipation was written all over her face, almost impossible to hide. "If you're hungry, just go find something to eat yourself." Su Yuan drove away without hesitation, showing no mercy. Luo Qingsnow's lips twitched, stomping her foot in anger as she cursed inwardly, "I've hinted so obviously, yet this blockhead doesn't get it." Just as she was fuming and about to leave, the roar of an engine suddenly came from behind. Su Yuan had unexpectedly returned. He looked at Luo Ching Snow through the car window and smiled, "I happened to buy too much food. If you don't mind, how about coming to my place for a bite?" Luo Qingsnow's anticipation instantly turned into joy, and a smile appeared on her lips. "Sure." She seemed to think she was being too obvious, so she coughed twice, trying to hide her excitement. "Actually, I mainly want to go see Xiaoshuang." Xiaoshuang misses you too." Su Yuan smiled faintly, feeling secretly pleased. He tossed the helmet to Luo Ching Snow, and after she got on the bike, Su Yuan pulled her hand directly around his waist. "Hold on tight. Luo Ching Snow responded softly, her face flushed, as a wave of warmth surged in her heart. This guy. When did he become so skilled? Xiao Shuang, look who's here. Su Yuan returned home after buying groceries, thinking about surprising everyone with tonight's dinner. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up when she saw Luo Ching Snow behind him. She excitedly ran up and hugged her. "Sister Luo, I missed you so much." "I miss you too." Luo Ching Snow smiled and gently touched Su Xiaoshuang's head, her tender smile as warm as a spring breeze. Su Xiaoshuang chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Do you miss me more, or my brother more?" "Why would I miss him?" Luo Ching Snow murmured softly,
a faint blush appearing on her face. Su Yuan, holding the dishes, smiled faintly. You guys chat first, I'll go cook. He went into the kitchen and got busy, while Luo Ching Snow and Su Xiaoshuang chatted enthusiastically in the living room. Soon, they picked up the game console and started an intense battle. Although Luo Ching Snow wasn't very good at playing, she still tried her best to accompany Su Xiaoshuang, her face radiating a joyful smile. Su Yuan glanced through the crack in the kitchen door, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. It wouldn't be bad to have one more person in the house. As he was chopping vegetables, Su Xiaoshuang walked in, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed. Big bro, you've made progress.
You actually brought someone home.
Very good, I'm quite pleased.
Su Yuan rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about all day long with that little head of yours? Can't I just invite a friend over for a meal at home? Of course you can. The more of these dinner gatherings, the better.
Su Xiaoshuang's eyes sparkled with mischief.
Do you need my help? Luo Qingxue walked to the kitchen door, her voice as gentle as water.
Su Xiaoshuang's eyes darted around, and she quickly said, Yes, Luo Jie, do you know how to wash vegetables? No problem, Luo Ching Snow replied with a smile.
Great.
Help my brother wash the vegetables here. Su Xiaoshuang immediately made room. I'll go out to buy some drinks. Su Yuan shook his head helplessly, understanding the girl's intention. Clearly, she wanted to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone.
Luo Ching Snow also noticed, lightly coughed, and said with a smile, Xiaoshuang is quite mischievous.
Heh, I think she's a little devil, Su Yuan teased.
You talk as if you're so much older than her? I'm not like her.
I became independent early, so my mental age is at least 4 or 5 years older than hers, Su Yuan said calmly.
Then are you that much older than me too?
Of course. He smiled faintly, feeling secretly pleased.
Oh.
Luo Qingxue responded softly, but her mind began to ponder.
Would there be any barriers to dating a man several years older than herself? Should she also try to act more mature? Wait, what was she thinking? Nothing had even started yet, so why was she overthinking it already?
At this moment, Su Yuan suddenly asked, By the way, why were you at that martial arts gym today? I'm training myself. Recently, I've been hiding my identity and challenging various martial artists at different gyms in Qingyun City to improve myself, Luo Qingxue said, her eyes shining with determination.
I see.
Su Yuan suddenly understood, secretly thinking to himself that this method was pretty good.
Should he give it a try too?
At this moment, a news report came from the television. Recently, a woman wearing a fox mask has been challenging martial arts schoolmasters all over Qingyun City.
She
has consecutively defeated 13 schoolmasters, including even a 4th-tier master.
Some schoolmasters have announced temporary closures due to her influence. Su Yuan smiled and said, You've become quite famous now. Defeating even a 4th-tier martial artist looks like you've made great progress recently.
You're not bad yourself.
I can sense it, you've advanced to the 4th tier, haven't you? Luo Ching Snow cast him an approving glance.
Just broke through not long ago, Su Yuan replied with a smile. In truth, his strength far exceeded his current tier. With 5 SSS-level martial souls, easily defeating warriors of higher realms is no challenge at all.
Breaking news, an incident involving Beastmen has occurred on Dongyun Street in District 17 of Qingyun City.
The hunting team has been dispatched to handle it, but residents living nearby are advised not to go out casually and to stay cautious.
Su Yuan frowned upon hearing the news and thought to himself, why are there still Beastmen? Could it be that they escaped from the Beastman experimental base you dealt with last time?
Luo Ching Snow asked, her gaze tinged with concern.
Not sure, maybe, I'll ask the captain then.
Su Yuan said, feeling that there was something strange about the matter.
Not long after, Su Yuan finished cooking, and Su Xiaoshuang returned with the drinks.
The three of them sat at the dining table, enjoying a delicious dinner while watching the news, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Recently, someone claimed to have encountered a ghost in the cemetery.
Here is the description from the interviewee.
A voice from the television came from an old man wearing a straw hat. That day, I was cleaning the cemetery as
usual and was about to leave.
But suddenly, I heard movement in the bushes, and then I saw a figure wandering around the cemetery. When I went to approach him, he disappeared.
Not only that, I saw more and more people appearing.
They were wandering in the cemetery. It was a group of ghosts. Then I fainted from fright, and when I woke up, it was already daytime. The old man described dramatically, his eyes flashing with the fear of the memory.
Su Xiaoshuang listened intently, a trace of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Ghosts? Are there really ghosts in this world?
Her voice was as crisp as a bird's, full of inquiry. Su Yuan and Luo Ching Snow exchanged glances, equally puzzled and unable to answer the question. Meanwhile, the corner of the Qiangxiu Empress's mouth, residing within Su Xiaoshuang, curved slightly. People of Blue Star are just too inexperienced. There are indeed ghosts in this world. There's even a netherworld where ghosts gather. But to call them ghosts, they're actually just a form of spiritual energy body. The Qiangxiu Empress's voice was like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating the thoughts of the group. As far as I know, some martial souls with dark or spiritual attributes can even control ghosts. However, such martial souls are quite rare. Even if they exist on Blue Star, they're probably only at the B level or A level at best. Could it be that the haunting in the cemetery is someone playing tricks? Su Xiaoshuang suddenly realized, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. I don't know, I'm not a first-hand witness, Empress Jiangxiu said indifferently, her gaze revealing a hint of calmness. She was well informed but not omniscient. The topic of ghosts lightly circulated among the group without delving deeper. After the subsequent dinner gathering ended, Su Yuan drove Luo Ching Snow home. The atmosphere during the ride was relaxed, yet concealed an unspoken tension. Upon arriving at the Luo residence, Luo Long enthusiastically invited Su Yuan to stay, but Su Yuan suddenly received an urgent notification from the Violent Bull Group. His expression changed, and he hurriedly left. At the Violent Bull Group headquarters, the atmosphere instantly turned solemn. Su Yuan entered the conference room and saw Olay sitting with her legs crossed, accompanied by Zhao Kiki and Lin Jian, exuding an imposing presence. I have a task here that needs you to handle. Recently, you've all heard about the haunted cemetery incident, right? Olay got straight to the point, her voice loud and clear. I saw it on the news. Su Yuan nodded, his heart on alert. After investigating, other hunting teams discovered that someone seems to be stirring up trouble behind this. Today, you all will go to the cemetery in District 16 and see if you can find any clues. Olay issued the order, her expression resolute. Zhao Kiki's face turned pale with fear, her voice trembling. See Captain, what if it really is haunted? I am scared. Afraid of what? Even if it's a ghost, just cut it down for me. Besides, you have those two accompanying you. Olay's tone was merciless, decisive, and full of strength. Woo, but I'm still scared. Zhao Kiki muttered softly, her face full of unease. Lin Jian, take this useless one away from me. Let her go to the graveyard and toughen up her courage. Olay waved a hand at Lin Jian, her command as firm as a mountain. Without hesitation, Lin Jian grabbed Zhao Kiki by the collar and dragged her out, as if he was already used to such arrangements. Su Yuan also wanted to join this tense and thrilling mission, but a question suddenly flashed through his mind, so he asked, by the way, Captain, what's the deal with the mutant beast in District 17? Still investigating, but it's probably one of the stragglers that escaped from the experimental base of the Beastmen last time, Ol responded briefly, a hint of unease in her eyes. Oh. Su Yuan didn't ask further, secretly resolving that since this mission was so dangerous, he must not let his guard down. District 16, Cemetery. Su Yuan, Lin Jian, and Zhao Kiki cautiously entered this eerie place, deciding to keep watch here in hopes of an unexpected discovery. Under the sunlight during the day, although Zhao Kiki was still nervous, she wasn't as scared. Hey, that person looks so familiar. Lin Jian suddenly noticed with his sharp eyes a figure in front of a tombstone. As he got closer and took a look, he exclaimed in surprise, it's Marquee Zixiao. Standing in front of the tombstone was none other than the master of the Zixiao Martial Arts Hall, the renowned Marquee Zixiao. He noticed Su Yuan and his group, let out a cold snort, and turned to leave. Su Yuan and the others walked up to the tombstone where Marquee Zixiao had just been standing. On it was a photo of a young girl, seemingly not even 16 years old. I heard that a few years ago, Marquee Zixiao's daughter was killed by a beast, and he was devastated, almost shutting down the hall and never going out again. Lin Jian mused, it seems she is buried here. Several people didn't think much of it. Time passed quietly, night gradually fell, a chilling wind blew, and the entire cemetery became increasingly eerie. Zhao Kiki shrank behind Su Yuan, her voice trembling. Su Yuan, if anything happens later, remember to protect me. Don't worry, Kiki Jia, there aren't so many ghosts in this world. Before Su Yuan could finish his sentence, the night wind around them howled, mixed with low sobbing sounds. From within the tombstones, green light spots suddenly emerged, transforming into one phantom figure after another. In an instant, the entire cemetery was filled with countless shadows. Ghost, a ghost! Zhao Kiki screamed, her vision went black, and she fainted. Su Yuan and Lin Jian immediately became alert, their hearts filled with shock. There really are ghosts? They observed the illusory figures around them, not daring to be careless, but noticed that these figures showed no reaction upon seeing them. Their eyes were hollow, as if summoned by some force, gathering in one direction.
Brother Lin, stay here and watch over Sister Kiki.
I'll go check it out, Su Yuan said, then headed toward the direction where the figures were gathering. Although Lin Jian knew Su Yuan's strength, the scene before him was still bizarre. He reminded him to be careful, then looked at Zhao Kiki, who had already fainted, and
twitched the corner of his mouth. Isn't this courage a bit too small?
She could charge forward shouting against a beast, but fainted in front of these harmless ghosts?
Su Yuan followed the ghosts of the cemetery in a certain direction and eventually arrived at the cemetery square.
Here, he saw a man in black, and above his head was a skeleton holding a scythe, its eyes glowing green. A
martial soul.
Dark attribute A-grade martial soul, skeleton ghost. Su Yuan immediately recognized the martial soul before him. This type of martial soul is extremely rare, with very little information available, and its abilities are completely unknown.
Could the ghosts in the graveyard be related to him?
I didn't expect to attract members of your hunting group here. The black-clad young man beneath the skeletal ghost smiled faintly, a peculiar gleam in his eyes.
Well, looks like I've hit the jackpot.
The hunting group member I ran into turns out to be you, the first ever twin SSS martial soul in history.
Su Yuan looked at him indifferently. Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yu, one of the 8 protectors of the Demon Heaven sect.
The black-clad young man, Yu, gave a slight bow. The Demon Heaven cult, these 3 words caused Su Yuan's pupils to slightly contract.
This cult had a notorious reputation in Disya, having massacred towns just to appease unknown beasts, abducted children as sacrifices, launched suicide attacks to destroy city governments. Their countless crimes were utterly heinous.
In Disya, when confronted with members of the cult, anyone has the right to execute them on the spot.
Ding!
Faced with the sudden appearance of members of the cult, you have the following choices.
1. Although members of the demonic sect are notoriously infamous, the strength of the person before us is unknown, and their purpose unclear.
Retreating is the best option. Reward, grade a martial skill, Heavenly Dragon Fist.
2. Members of the demonic sect are notoriously infamous. Their appearance here must be part of a conspiracy, and they absolutely cannot be allowed to succeed. Fight them.
Reward, Supreme Martial Artifact.
Coiling Dragon Breaking Army Spear. Supreme Martial Artifact? Su Yuan couldn't help but gasp.
In Qingyun City, even a common low-grade artifact is considered extremely precious. Only the powerful and influential might possess mid-grade artifacts. Superior martial spirit tools are priceless and unavailable for purchase.
As for the supreme ones,
not to mention Qingyun City, they are extremely rare throughout the entire Great Xia. As for grade A martial techniques, Su Yuan already possesses one.
And now, he just happened to need a gun.
The Coiling Dragon Pajun Spear before him came at just the right time. Without a second thought, Su Yuan decisively chose the second option, then charged fiercely toward the ghostly figure opposite him and threw a punch.
Bang! This punch erupted in the air with a deafening sonic boom. Caillou remained calm and threw a punch as well.
The 2 fists collided, and at the moment of impact, both were forced to retreat.
Su Yuan looked at the other party in surprise. 5th tier?
To be able to block his punch, the opponent must at least be a 5th tier expert. But while he was surprised, Yu's face was also filled with shock.
How is this possible?
According to the intel, Yu had just advanced to the 2nd tier during the rookie competition.
How have you now become 4th tier? This rate of progress is simply unbelievable.
He stared intently at Su Yuan, his eyes filled with deep wariness.
You will definitely be a great enemy of the Demon Heaven sect.
You must die. As soon as the words fell, the skeletal ghost martial spirit behind him let out a low growl, and with a swing of the scythe in its hand through the void, it actually tore open a
black spatial rift. Seeing this, Su Yuan was shocked, cold sweat streaming down. Tearing space? This is just too terrifying?
Then, he saw strands of eerie black mist emanating from the black spatial rift, as hundreds of dark shadows slowly emerged. They exuded an incredibly horrifying aura, as if they were evil spirits walking out from the depths of hell. Yu gave a faint smile, a trace of insidiousness flashing in his eyes. S-rank dark martial technique, netherworld summoning. This is a forbidden martial technique that only those with a dark martial soul can learn.
It allows one to summon vengeful spirits from the netherworld. However, performing
this technique requires consuming a massive amount of soul energy.
These past days, I've been wandering through various graveyards, absorbing the residual soul energy from the dead.
Now, the vengeful spirits I've summoned are all 4th tier entities.
Su Yuan, what will you use to resist? Yu looked at Su Yuan, eyes filled with smugness, as if staring at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. After killing you, the leader will surely reward me generously. He waved his hand, and the surrounding vengeful spirits instantly lunged at Su Yuan. At this critical moment, a long spear suddenly appeared in Su Yuan's hand. The spear was dark gold, with a lifelike dark gold dragon pattern coiled around its shaft, as if it might fly off the weapon in the next moment. It was the supreme spiritual weapon he had just obtained, the coiling dragon-breaking army spear. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Su Yuan gripped the spear tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, determined to face the imminent battle. That spear! Looking at the spear that appeared in Su Yuan's hand, a trace of apprehension flickered in Yu Yan's eyes. He keenly sensed the powerful aura emanating from the spear. This was undoubtedly a martial spiritual weapon of an exceptionally high grade. Damn! How does this guy have such a high-level martial spirit weapon? There are barely a few people in the entire Qingyun city who own one. Why does he have it? Yu was utterly baffled. At this moment, Su Yuan had already made his move. The spear in his hand thrust forward, radiating dazzling lightning. With one strike, it pierced through the vengeful spirit's body. A fourth-tier vengeful spirit was instantly obliterated, its soul scattered. Su Yuan, like a tiger descending the mountain, charged into the group of vengeful spirits. His spear danced in his hands, each thrust like a dragon, unstoppable, as he unleashed a massacre. Yu watched in shock, his jaw dropping. How is this possible? How can his combat power be this strong? He thought to himself. Killing vengeful spirits of the same tier is as easy as reaching into a bag. Damn it! The intelligence was wrong, this guy's strength is far beyond what I expected. He had thought he could take advantage of the situation and easily kill this unparalleled young genius, but now it seemed it wouldn't be so simple. Don't panic, don't panic. I'm at the 6th tier, and he's at the 4th. I can keep summoning vengeful spirits and wear him down with a war of attrition. Yu reassured himself. In this battle, I have a 90% chance of winning. Though shocked by Su Yuan's strength, Yu had no intention of retreating. While Su Yuan was slaughtering the vengeful spirits without any pressure, he sneered coldly. Compared to the exotic beasts in the regiment leader's pet base, these vengeful spirits aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. After all, he had endured the regiment leader's special training, mere vengeful spirits were no match for him. However, in the next moment, Yu once again unleashed his martial skill. Behind him, the skeletal ghost martial soul swung its scythe, opening the netherworld passage, from which wave after wave of vengeful spirits emerged. This time, in addition to 4th-tier vengeful spirits, there were hundreds of 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier ones, swarming in like a flood. Although Yu was at the 6th tier, the sheer number of vengeful spirits could definitely rival a 7th-tier Marquee-level existence. After all, even ants can bite an elephant to death. Su Yuan, this army of vengeful spirits was originally meant to create chaos in Qingyun City, but now it seems I'll have to use them. On you. As long as I can kill you, it won't be a waste. Yu laughed maniacally, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Su Yuan swung his spear, killing one vengeful spirit after another, but the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Although he could finish them off, it would consume a significant amount of his energy. Suddenly, he thought of something and slapped his forehead. I almost died from my own stupidity. I still have the ghost Qilin. A vengeful spirit, huh? Then let me show you the ghost Qilin that commands 10,000 spirits. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he stood holding his spear. A ghostly aura gradually emanating from his body. A streak of black light shot out from him. In an instant, the Yin energy in the heavens and earth surged violently. You sensed the anomaly, their pupils trembling slightly, and even the A-rank martial soul skeleton ghost behind them shivered, as if confronted with an existence that could not be defied. Show yourself, Ghost Qilin. Su Yuan grinned. As the black light dissipated, a figure emerged slowly from the void, a Qilin entirely pitch black, with antlers on its head and dark golden eyes exuding an overwhelming pressure. The ghost Qilin had descended into the world. The moment it appeared, all the vengeful spirits that had been relentlessly attacking Su Yuan froze in place, as if encountering their natural predator, standing still and not daring to move. The ghost Qilin cast a glance at the vengeful spirits and let out a thunderous roar, a soul-piercing sound reverberating across the universe. Nearby martial artists who heard the roar couldn't help but feel their souls tremble, nearly falling to their knees. What is that sound? Is it the roar of a mythical beast? What kind of beast? How terrifying. Within the cemetery, following a roar from the ghost Qilin, hundreds of vengeful spirits all knelt on the ground, trembling as if welcoming their king. Even the A-rank martial soul skeleton ghost behind you collapsed to the ground, completely suppressed and unable to resist. Little one, go, tear him apart. Su Yuan patted the ghost Qilin's head and smiled faintly. The ghost Qilin obeyed the command and stepped toward Yu, while the surrounding vengeful spirits dared not intervene. At this moment, Yu was utterly bewildered. What is going on? Why are the vengeful spirits I summoned not obeying my control? Panic filled his heart, leaving him with no choice but to command his martial soul, the skeleton ghost. Although the skeleton ghost was also terrified, its instinct to protect its master as a martial soul compelled it to act. Suppressing its fear, the skeleton ghost gripped its scythe tightly and roared as it charged at the ghost Qilin. The scythe slashed down fiercely, producing a deafening metallic clash. Yet, the ghost Qilin remained unscathed, while the scythe itself cracked under the impact. A look of disdain flashed in the ghost Qilin's eyes before it suddenly struck with a powerful claw. The skeleton ghost let out a miserable scream as its body shattered on the spot. The martial soul disintegrated and instantly returned to Yu's body. Yu felt a violent backlash, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. His mind buzzed, as though even his soul had suffered severe damage. At this moment, Yu finally understood that the ghost Qilin before him was his nemesis. It was the king among ghosts, an unstoppable existence. How could such a martial soul exist in this world? I've never heard of it. Yu was deeply shaken, filled with doubts. Moreover, wasn't Su Yuan's martial soul supposed to be Tao Tai and White Tiger? How could such a being suddenly appear? However, he had no time to think. As he tried to escape, he found that the fierce ghosts he had summoned had now surrounded him completely, blocking all his paths of retreat. The very ghosts he had summoned had turned against him, seeking his life. Ah! Trapped by the ghost tide, Yu roared furiously, desperately slapping with both hands, trying to break through the encirclement. But the ghost Qilin had already reached behind him, and in an instant, its claw pierced through his chest, forcibly ripping out his heart. Yu stared blankly at his shattered chest, unable to believe it. In the next second, his heart was crushed to pieces in the hands of the ghost Qilin, his body collapsed to the ground, and he died on the spot. With his death, the vengeful spirits summoned by Yu also dispersed one after another. Su Yuan witnessed this from the side, clicking his tongue in amazement and feeling a surge of emotions. I never expected there to be a martial artist capable of controlling vengeful spirits in battle. Luckily, I have the ghost Qilin, otherwise, even if I could kill him, the cost would have been significant. But with the ghost Qilin, all spirits can be controlled, making it easy to resolve. Su Yuan gently stroked the ghost Qilin's head and then returned it to the martial soul space. At that moment, the bull metal emitted Olei's urgent voice. Su Yuan, quickly return with Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki. Something big has happened. Beastmen are causing chaos all over Qingyun City. Now, members of all major hunting groups have mobilized to suppress these beastmen together. Su Yuan was stunned. Images of the demon heaven cult flashed through his mind. This cult had suddenly emerged, and now the chaos caused by the beastmen outbreak. There must be a connection. After receiving Ol's notification, Su Yuan and Lin Jian quickly woke up the unconscious Zhao Kiki and rushed toward the Bullstorm Group building. Along the way, the chaotic scenes were shocking. Beastmen rampaged through the streets, wantonly destroying everything, as if the entire Qingyun city was on the verge of collapse. Members of various hunting groups were dispatched, trying to suppress the riot, but even so, the extent of the destruction was heartbreaking. All members of the Bullstorm Group suppress the beastmen near you on the spot and assist the citizens in heading to the shelters. Ol's voice came through the badge, her command like thunder. Su Yuan and the others immediately sprang into action. A beastman charged out from the street, lunging straight at Su Yuan. Without fear, he turned and fired a shot, the bullet instantly piercing the opponent's throat. Although these beastmen were not particularly strong, their overwhelming numbers created immense pressure. I never expected so many beastmen to be hiding in Qingyun City. There's no way they all escaped from the experimental base. Lin Jian slashed down a beastman with his sword, his tone filled with anger. They must have been created recently. Su Yuan thought to himself. Seeing so many beastmen, his brows furrowed as he thought of Su Xiaoshuang back home, his heart tightening involuntarily. He dialed Su Xiaoshuang's phone, but no one answered, intensifying his worry. Although Xiaoshuang was already a second-tier martial artist, in his eyes, she was still the little girl who needed protection. Su Yuan, go find Xiaoshuang. There aren't many beastmen here, we can handle it, Lin Jian encouraged. Zhao Kiki, carrying an axe, nodded firmly. We haven't suffered in vain these past days. Beastmen are no problem at all. Alright, stay safe.
Without hesitation, Su Yuan quickly mounted his motorcycle and sped toward the residential area. Along the way, the chaos on the streets grew increasingly intense, and the entire Qingyun city was almost in ruins. Su Yuan was filled with doubts. Why had these beastmen suddenly
appeared? Was it merely to cause destruction? No, he believed there must be a deeper conspiracy behind it.
Thinking of the existence of the Matian cult, his unease deepened further. He immediately called Ol and succinctly explained his encounter with the Demon Heaven cult in the cemetery.
Captain, I suspect the Beastman uprising this time might have the shadow of the Demon Heaven cult behind it. After listening, Ol pondered for a moment and decisively responded, understood.
Continue with your mission, I'll keep an eye on the Demon Heaven cult. After hanging up, Ol swung her weapon, smashing a charging Beastman into pieces. She quickly dialed a dedicated line. Hello, Mole, I need all the information on the Demon Heaven cult's activities during this period. The uprising in Qingyun City is very likely related to them. Find out their purpose within an hour.
The voice on the other end hesitated. An hour?
That's a bit difficult.
Stop talking nonsense. Have you been living undercover in the Demon Heaven sect all these years for nothing? Now Qingyun City is in chaos.
If we don't uncover their motives, Qingyun City is finished, and you won't escape either. Her voice was thunderous and merciless.
Understood, I'll do my best, Mole replied, secretly thinking how unlucky he was. Hurry up, or I'll uproot the Demon Heaven sect and take you down with it.
Ol commanded sharply.
Su Yuan quickly returned to the residential area.
Just as he reached the entrance, he heard the roar of a mutant beast.
The gates of the community
were tightly shut, and a lizard-like mutant beast covered in scales was trying to force its way in, but was firmly blocked by several elderly men.
Back in the day, I was part of the hunting squad.
Even though I'm retired now, if you want to get in, you'll have to step over my dead body, an old man roared, charging at the beastmen without hesitation.
Old Zhang, let's go.
The other elderly men followed suit.
Though they were no match for the lizardmen, they fought desperately to protect the neighborhood, with their families behind them. The lizardmen sneered and swung their tails fiercely, sending them all flying.
The old men were battered and bleeding, but they still forced themselves to stand. Cruelty gleamed in the lizardmen's eyes.
You old fools, you're courting death.
At that moment, a figure leaped down like lightning from a distant floor, delivering a powerful flying kick that sent the lizardman flying and instantly turned the tide of the situation. The figure spun several times in the air, like a gracefully dancing butterfly, then landed steadily on the ground, balancing on one foot with both arms outstretched, striking a golden rooster stance.
It was Su Xiaoshuang.
She looked proudly at the lizardman in front of her, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of her lips.
A mere beastman dares to act recklessly here? Truly overestimating yourself. Who are you? The lizardman took a kick, a lump swelling on his head.
A faint sense of dread crept into his heart, and his instincts told him that this girl before him was no ordinary person.
Well asked.
I am the embodiment of beauty and wisdom, courage and justice, a genius pharmacist, the personal disciple of the Bull Squad's leader, the sister of the most talented warrior in history, the future ruler of Blue Star, the successor to the empress.
Su Xiaoshuang it is. The lizardman was utterly confused, burning with rage, and roared, what nonsense is this? Die! He charged forward like an enraged beast.
Seeing this, Su Xiaoshuan let out a cold snort, completely fearless in her heart. Not only do you refuse to surrender, but you dare to attack me.
Your courage is commendable.
With that, she also charged forward, deftly sidestepping the opponent's attack, and immediately delivered a kick to the lizardman's abdomen, sending it flying once again. Then, she pressed her advantage, suddenly stepping forward to appear in front of her opponent. Her palms moved like the wind, striking repeatedly in a flurry like a raging storm.
Bang, 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 bang.
Su Xiaoshuang landed over a dozen strikes on the lizardman, then retreated with composure, calmly withdrawing her palms and standing still as she began to count, 3, 2, 1, down. The lizardman spat blood skyward and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Several old men were stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape in disbelief.
When did Xiaoshuang become so powerful? That's incredible. She dealt with this beastman in just a few moves? And what about that so-called regiment leader's disciple, the empress's successor? What does that mean? It sounds pretty impressive.
Su Xiaoshuan looked at the fallen beastman, a proud smile appearing on her face as she felt an immense sense of accomplishment.
Su Xiaoshuang's first battle easily won.
The Empress Jiangxiao let out a light snort within her martial soul space. A mere beastman who isn't even at the second tier. If you couldn't take them down, that would truly disgrace me.
Hee hee, Empress Master, do you think I could win if I faced a third-tier opponent now? Su Xiaoshuang asked expectantly. Not necessarily a guaranteed win, but highly unlikely to lose. Turns out I'm already this amazing. Su Xiaoshuang's confidence swelled even further, secretly feeling proud. At this moment, Su Yuan drove over and, upon seeing the alien Beastman on the ground, was startled. He quickly turned and rushed toward Su Xiaoshuang nearby. Xiaoshuang, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, bro. I'm awesome now. Su Xiaoshuang said excitedly, hands on her hips, as if the whole world was cheering for her. Seeing Su Xiaoshuang safe and sound, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. I called you earlier, why didn't you answer? I was sleeping just now. That almost scared me to death. Su Yuan rolled his eyes, then his expression turned serious as he said, the entire Qingyun city is in chaos right now. Go to the nearest shelter immediately. But Su Xiaoshuang shook her head. No. Big brother, I'm also a member of the Violent Bull group. I want to fight alongside you. Su Yuan mercilessly knocked her on the head. Stop talking nonsense. You're just a little girl. Fight alongside me? What a joke. But I can defeat the Beastmen. Su Xiaoshuang pointed at the lizard man on the ground, her eyes shining with determination. You? Su Yuan looked at her helplessly, knowing it would be hard to convince her. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he spoke in a serious tone. Su Xiaoshuang, I now command you as a senior member of the Violent Bull Squad. Take the people from the community to the shelter. Protect them well. The shelter may not be absolutely safe, and if anything unexpected happens, you must ensure everyone's safety. Su Xiaoshuang looked at Su Yuan speechlessly. Big brother, do I really look so easy to fool? Do you think saying this will make me obediently listen to you? Su Xiaoshuang, I'm serious. Look at these elderly gentlemen, all of them are injured. If no one takes care of them and something happens at the shelter, what will they do? Uncle Lu used to buy you candy all the time. Uncle Zhang, you've freeloaded meals at his house several times, don't you remember? Uncle Wine, last year he asked you to give him a haircut, and you shaved him bald, yet he didn't even hold it against you. Can you really bear to leave them behind? Su Xiaoshuang, do you have any conscience left? Su Yuan looked utterly heartbroken. Su Xiaoshuang hesitated for a moment before finally compromising. Fine, I'll go, okay? Alright, no time to lose, let's act immediately. Su Yuan promptly instructed Su Xiaoshuang to lead the people from the neighborhood to the nearby shelter. Along the way, they encountered some mutant beasts, but under Su Yuan's protection, everyone felt no pressure. The neighborhood residents watched Su Yuan showcase his skills and praised him one after another. What an impressive young man! Whose child is this? Does he have a girlfriend? Such strength at such a young age, his future is limitless. I think he and my daughter are a perfect match. Nonsense! Is your daughter even worthy of him? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Under Su Yuan's protection, everyone quickly arrived at a nearby shelter. The shelter's gate was made of steel, and soldiers were stationed there to guard it. After entering, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, gave Su Xiaoshuang a few instructions, and then hurriedly left to continue suppressing the Beastmen. Members of the Wild Bull Squad, there's new information. Ol's voice rang out. We have thoroughly investigated, and it turns out that the chaos among the mutant Beastmen this time is the work of the Demon Heaven cult. They have developed a brand new mutant Beastman serum and plan to spread it throughout Qingyun City, turning all the citizens into mutant Beastmen. Her words made everyone gasp in shock, their hearts filled with disbelief. Turning all the citizens into mutant Beastmen? Such a plan is utterly insane. But Qingyun City is so vast, how do they intend to accomplish this? As they were still puzzled, a purple beam of light shot up into the sky from the distant city government building. Immediately afterward, rain clouds began to gather in the night sky. Within the rain clouds, a purple flood dragon was swimming, letting out bursts of roars. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Su Yuan saw the purple flood dragon and his pupils contracted. That is, the S-class martial soul, purple cloud flood dragon. I read in a book that this martial soul has the ability to summon clouds and rain. If the cultivation level is sufficient, the rain clouds can even cover an entire city. I understand now, they plan to use the abilities of the purple cloud flood dragon to mix the potion into the rainwater and spread it across Qingyun City. Su Yuan said urgently. Everyone's expressions turned serious. Lin Jian said, if I remember correctly, the purple cloud flood dragon is the martial soul of Marquee Zixiao. Marquee Zixiao, one of the top martial artists in Qingyun City, a 7th-tier Marquee-level powerhouse. Could it be that he is actually a member of the Demon Heaven sect?
Just received a notification Marquee Zisho has been designated as the primary target for elimination.
Stop him at all costs, Ole said firmly. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Captain, that's a genuine Marquee-level powerhouse. We'd be taken out in just one move, wouldn't we? Captain, I guess only you can handle this, Lin Jian said.
All the members of the Violent Bull Squad thought the same. If they were to contend with Marquee Zisho in Qingyun City, only Ole would be up to the task. I laughed and said, I also want to go beat that guy up, but I'm a bit tied up at the moment. Just as she finished speaking, everyone heard a series of booming explosions coming from the metal.
It was clear that Olei was in the midst of a fierce battle with the enemy. Everyone was startled. Captain, are you okay? Brats, don't worry about me. Focus on figuring out how to deal with that scoundrel Marquee Zisho. With that, Olei decisively ended the communication.
At this moment, amidst the ruins, Olei twisted her neck, her gaze locking onto 4 warriors dressed in black robes as they surrounded her. These 4 were approximately in their 40s or 50s, and each of them possessed 7th-tier Marquee-level strength. As far as I know, the Demon Heaven sect has 8 guardians, each above the 6th tier.
TSK, you must be 4 of them, right? Should I feel honored that so many of you came just to deal with me? Olei's lips curled into a mocking smile.
The leading guardian of the Demon Heaven sect sneered, we originally prepared 5, but that guy was taken care of by your team member.
Ha, my team members aren't bad, right? Impressive.
Yeah, the team members are all working hard, so I, as the leader, can't slack off either. Olei stretched her body and curled her lips into a smile. Come at me, bastards. After Olei ended the communication, Su Yuan shot down a Beastman with a single bullet and quickly turned his gaze toward the direction of the City Hall building.
That was the tallest building in Qingyun City, and the purple cloud flood dragon was circling above it.
Clearly, Marquee Zisho intended to fully unleash the soul weapon's ability to summon clouds and rain there, completely dispersing the potion. Right now, the scale of the rain cloud was still small, indicating that the opponent was still gathering strength. They still had time to stop it. However, only a small number of people can make it there, as there are still many rampaging beastmen in Qingyun City that need to be suppressed. Moreover, there are definitely still members of the Demon Heaven sect inside the city government building. It's impossible that Marquee Zisho is the only one preparing.
Should we go to stop them? That's a Marquee-level powerhouse. Ding!
Qingyun City is facing a major crisis.
Will you go to stop Marquee Zisho and disrupt the plans of the Demon Heaven sect? You have the following choices. 1. Ignore it and leave Qingyun City. Reward, Grade B Martial Skill, Blazing Cloud Palm. 2. Continue suppressing the rebellion of the Beastmen, leaving Marquee Zisho for others to deal with. Reward, Grade A Martial Skill, Heavenly Dragon Spear. 3. After training under Ole for so long, you feel your strength has greatly improved. Isn't he just a Marquee-level powerhouse? Fight him. Reward, Grade S Martial Skill, Thunder God's Judgment Spear. S-Class Martial Skill, Thunder God's Judgment Spear? Seeing this reward, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. His A-Class Martial Skill, Thunder King Spear, was already very powerful. If he could now acquire an S-Class Martial Skill, wouldn't that make him even more formidable? Moreover, the option only required him to confront Marquee Zisho. It didn't say he had to win. If he went to stop him and the situation turned unfavorable, his priority would be to save his own life. With his Kuanpeng Martial Soul, his speed in Martial Soul Fusion mode was incredibly fast. He believed that even a 7th-tier Marquee wouldn't be able to catch him. Escaping would be more than manageable. Alright, it's decided. I'll go fight him. Damn it, that old man suppressed me with his aura back then. It's the perfect chance to get revenge. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and charged toward the city government building. The Panlong Pajun spear in his hand radiated a dazzling brilliance. With a single thrust, he easily killed all the mutant beasts along the way. He was like an unstoppable raging dragon, striking fear into anyone who saw him. Above him, a man with a pair of purple cloud wings on his back and long purple hair noticed him. Whoosh! The man appeared in front of Su Yuan, his eyes lighting up. Well, isn't this the little pretty boy from the Violent Bull Squad? Why are you alone? Where's Ole? Su Yuan also noticed the man. It was none other than Chen Zi, the leader of the Purple Cloud Hunting Group. Rumor had it that he was a 6th-tier martial artist. Our regiment leader has been held up. Regiment leader Chen, are you heading to the city hall to stop Marquee Zisho? Su Yuan asked. The other party couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ole actually got held up by someone? Ha, I must have a good laugh at her next time I see her. As for this Marquee Zxiao, leave him to me.
This great achievement will belong to my Purple Cloud Regiment. His martial spirit, the purple cloud wings, trembled slightly, and his entire figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly flying toward the top floor of the city hall. Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. A 6th-tier fighter, where did he get such confidence? However, now that regiment-level warriors were taking action, he believed that the leaders of other regiments were also heading to the city hall. He wasn't fighting alone, which greatly boosted his confidence. With the help of so many regiment leaders, we will definitely take down Marquee Zxiao. Whoosh! He quickened his pace, heading toward the city hall. Soon, he arrived at the building's entrance, only to find it already surrounded by hundreds of beastmen. Among them, there were even 3rd-tier and 4th-tier beings. This demon heaven cult is truly terrifying. To think they could develop so many beastmen, no wonder they're one of the top demon cults in Daxia. Su Yuan was secretly astonished. The beastmen also noticed him, turning their bloodthirsty, cruel eyes toward him, exuding killing intent. It's someone from the hunting regiment. TSK, does the hunting regiment have such a young kid? Blonde brat, here to die, huh? When these beastmen saw Su Yuan's age, they immediately underestimated him. One of the beastmen stepped forward, claws ready to tear him apart. But a sword aura sliced through the air, sending the beastman flying. Behind Su Yuan, Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, Wang Yan, and other members of the Violent Bull Regiment arrived one after another. Facing the large number of beastmen before them, they showed no fear. Su Yuan, leave this to us to handle. Lin Jian and the others said. You go to the rooftop and knock that Marquee Zxiao flying. Su Yuan blinked. You guys really trust me, huh? That's a Marquee-level powerhouse, for crying out loud. Zhao Xiaoyun stepped forward, took out a pill, and handed it to him. This is a life essence pill. Keep it with you in case of emergencies. Although I hate to admit it, right now in the Violent Bull group, aside from Ol, you're the strongest among us in combat. That Marquee Zxiao is yours to deal with. Of course, it's fine if you can't beat him, we still have the captains. No matter what happens, your life comes first. Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he took the pill and carefully tucked it into his chest. This life essence pill was worth billions. Got it, Su Yuan nodded. Then, with the help of the other members of the Violent Bull group, clearing the way, he charged into the city hall building and headed straight for the top floor. At this moment, the rain clouds above the city hall had expanded dozens of times, covering nearly half of Qingyun City. Inside the shelter, soldiers were fully armed and preparing to head out. Some citizens, seeing this, couldn't help but feel anxious. Hey, where are you all going? There's a riot of beastmen outside, and the hunting groups are short on manpower. We've been urgently called up to the battlefield, one soldier said gravely. The others grew even more worried. If you all leave, who's going to protect us? Don't worry, we will leave some people behind, and the shelter's door is made of alloy, so ordinary beastmen can't get in. Upon hearing this, everyone felt slightly reassured. As the soldiers gradually departed, the crowd faintly heard bursts of gunfire outside. No one knew how much time had passed when the sound of gunfire outside suddenly grew louder, as if it were right at the shelter's entrance. The air was filled with tension, and everyone's expressions instantly turned grave, their hearts filled with unease. The gunfire gradually ceased, and then the shelter's door emitted a deafening bang, a thunderous roar. There are beastmen, they're smashing the door, a nervous soldier shouted. Don't worry, that person said the door is made of alloy, ordinary beastmen can't get in, someone hurriedly reassured, trying to calm everyone down. But what if it's not an ordinary beast, someone weakly retorted. As soon as the words fell, everyone instantly fell silent, their unease surging like a tide. The sound of pounding on the door grew increasingly violent. Boom, boom, boom. The alloy door began to dent, and everyone's hearts tightened as fear spread. At that moment, a pitch-black claw pierced through the door, then tore it open with astonishing force. A towering werewolf, several meters tall and covered in black fur, stormed into the shelter, its gaze burning like flames. The soldiers, seeing this, immediately pulled the triggers, unleashing a rain of bullets. However, the bullets striking the werewolf's body only produced metallic clinking sounds before falling helplessly to the ground, completely unable to inflict any harm. The werewolf looked at the soldiers and civilians before him, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Little mice, do you think hiding here makes you safe? How naive. He stepped forward toward the crowd, his aura overwhelming, unstoppable. At that moment, a figure darted out like lightning. It was Su Xiaoshuang. Without hesitation, she delivered a powerful kick, sending the werewolf flying out of the shelter.
Then, she resolutely walked out after him. Xiao Shuang. What are you doing?
The people behind her exclaimed, trying to stop her.
Don't go.
The elders urged her to stay, but Su Xiaoshuang did not look back. She firmly said, if I don't go, everyone will die here.
As the saying goes, if I don't enter hell, who will?
She held her head high, facing the werewolf directly, her eyes shining with courage.
Cool. I've always wanted to say that.
Su Xiaoshuang laughed excitedly, seemingly feeling the admiring and emotional gazes from the people behind her. Empress Jiangxiao shook her head helplessly. You're courting death. You're facing a Tier 3 Beastman, whose strength is astonishingly powerful. Your current abilities are far from enough. No matter what, I can't let a group of elderly, women, and children stand in front of me, can I? Su Xiaoshuang looked firmly at the werewolf in front of her, ready to face the challenge. The werewolf shook his head and stared at her intently. I didn't expect there to be such a young Tier 2 warrior here. You little brat, I'm going to tear you apart. He roared, his momentum overwhelming, as if he was about to rip the entire shelter to shreds. You little brat, I'll tear you apart. The werewolf, enraged and humiliated, lunged madly at Su Xiaoshuang. Its claws swung through the air, producing a piercing whooshing sound. Su Xiaoshuang relied on her agility to dodge repeatedly, seizing the right moment to strike swiftly, landing consecutive blows on the werewolf's body. A-rank martial skill, stacked wave palm. Bang, bang, bang. The werewolf was forced to retreat step by step. Although the opponent was a third-tier high-grade beastman and Su Xiaoshuang was only second-tier, her fists rained down like a storm, making the werewolf feel an intense sense of oppression. However, relying solely on an A-rank martial skill was still not enough to kill the opponent. She thought to herself, should I use that move? That move, you're still not skilled enough with it. You might not be able to execute it. Empress Jiangxiao said calmly. The boss said that the more dangerous the situation, the more it can unleash your potential. Su Xiaoshuang responded firmly. Now is the time to unleash that potential. She took a deep breath, clenched her 5 fingers into a fist, and spiritual energy circulated within her body, gradually concentrating in her fist. The surrounding air seemed to tremble under her aura. The charging werewolf seemed to feel a sense of oppression, and couldn't help but be startled. S-class martial technique. Shockwave fist. Su Xiaoshuang threw a punch, and ripples instantly spread through the air. The domineering force of the punch shot out like a cannonball, striking the werewolf fiercely. The werewolf's chest caved in, and his entire body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall, which instantly collapsed. The werewolf died on the spot amidst the rubble. Su Xiaoshuang panted heavily, with most of her spiritual energy depleted, but her heart was filled with joy. I did it! The Empress of Xiangxiao nodded lightly. Not bad. She was also somewhat surprised internally, not expecting Su Xiaoshuang to have such high comprehension. Suddenly, the roars of beastmen echoed from the surroundings. 4 beastmen surrounded them, each of them at the 2nd or 3rd tier. Su Xiaoshuang swallowed hard, her heart tightening. I really don't have any strength left. Let me handle it. The Empress of Xiangxiao said calmly. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. All right. She took a deep breath, quickly gestured with her hands a few times, and shouted, Empress summoning technique. A trace of displeasure flashed across Empress Jiangxiao's face as she thought to herself, what kind of nonsense is she up to? Several beastmen were baffled by Su Xiaoshuang's actions. The surroundings were empty, and they couldn't see anything at all. What is this girl up to? One of the beastmen roared angrily. Whatever she's doing, just kill her first. They charged towards Su Xiaoshuang. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshuang broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly called out, Empress Master, if you don't act now, I'm done for. As soon as she finished speaking, a streak of light shot out from her body, transforming into an absolutely stunning woman with waist-length black hair and a faint air of authority between her brows. She was dressed in a white, wide-sleeved robe and held a golden longsword in her hand. Like a female sword immortal stepping out of ancient times, she faced the oncoming beastmen without making any move. In the next second, all the charging beastmen burst into sprays of blood, turning into fragments scattered across the ground. Su Xiaoshuang couldn't even see how Empress Jiangxiao had acted. Her eyes widened with admiration, so powerful. Empress Master, you're amazing. A trace of delight flashed in Empress Jiangxiao's eyes. There weren't many opportunities to be admired by Su Xiaoshuang like this. She dispersed the long sword condensed from spiritual energy in her hand and said calmly, it's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak right now. Grow well for me. After speaking, her figure dissipated, transforming into points of light that returned to Su Xiaoshuang's body. Su Xiaoshuang clenched her small fist, I will work hard. She looked in the direction of the city government building, her eyes filled with determination. No matter what, I must catch up to my brother's footsteps. Inside the city government building, with the help of the violent bull group members, Su Yuan charged almost unimpeded into the building, heading straight for the top floor. Boom! Suddenly, the corridor ahead was pierced through by a tremendous force, and Su Yuan immediately went on alert. From the rubble, the sound of footsteps slowly emerged, and a tall young man appeared in front of Su Yuan. It was Zhang Yunjie, the son of Zhang Long and the possessor of the SS-level martial soul, Earth Berserk Bear. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Well, hello there, fugitive.
Zhang Yunjie said nothing in response to Su Yuan's taunt.
He stared coldly at Su Yuan and said indifferently, long time no see, Su Yuan. You've been making quite a name for yourself lately. I heard you even made it onto the Qingyun glory list.
Not at all, not at all. I have to thank your dad for that. If he hadn't committed those crimes and let me catch him, how else could I have made it onto the list?
Su Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Zhang Yunjie, upon hearing this, was furious, and an incredibly violent aura erupted from his body.
Su Yuan, today, I will kill you right here.
The next second, he slammed his palm onto the ground and roared, Grade A martial skill, Earth Spike. The ground suddenly surged, and sharp earth spikes shot toward Su Yuan.
Su Yuan's eyes flashed like lightning as he leaped gracefully, dodging the attack with ease. In an
instant, he appeared in front of Zhang Yunjie and delivered a kick, sending him flying dozens of meters away.
With a loud crash, the wall was instantly smashed through.
I don't have time to play with you, Su Yuan said coldly. At this moment, a low growl came from the ruins. Zhang Yunjie slowly stood up from the debris, his figure becoming incredibly towering. Yellow fur grew all over his body, his muscles bulged, his frame expanded, and his 5 fingers turned into claws, as if he had transformed into a raging bear.
Earth Fury Bear. Immediately after, he summoned his SS-level martial soul.
The Earth Fury Bear walked up to Zhang Yunjie and began to merge with him, resulting in a martial soul fusion. Roar! Zhang Yunjie let out a heart-wrenching roar, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Yuan.
Do you see this?
After taking the Beastman serum, I have perfectly mastered the power of the beasts.
On top of mastering
their power, I forcibly fused it with the strength of my martial soul.
Now, I am terrifyingly powerful. Even a 5th-tier warrior would be easy for me to kill.
Su Yuan, you stand no chance against me.
Die!
Zhang Yunjie let out a low roar, charging towards Su Yuan like a small mountain. Each step shook the ground, and the murderous aura emanating from him sent chills down the spine. Su Yuan gripped the Panlong Pajun spear tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, and coldly shouted, Thunder King Spear.
Boom!
He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, spear in hand, breaking through the air at a speed so fast that Zhang Yunjie's pupils contracted, instinctively moving to defend. Xian Stone Shield. Zhang Yunjie quickly condensed a stone shield, but in the next second,
bang!
The Xian Stone Shield was effortlessly pierced through.
The domineering Thunder King Spear struck Zhang Yunjie's chest directly, instantly, creating a head-sized bloody hole in his massive body.
Flesh and blood were mangled, and his internal organs were completely shattered. Su Yuan, holding a long spear, coldly said, You know nothing about true power. Zhang Yunjie lowered his head to glance at the bloody hole in his chest, utterly stunned, his eyes filled with shock, confusion, and unwillingness. He had fought Su Yuan with all his might, and the experiments over the past few days had finally allowed him to perfectly master the power of the exotic beast. Moreover, he had also grasped the ability to merge with his martial soul.
But why? Why was someone as strong as him still instantly killed with a single strike? How could the opponent be so overwhelmingly powerful? Unwilling, I can't accept this.
Zhang Yunjie collapsed heavily to the ground with a thud, his eyes gradually losing their luster, completely lifeless. Su Yuan glanced at Zhang Yunjie and shook his head. I admit, you have some strength now, but unfortunately, I've seen people countless times stronger than you.
Not
to mention all, even the white demon ape could easily defeat Zhang Yunjie before him, let alone Su Yuan, who had successfully triumphed over the white demon ape. He did not stop and continued rushing toward the top floor. After killing Zhang Yunjie, Su Yuan encountered no obstacles and finally reached the
top of the building.
The scene before him made his pupils contract slightly. Several figures, barely clinging to life, lay sprawled on the ground,
in disarray. Shockingly, they were all captains of the hunting group.
Meanwhile, Chen Zi, who had claimed he would defeat Zishouho, was now
being choked by Zishouho.
The martial soul behind him, purple cloud wings, hung limply, clearly indicating he had lost the ability to fight. Zhixiuho noticed Su Yuan's arrival and sneered coldly, tossing Chen Zi toward him without hesitation.
Chen Zi glanced at Su Yuan and weakly said, "Run." Even with the
captains joining forces, they were no match for Zhixiuho, let alone Su Yuan. At this moment, Su Yuan also felt an invisible sense of oppression weighing on his heart.
Good heavens!
A 7th-tier Marquee-level powerhouse truly lives up to the reputation.
Zhixiuho stared deeply at Su Yuan and said,
indifferently, "Little one from the violent bull group, for you to make it here, it seems Yunjia has already been defeated by you."
Zhixiuho, a figure on the glory list of Qingyun City, highly esteemed and admired by thousands, why would you join the Demon Heaven sect?
Su Yuan asked curiously, while simultaneously stalling for time.
He
was doing so to give the captains on the ground a chance to recover and to wait for Ol to finish dealing with her opponent and come to his aid. As long as Ol arrived in time, all problems would be resolved. Marquis Zhixiao cast a cold glance, seemingly seeing through Su Yuan's thoughts.
"You're waiting for Oli, aren't you? In the entire Qingyun City, she's the only one I fear. However, she probably won't make it in time now. Perhaps, she might already be dead."
"Heh,
if even you can't defeat the captain, who could possibly kill her?"
Su Yuan responded with a cold sneer.
"One person alone wouldn't be enough, but what if the protectors of the Demon Heaven sect join forces?"
"No matter how strong Oli is, she's still just one person," Marquis Zhixiao said indifferently. These words caused a slight sinking feeling in Su Yuan's heart. Indeed, Oli was incredibly powerful, but the Demon Heaven sect, a group that had plagued the Grand Xia for years, was filled with experts. If they all came out in full force, Oli alone would indeed struggle to hold her ground. Marquis Zhixiao continued, "As for why I chose to join the Demon Heaven sect, it's naturally because they can fulfill my wish."
"Your wish?" Su Yuan wanted to ask further but suddenly realized something was wrong.
It wasn't him who was stalling for time, it was Zhixiuho who was stalling for time. The rain cloud formed by the condensation of the martial soul above the opponent's head was growing larger and larger.
Without hesitation, he immediately launched an attack.
Zhixiuho smiled faintly. "Oh, figured it out, have you?" The spear pierced through the air, accompanied by crackling thunder and lightning.
Zhixiuho drew out an alloy longsword and directly blocked Su Yuan's spear. However, in the next second, cracks began to appear on the sword.
Zhixiuho's expression changed slightly as he retreated 2 steps, warily eyeing the spear in Su Yuan's hand.
"That's a martial spirit weapon of considerable rank."
He activated his spiritual energy, gradually enveloping the entire sword. But Su Yuan didn't give him a chance to react. His spear struck out repeatedly like a swimming dragon, its movements exquisitely precise. The power of thunder and lightning intertwined, and the killing intent of the white tiger surged forth. For a moment, Su Yuan and Zhixiuho were locked in an intense battle, while the captains lying powerless on the ground watched the
scene in astonishment. "This kid's strength is this formidable?
I heard Ol gave him special training." "What kind of training?
Could be this exaggerated?" Even Zhixiuho was shocked.
When they first met, Su Yuan could barely withstand his pressure, but now he could hold his own against him.
What a monster!
This rate of growth could only be described with one word: monster.
Humph. Grade A martial skill, thundercloud sword technique.
Marquis Zhixiao snorted coldly, brandishing the longsword in his hand.
Purple lightning erupted, sending Su Yuan flying.
"To force me to use a martial skill, Su Yuan, your growth rate is truly astonishing.
But in the end, you are still just a 4th tier. Marquis Zhixiao said coldly.
Holding the long sword, he took the initiative to attack. As a 7th-tier Marquee-level powerhouse, once he unleashed his martial skill, Su Yuan was completely suppressed, struggling to catch his breath. However, seeing this, Su Yuan swung his spear without hesitation, facing the challenge head-on. The clash of spear and sword resounded with a metallic clang, sparks flying everywhere, as if proclaiming the intensity of this battle. Sword marks gradually appeared on his body, yet in his fervent gaze, there was a battle intent that sent chills down one's spine. This battle intent, like a raging fire, burned in his heart, making him fight more valiantly, without a trace of fear.
It's battle intent.
Marquis Zhixiao's pupils slightly contracted, his heart filled with shock.
Battle intent is a power that can only be mastered after countless
battles and near-death experiences. This power tests a person's temperament, willpower, comprehension, and even fortune far more than cultivation itself. According to Marquis Zhixiao's knowledge, even some titled kings might not necessarily be able to master battle intent. Yet now, standing before him, Su Yuan, a young man at the 4th tier, had already grasped this power.
Damn it! What exactly did Olay do to this kid? How could he, at such a young age and with such cultivation, already master battle intent? Marquis Zixio pondered secretly, growing increasingly wary of Su Yuan. No matter what Olay did, the fact that this kid can master battle intent proves his extraordinary talent in combat. Marquis Zixio thought to himself, a wave of unease washing over him. In the future, Su Yuan would undoubtedly surpass him in every way. Grade A martial skill, Purple Thunderstorm. Purple Marquee roared furiously, and the spiritual energy on his body instantly condensed onto the sword's edge. A powerful pressure surged like a flood. With one slash, the violet lightning shattered Su Yuan's spear light and instantly sent him flying again. Didn't expect that dealing with a fourth tier would require me to use so much power. Purple Marquee's face was extremely grim. His gaze locked onto Su Yuan, who had been blasted away, and he saw the purple lightning he had unleashed entwining Su Yuan's body. The lightning was continuously eroding Su Yuan's physique. He was confident that even a 6th-tier expert struck by this sword would be powerless to continue fighting. But at that moment, a dragon's roar emanated from Su Yuan's body, sounding like a heavenly melody. A ferocious and domineering thunder dragon flew out from him, instantly devouring all the purple lightning on his body. Purple Marquee's pupils shrank again. SSS-grade thunder dragon? You're not a twin martial soul, but a triple martial soul? Marquis Zixio was utterly shocked, unable to believe it. Su Yuan did not answer him, merely grinning as his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Your cultivation is indeed higher than mine, but unfortunately, I now have an advantage you cannot match. I can use my martial soul, but you cannot. Su Yuan instantly realized that Marquis Zixio intended to use his martial soul to gather rain clouds and spread the beast human potion. Yet, in this process, he was unable to use his martial soul. A Marquee-level expert who had lost his martial soul would undoubtedly see his combat power greatly diminished. What was there to fear? Thunder Dragon. White Tiger. Fusion. Su Yuan mobilized 2 great martial souls, merging them with himself. In an instant, lightning raged around him, and a dazzling king character appeared on his forehead. Whoosh! He appeared before Marquis Zixio like a flash of lightning, his spear thrusting fiercely, unleashing the violent power of the Thunder King spear. Although Marquis Zixio wielded his sword to block, he was blasted away by the force. It's not over yet. Su Yuan laughed heartily toward the sky and continued his assault. Lightning intertwined, murderous intent boiling, battle spirit surging like a tide. Su Yuan was overwhelmingly powerful at this moment, striking fear into all. Even the purple sky Marquee was suppressed to the point of struggling to breathe. The clash of spear and sword rang out continuously, sharp and resonant. Gradually, more and more cracks appeared on the purple sky Marquee's sword. He roared, Thundercloud Sword Technique. He unleashed a massive wave of thunderous sword energy, imposing and fierce. But Su Yuan was unfazed, charging forward against the raging thunderous sword energy. His Thunder Dragon was an SSS-grade martial soul, capable of partially immunizing against lightning attacks. Rushing in front of Marquis Zixio, he aimed his spear at the heart and thrust fiercely, like a thunder dragon breaking through the clouds, vowing to kill Marquis Zixio. However, suddenly, Su Yuan sensed something unusual. He quickly withdrew his spear, turned sideways to block, and with a clang, a tremendous force struck him, forcing Su Yuan back several steps. Not far away, an elderly man in a white coat stared at him with fanatical eyes, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. So many SSS-level martial souls. Su Yuan, you are truly a once-in-a-century experimental material. I must have you. Su Yuan felt a chill in his heart and said coldly, being targeted by an old man like you is really not a pleasant thing. He remained constantly vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, a dark figure swiftly lunged at him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a creature shrouded entirely in black mist. It approached Su Yuan, the black mist condensing into a pitch-black dagger that stabbed forward. Su Yuan reacted quickly, blocking the fatal strike, but was still forced back 2 steps by the immense force. Immediately after, the black creature continued its frenzied assault, brandishing the dagger in its hand, instantly creating wave after wave of black afterimages. What incredible speed! This is an S-class martial soul. Shadow Assassin. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had read about this martial soul in books, a rare dark attribute, humanoid martial soul, extremely fast, impossible to guard against, and hailed as the assassin among martial souls. The elder in the white coat smiled faintly. Su Yuan, you have sharp eyes. This shadow assassin is indeed my martial soul. Allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the 8 protectors of the Demon Heaven sect. You can call me Dr. Wang. The Zhang family's beast-human experiments were led by me, and Zhang Yunjie, whom you killed, was one of my most perfect creations. Unfortunately, he died at your hands, but that's alright.
You are undoubtedly far superior to Zhang Yunjie as experimental material. Su Yuan curled his lips. I don't want to be used as an experimental subject by an old man like you. If it were a beautiful female doctor, I might consider it.
Still in the mood to joke at a time like this? Ha, Su Yuan, you're amazing. If you want beauties, as long as you agree to be my experimental subject, I can find you all kinds of beauties. Dr. Wang said with a laugh. You boring old man.
Su Yuan's figure flickered as he dodged the shadow assassin's attack and quickly charged toward Dr. Wang.
However, the latter made no attempt to evade and smiled. When it comes to speed, you can't match the shadow assassin. But then, Dr. Wang's pupils slightly contracted, as Su Yuan's speed suddenly surged, directly surpassing the shadow assassin and instantly appearing in front of him. Not good. Dr. Wang wanted to dodge, and Marquee Zishou also wanted to step in to rescue, but a nearby commander had already stretched out his hand, aiming at him. Wind bind. The invisible wind turned into ropes, tightly binding Marquee Zishou, causing his rescue to be delayed by a split second. Dr. Wang, however, had no time to react and was shot in the chest by Su Yuan, creating a massive bloody hole. The opponent's body staggered backward, but before dying, he pulled out a syringe, quickly injected it into his neck, and the serum instantly entered his body. The bloody hole was rapidly healed, and his entire body swelled, transforming into an ugly lizard man in the blink of an eye. Marquee Zishou, inject the serum into the rain cloud now. As for this guy, I'll stop him. Dr. Wang shouted loudly, throwing a test tube to Marquee Zishou at the same time. Zishou Marquee took the test tube, his figure flickered, and he dashed toward the rain clouds in the sky. The purple cloud flood dragon, the martial soul within the rain clouds, sensed its master's arrival and swiftly dove down toward him, as if summoning him, leading him straight into the rain clouds. Seeing this, Su Yuan naturally couldn't stand idly by. The black gold Kunpeng wings behind him instantly unfolded, merging with the Kunpeng martial soul, and a powerful aura surged forth. However, Dr. Wang clearly wouldn't let him approach Zishou Marquee so easily. Laughing maniacally, he charged toward him. You actually have a Kunpeng martial soul, Su Yuan, I love you to death. His words carried a hint of madness. At that moment, a purple figure flashed like lightning, blocking Su Yuan's path. It was Qin Zi of the Purple Cloud Hunting Group, with several other group leaders struggling to stand behind him. Kid from the Violent Bull Group. Leave this guy to us, you go stop Zishou Marquee. Chen Zi shouted loudly, though I hate to admit it, right now, only you can stop him. Su Yuan nodded slightly, the wings of the Kunpeng flapped once, and his figure shot into the sky like a meteor, heading toward the rain clouds. At this moment, Marquee Zishou, standing on the head of the purple cloud flood dragon, tightly gripped the potion in his hand, his eyes flashing with a determined light. As long as I complete the mission for the Demon Heaven sect, they will help me summon Chi-Chi's soul, reuniting us as father and daughter. He silently vowed in his heart, a trace of madness flickering in his eyes. For Chi-Chi, Xingyun City. I'm sorry. His determination burned like a raging fire, but just then, the sound of whistling wind came from behind. Su Yuan, holding a long spear, flew toward him with the speed of thunder, even faster than the purple cloud flood dragon. Marquee Zishou's pupils contracted. I never expected that the one to stand in my way in the end would be you, a mere fourth-tier youngster. He had defeated the mayor of Qingyun City and the leaders of the hunting groups one by one, but who would have thought that the greatest obstacle would be a high school senior? Marquee Zishou, let's settle this once and for all. Su Yuan shouted loudly, his voice like a thunderclap, striking directly at the other's heart. He absolutely could not let Marquee Zishou succeed. If the potion were injected into the rain clouds and spread through the rain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who knew if Su Xiaoshuang and the people of the Violent Bull Group would also be infected and turned into Beastmen? Kid, you want a showdown? I'll grant your wish. At this moment, Marquee Zishou no longer dared to underestimate Su Yuan. He became secretly vigilant and let out a low roar. The purple cloud dragon beneath him also roared, transforming into countless points of light that merged into Marquee Zishou's body. Martial soul. Fusion. The rain clouds have almost fully condensed. I don't need to exert myself to expand them further. Now, I can wield the power of my martial soul. Marquee Zishou said coldly, his voice as sharp as an icy blade. With his martial soul fused, his body gradually became covered in a layer of purple scales, and a purple dragon tail grew from his back, resembling a war god descending to the battlefield. His eyes glimmered with a dark golden light, exuding unparalleled majesty. At this moment, the power of a 7th-tier Marquee was unleashed in full force. He was ready to face Su Yuan's challenge. The decisive battle was about to begin, as the winds and clouds shifted. Who would emerge as the ultimate victor? Night. Above Qingyun City, dark clouds churned as if a torrential downpour was imminent. Beneath the dark clouds, two figures entwined with lightning stood in confrontation, the tension suffocating. One wielded a long alloy sword, its blade shimmering, while the other held a dark gold dragon spear, its shaft radiating brilliance. One shone with violet lightning, the other roared with blue thunder. One is a 7th-rank Marquee, while the other is merely a 4th-rank warrior. With a gap of 3 entire levels, onlookers all believed that the 4th-rank warrior was simply destined to be instantly defeated by the 7th-rank Marquee. Yet at this moment, Marquis Zixiao dared not underestimate Su Yuan, regarding him in his heart as an opponent of equal rank. Their gazes crossed, killing intent surged, and the will to fight burned fiercely. Su Yuan, I will show you the true power of a 7th-rank Marquee. Marquis Zixiao said coldly, his tone carrying an invisible pressure. Whoosh! In the next instant, his figure vanished like lightning, reappearing in front of Su Yuan. With a single slash of his sword, purple lightning coiled around it, its momentum overwhelming, as if it could cleave through mountains. Su Yuan raised his spear to block, and with a resounding clang, his figure was forced back several steps, the spear in his hand emitting a deep hum. Marquis Zixiao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Su Yuan's reaction to be so swift, managing to block a strike from him at his peak state. Immediately afterward, he struck again, the alloy longsword slashing out layers of sword shadows like raging thunder, causing the air to tremble. Su Yuan showed no weakness, wielding the Thunder King spear with unparalleled precision, his strength and speed no less than that of Marquis Zixiao. The two clashed repeatedly beneath the clouds, the clanging of sword and spear colliding accompanied by thunder, echoing across the skies of Qingyun City. The onlookers stared intently, their eyes filled with astonishment. What a terrifying battle! It's the Marquis of Zixiao. But who is the other person? To think they can contend with a 7th-rank Marquee. Could it be one of the hunting group's leaders? Not sure, but I heard he's a member of some hunting group? A member? Not a leader? People were talking animatedly. Since both Marquis Zixiao and Su Yuan were in the sky, the crowd could only recognize one of them as Marquis Zixiao, while Su Yuan's identity was known to very few. Those who knew were all on edge. For instance, the members of the Violent Bull group, gathered at the entrance of the building, had already dealt with the Beastmen. Looking up at the sky, their hearts were almost in their throats. Su Yuan, hang in there. We're too weak to intervene in this kind of battle. If only we could go up and help. Unfortunately, I can't fly either. Boom! Another shocking impact. The clash of sword and gun erupted in the air with thunderous roars and terrifying shockwaves. The Marquis of Zixiao stared intently at Su Yuan. For a 4th-tier warrior to achieve this, you are already worthy of being remembered in history. No one will blame you for failing to stop me, so why fight to the death? If I were you, I would never risk my life to stop an opponent whose cultivation far surpasses my own. Why do you still persist? The Marquis of Zixiao shouted loudly, attempting to persuade Su Yuan to give up with his words. However, at this moment, Su Yuan exuded a soaring battle intent, appearing even more resolute. Why ask so many questions? Right now, I just want to kill you. Or, you kill me. Whoosh! The Kuanping wings on his back trembled, and he swiftly shot forward. His figure almost turned into a blur in the air as he charged toward the Marquis of Zixiao, the spear in his hand suddenly smashing down. With a resounding clang, Marquis Zixiao blocked with his sword, but the immense force still slammed him from the sky to the ground, crashing into a building like a meteor. Bang! The building shattered on impact. Su Yuan pressed the attack, charging into the building right after him, his spear crackling with lightning as he continued to thrust wildly at Marquis Zixiao. A-class martial technique. Thundercloud sword art. The purple sky Marquis roared, brandishing his long sword as lightning, like a frenzied python, violently surged out through the blade in his hand. The floor where the two were standing was instantly obliterated. The raging power of the lightning rapidly spread through the steel and concrete of the building, causing the walls to crack and the windows to shatter. Due to the intense battle between the two, the 20-story building collapsed in an instant, creating an incredibly shocking scene. And this is just the beginning, the battle grows increasingly intense. Purple and blue lightning intertwine, as if the apocalypse has arrived, destroying everything around. Buildings and vehicles on the streets are all obliterated. The battle of the 7th-rank marquises seems as though it will tear the entire city apart. During the fight, both of them gradually sustain injuries. 7 or 8 sword scars appeared on Su Yuan's body, while Marquis Zixiao had 3 or 4 holes pierced by the spear, with blood gushing out wildly. Judging by the injuries, Su Yuan seemed to be in worse condition. However, Marquee Zixiao looked at Su Yuan, who stood before him like a raging beast, and couldn't help but feel a wave of fear in his heart. What on earth is with this guy? Forcibly merging 3 martial souls with a 4th-tier cultivation, such a burden is absolutely not something an ordinary person can endure. And yet, after taking so many of my sword strikes, why hasn't his attack power weakened? This lunatic, is he trying to drag me down with him? Purple Sky Marquee grew increasingly flustered as the thought consumed his mind, finally disrupting his attack rhythm. At that moment, Su Yuan seized the opportunity, thrusting his spear fiercely and striking Purple Sky Marquee square in the chest. The impact sent him flying, crashing through several streets before finally coming to a halt. Purple Sky Marquee, how did you become so weak? Weren't you going to show me what a true 7th-tier Marquee level expert is like? Su Yuan laughed wildly, his words dripping with endless mockery. Amidst the ruins, Marquee Zixiao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling as though several of his bones had been broken. Staring at the violently surging aura and battle-hardened determination of Su Yuan across from him, he finally understood why the opponent could fight him to such an extent. It was battle intent. That intense battle intent keeps his spirit in a constant state of excitement, even allowing him to partially ignore the limits of his body's endurance and injuries. Battle intent, truly a troublesome thing. Marquee Zixiao gritted his teeth inwardly. Watching Su Yuan charge at him once more, he decided to retreat for now. Slightly bending his knees, he suddenly pushed off the ground and shot into the sky. Su Yuan, I admit, you are indeed powerful now. Though unwilling in his heart, Marquee Zixiao understood that the top priority at the moment was to accomplish his objective. However, Su Yuan, upon seeing this, flapped the Kuanpeng wings on his back, swiftly giving chase. As the distance to the dark clouds grew closer, Marquee Zixiao had already begun preparing a potion. Su Yuan gripped his spear tightly and hurled it with all his might. Whoosh! The spear roared with the sound of thunder, tearing through the sky. Sensing the danger from behind, Marquee Zixiao's face changed drastically. He twisted his body with all his strength to dodge, but the spear still pierced through his shoulder, and the violent lightning rendered one of his arms useless. The spear, after piercing through his shoulder, continued to fly into the distance. Damn it! Severely injured, Marquee Zixiao's speed sharply decreased. Su Yuan seized the opportunity to catch up, delivering a punch to his face, instantly sending him flying and crashing onto the rooftop of a skyscraper. Everything is over. Su Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. The Marquis of Zixiao before him was no longer his match. Is everything really over? The Marquis of Zixiao gazed at Su Yuan, who was slowly descending before him, and for the first time, an indescribable sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. A young girl's figure flashed through his mind. Dad, how about we go to the amusement park today? Dad, look, I got full marks in today's practical class, full marks. Dad, don't always be preoccupied with your martial arts school. Spend some time with me too, okay? How about teaching me martial arts? Finally, the scene freezes in a heavy downpour. The girl lies in his arms, murmuring softly, Dad, I'm sorry, I couldn't defeat that beast. I've embarrassed you. A mad flame instantly ignited in Marquee Zixiao's eyes. No, it's not over yet. No one can stop me from seeing Chi-Chi again. He suddenly pulled out that vial of Beastman potion and tilted his head back to gulp it down. As the potion entered his body, Marquee Zixiao's form rapidly swelled, his face contorted, and green scales instantly covered his entire body. Combined with his already powerful martial soul fusion state, he appeared utterly terrifying. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, and alarm bells rang loudly in his heart. The potion has been consumed by you, and you plan to complete the mission like this? Zixiao Ho did not respond. The power of the potion caused his wounds to heal rapidly, exuding an increasingly terrifying aura. Ignoring Su Yuan, he kicked off with both feet and shot into the sky. The powerful propulsion even caused the building beneath him to tremble slightly. Su Yuan saw the blood dripping from the opponent and felt a tightness in his chest. He quickly deduced his plan. Although he drank the potion, it still requires time to fully integrate. During this period, his blood contains the potion's components. If he rushes into the rain clouds and mixes his blood into them, he can use the rainwater to spread the potion. This guy actually came up with such a move. Su Yuan was unaware of the obsession hidden in Marquee Zixiao's heart, which might have something to do with the Chi-Chi he mentioned. But then again, doesn't everyone have a few important people by their side? He had no interest in Marquee Zixiao's past. There was only one thought in his mind, to stop him. Whoosh!
Su Yuan swallowed the life essence pill given by Zhao Xiaoyun and instantly charged toward the sky with all his might. He quickly overtook Zhou and blocked his path.
Su Yuan, get out of my way.
Zhou roared furiously, suddenly slashing out with his sword, unleashing a torrent of domineering purple lightning. He had taken the beast human potion, and although it hadn't fully fused yet, his strength had already increased significantly. Su Yuan lost the Panlong Pajun spear and could only use his fists to defend. Boom! A loud crash echoed, and Su Yuan was blasted toward the rain clouds, a deep, bone-revealing wound appearing on his fist.
Zhou shouted loudly, Su Yuan, without that spear, you're no match for me. If you don't want to die, get lost. Su Yuan responded coldly, my spear is here. Before the voice faded, a dazzling blue thunder dragon flew out from his body. The thunder dragon charged into the rain clouds, circling above his head, stirring the clouds. The immense external force caused the particles in the air to collide and rub violently. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderclap, countless bolts of lightning instantly flashed within the clouds, the deafening roar shaking the heavens. These bolts of lightning coiled around the thunder dragon, then converged onto Su Yuan, making him appear like a deity wielding the power of thunder. He raised his hand high, endless currents converging and extending in his palm, forming a terrifying spear flickering with electric light. The horrifying pressure made Marquee Zhou's hair stand on end, his pupils instantly contracting. He realized that Su Yuan was unleashing an extremely powerful martial technique. Once released, its might would shake the heavens and earth. No one can stop me. The purple sky Marquee roared lowly, his obsession driving him increasingly mad. He unleashed all the spiritual power within him, channeling it into the long sword in his hand. Purple lightning began to flicker, and a massive purple thunderball formed at the tip of the sword. This was his most powerful strike. Su Yuan saw through it. This will be the final move. Come on. Thunder blast. The Marquis of Zhou swung his longsword, and under immense force, the alloy blade shattered inch by inch. However, the massive thunderball had already surged toward Su Yuan. Su Yuan was not one to back down. The lightning spear in his palm condensed to its peak, reaching a length of over 10 meters. He suddenly swung it and hurled the spear downward. Thunder God's Judgment Spear. Boom! The spear pierced through the air, as if it were about to shatter the void. The terrifying might left everyone witnessing the scene utterly dumbfounded. The blue thunder spear and the purple thunderball, two terrifying forces converged in an instant, and the dazzling purple-blue lightning illuminated the entire sky. The arc wandered through the night sky, illuminating most of Qingyun City as bright as daylight, its terrifying power akin to the descent of a deity. Finally, the thunder spear pierced through the thunderball, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, directly descending toward Marquee Zhou. Facing the blinding thunderlight, Marquee Zhou felt no fear but rather a sense of relief. I've lost, completely lost, he murmured softly, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Chi-Chi, father. I tried my best. The thunder spear struck him mercilessly, the domineering lightning raging like a furious beast, instantly charring him to ashes. The beast-human serum within his body was obliterated under the onslaught of the lightning. The corpse of Marquee Zhou fell from the sky like a rag, crashing heavily onto the rooftop of a tall building. Su Yuan slowly descended, disengaging from the martial soul fusion state, a trace of relief showing in his eyes. With the death of Marquee Zhou, the massive rain cloud he had formed dissipated, and the night sky returned to its usual tranquility. The plot of the Demon Heaven cult was completely foiled. On the other side, the battle at the city hall was still raging. Dr. Wang and the group of commanders were still struggling bitterly. Seeing the rain clouds in the sky disperse, he understood in his heart that his plan had already failed. He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. What an incredible Su Yuan, even capable of defeating Marquee Zhou. I must have you, you are definitely the best experimental material. His eyes sparkled with fanaticism, and without further entanglement with the commanders, he leapt and disappeared into the night. Damn it! That guy got away, one of the commanders exclaimed angrily. We're lucky to be alive, another commander sighed, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. That guy isn't just an S-class martial soul, his cultivation is also close to the 7th tier Marquee level. Though he's not as strong as Marquee Zhou, he's still tough to deal with. Being able to hold him off for this long is already quite an achievement. The Demon Heaven sect is truly a dangerous cult. By the way, I heard Ol was held up. I wonder how she's doing now. Don't worry, no matter who dies, she won't. On the street, Dr. Wang was driving a car, ready to leave. He dialed a number and spoke in a calm tone. The plan failed. Marquee Zhou is dead. You don't need to restrain Olii anymore. Leave. However, there was silence on the other end of the line.
Dr. Wang furrowed his brows, a trace of unease rising in his heart.
Then, a teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. Moshi Moshi, are you from the Demon Heaven sect? Sorry, the person you're looking for is currently under my foot. This voice, it's Olei. On a pile of ruins.
The streets and buildings within a radius of several miles had long been razed to the ground, resembling the arrival of doomsday. A massive pit had appeared on the ground, chilling to behold.
Inside the
pit, vines spread and grew like serpents. 3 guardians of the Demon Heaven sect were pierced by the vines, bloodied and suspended in midair, resembling death row prisoners bound to execution scaffolds. Another guardian, however, was mercilessly pinned under Olei's foot. His clothes were in tatters, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and a spiked club rested on her shoulder. Her body still radiated the lingering aura of intense battle and powerful spiritual energy. Holding a phone, she conversed with Dr. Wang, her eyes gleaming with unyielding fighting spirit. Olei, leader of the Violent Bull Squad, the most formidable force in Qingyun City. It seems we underestimated you. Dr. Wang's voice carried a hint of shock, his heart secretly filled with fear.
Demon Heaven sect, huh? You've gone too far this time.
Sect leader, clean your neck and wait.
I'll be coming for you soon.
Olei sneered coldly, clenching her fingers. The phone shattered in her grip with a crunching sound, leaving everyone around stunned. Dr. Wang frowned deeply, thinking to himself, how can such a small city like Qingyun hide so many formidable enemies? Su Yuan, a possessor of multiple SSS-level martial souls, and Ol, the leader of the Violent Bull group, these two will be the greatest
threats to my Demon Heaven sect.
He rubbed his temples, feeling an unprecedented sense of difficulty. Within Qingyun City, 5 of the 8 protectors of the Demon Heaven sect had been lost in one fell swoop, a truly devastating blow to the sect.
Let the sect leader worry about it. As long as I have experiments to conduct, I don't care. At worst, I'll just switch to another faction. Dr. Wang smiled faintly, though unease lingered in his heart.
The chaos in Qingyun City lasted throughout the night, only gradually subsiding when the sun rose the next day.
The rampaging Beastmen were suppressed completely. The members
of the Violent Bull group finally found Su Yuan, who was resting on the rooftop of a skyscraper, while the Purple Sky Marquee had already been reduced to a charred corpse. Looking at the corpse of the Purple Sky Marquee, everyone couldn't help but sigh, to think that someone once revered as a 7th-tier Marquee-level powerhouse would fall into the demonic path.
Forget it, let's not talk about him anymore. Su Yuan, you're amazing. I never thought the Marquee of Zixia would actually lose to you.
Lin Jian exclaimed in awe, and everyone was deeply shocked. Originally, they had planned for Su Yuan to join forces with the other regiment leaders to deal with the Marquee of Zixia. Unexpectedly, he defeated the opponent single-handedly. Just a few months ago, he had joined the Violent Bull Regiment, and now he was displaying such astonishing talent it was truly jaw-dropping. It was just luck, Su Yuan said modestly, though he couldn't help but feel a bit proud inside. After all, the one he defeated was a 7th-tier Marquee-level powerhouse.
In Disya.
Aside from the 3 emperors and 10 kings, such figures were nearly at the pinnacle of existence.
And now, one had fallen to him. This was undoubtedly an achievement worth celebrating. Oh, my spear. Su Yuan suddenly remembered that his spear had been thrown during the battle. Could I trouble you all to help me find it? It's a top-grade martial spirit weapon. No problem, everyone quickly responded. Not long after, Olei also returned.
Seeing her disheveled appearance, everyone knew she must have gone through a fierce battle.
Captain, who were you fighting with?
Just 4 Marquee-level bastards, Olei said calmly, but her words made everyone involuntarily gasp.
4 Marquee-level fighters? There aren't even 4 Marquee-level experts in the entire Qingyun City, are there? TSK, the captain is truly amazing. Zhao Kiki said with a laugh.
I killed 3, knocked out the last one, and sent them for interrogation.
Ol's tone was calm, yet it left everyone utterly shocked. In other words, 4 Marquis-level powerhouses attacked her, and she took them all down? This was simply unbelievable. Su Yuan was also surprised.
Ol walked up to him, patted his shoulder, her eyes full of approval.
Su Yuan, well done. It seems my special training has indeed paid off.
She grew increasingly satisfied with Su Yuan, thinking to herself, defeating his 7th-tier Marquis at the 4th tier, if he advances by 1 or 2 more levels, wouldn't he be able to compete with me? This filled her with anticipation. The battle intent in her eyes flickered intensely, like a volcano on the verge of eruption.
Captain, I'm an injured person now.
Su Yuan quickly slapped away Zhao Kik's hand, rubbing his sore shoulder with a tone of helplessness.
Ha, this little injury can be fixed by old Zhao. Zhao Xiaoyan smiled wryly and then said, I don't even have much strength left myself. Kiki, you have healing-type martial skills too, right? Hurry up and heal me. Zhao Jia, I don't have any strength left either. Zhao Kiki sat on the ground listlessly, not even wanting to move. Looking at the team members lying flat on the ground, Olay stroked her chin thoughtfully and said, it seems the training intensity needs to be increased. Everyone shivered, feeling a wave of unease. I think I still have some strength left, one team member said, summoning courage. Sister Zhao, lie still and don't move. I'll treat you right away. Su Yuan immediately stood up, his eyes shining with determination. After some struggles, Su Yuan, who had mostly recovered, finally arrived at the shelter, filled with anticipation. He found Su Xiaoshuang and, seeing that she was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Wang, Uncle Zhao, and other residents of the neighborhood saw Su Yuan and eagerly recounted Su Xiaoshuang's heroic deeds, their faces brimming with excitement. Su Xiaoshuang stood to the side, arms crossed, looking smug, as if she were the protagonist of this battle. Not bad, Xiaoshuang has really grown up. Su Yuan patted her head, praising her generously. Of course. Su Xiaoshuang grew even more proud, as if she were already invincible. By the way, big brother, it seems someone fought with Marquee Zixia last night and even defeated him. Do you know who it was? She asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Yuan pointed to his own nose and smiled faintly, me. Although Su Xiaoshuang had already speculated in her heart, hearing Su Yuan's admission with her own ears left her too shocked to speak. The pride she had just felt vanished completely. No way. My brother can defeat a 7th rank Marquee-level powerhouse, so how can I be complacent just because I defeated a few insignificant alien beastmen? I must work even harder. At the same time, within Su Xiaoshuang's martial soul space, the Empress Jiangxiao also fell into deep thought upon hearing the news that Su Yuan had defeated a 7th rank Marquee-level powerhouse. This guy, just how terrifying does he intend to be? In just a few months, from awakening his martial soul to becoming a 4th-tier warrior, this cultivation speed is astonishing. Although she had seen even more extraordinary geniuses, a 4th tier defeating a 7th tier was extremely rare. Those prodigies almost all grew up on top-tier lifestars, nurtured by powerful forces. Yet Su Yuan was born on this tiny blue star, and the resources he could access were worlds apart from those of the geniuses. However, his growth was in no way inferior to theirs. If he were given the same resources, Su Yuan would probably surpass all the prodigies with ease. A true monster has emerged from this little blue star. Empress Qiongxiao murmured to herself, her eyes filled with anticipation and awe. Soon, the riots of the Beastmen in Qingyun City were suppressed, and people gradually emerged from the shelters onto the streets, their faces filled with shock and unease. However, the post-war recovery work was a daunting task, requiring significant time and effort. Su Yuan returned to his residential complex with Su Xiaoshuang, only to find that everything before them resembled a nightmare. The complex had been reduced to ruins. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes reddened slightly, and her voice choked, "Brother, our home is gone." Su Yuan's heart sank, and he remained silent. In truth, the siblings' assets were enough to purchase 10 such homes, but they had never considered moving. This was the place where they had lived for over a decade, carrying countless memories of their late parents and serving as the sanctuary of their hearts. "Don't be sad. As long as we're here, home is in our hearts," Su Yuan comforted, gently patting Xiaoshuang's head. They walked into the ruins, searching for the building that had once been warm and welcoming, only to find that most of it had already collapsed. After much effort, they finally located their room. The siblings rummaged through the rubble and unexpectedly found some of their old belongings. When Su Xiaoshuang found a photo album, a long-lost smile appeared on her face. "The album is still here." The album contained precious memories of their life with their parents, moments that were invaluable, even more so than the house itself. Finding the album brought a wave of warmth to the siblings' hearts. They also discovered some usable items, which they carefully set aside. It wasn't just them, other residents of the neighborhood also returned one after another. Seeing the ruins, many couldn't help but burst into tears. "Oh no, my house. All the savings I worked so hard for are just gone like this. Damn those mutant beasts." After a brief moment of sadness, everyone began searching through the ruins for anything usable, trying to minimize the losses. "Xiao Shuang, tomorrow your brother will find a new house, 10 times bigger than this one. By then, I'll set up a gaming console, a big TV for you. Oh, and you like watching movies, right? I'll even get you a private cinema." Su Yuan continued to comfort Xiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Big brother, how much would that cost?" As long as you like it, it doesn't matter how much it costs. Su Yuan smiled faintly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He looked at the others and sighed, at least we're better off than they are. Brother, they don't have a house anymore. What will they do? Su Shaoshuang asked worriedly. Don't worry, the government will make arrangements for them, Su Yuan said calmly. Where are we going now? Xiao Shuang asked. Su Yuan thought for a moment. Let's stay at a hotel first. How about we go find Sister Luo? Her house is so big, she would definitely be willing to take us in. Su Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up, thinking this idea was brilliant. At that moment, Su Yuan's bull metal vibrated, and Zhao Qi's voice came through the metal. Su Yuan, your spear has been found. I'll send you the location. Got it. Su Yuan's heart tightened. He immediately put aside the matters at his residence and rushed to the location Zhao Qi had sent. That was a top-tier spiritual weapon, he absolutely couldn't let it slip away. Before long, he arrived at a post-battle ruin, where a cordon had been set up, preventing others from approaching. In the center of the ruins, a dark golden spear was firmly embedded in the ground, pinning down the corpse of a beastman beneath it, nailing it to the earth. Around the area, several staff members were inspecting the spear. Some even tried binding it with chains, and a heavy-duty truck attempted to pull it out, but to no avail. The truck's wheel smoked, yet the spear didn't budge an inch. Zhao Qi was curiously examining the spear nearby. When she saw Su Yuan arrive, she quickly said, "Your spear has been found." According to eyewitnesses, last night someone was being chased by a beastman when this spear suddenly fell from the sky and pinned the beastman to the ground. We've tried all sorts of methods to move the spear, but we can't pull it out at all. Really can't pull it out? Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. Yes. Zhao Qi nodded emphatically, attempting to pull the gun. Her face turned red from the effort, but it was all in vain. Even as a fourth-tier martial artist, she was completely powerless. Look, whether it's me, the plane, or the heavy truck, we've tried everything but couldn't move this gun. Zhao Qi said, panting heavily. A peculiar smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. He walked up to the spear, gripped it with one hand, and gently pulled. To everyone's astonishment, the spear was effortlessly extracted. Holding the weapon as if it weighed nothing, he twirled it a few times. Around him, Zhao Qi and the staff exchanged bewildered glances, utterly shocked. How did he pull out the gun? Hiss. I thought this gun was practically fused with Blue Star, completely immovable no matter what I tried. Yet he lifted it. Effortlessly? A trace of astonishment flashed in Su Yuan's eyes as he gently stroked the Panlong Pajun spear, pondering silently. It seems this gun has a profound bond with me, and only I can truly wield it? A hint of excitement flickered in his heart. A supreme spiritual weapon, truly extraordinary. Perhaps I haven't fully unleashed its power yet. Su Yuan mused inwardly, his gaze revealing a firm resolve. Supreme spiritual weapons are extremely rare in Great Xia, with almost no one able to possess them, and each one carries a sense of mystery. For instance, he had heard of a sword called the 7-star Ancient Dragon Sword, capable of unleashing sword energy spanning 1,000 meters, transforming into a dragon shape with an imposing aura. This sword is now in the hands of the Sword Emperor, one of the 3 emperors of Great Xia, renowned far and wide. Compared to the legendary 7-star Ancient Dragon Sword, his Panlong Breaking Army Spear, though also a supreme spiritual weapon, might not be as stunning in performance. Perhaps he had yet to reach the level where he could fully unleash its power. Su Yuan slung the spear over his back, a faint smile appearing on his face. Thank you, Sister Qi, for helping me find this spear. Zhao Qi waved her hand and smiled. No problem, just treat me to a meal when you have time. Well, it's a pity I don't have a house anymore. Otherwise, I would definitely invite Coco to my place and personally cook delicious food for you. Lost your house? Then why not come to the Bullstorm dormitory? Zhao Coco's eyes sparkled with mischief. Bullstorm dormitory? Su Yuan blinked, filled with confusion. Yeah, our Bullstorm team provides food and accommodation. You didn't know? Zhao Coco looked surprised. Seems like no one ever told me about this. Su Yuan felt a wave of regret in his heart, as if he had missed out on billions in wealth. Never mind, it's not important. Come on, I'll take you to see our Storm Bull team's dormitory. Zhao Qi said firmly. Under her guidance, Su Yuan arrived at the entrance of a high-end residential complex. Inside, the community was lush with greenery. Blooming flowers, rippling swimming pools, and fully equipped gyms and sports facilities. The living amenities were top-notch. The benefits of our Storm Bull team are actually this good? And I haven't even enjoyed them yet?
Su Yuan's mouth slightly opened, a mix of surprise and delight in his heart.
It's not too late to use it now. Zhao Kiki smiled slightly, her eyes full of encouragement. Kiki, can I move in with my bags now? Su Yuan asked eagerly. Of course, no problem. There's a vacant room available.
She responded cheerfully.
I'll go pick up Xiaoshuang right away.
Su Yuan said excitedly, his heart filled with anticipation. Not long after, Su Yuan brought Su Xiaoshuang to the neighborhood.
As they stepped into the new house, Su Xiaoshuang was filled with excitement.
She touched and looked around every corner, her eyes shining with surprise and delight. Brother, this is so much better than where we used to live, she said, her voice brimming with joy.
This is what they call out with the old, in with the new, Su Yuan said with a smile. The siblings began busily arranging their new home.
After spending the entire day, the once empty house gradually became filled with their laughter and warm decorations. After finishing the setup of the new house, Su Yuan and Su Xiaoshuang took a stroll around the neighborhood. The residents of this community are all extraordinary individuals, either family members of hunting group members or executives of major corporations.
Most of them possess cultivation skills.
The community is equipped with comprehensive facilities such as a gym, sports hall, and swimming pool. Su Yuan spent the whole day accompanying Su Xiaoshuang, becoming a caring big brother. In the evening, members of the Crazy Bull team, including Zhao Kiki, Lin Jian, and Wang Yan, learned that Su Yuan had also moved in and enthusiastically came to visit. They brought an abundance of ingredients, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Yuan, I heard from Xiaoshuang that your cooking skills are extraordinary, so I specifically bought some ingredients for you to show off your talent, Lin Jian said with a chuckle, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Su Yuan glanced at the ingredients in his hand.
Chicken, duck, fish, meat, fruits, vegetables, and even eggs, milk, and flour.
How is this just some?
This is practically a feast prepared for him and Xiaoshuang.
Looks like we're having a high-end gathering today.
Su Yuan's mouth twitched as he secretly felt proud.
He rolled up his sleeves, ready to show his skills.
Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhao Kiki came to help, otherwise, if he had to do it all alone, he would be exhausted.
Welcome Su Yuan and Xiaoshuang. Lin Jian raised his glass, smiling brightly.
Everyone also raised their glasses to celebrate, creating a lively atmosphere.
Su Yuan glanced at everyone and suddenly asked, by the way, where is the captain?
The captain was called to a meeting. The impact of this attack by the Demon Sky sect is no small matter. Besides the post-war recovery work in Qingyun City, there will also be major follow-up actions, Zhao Xiaoyun said seriously.
Su Yuan seemed thoughtful but didn't dwell on it.
After eating and drinking their fill, Su Xiaoshuang and Su Yuan saw the guests off one by one, tidied up the room briefly, and prepared to take a bath and rest.
Su Yuan lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep.
At this moment, Su Xiaoshuang knocked on the door and came in.
Xiaoshuang, what's the matter?
Nothing, just wanted to say good night, brother.
Good night. Su Yuan smiled faintly, understanding in his heart that Xiaoshuang hadn't fully adjusted to the new environment yet. Xiaoshuang, are you satisfied with the new house?
Very well,
as long as I'm with you, I can live anywhere.
Su Xiaoshuang replied with a smile, then went back to rest.
The next day, Su Yuan got up early.
He prepared a hearty breakfast and saw Su Xiaoshuang still sound asleep on the big bed, like a log. He smiled faintly, it seems she's adapting quite well.
Not wanting to disturb her, Su Yuan took the Panlong Pajun spear downstairs to practice shooting.
The spear pierced through the air, roaring like thunder. After completing a set of Thunder King spear techniques, Su Yuan felt his entire body awaken, refreshed and invigorated. Many people around stopped to watch and applauded his spear skills.
Great shooting! Awesome! Young man, would you like to spar with me?
An elderly man stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
Su Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, sure. This place isn't convenient, let's go to the arena.
The old man skillfully led Su Yuan to the arena within the neighborhood. On the arena, the old man stood in white attire, hands behind his back, exuding an extraordinary demeanor.
Smiling, he said to Su Yuan, let's spar normally, without using spiritual power, how about that?
All right, Su Yuan nodded in agreement.
Below the arena, the onlookers whispered among themselves.
Look, old Chang is looking for someone to spar with again.
Tisk, old Chang used to be the combat instructor for the hunting group.
Without using spiritual power, there are hardly any people who can beat him. This young guy looks pretty unfamiliar.
He must be new here.
He's probably going to suffer a loss at old Chang's hands. Su Yuan paid no attention to the chatter around him, placing the Panlong Pajun spear aside and preparing to spar with old Chang barehanded.
Old Chang smiled faintly at the sight. Young man, aren't you going to use a gun?
Bladed weapons are blind, it wouldn't be good if I accidentally hurt an elder.
Hey, it seems I've been underestimated.
Old Chang chuckled. Come, I'll let you make the first move.
Well then, be careful, sir. Su Yuan suddenly struck, stepping forward with a punch like a cannonball. This punch, though ordinary, carried an extraordinary momentum. The moment he struck, his entire energy, spirit, and focus were fully mobilized.
Old man Chang was startled. From Su Yuan's combat stance, he immediately realized that this young man was undoubtedly a battle-hardened veteran, unbelievably strong. He dared not be careless and hurriedly moved to block. The two sides exchanged moves back and forth, fiercely clashing for over a dozen rounds. But Su Yuan fought with increasing ferocity, his moves growing faster and more unpredictable, making them impossible to defend against. Those techniques seemed not designed for humans, but specifically created for battling monstrous beasts. Claws, fists, fingers, elbows, legs, shoulders, knees. Su Yuan utilized every part of his body, transforming into a ruthless killing machine, with every part of him becoming a lethal weapon. Old man Chang swallowed hard, his heart filled with shock. What the heck? We're just sparring, right? Why do I feel like I'm about to be killed in the next second? Moreover, why did this fighting style evoke a familiar sense of fear in him? Old Chang stared at Su Yuan, and gradually, his figure overlapped with Su Yuan's.
After being punched back several steps, Old Chang quickly waved his hand to stop. Wait a moment, young man, do you know someone named Olay? I do, she's my captain. Did you learn your combat techniques from her? Sort of. Su Yuan nodded.
The numerous sparring sessions with Olay during special training had unconsciously led him to learn her combat techniques.
Moreover, like Olay, most of Su Yuan's skills were honed through battles with exotic beasts.
Old Chang swallowed hard, his expression turning serious.
No more, no more. Ah, why?
Su Yuan frowned, still brimming with enthusiasm.
Stopping halfway through the fight left him feeling a bit disappointed.
Below the arena, the crowd began to chatter.
What's going on? Old Chang is actually scared? That's not like him.
You guys probably don't know, but Old Chang is the undefeated champion of the neighborhood. However, there's one person he can never beat, someone he even avoids whenever he encounters them. It's the leader of the Wild Bull group, Ol. This young man seems to be her disciple, so it's normal for him to be afraid.
Wild Bull Ol, she seems pretty ruthless. Remove the words seems to be. On the ring, Su Yuan looked a bit disappointed. If you won't fight, then forget it. Thank you for your guidance, sir. If he won't fight, I'll keep you company.
At this moment, a crisp laugh came from not far away, followed by a lithe figure leaping directly onto the ring. The newcomer had her hair tied in a ponytail, wore a white vest and black casual sports pants. Her figure was tall and graceful, yet not fragile, with wheat-colored skin revealing muscle lines that were both elegant and powerful. Seeing the newcomer, Su Yuan instinctively wanted to step off the ring. Now it was his turn to not want to fight.
Brat, you think you can leave? No way. Olay chuckled and threw a punch directly. Brat, you think you can leave? No way. Olay threw a punch at Su Yuan. Su Yuan instinctively counterattacked.
The two immediately engaged in combat, clashing together, and during special training, Su Yuan and Olay had fought countless times. Once they made a move, even without using spiritual power, they gave it their all.
Bang, 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 bang. The two exchanged punches and kicks, every blow landing solidly. Fists, elbows, fingers, legs, shoulders, knees.
The two used every part of their bodies that could be employed, continuously unleashing various bizarre and sinister moves filled with killing intent. Some actions made the onlookers shudder with fear, feeling that they were moves no human could possibly perform. At this moment, Su Yuan and Olay resembled two ferocious beasts savagely tearing into each other, seemingly unwilling to stop until the other was utterly defeated. Old Chang had already jumped off the arena, still shaken, and said, "This is exactly why I don't fight against Ol and her disciple. Their fighting style is simply too brutal. Fighting them is even more dangerous than battling exotic beasts." Everyone looked at the two people on the arena and deeply agreed, with some even secretly thinking, what kind of life and death enemies are these two? Su Yuan and Ol exchanged several moves, leaving a few scars on each other's bodies.
Since they didn't use spiritual power, the two relied entirely on their physical prowess in fierce combat. Ol's physical prowess needs no elaboration, battle-hardened and almost inhuman. And Su Yuan is not bad either.
He once received a system reward, enhancing his physical strength tenfold, which is truly astonishing. The two exchanged blows back and forth, eventually each taking a punch before collapsing onto the ring, gasping for air.
Su Yuan, with a bruised nose and swollen face, exhausted, said, "Getting beaten up like this so early in the morning, Captain, you're too ruthless." Olei, with a bleeding nose and blackened eyes, replied, "You didn't hold back either. TSK, in terms of close combat skills, you're not much worse than me." "Ha, thank you for the compliment, Captain." Old Chang under the stage watched with a pounding heart. Goodness, this kid is actually holding his own against Olei. Luckily, I admitted defeat quickly, or these old bones of mine would have been in trouble. On the stage, Su Yuan asked Olei, "How's the matter with the Demon Heaven sect being handled?" "The relevant individuals have basically been dealt with, and the Zisho Martial Hall has also been sealed. As for the disciples in the hall, after verification, those unrelated to the matter were detained for a few days and then released," Olei said, lying on the arena. Tisk, even Marquee Zisho, a 7th rank titled Marquee expert, joined the Demon Heaven sect. "It seems the power of the demonic sects cannot be underestimated," Su Yuan remarked with emotion. "People live in this world for fame, profit, or love, all driven by their obsessions. The demon sect exploits these obsessions to tempt people into joining. It's not surprising that even a 7th rank titled Marquee expert could be swayed." According to the investigation, Marquee Zisho joined the Demon Heaven sect for his daughter. The sect conducts research related to spirits. One particular study claims to summon the spirits of the deceased back to the living world for a reunion. Marquee Zisho wanted to reunite with his daughter, which is why he assisted the Demon Heaven sect, Olei explained slowly. "Then is this research real or fake?" "Fake. The dead cannot come back to life. As for ghosts, the Grand Xia's Research Institute has studied them before, but ghostly states exist in some kind of quantum state, with no discernible patterns to follow. Let alone summoning the ghost of someone who has been dead for years. Even for someone who just died, it's impossible. The Research Institute gathers the top scientific minds from all over Blue Star under the Grand Xia, and even they can't achieve such a thing. How could the Demon Heaven sect possibly manage it? It's nothing more than a ploy to deceive Marquee Zisho into helping them. Perhaps Marquee Zisho knows this too, but his obsession runs too deep. Even if there's just a sliver of hope, he won't let it go. What a pity." Olei sighed. "Pity what?" Su Yuan was slightly surprised. Could it be that Ol would sympathize with Marquee Zisho? Is she really that compassionate? Too bad I couldn't fight him personally. After all, in the entire Qingyun city, he's the only one who could exchange a few moves with me, Ol said. Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself, "That's so you. By the way, there's a meeting tomorrow to discuss the operation against the Demon Heaven sect." Ol suddenly changed the topic. "Encircle the Demon Heaven sect?" Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he asked, "Have we already discovered their hiding place?" "More or less. Want to join?" Olei asked with a smile. Ding! Faced with Olei's invitation to join the encirclement of the Demon Heaven sect, you have the following options. Option 1, don't go. Whoever wants to go can go. The Demon Heaven sect, as the infamous demonic sect of Xia, is definitely extremely dangerous. Reward, 10 creation pills. 2, go. But slack off. Just fight a few small kalami. As for the higher-ups of the Demon Heaven sect, leave them to others. Reward, A-grade martial skill Heavenly Dragon Spear. 3, go. And at least kill one higher-up of the Demon Heaven sect. Let them know that targeting you comes at a price. This is the choice of a true hero. Reward, 3 single-use martial artifacts 10,000 Thunder Explosive Spirit Orbs. Single-use martial artifacts? 10,000 Thunder Explosive Spirit Orbs? Just the name sounds extraordinary, brimming with mysterious power. Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He knew that single-use martial artifacts, as the name suggests, can only be used once, but the power of such artifacts is often astonishing. It is said that the Daxia Research Institute once developed a martial arts spiritual weapon called the Thunderfire Bomb, capable of instantly pulverizing a mountain, with power comparable to a nuclear bomb. However, it has no nuclear radiation and is extremely environmentally friendly. It goes without saying that the cost of such a martial arts spiritual weapon is astronomical, and it is rarely used under normal circumstances. As for this 10,000 Thunder Explosive Spirit Orb, it is clearly no less powerful. Holding it in hand is practically a life-saving trump card. Su Yuan chose the third option without hesitation. Go, of course, go. Su Yuan said boldly, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If we achieve merit, is there a bonus? Members participating in combat operations will each be rewarded 10 million, and for every member of the Demon Heaven sect killed, an additional 1 million will be awarded. The other party's voice carried excitement. Make sure to take me with you, Su Yuan said solemnly, already calculating how to pocket the bonus. Why do you two look like this again? At that moment, Zhao Kiki walked over and saw the two lying on the stage, bruised and battered, her face full of helplessness. She quickly summoned her martial soul, the flower of life, and the green life energy surged like a tide, rapidly restoring the two to a lively state. Seeing this, Su Yuan felt relieved, fearing that Ol would come looking for him to fight again, and quickly slipped away. Behind him, Ol's voice rang out, "Remember to attend tomorrow's meeting." Got it. Su Yuan didn't look back, secretly feeling fortunate. The next day, at the city hall, Su Yuan, who came here again, was still a bit puzzled. He approached a beautiful staff member and asked, "Excuse me, miss, could you tell me where the group leaders are having their meeting?" The beautiful staff member was momentarily stunned. "You are." "I'm Su Yuan, a member of the Wild Bull Group, here to attend the meeting," Su Yuan said confidently. "You?" The beautiful staff member looked at him suspiciously, clearly puzzled by his age. However, after Su Yuan presented his credentials, she did not hesitate and immediately led him to the top floor of the city hall to attend the meeting. "This is the place." The beautiful staff member opened the conference room door for Su Yuan. Inside the conference room, the hunting group's leader, members, and the mayor of Qingyun City were already seated. As soon as Su Yuan entered, all eyes turned to him in unison, and they all stood up, their expressions solemn. The beautiful staff member was so startled by the sudden scene that her legs went weak, and she thought to herself, "Oh no, did I do something wrong?" However, the mayor of Qingyun City said solemnly, "Salute." Instantly, everyone saluted Su Yuan, and the scene became solemn and awe-inspiring. The beautiful staff member was already dumbfounded with fear. Everyone in the room was either a high-ranking official or an influential figure in Qingyun City, and even the mayor was present. Yet now, all these people were saluting a young man in unison? Is it a case of mistaken identity, or has the world gone mad? She was shocked, silently swallowed a mouthful of water, and felt increasingly unable to stay any longer, fearing she might fall ill from fright. Filled with unprecedented astonishment, she quietly left the conference room. Su Yuan walked into the conference room, his gaze sweeping over those saluting him. He couldn't help but blink, then stood upright and returned the salute. At that moment, he thought to himself, "Should I say something? Maybe thank you for your hard work?" He clearly understood why these people were saluting him. After all, he had defeated Marquee Zishou and successfully thwarted the opponent's plan to spread the potion. In a way, he had saved the entire Qingyun City. The mayor of Qingyun City walked up to Su Yuan, patted him on the shoulder, and beamed, "Su Yuan, thank you. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. If it weren't for you this time, Qingyun City would have faced disaster. I've already applied for a hero medal for you." Hero medal. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. This was an honor bestowed by Xia upon those who had achieved extraordinary military feats. Anyone wearing this medal must be a hero who had once saved countless people from dire situations. In Xia, there weren't many who possessed the hero medal, and someone of Su Yuan's age having it was absolutely unprecedented. If he could apply for it, wearing this medal would make Su Yuan a figure of great admiration wherever he went. "Thank you, Mayor." Su Yuan was thrilled, his face breaking into a smile. "Alright, enough about that. The reason we're gathered here this time is to discuss how to deal with the Demon Heaven cult," Olay suddenly interjected, stepping onto the podium and turning on the screen. The screen displayed a series of dark, damp natural landscape photos, interspersed with images of eerie and grotesque beasts. "I believe some of you have already recognized where this place is. This is the B-level spiritual energy zone, the Shadow Swamp. It is located 260 kilometers outside Qingyun City and is a place where many martial artists venture for adventure and training," Olay narrated with a sonorous and powerful voice. The spiritual energy zone, as the name suggests, is a place with a high concentration of spiritual energy, divided into several levels similar to martial soul grades. The area where she provided special training for Su Yuan and others was a C-level spiritual energy zone. A B-level spiritual energy zone, however, is already considered a relatively dangerous place, where 5th-tier and even 6th-tier exotic beasts frequently appear, making it impossible for ordinary martial artists to venture deep. "We noticed traces of the Demon Heaven cult's activities 4 years ago. After years of intelligence gathering, we can now confirm that the cult's lair is located deep within this Shadow Swamp area," Olay said firmly. "The martial artists participating in this eradication operation must be the elite of the elite. They must have at least 5th-tier cultivation.
Each hunting team must dispatch 2 to 3 members, and I will personally lead the team to annihilate the demon heaven cult. As soon as the words fell, the leaders began whispering to each other. Chen Zi stood up directly, brimming with boldness. Count me in. I want to go too. The other leaders also expressed their desire to settle the score with the demon heaven sect. Humph, those despicable demon heaven sect members, I'll make them pay the price. Everyone was fired up, standing up one after another. But Ole slammed the table and shouted angrily, a bunch of idiots. If all of you go, who will protect Qingyun City? At least 10 leaders at the commander level must stay behind to prevent any unexpected incidents in Qingyun City. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, feeling it made some sense. But soon, they came to their senses, feeling dissatisfied. Ole actually called us idiots. The list of participants for this operation should be prepared by each commander after the meeting and handed to me. The operation is scheduled for 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. The operation code name: Demon Slayer. After finishing, Ole turned to the mayor of Qingyun City. Mayor, do you have anything to add? The mayor of Qingyun City stepped onto the podium and said solemnly, you all heard what Ole just said. She will be in charge of this operation. And I have no objections. I only have one thing to add. No matter how many of you participate in this operation, I hope you all come back alive. Yes, everyone responded in unison, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense and fervent. The meeting concluded, and Su Yuan walked out of the conference room alongside Ole, his heart filled with anticipation and doubt. Captain, how confident are you about this operation? Su Yuan asked curiously. The battlefield changes in an instant, no battle is guaranteed to be won. Even preparations that seem flawless can collapse entirely due to a tiny flaw. That's why I never talk about certainty when I go to war. I always give it my all. The rest is left to fate. Ole, I said calmly, her tone carrying a sense of fearlessness and determination. Then let me ask differently, have you ever lost a battle, Captain? A trace of curiosity flashed in Su Yuan's eyes as he wondered to himself, could this commander truly be invincible? No. Ole gave a confident smile, as if she could trample all her enemies beneath her feet. Su Yuan couldn't help but smile as well. Then it's a sure thing. Back home, Su Yuan couldn't wait to tell Su Xiaoshuang about the plan to raid the demon heaven cult the day after tomorrow. I want to go too. Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of adventure. Go too? With your skinny arms and legs, wouldn't you just end up as fodder for the beasts in the shadow swamp? Su Yuan mercilessly scolded her, his tone full of concern. Moreover, the demon heaven sect is full of experts. Who knows what unexpected events might occur? Besides, the captain said that the warriors participating in this operation must be at least 5th rank. What are you, a mere 3rd rank, doing trying to join the fun? Su Yuan finished speaking in one breath, his tone filled with determination. What? I'm only 4th rank? But I can defeat Marquee Zixio. Su Xiaoshuang retorted indignantly, her eyes flashing with defiance. Anyway, stay at home obediently and wait for my good news. When I come back, I'll take you out to have some real fun. Su Yuan's tone softened, and he silently vowed to protect his sister. Su Xiaoshuang took a sharp breath, her expression serious. Shut up. What's wrong? Su Yuan was stunned for a moment, not understanding his sister's reaction. Bro, all these years of reading novels and watching TV dramas have been for nothing. Usually, when someone says something like wait for me to come back and then we'll do this or that, they generally don't come back. Su Xiaoshuang said solemnly, a trace of worry showing in her eyes. Su Yuan curled his lips. I'm the protagonist, not afraid of tempting fate. He was full of confidence, his heart steadfast in his belief. After persuading Su Xiaoshuang to stay at home, Su Yuan spent the remaining 2 days at home as well, accompanying Su Xiaoshuang while adjusting his energy and spirit. He kept himself in peak condition, preparing to crusade against the demon heaven sect. During this time, Luo Ching Snow also came to see Su Yuan. Upon learning that he was going to crusade against the demon heaven sect, a trace of worry inevitably arose in her heart. Su Yuan, I'll wait for your return. When the time comes, I'll prepare a celebration banquet for you. Beside him, Su Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes almost to the sky. That's it, another flag planted. Bro, maybe you shouldn't go. Su Yuan patted her on the head and said with a smile, what are you thinking? If I don't go, the captain will probably tear me to pieces. Soon, the 3rd day arrived. At the entrance of the city government building, Su Yuan gathered with other members of the hunting groups participating in the siege operation. He glanced around, including himself. There were 72 people in total, each one an elite from various hunting groups. A group of 5th and even 6th tier martial artists, their aura soaring, as if capable of tearing the entire world apart. At this moment, Su Yuan's heart surged with excitement, the flames of battle burning fiercely within him as he prepared to face the imminent challenge.
The entrance of the city government building.
The elite martial artists of Qingyun City gathered here, the atmosphere tense and intense.
Su Yuan's arrival instantly drew everyone's attention, like a dazzling star illuminating the hearts of the crowd.
In the exchange of glances, there was a mix of curiosity, awe, respect, and that haunting trace of resentment.
Is this kid Su Yuan?
A whisper spread among the crowd, making Su Yuan shiver involuntarily.
Reverence and respect were understandable, but where did this resentment come from? Could it be that he had left some kind of shadow in these people's hearts? So, you're Su Yuan? I'm Bai Yi from the White Dragon Hunting Group.
A woman who appeared to be around 27 or 28 walked up to Su Yuan, her gaze sharp as if trying to see through him.
Her eyes carried a faint sigh, just as the rumors say, are you really only in your third year of high school? Yes. Big sister, please don't look at me like that, it's making me a bit uneasy.
Su Yuan scratched his head, feeling helpless inside. Su Yuan, you've really caused us a lot of trouble.
Bai Yi smiled bitterly, her eyes full of resentment. What's wrong? Su Yuan was stunned. Do you know?
After our captain learned about you, he was so angry that he scolded us harshly, saying something like, look at Su Yuan, so young yet already
achieving so much. And then look at you. All of you are no longer young, yet you're still here idling away, waiting for death. It's truly shameful.
Bai Yi's words resonated with the people nearby, who gathered around.
Yeah, our captain said the same thing, look at him, and then look at you, a bunch of useless people. Shameful. Sigh, a genius like Su Yuan only appears once in many years. How can we even compare? Can you really blame us?
They even said they'd give us special training. Ugh, just thinking about having to endure that grueling special training after completing the mission makes me feel exhausted. I heard some captains are already planning to ask Captain Oliai for the secret to her special training.
Hiss. Captain Oliai's special training is notoriously brutal.
We're doomed, I can already feel it. Su Yuan, you have to take responsibility for us.
Su Yuan, why don't you join our team?
That way, our captain won't be so jealous that his eyes turn red, and we can all relax a bit. Su Yuan listened to everyone's words, the corner of his mouth twitching, feeling helpless inside. It seemed he had unintentionally become the genius benchmark in everyone's eyes.
Silence, Captain Olay is here.
At that moment, with a single command, everyone immediately restrained their emotions, their gazes uniformly turning toward Olay as she approached.
Her presence was like icy frost, sending chills down their spines.
Your captain has entrusted you to me, but unfortunately, the battlefield is merciless.
I cannot guarantee to bring all of you back.
Now, anyone who regrets can step forward. Her gaze was like a blade, sweeping across the room.
No one dared to step forward. Are you kidding?
At this point, who would dare to back
down?
That wouldn't just be losing face for themselves, but for the entire team.
How would they ever fit in with the hunting group again?
At this moment, Su Yuan slowly raised his hand.
Everyone turned to look at him in unison, thinking to themselves, no way, are you planning to back out?
Olay's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had seen through his intentions.
Kid, are you looking for trouble? Can I go to the restroom first?
I drank too much water this morning, Su Yuan said weakly.
Olay's lips twitched slightly, hurry up. Anyone else need to take care of any biological needs? I'll give you 3 minutes. Hiss, this is making me a bit nervous.
I'll go relieve myself too.
Wait, I'll go with you. Bro, are you going for number 1 or number 2? Get lost. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye.
Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from the sky as several large transport helicopters approached. The 72 individuals gathered once again, not one missing, and boarded the helicopters, heading over 200 kilometers away to the B-level psionic zone, the Shadow Swamp. Watching the helicopters disappear into the distance, the people on the ground saluted one after another, with Mayor Qing Yun among them, solemnly saying, "May all of you return victorious." Inside the helicopter, everyone held tablets in their hands, carefully reviewing various materials about the Shadow Swamp and the Matian cult. Although they had read these materials countless times before, they still wanted to go through them a few more times now. After all, knowing the enemy and knowing oneself is the key to securing victory in the upcoming battle. The most common exotic beast in the Shadow Swamp area is the swamp venom snake.
It's a second-tier exotic beast, which isn't much of a threat to us.
However, to be on the safe side, we've equipped you with antidotes, which are stored in your combat suits. In addition to the swamp venom snake, the depths of the swamp are home to a 5th-tier exotic beast, the swamp mud golem.
This humanoid exotic beast requires utmost caution.
Furthermore, among the 8 guardians of the demon sky sect, 5 have already been eliminated. However, 3 guardians remain, and it is conservatively estimated that they are 6th tier or even 7th tier beings. If encountered, you must immediately contact others to join forces and never engage them alone. Olei spoke slowly, her voice firm, as if cheering everyone on for the upcoming battle.
And Su Yuan noticed one thing: where is the leader of the Demon Heaven cult? There is very little information about this leader.
All we know is that he has been staying deep within the base in the Shadow Swamp area for years. He is male, around 50 years old, born with heterochromatic eyes, and his cultivation level is conservatively estimated to be mid-tier of the 7th rank.
I will personally deal with him,
Ol said, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in her eyes, as if already preparing for a fight. The 7th rank, titled Marquee, is divided into lower tier, mid-tier, and upper tier.
A mid-tier 7th rank cultivation surpasses that of Marquee Zixiao, enough to instill fear in any opponent.
Soon, the group looked through the window, their gaze fixed on the vast swamp area in the distance.
White mist permeated the air, seemingly foretelling the imminent danger and challenges ahead.
The marsh gas in the swamp contains mild toxins. Put on your gas masks and prepare to land. Olei ordered in a deep voice, quickly putting on her combat suit and decisively donning her gas mask, as if she had already disregarded life and death.
Without hesitation, she opened the helicopter door and leapt out.
The others watched in stunned silence.
It's hundreds of meters high here, right? She just jumped like that? Do you have a parachute?
No. As 5th or 6th tier martial artists, jumping from tens of meters or even hundreds of meters in the air could be done with spiritual
energy to protect their bodies. However, hundreds of meters is no joke. Even 7th tier martial artists wouldn't dare to be so reckless. Naturally, the group didn't dare to be as bold as Olei.
They waited until the helicopter descended to a certain height before jumping down one by one, their hearts filled with awe and shock toward this female commander. After landing in the Shadow Swamp area, the surrounding spiritual energy was incredibly dense. As soon as they touched down, venomous snakes slithered up, grinning menacingly and baring their sharp teeth.
Standing in front of the group, Ol swept her gaze around, instantly emanating an invisible aura.
The venomous snakes around them recoiled, as if encountering a natural predator, not daring to approach. She was like a sovereign descending, her imposing presence striking fear into all the beasts.
Seeing this, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. This is battle intent.
The captain is using extremely strong battle intent to intimidate the beasts, preventing them from approaching and reducing obstacles.
Battle intent has such a wonderful use, he asked in surprise.
Olei glanced at him, smiled faintly, and said, "You little rascal, there's still a lot for you to learn about battle intent.
Move forward," she commanded decisively.
The group immediately advanced deeper into the Shadow Swamp.
Under the influence of Olei's battle intent, their progress was exceptionally smooth.
The beasts dared not approach easily, one after another. Su Yuan followed closely behind her, observing her every move while also attempting to use battle intent to intimidate the other beasts.
Olei noticed him secretly studying, a smile curling at the corner of her lips. "Ha, you've just mastered battle intent, and now you want to learn how to use it to intimidate exotic beasts.
Kid, even if you're a genius, it won't be possible without a few months of practice." She pondered silently. However, at that moment, a humanoid exotic beast covered in flowing mud suddenly burst out of the swamp. It was the 5th-tier exotic beast of the Shadow Swamp Zone, the Swamp Mud Demon.
Ding!
You have arrived at the B-level Psychic Zone, Shadow Swamp Zone, and are facing the sudden attack of the Swamp Mud Demon.
You have the following choices. Option 1, watch quietly, hide your strength, and let others take action. Reward, 1 bottle of advanced genetic potion. 2, take action to deal with the Swamp Mudman. Showcase your strength. Reward, battle intent application technique. Battle intent intimidation.
At this moment, Su Yuan's heartbeat quickened. The time for battle had arrived, and his choice would determine everything.
Su Yuan, who was currently trying to learn Ol's battle intent intimidation but couldn't grasp the method, saw the suddenly appearing option and couldn't help but brighten up. Goodness! It came just in time.
Looking again at the Swamp Mud Demon that suddenly charged forward, the more he looked, the more he found it adorable, so adorable that his eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he drew his gun. The Swamp Mud Demon had just rushed forward when it suddenly felt a pair of fiery eyes locking onto it like a hunter targeting its prey, leaving it momentarily stunned.
Wasn't it supposed to be the hunter? Oh no! It had become the prey. Just as it was about to flee, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked through the air. The Thunder King's gun instantly pierced through the swamp mud demon's head. With a bang, its head exploded, revealing a yellowish-brown crystal core. The crystal core emitted a faint glow, and the originally shattered head of the mud demon showed signs of reassembling. Without hesitation, Su Yuan thrust his spear again, precisely shattering the crystal core. The mud demon's body completely collapsed, leaving only fragments of the earth-colored crystal core scattered on the ground. Su Yuan picked them up and examined them carefully. An elemental crystal core, this thing should be worth 80 to 100,000, right? The crystal core of a tier 5 swamp mud demon is worth about 100,000 on the market. However, apart from some large research institutions, very few people purchase them. All said from the side, then addressed the group. Swamp mud demons are elemental type beasts. You must break their elemental core to kill them. Be careful not to get hit. Understood, the group quickly nodded, looking at Su Yuan with shock in their hearts. The opponent is only at the 4th tier, yet they easily killed a 5th tier swamp mud golem just now. Their technique was crisp and decisive, determining the outcome in an instant. Their strength is indeed astonishing. Although I had heard about it before, seeing it with my own eyes still makes me feel like he's a total monster. So young, how did he train? TSK, an SSS grade martial soul is truly insane. When I was his age, I didn't even have half his strength. Calling him the future king, absolutely no one would object. The crowd pondered silently and continued forward, while Su Yuan began to try using his newly acquired reward. Battle intent intimidation. He walked beside Olay and noticed a 2nd-tier swamp venomous snake lurking in the nearby marsh. His gaze sharpened, and his battle intent erupted. Buzz! Invisible ripples spread through the air, and the swamp venomous snake was so frightened that it fled in all directions. At this moment, Ol was the first to notice something unusual. Although Su Yuan's battle intent was not as strong as hers, the scene just now was a shock of battle intent. She had originally thought Su Yuan would need several months to master this technique, but unexpectedly, he learned it in less than an hour right in front of her, even scaring off a 2nd-tier exotic beast. Even Ol couldn't help but take a small gasp of surprise. Genius! He is definitely an absolute genius when it comes to battle intent. Su Yuan, the surprises you bring me are becoming more and more frequent. Olay looked at Su Yuan, her gaze revealing a hint of eagerness, anticipating his future. Soon, the group passed through the outskirts of the shadow swamp and arrived at its depths, where a massive base lay before their eyes. Around the base were countless reinforced concrete walls and numerous sentry posts, resembling a military base. The group was amazed at the sight. Wow, the Demon Heaven sect actually managed to establish a base in the psionic zone. They must have put in a lot of effort. What a formidable Demon Heaven sect! The base was found, and everyone turned to Ol, eager to see what kind of battle strategy she would devise. Suddenly, Ol soared into the air, her body erupting with spiritual power as vast as the ocean. She extended her 5 fingers, clawing down toward the Demon Heaven sect base. Green vine shield. Boom! Around the entire Demon Heaven cult base, massive vines rose from the ground, intertwining to form a gigantic barrier. After landing, Ol said to everyone, "I have sealed off the entire base. Now, no matter what combat methods you use, charge in. Leave no remnants of the Demon Heaven cult, wipe them all out." Everyone was somewhat stunned, not expecting Ol's strategy to be so straightforward and brutal. But on second thought, this is indeed the best plan. After all, they come from different hunting groups, with varying combat styles and definitely lacking in coordination. Rather than forcing them to cooperate, it's better to let them fight individually and fully unleash their combat power. As long as the enemy is killed, the method doesn't matter. Heh, just what I wanted. Then I won't hold back. A head of a Demon Heaven cult member is worth 1,000,000, don't fight me for it. Tisk, whoever kills first gets the credit. The crowd no longer hesitated and charged into the green vine shield with united effort. Meanwhile, inside the base of the Demon Heaven cult, the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Numerous cult members, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the massive green vine shield, panicked and launched attacks against it. However, the vines were incredibly resilient, and even cannon bombardments failed to inflict any damage. The Demon Heaven cult had completely become birds trapped in a cage. In a laboratory within the base, the nutrient pods were filled with ferocious beastmen. Dr. Wang, who was conducting experiments, also noticed the green vine shield outside. His eyes narrowed slightly. It's the hunting team from Qingyun City. They've actually found this place. It seems there's a traitor within the cult. He became secretly vigilant, knowing he must leave as soon as possible. Dr. Wang was well aware of Olay and Su Yuan's capabilities. Although he had confidence in the leader of the Demon Sky Sect, he dared not let his guard down. Thus, he quickly gathered all kinds of materials, preparing to flee. However, as his gaze swept over the experimental beast-human hybrids that he couldn't take with him, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He pressed a button, and in an instant, the beast-humans abruptly opened their eyes. "Children, go and cause a good ruckus." Whoosh! The members of the hunting squad, clad in combat suits, charged into the base like tigers descending a mountain. Before they could make a move, the Demon Sky Sect members at the sentry post had already set up heavy machine guns, firing wildly. Bullets rained down on them like a storm. Grade B martial skill. Light Guardian. Baiyi stepped forward decisively, her martial soul flying out of her body and transforming into a white shield. She raised the shield, and as it shimmered with light, a massive, slightly translucent shield materialized in the void. The bullet struck the shield with a clanging sound, all of them deflected. "Ha, you scum of the Demon Sky Sect, playing with guns, huh? Try this." A burly man next to Su Yuan summoned his martial soul, which turned out to be a Gatling gun with 8 barrels. The man hoisted the Gatling gun, laughing wildly. As he pulled the trigger, instantly, the steel barrel spun furiously, fire serpents spewed forth, and flame bullets formed by spiritual power surged out like a tidal wave, turning a sentry post into a sieve in the blink of an eye. The firepower was at least 10 times more ferocious than the enemy's heavy machine guns. "Ha ha ha, now you know your grandpa's might, don't you?" The burly man laughed maniacally, blasting one sentry post after another into pieces. Su Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement from the side. The world of martial souls is truly full of wonders. Even modern weapon martial souls exist. However, from the ruins of the shattered sentry posts, several members of the Demon Sky Sect emerged, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they advanced menacingly toward them. Su Yuan gripped his coiling dragon-breaker spear, grinned, and his eyes sparkled with battle intent. "Come on, you scum." After all, they were members of the Demon Heaven sect, and stationed in this stronghold no less. Naturally, their strength was not weak, with most being 4th or 5th tier martial artists. Seeing Su Yuan and the others launch their attack, they immediately reacted, summoning their martial spirits and charging toward the group. Su Yuan held the coiling dragon-breaking army spear, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Come on, you scum." Whoosh! Lightning coiled around his body as he shot forward. The Thunder King spear was unleashed, the long spear tearing through the air and instantly ripping through the body of a Demon Heaven sect member. But immediately afterward, more members of the Demon Heaven sect swarmed in. Their martial spirits varied, including beast martial spirits and weapon martial spirits. The figures of beast martial spirits surged like wolves, tigers, and leopards, surrounding Su Yuan, baring their fangs with ferocious gazes. Yet Su Yuan simply smiled calmly, competing to see who's more ferocious. "Huh? Can you be fiercer than the white tiger?" Before the words had even settled, a flash of white light appeared, and a white tiger flew out from his body, landing in front of the beast martial spirits with a thunderous roar. The tiger's roar shook the surroundings, its ferocious aura spreading, causing the nearby beast martial spirits to tremble instantly, completely losing the courage to attack. But since they were no longer ferocious, it was Su Yuan's turn to be. He grinned. "White tiger, tear them apart." Whoosh! The white tiger received the order and instantly dashed out, its speed astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it reached a ferocious tiger martial spirit. Yet, in front of the white tiger, that ferocious tiger seemed no more than a kitten. The white tiger raised its paw and struck. Bang! The martial spirit shattered instantly, turning to ashes. Then, with another swipe, another martial spirit was effortlessly torn apart. The white tiger rampaged through the battlefield, while Su Yuan was not to be outdone. His figure flickered as he charged into the crowd, the coiling dragon-breaker spear in his hand thrusting wildly, its power unparalleled, sweeping through all directions. Members of the Demon Heaven sect were cut down one by one as if they were mere vegetables. Even those stronger than Su Yuan were mercilessly slaughtered without suspense. Su Yuan's overwhelming combat prowess was nothing short of breathtaking. The members of the hunting group were left dumbfounded as they witnessed the scene. TSK, what a monster. Watching him makes me feel like a total failure. He's terrifyingly strong. Stop staring. Don't let a 16 or 17-year-old high schooler show off in front while we just stand here watching. It's too embarrassing. A member of the hunting group spoke unwillingly and then made a move. "Ha, actually, it's not that bad. After all, I heard this guy has several SSS-level martial souls." "It's no shame that we can't compare," said an optimistic person with a laugh. The battle raged on, intense and fiery.
At that moment, a group of ferocious beastmen suddenly surged out from the base of the demon heaven sect.
Seeing these beastmen, Su Yuan curled his lips and said, "It's these neither human nor ghost things again."
He thought of Dr. Wang, who had set his sights on him, and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart.
If that guy were here, he would definitely eliminate him.
The thought of someone always coveting his body made Su Yuan shudder with disgust. After all, the other party wasn't some stunning beauty but just an old geezer.
"Thunder Dragon!" Su Yuan called out calmly.
The Thunder Dragon flew out from his body and, together with the White Tiger, charged at the Beastmen.
The combined power of the two SSS-level martial souls was terrifyingly immense.
The Beastmen were utterly unable to resist and were slaughtered one after another.
The members of the Demon Heaven sect witnessed Su Yuan's immense power, their eyes gradually flickering with fear, shock, and envy. This guy actually has so many SSS-grade martial souls? Damn! It's really feast or famine. I don't even have a single S-grade martial soul, yet he has several SSS-grade ones? This kind of monster is bound to go down in history someday. Boom!
At that moment, a massive fire meteor descended from the sky, hurtling towards Su Yuan. Seeing this, Su Yuan immediately thrust his spear, Thunder King Spear.
Bang!
The fire meteor was directly shattered, and amidst the smoke and dust, a tall figure emerged. He was clad in black, form-fitting armor, with a knife scar on his face.
When he grinned maliciously, the scar seemed to come alive, writhing airily.
Su Yuan sensed his aura, his eyes narrowing slightly, a 7th-rank martial artist. Although the opponent's strength was not as formidable as Marquee Zixiao, he was undoubtedly a high-ranking member of the Demon Heaven sect. His appearance caused the other members of the hunting group to become highly tense. As expected, the Demon Heaven sect still has 7th-rank Marquess-level martial artists. Hey, you want me to fight a 7th-rank martial artist? Are you kidding me? In fact, hidden among those participating in this operation to eradicate the Demon Heaven sect were figures of regiment leader level, though they had not accompanied Su Yuan and his group. Su Yuan and his group were truly out of luck, running straight into the enemy.
Ha, 7th-tier Marquee, that's impressive.
The burly man wielding the Gatling martial soul laughed wildly, raising the Gatling and unleashing a barrage at the black-clad strongman.
Bullets formed from condensed spiritual energy poured out like a torrential rain.
However, the burly man in black showed no fear, standing his ground as bullets struck him, not even breaking the layer of armor on his body.
Even ants dare to strike? Courting death. He let out a sinister laugh, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared in front of the burly man, raising his fist and smashing it down forcefully, grade A martial skill, Fire Fist. But at that moment, a figure moved even faster than him. Su Yuan had already rushed to the big man's front, fiercely smashing out with the spear in his hand. Lightning and flames intertwined, instantly erupting with a deafening roar. The ground cracked open in an instant, and the burly man was blasted back several steps, his gaze locked on the swirling dust. At this moment, the Kuanping wings on Su Yuan's back flickered with lightning. Having completed his martial soul fusion, Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, then sneered and said, "Su Yuan. You must be Su Yuan, the one who possesses multiple SSS-level martial souls. Ha, I heard you killed Marquee Zixiao. Come, fight me." He appeared incredibly excited, exuding an aura that Su Yuan found all too familiar. That is, battle intent. The burly man before him turned out to be a warrior who had also mastered battle intent. Although it was far inferior to Ol's, there was no doubt that his battle intent truly existed. This was the first warrior with battle intent that Su Yuan had encountered, apart from Ol. Thinking of this, an invisible surge of battle intent also rose within Su Yuan. The will to fight stirred, this battle was now inevitable. Su Yuan revealed a sinister smile and said to the others, "I'll handle this guy. You take care of the others." Everyone understood upon hearing this. Faced with a 7th-tier Marquee-level powerhouse, they were powerless and could only leave him to Su Yuan, who had once defeated Marquee Zixiao. "Watch out. Although I'm reluctant, Su Yuan, this guy is yours to handle. Beat the hell out of him." The group quickly left to deal with other members of the Demon Heaven sect. Su Yuan twisted his neck, stretched his muscles, and was instantly filled with a fighting spirit. The next second, he vanished from his spot and charged straight at the burly man in black, smashing out with a fierce strike. Caught off guard, the man was blasted hundreds of meters away, slamming hard into the steel-reinforced concrete wall of the base. The wall instantly collapsed, and the steel bars were easily shattered. "Are you ready for me to kill you? Are you ready for me to kill you?" Su Yuan looked at the burly man in black, who had been smashed into the ruins, and sneered.
With a thunderous roar, the burly man charged out like a ferocious beast, a massive axe engulfed in blazing red flames suddenly appearing in his hands. That was a fire attribute grade a martial soul, the blazing battle axe. Su Yuan, witness my true strength. Martial soul, fusion. The burly man in black laughed loudly, the battle axe in his hand transforming into points of light that merged into his body. In an instant, flames erupted all over him, making him look like a demon emerging from the inferno, exuding an astonishingly menacing aura. Kill! Whoosh! The burly man in black shot towards Su Yuan like a cannonball, suddenly throwing a punch. Intense flames gathered on his fist, forming a terrifying giant flaming fist. A-rank martial skill, Fire Fist. Su Yuan did not back down, his spear trembling as he shouted, Thunder King Spear. Boom! The clash between gun and fist produced a resounding clang, shaking the surroundings. Su Yuan's heart trembled. After the fusion, the black-clad man's body had reached a new level of toughness, as if transforming from crystal to indestructible diamond. This is the power of the fusion of a weapon martial soul. A glint of battle intent flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. After the fusion of beast martial souls and weapon martial souls, in addition to inheriting the attributes of the martial soul itself, speed, strength, and defense are all greatly enhanced, resulting in astonishing power. Interesting. Su Yuan grinned, his fighting spirit surging even higher. His spear swept wildly, unleashing the full power of the Thunder King Spear. After dozens of rounds, Su Yuan gradually adapted to the attack style and rhythm of the burly man in black, beginning to suppress his opponent's offensive. Compared to the Marquee of Zhixiao, you're a notch below. Su Yuan sneered disdainfully, effortlessly sending the burly man in black flying with a single strike of his spear. The Marquee of Zhixiao is a 7th-tier mid-grade titled powerhouse, while the burly man before him is at best a 7th-tier low-grade. Su Yuan once defeated the Marquee of Zhixiao, so dealing with this burly man is naturally no challenge for him. With a single spear strike, he sent the burly man flying, then leapt into the air, descending from above, spreading his 5 fingers, and grasping at the void. The Panlong Pajun spear instantly erupted with domineering lightning brilliance, as dark clouds churned in the sky, seemingly heralding the descent of heavenly might. This is exactly S-class martial skill, Thunder God's Judgment Spear. The burly man in black's pupils contracted sharply. Even as a 7th-tier Marquee-level powerhouse, feeling the oppressive force of this move, a trace of fear involuntarily arose in his heart. This move, if you can't block it, you'll die. The burly man in black let out a low roar, raising his 5 fingers upward. Spiritual energy surged forth like a tide, transforming into endless flames that condensed into a massive flaming battle axe, which he swung down with all his might. A-rank martial skill, Blazing Heaven-Splitting Axe. Su Yuan let out a cold smile, thrusting forward with the Panlong Pajun spear in his hand. In an instant, the spear vibrated with a hum, unleashing the power of a supreme spiritual weapon, perfectly merging with the might of the Thunder God's Judgment Spear. A single thrust shattered the fiery battle axe of the burly man in black, and the electric current surged down like an enraged dragon, turning him into charcoal. Protector of the Demon Heaven Sect, a 7th-rank Marquee-level warrior, dead. Su Yuan gripped his spear tightly, recalling the strike just now, astonished in his heart. The power of that thrust increased by a full double. An exceptional spiritual weapon is truly extraordinary. If I could fully unleash the power of this spear, the strength of that thrust just now might increase tenfold. Even a 7th-rank superior might not be able to withstand it. He gripped the Panlong Pajun spear tightly, a look of anticipation appearing on his face. Meanwhile, in other parts of the battlefield, members of the Demon Heaven sect were gradually being killed under the siege of the hunting groups. The fury of Qingyun City had completely erupted, and only the elites from the major hunting groups were dispatched. The weakest among them were 5th-tier warriors, and even some group leaders personally joined the battle. The entire base was shrouded by Ole's green vine barrier, making it impossible for even 6th-tier warriors to escape, let alone 7th-tier ones. The Demon Heaven sect, almost no way out. In a room at the base, 2 people coldly watched the chaotic scene on the screen. One of them was dressed in white, with heterochromatic eyes, one gold and one blue, and a stern expression. The man in black beside him said anxiously, Sect Master, we can't hold on any longer, let's leave quickly. Where can we go? The entire base is covered by Ole's ivy shield, and I'm very curious. Who exposed the location of the base? The Demon Heaven cult master spoke indifferently, his gaze like a blade piercing toward the man in black, coldly saying, Second Protector, you never address me as cult master. Before the words had fully landed, he struck out with a palm, and the sound of tearing seemed to echo through the air. The man in black's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly countered, but he was still blasted away by the move, crashing heavily through several walls, blood spraying wildly.
With a sudden intense distortion, his face instantly transformed into that of a stunningly beautiful woman with skin like creamy jade. The Demon Sky Sect leader slowly approached her, his tone exuding authority and coldness. It is well known that Qingyun City has 20 hunting groups. But no one knows. There are actually 21. And this 21st hunting group is extremely secretive. No one knows its whereabouts, numbers, or name. It specializes in intelligence work. According to my investigation, you intelligence personnel have only one codename: Mole.
The Demon Heaven Cult Master's voice fell, and the woman's expression grew even darker. A martial soul capable of altering appearances exists in only one form, and that is, an A-grade martial soul, the shapeshifting worm.
Speak, Second Protector, where is he?
The alluring woman smiled faintly, a trace of cunning at the corner of her lips. He's dead.
Impossible. You couldn't possibly be his match.
The Demon Heaven Cult Master's gaze was icy, his voice as cold as frost.
In a one-on-one fight, I indeed wouldn't be his match.
But, when facing the cult master he revered, he was completely off guard. The woman's lips curled into a sly smile.
The Demon Heaven Cult leader suddenly realized, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. You turned into my form to ambush him.
That's right. The woman softly admitted, a sinister glint flickering in her gaze. In that case, you can go accompany him in death. The Demon Heaven Cult leader ordered coldly, clenching his 5 fingers into a fist and throwing a punch. There were no flashy martial techniques, only the most direct eruption of power. The beautiful woman's pupils contracted sharply as the aura of death rushed toward her. At that very moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the wall not far away instantly shattered, and amidst the flying dust, a massive spiked club surged forward with overwhelming force toward the Demon Skysect leader. The Demon Skysect leader quickly withdrew his fist and exerted all his strength to block, but the terrifying power still sent him flying dozens of meters, leaving him in a sorry state. He stared intently at the cloud of dust, only to see a figure in a white vest slowly walking forward, exuding an aura as fierce as a bull, like a peerless beast. The man walked up to the beautiful woman, reached out to grab the wolf-tooth club, effortlessly hoisted it onto his shoulder, and flashed a brilliant smile. Well, Demon Skysect leader, we finally meet.
Have you washed your neck clean? The mighty Bull King Ol makes his grand entrance.
Seeing the figure appear before her, the beautiful woman let out a sigh of relief. If you had been a step later, I would have been on my way to see the King of Hell.
Who's this lovely lady? Who are you?
Ole looked at the beautiful woman, tilted her head slightly, and said with some confusion. The beautiful woman's lips twitched, and her face changed in an instant, transforming into the appearance of a middle-aged man.
Yes, Mole. Oh, so it's you. Turns out you're a woman. Ole clicked her tongue in amazement as she looked at Mole, who had transformed back into the beautiful woman, and asked a question. Is this really your true appearance?
Mole rolled her eyes.
Not telling you. It doesn't matter. Ole laughed heartily, turned to look at the Demon Heaven Sect leader, and twisted her neck. Now, let's deal with this guy in front of us first. Violet Bull Ole took down 4 of my Demon Heaven Sect 7th tier guardians in one go. We finally meet. The Demon Heaven Sect leader said indifferently. Ole's gaze met his, and almost instantly, the two disappeared from where they stood. The spiked mace in the fist collided with a thunderous crash. Bang! The immense impact sent bricks, steel bars, and concrete flying in all directions, leveling half the base in an instant. Ole swung the spiked mace in her hand wildly, clashing repeatedly with the Demon Sky Lord's fist. She laughed heartily and said, "You're not using spiritual power, just relying on physical strength to block my attacks. Could it be that you're a body cultivator?" Body cultivators, the outliers among warriors. They channel all their spiritual energy into tempering their physical bodies, believing that true strength lies in the power of one's own body. Body cultivators are rare within the Great Xia territory, with the most famous being the Ghost King, one of the 10 titled kings of Great Xia. Due to a weak martial soul, he chose the path of body cultivation and, through unique opportunities and sheer determination, became the only king among body cultivators. As for the Demon Heaven Sect Master, he is one of the formidable opponents on Ole's must-fight list. Unexpectedly, before the battle with the Ghost King, I encountered such a formidable body cultivator. Coming to besiege your Devil Sky Sect this time was truly the right decision. Ole laughed, her fighting spirit surging, shaking the mind of the Devil Sky Sect leader. The invisible fighting spirit also pushed Ole's vitality and energy to their peak, allowing her martial skills to be unleashed to the fullest, growing fiercer as the battle progressed. Its fighting spirit, such intense and domineering fighting spirit. Is this the fighting spirit you relied on to destroy the 4 protectors of my Devil Sky Sect?
The Demon Heaven Cult Master spoke coldly, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and struck out with full force. The power of this punch was terrifying to the extreme. Ol blocked it with her spiked club, but the immense force still sent her flying. Like a cannonball, she smashed through several walls in succession before finally being buried under the rubble.
The mole's pupils contracted at the sight. Ol has been overpowered?
As a senior intelligence officer in Qingyun City, the mole was well aware of Ol's strength. He had felt relieved when she appeared, but now she was being suppressed. The strength of the Demon Heaven Cult Master was beyond imagination.
That's not just the power of a body cultivator.
The mole stared intently at the Demon Heaven Lord, only to see a blue flame coiling around his fist, radiating a scorching aura, causing the surrounding ground to begin melting.
That aura. It wasn't the spiritual energy of a martial artist, but a more savage force. That was the power of a beast. Could it be that the demon sky sect leader is also a product of the alien beast-human experiment? The mole pondered deeply. At this moment, in the ruins, Ol burst out laughing. So you're not just a simple body cultivator, huh? Very well, let's go again.
Her soaring fighting spirit made her utterly unyielding, even though she was injured. Behind her, a massive green ox resembling a small mountain appeared. It was Ol's martial soul.
Grade A, what attribute, Sky Blue Ox Demon.
The Sky Blue Ox Demon stomped on the ground, and enormous vines instantly spread out, aiming to bind the Demon Sky Sect Master. However, the Demon Sky Sect Master remained calm and composed, the blue flames on his body burning fiercely, incinerating the vines.
Completely. Ol, fire overcomes wood. Your Sky Blue Ox Demon is utterly useless before me. In this battle, your defeat is certain.
Fire overcomes wood, but I still have this Skyfawn Club.
Using the vines as cover, Ole quickly approached the Demon Sky Lord's side and swung her spiked club with all her might.
The Demon Sky Lord neither retreated nor dodged, throwing a punch that landed squarely on the spiked club. Not only did he remain unmoved, but he also forced Ole back 2 steps.
The immense power left Ole utterly shocked.
The Demon Sky Lord's fists rained down like a storm.
Ole managed to block a few strikes but was sent flying in an instant.
Blood spurted wildly from her mouth, even mixed with fragments of her internal organs, creating a scene of utter carnage.
I told you, you are doomed to fail.
The Demon Heaven Cult Master snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping toward Ole lying on the ground. He turned and walked toward
Mole.
You've been lurking in my Demon Heaven cult for so long, even exposing the location of my cult.
Speaking of hatred, I want to kill you even more.
Mole swallowed hard, retreating repeatedly, fear gripping his heart.
Yet he still shouted toward Ole not far away, crazy woman, you're not really going to lose like this, are you? It's useless. After taking so many punches from me, she now.
The Demon Heaven Cult Master snorted coldly, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly heard a violent coughing sound. He turned back in shock, only to see Ole suddenly stand up and laugh heartily toward the sky. Amazing.
The Demon Heaven Cult Master froze instantly. What's going on? After taking so many punches, how can you possibly still have the strength to stand up? How exhilarating. Demon Sky Cult Master, you truly haven't let me down.
Among all the opponents I've faced, you definitely rank in the top 5. Ole laughed heartily, blood splattering from the corner of her mouth, her fighting spirit blazing like flames, utterly fearless. She spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, her steps steady as she advanced. Behind her, the Sky Blue Bull Demon suddenly let out a deafening roar.
The massive body of the Bull Demon
transformed into points of light, surging into her. Ole's body began to transform, her muscles grew tougher, her height increased, and 2 pitch-black bull horns emerged from her forehead.
Ole! Martial Soul Fusion.
She hefted her spiked club, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips.
Come on, round 2.
Whoosh! Her figure shot out like a cannonball, instantly blasting 2 deep pits into the ground with astonishing impact. She arrived in front of the Demon Sky Cult leader, her spiked club smashing down like a meteor. The Demon Sky Cult leader struck out with both fists, colliding with the spiked club. In the next moment, a violent force erupted, causing the entire Demon Sky Cult base to explode with a thunderous roar. The ground caved in, and dust filled the air. The members of the hunting group, who were fighting their own battles and encircling the Demon Sky Cult members, all felt the tremor of the ground and looked in shock toward the source of the vibration. What incredible power!
Raging Bull Ole, truly a monster. At this moment, Su Yuan was fiercely battling several 5th-rank warriors of the Demon Heaven sect.
His spear thrust out, instantly piercing through them.
He marveled inwardly and turned his gaze toward the source of the tremors, clicking his tongue in amazement. Is the commander fighting the Demon Heaven sect leader this intensely? This is a battle not to be missed. His eyes lit up as he sprinted toward the source of the tremors. Boom! Dominating power rained down on the demon heaven sect leader like a storm, the immense impact surging through his entire body and into the ground. The entire demon heaven sect base trembled violently, the ground caving in deeply, and cracks spread rapidly like a spiderweb. The demon sky cult master's expression changed slightly, his body trembling as he thought to himself, what immense power. He gritted his teeth, let out a low shout, and used all his strength to force Ole back. But before he could catch his breath, Ole burst into laughter, swinging his spiked club and charging at him like a raging bull, unstoppable. Do you think you can escape my attack? The demon sky cult master roared angrily, his fists wildly striking out. Ole neither retreated nor dodged, swinging his spiked club. Their attacks intertwined like a torrential downpour, bang, 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 each sound deafening. The number of clashes between the two was beyond counting, yet Ole's offensive remained as fierce as a raging tide, even unleashing greater resilience in the high-speed battle. She did not hesitate to trade injury for injury, smashing her spiked club brutally onto the demon sky lord, her overwhelming power forcing agonized screams from him. Not far away, the mole watching the battle swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Goodness, is this the true combat stance of the rampaging bull Ole? How terrifying!" As the battle escalated, Ole, in her martial soul fusion state, gradually suppressed the demon sky lord. The strikes of her spiked club sent him flying, shattering countless walls in the process. The demon sky lord lay in the rubble, covered in blood. Struggling to lift his head, he glared at Ole with a deathly stare, then suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "Rampaging bull Ole, I admit you're strong. In that case, let me show you my true form." Before the voice faded, his body began to swell, muscles and bones twisting and deforming, as he crouched on the ground and gradually transformed into a gigantic lion over 10 meters tall. This lion's fur shimmered with a blue glow, its body ablaze with icy blue flames. Its eyes, one blue and one gold, radiated a fierce aura, and an instantaneously terrifying and domineering presence swept across the surroundings. Everyone in the demon heaven cult base felt this power and was deeply shaken. What an incredibly powerful aura! This is a beast, an incomparably powerful beast aura. Facing the lion before her, Ole's lips curled into a slight smile as she hoisted her spiked club and said, "No wonder you haven't used your martial soul all this time. Turns out you're a beast, without a martial soul at all. TSK, a blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. This aura, the 8th rank." Although she was smiling, her gaze was more serious than ever. An 8th rank beast was practically a king-level powerhouse among warriors. Moreover, as a beast, its combat strength might surpass that of ordinary king-level powerhouses. A 7th rank warrior wouldn't last more than a few moves against it. "Looks like I'll have to go all out." Ole took a deep breath, and the spiked club in her hand dissolved into points of light, merging into her body. Dual martial souls, fusion. Her aura surged once more. In a flash, she took the initiative to attack the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, landing a fierce punch squarely on its body. Boom! The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was repelled, but just as Ole was preparing to attack again, she found it had vanished. The next second, a wave of scorching heat surged toward her, and a claw wrapped in icy blue flames slammed into her fiercely. The immense force sent her flying, her feet skidding across the ground for dozens of meters before she managed to steady herself. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast followed closely, reappearing in front of her once more. Both sides turned into invisible afterimages, clashing madly. However, as an 8th-tier exotic beast, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast gradually gained the upper hand, sending Ole flying and crashing heavily to the ground, creating another massive crater in the earth. Ole spat out a mouthful of blood, even mixed with fragments of her internal organs. At that moment, Su Yuan arrived at the scene. Witnessing Ole coughing up blood, he was shaken to the core. "Captain." In his eyes, Ole's figure was incredibly towering, almost invincible, but now she had encountered an existence even she couldn't handle? The strength of the demon sky cult master far exceeded imagination, an 8th-tier exotic beast. The moment Su Yuan saw the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, he immediately made a judgment in his heart. Other members of the hunting team also rushed over, and upon seeing the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, they couldn't help but gasp, their eyes revealing a look of fear. An 8th-tier exotic beast. Such an existence, they had only seen on television and in books. At this moment, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast also noticed Su Yuan's arrival. Its eyes narrowed slightly, as if it were preparing an even more terrifying attack. An owner of multiple SSS-level martial souls, once they grow, will undoubtedly become a major threat to our beast clan. "You, die now." His figure flickered, rushing towards Su Yuan at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. At this moment, Su Yuan suddenly felt a surge of deadly threat welling up in his heart. And within the massive pit, as the blue-eyed golden beast charged toward Su Yuan, another figure burst out explosively. Ole's blood-soaked figure stood in front of Su Yuan, and she unleashed a punch infused with domineering spiritual power. Martial skill, Mountain Shatter. This punch was like a tidal wave, and the violent force swept out instantly. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was forced back several steps. He looked at Ole in astonishment and said, "You still have the strength to fight? This woman is simply made of iron. Hey, trying to kill my teammates right in front of me. Unless you step over my dead body first." Ole grinned, her fighting spirit blazing like fire, growing ever more intense. Despite her body trembling, her internal organs bleeding, and her bones creaking under the strain, her will to fight soared like an unyielding war eagle, high and indomitable. The blue-eyed golden beast narrowed its eyes slightly. "I've heard that fighting spirit can allow one to ignore physical pain to a certain extent and surpass their limits. But your body is already on the verge of collapse, and you still dare to keep fighting. This is no longer mere fighting spirit, you're staking your life on this. Do you believe me? Before I die, I can drag you down with me." Ole's voice was as firm as iron. Rationally, the blue-eyed golden beast thought Ole was bluffing. After all, a 7th-tier warrior on the verge of collapse couldn't possibly kill an 8th-tier beast like him, even at the cost of their life. But for some reason, when faced with Ole's fiery gaze, he couldn't help but feel a trace of apprehension in his heart. This Ole and Su Yuan are both great enemies of my exotic beasts. If they don't die, the exotic beasts will never find peace. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's heart stirred, instantly erupting with intense killing intent, overpowering the trace of apprehension within. At this moment, Ole laughed and said, "Fight to the death? Who's afraid of whom? Su Yuan, you all go first." She wanted to stay behind to buy time for Su Yuan and the others to leave. But at this moment, a powerful battle aura and presence erupted behind her. It was Su Yuan. A king character appeared on his forehead, Kuanpeng wings emerged from his back, lightning coiled around his body, and his 3 martial souls had already merged. Gripping the Panlong Pajun spear tightly, he laughed and said, "Captain, how could I let you hog all the spotlight in such a moment? Isn't it just a beast? Let's join forces and slaughter it." The surging momentum swept in like a raging tide. Su Yuan and Ole's gazes met, and fiery determination ignited between them. The battle horn had already sounded.